Welcome to Day 3 of PFF's NFL Draft Show. The stars of the first 3 rounds have found their homes, but the draft is far from over. Today is all about value, depth, the diamonds in the rough. Some of the league's biggest stars were Day 3 picks, and the next one could be called today. This is where the smart teams win. The PFF NFL Draft Show starts now.
Welcome back to the Western and Southern Studios and PFF's coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft. It is Day 3, presented by our friends over at Jack Link's Duos and Prize Picks. Trevor, Sikkema, Dalton, Wasserman, Max Chadwick here with you guys once again on the desk. Guys, I am so excited for today. Today, there are so many great players that are still available, so many draft hauls that we get to finalize here, and man, Day 1's exciting. I said Day 2's the best, but Day 3 is the most fun. That's where we really cut it loose. That's where I think PFF truly shines. The knowledge that you guys have from covering all of college football all year long, the draft guide, the PFF data, all that great stuff. How are you feeling today, fellas?
Listen, Trevor, I was a little groggy from last night. I woke up this morning. Then I looked at the PFF big board and the best available players, and I woke right up. There are some damn good football players available right now on Day 3 of the NFL Draft.
You did need smelling salts, though, because I'm exposing you. It's right behind your water bottle right there. So in case...
I will be going back to it a few times.
In case a prospect gets drafted and Max is a little overexcited when he wasn't on camera right before we get back to that, now you guys know why. I told you we have fun here on Day 3. Dalton, how are you doing, man?
I'm good. I feel pretty good. I don't need the smelling salts. I'll be all right. It's just ball all the time. I don't even drink coffee, so I'm good right now. At least I got to sleep in a little bit. So don't start till noon, so it's not as bad as our 9 a.m. college show on Sunday morning.
That's true.
So those can be a little bit rough sometimes. But no, I feel good. Like you said, there's a lot of big names still on the board, and I think the one thing we have to remember is the good teams have depth, and this is the day where you build depth at any position. I think Day 3 is not as much about need and looking for starters necessarily. If you get them, that's great, but if you can build the depth of your football team, all 53 guys on that roster improving, then you really start talking about getting deeper into the postseason.
We have 102 picks down here in the 2025 NFL Draft. We're not even halfway through. We have more than 150 selections that we're going to talk about here today. So that means that we had to expand our coverage a little bit. We've got Gordon McGuinness and Mason Cameron on the bar set there with us as well. They're going to be taking a look at all of the, I think all of the PFF statistics that we might not have offhand. These guys have the team top 100 big boards. They've got the PFF Ultimate tool lined up. Fellas, how are we doing?
Doing well. It's exciting. Day 3 is, I think, when we can really live it up. A lot of players that we can look into some data about, and hopefully we get the chat going as well.
Yeah, specific scheme fit stuff is what I'm really looking forward to seeing with what you guys are able to bring and sort of research as we sort of build out that show. Everybody who's watching the chat, that's what we're going to try to do here. Every single pick, we're going to try to give you obviously some reasons, some reaction, things like that, and just tell you exactly what each player is going to do for each organization. Mason, you nailed a couple of the bets that we had on the betting show before Thursday. Which one are you the most proud of? You got the James Pierce Jr. one in there.
I loved the James Pierce Jr. one. He's a great ball player, and no way they let a talent like that get out of the first round. But Trev, we were connecting on that corner to the Bills, and I really like that pick. So I think we linked up on that one.
Give you guys a little cheddar before the 2025 NFL Draft starts. That's why you got to make sure that you subscribe to the channel. Make sure you're seeing all the shows.
Did everyone win money in the draft but me?
Well, we tried.
You made $20.
You're in the same building. This is why are you even subscribed to the PFF
I am
NFL
subscribed
channel?
to that PFF NFL channel. I thought my own analysis would be good enough, though, and clearly it was not. It was not this year.
Stick to college.
Yeah.
Look, next year for the draft, after Day 1 and Day 2, you'll come into Day 3 and you'll have like a mink coat on. Like you'll just be drifting Gucci from everything that you're going to be winning there. If you guys don't have a PFF Plus subscription, now is a great time to get one. You get 25% off if you use the promo code DRAFT25. So a lot of data that we're going to be talking about, how we're going to contextualize a lot of these players, a lot of these picks here. You can see that for yourself and dive as deep as you want into these prospects with the PFF Draft Guide, with the premium stats, and so much more. It's not just for draft weekend. It's a year-long subscription that you're getting 25% off on. So use that promo code DRAFT25. Speaking of betting tools, we'll have some great betting tools for you during the NFL season, fantasy football tools as well. So check that out over at PFF.com. Fellas, we've got the Titans on the clock to kick things off, and we're past noon now, so we should be getting the Titans officially on the clock here in a second. Best available players. I know every outlet in the world is going to be talking about Shedeur Sanders. You guys already know about Shedeur Sanders. When he gets picked, and obviously some spots where he could get picked, we'll talk about it, but we're going to talk about a lot of other players in this class that are still available. My boy Alec Iomaner on the board still. It's hurting me, personally. I think there's a top 5 receiver for me in summer scouting. I understand. Look, I want to be a little bit better in the contested catch situations, and for me, the reason why he is still available is because for a bigger wide receiver, you'd like for him to be a little bit more reliable in contested catch situations, and I think the NFL is being a little harsh on what was that 2024 tape, but I think he's a fantastic football player. What do you guys think about either him or other players that we've got on the board that you could see coming off here?
That sometimes the tape can be hard to digest with Iomaner because he played in such a bad situation at Stanford, too. He was really the only NFL-worthy prospect, especially on offense, on their team the last couple years. He carried their offense, tough quarterback situation, tough offensive line situation. That's even a program going through a whole reset right now with Andrew Luck as their general manager, by the way. It's just, I think that's what you get is how do you dissect how good Iomaner is from how much that Stanford program struggled and their quarterback issues and all the other issues they had on offense. And yeah, at times they had to force feed him because he was their only legitimate threat. But I think he's a really good player. Again, I thought he was a second-round talent. I'm with you. You have him 35 overall on the board. I had him somewhere similar to that or maybe in the 40s. But I just think this is a really good player when you talk about, to me, clearly the best receiver on the board. That's what you have here.
I actually was lucky enough to interview Alec this past season at the PFF College Football Show. He was, without a doubt, the smartest football player I've ever talked to.
He plays like it, man.
Dude, he actually talked more to me about his internship at Altamont Capital, which is a financial consulting firm, more about that than he did about football. So he's got a plan after football as well. He obviously will get drafted today as well. And my favorite answer he gave me from the interview was, I said, okay, what's your favorite play of your career? Because he had like 300 yards against Colorado, a lot of it against Travis Hunter, the number 2 overall pick in the draft. And he had an insane catch over Travis Hunter, was the number 1 in SportsCenter, all that. He actually told me his favorite play of his career was when he cracked down on a safety to spring his running back for a touchdown run. That's the kind of football player you're getting in Alec Iomaner. So I'm also a huge fan of the guy. As a human being and as a football player, he should absolutely be taken somewhere in the 4th round here.
All right, other than him, what do we got here? Players available. Let's talk about it.
Only 6 running backs went in the first 2 days. I thought it would be more than that. When you look at names, Cam Scadaboo, Dylan Sampson, Damian Martinez, Devin Neal, and then there's a huge depth of backs that we could see. At some point, we're going to see a run on all these talented running backs. There's just too many of them not to get drafted, especially early here on day 3, I think. But that's what I look at is I was expecting a little bit earlier, a little more of a day, especially Scadaboo and Sampson. Those 2 guys felt like they should go on day 2, at least in round 3, possibly early in round 3. And I think we're going to get him off the board here pretty quick. There is too much talent at running back in this year's class not to get out of here pretty quickly.
Well, we're kicking things off with a wide receiver for the first selection of the Titans, but it's not Alec Iomaner. It's Chimere Dike, the wide receiver from the University of Florida, going ahead of his teammate Elijah Badger. I didn't think that we would get that, but Dike is somebody who, he's not as fast as Elijah Badger. I don't think that he quite is the vertical threat that Badger is, but it felt like when Florida needed a big catch, especially when Trey Wilson wasn't in the game due to injury, which was too often this past season, DK felt like the guy. He felt like the guy that Graham Mertz or DJ Lagway was going to this season. So I am a little surprised that DK is going here in the 4th round, but I figured that this is a player who would get drafted.
He's a vertical threat. I mean, he did run a 4.34. And I think this is also an example of, look, teams are drafting traits this year. Mm-hmm. I think more so than what we saw on the tape from some of these guys. Because I had Badger rated higher than DK. I think DK, to me, vertical threat. You talk about deep posts, go balls, deep over routes fitting in, especially in play action when you can really get him going on those deep overs. I think he's a vertical threat. I think he fits in as maybe a wide receiver 3, wide receiver 4 type of guy with speed who you get a handful of targets a game and hope really 1 or 2 home runs hits. That's kind of how it was at Florida, but I'm with you. I'm surprised he went over Badger because I thought Badger was a more well-rounded route runner, and I'm very surprised he's gone over here, over Iomaner, over Jalen Royals, over Torrey Horton, guys like that. I didn't think DK would go this early either, but again, I think teams are drafting traits. 4.3, 4.40, they see that. Tennessee needs a vertical threat. Let's go get him.
Yeah, it was cool to see him kind of develop at Florida after having a 4-year career at Wisconsin before that, too. And, Wisconsin's not really known for throwing the football. Goes over to Florida. You mentioned the vertical speed that he's got there. He doesn't really have a lot of variance in his route tree right now, but like Dalton said, he could be a really intriguing vertical weapon for the Titans.
Overall, just the Titans receiving core, it's got to get so much better than what it was. It's basically Calvin Ridley and, all due respect for Cam Ward calling Treylon Burks a top 4 receiver in the NFL. I just think that they have to have a lot more production. We thought about maybe Xavier Restrepo would be a late round pick for them to reunite that duo that Cam Ward had in Miami. But thoughts overall just with Cam Ward in this spot, getting to work with Brian Callahan as the offensive mind, now the head coach. It felt like Brian Callahan had a lot of frustrations with Will Levis. And so Ward in this offense, mainly somebody who's very comfortable from the shotgun, feels like a shotgun-based offense, now getting to help out with a little bit of extra receiver help in this one.
Well, they don't have enough vertical threats, and that's the idea behind taking DK is you get that. Cam Ward is a vertical passer. The hope is just that he's more measured than Will Levis, because Will Levis would force it so often and force himself, especially late in the play, into bad turnovers. Now, that can at times be a weakness for Cam Ward, but you do feel like he improved with that this year at Miami.
I was just about to say that. At Washington State, Cam Ward was an absolute roller coaster. And that's why when we had him in our summer scouting, we said, okay, Cam Ward can have the upside of being a number 1 overall pick, but he's got to clean it up. He did at Miami this past year. He was the best quarterback in college football, in my opinion, and why he was the number 1 overall pick. So, yeah, Cam Ward's tape at Washington State and Incarnate Word even was a roller coaster, but at Miami this past year, he really cleaned it up. It was one of the most efficient passers in the country.
Yep. Who do we got now? Oh, we got the Jacksonville Jaguars on the board here at 104. They went with who was it? It was Caleb Bransaw and then Wyatt Milam at the back end of the third round. What did you think of those picks there from them?
It's going to be an interesting day for James Gladstone, considering the big gap that they had, between Travis Hunter and Ransaw. But I think, look, Gladstone really likes Ransaw. Again, another guy who's a very good athlete who he believes can start possibly at safety for him right away. And I love the Milam pick. I think especially as a guy who doesn't necessarily have to start this year, I think in 2026, if they get him a little bit stronger, he could be a starter at one of those guard spots eventually.
I love Wyatt Milam too. I mean, like I said before, I thought he was going to be a guy I would take in the second round of the draft. I think he was one of the best tackles in college football this past year at West Virginia. Does not have the length to play tackle in the NFL, but I think he'd be a really, really good guard with really good mobility as well. So I'm a huge fan of Wyatt Milam. He was one of my top, 40 players on my big board.
All right, we got the Jags pick in. We'll see what it is in a second. Before we get to that, I got to talk to you guys about our friends over at Prize Picks. This is the best place to win some cash while you are watching sports. The app is very easy to use. All you do is download Prize Picks, just select more or less of single stats. You see some of them on the board right there. You have Cam Ward right there next to Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes. Say more or less on passing touchdowns, passing yards, but it's not just the rookies and not just the quarterbacks. It's really anybody. Receiving yards, rushing yards. They've got some defensive statistics up there as well. So if you feel like one of these rookies is really in a really great spot to succeed, go make your first lineup. And when you do, if you bet $5 on it after you use the promo code PFF, you'll get 50 in free bonus credits, whether you win or lose. So whatever happens with that bet, whether you win or lose, you're going to get that free 50 right there. So make sure you go download Prize Picks, use the promo code PFF, check out all of the more or less options that they have there to set your lineup. You can even go to other sports as well, MLB, NHL, NBA, just to name a few. But go download the Prize Picks app, use that promo code PFF, and make sure you're getting that 50 free dollars after you bet $5 on your first lineup. We got a speedster off the board here.
Love it.
You love this one? Bashal Tutin, the running back from Virginia Tech here for the Jacksonville Jaguars at number 104. Jags are drafting athletes.
Yeah.
Travis Hunter, Caleb Ransaw, Bashal Tutin. I mean, I know Travis Hunter didn't do anything at the combine. Didn't need to. We know he's an unbelievable athlete. But those two guys right there, you are bringing up the team athleticism for the Jags. You say you love it.
I really do. He ran a 4.32 in the 40-yard dash. That is tied for the 5th fastest ever by a running back at the NFL Combine. He is an elite athlete, 35% force miss tackle rate over the last 2 years as well. It's a very compact build that helps him bounce off tackles, good vision in a zone scheme. I even think as a kick returner, he could be really, really dangerous for a team as well. Now, some of the issues with him. He has 9 fumbles over the last 2 years. His first percentile among all running backs. He's not really much of a weapon in the passing game either, which I think he can be eventually in the NFL. But, I mean, you talk about speed, man. Bashal Tutin is easily the fastest running back in this year's class.
Yeah, I think him and Jaden Blue are the two speedsters you talk about, and I really like Tutin as the complement. I think this is a good guy to have. You get as a complimentary back with that home run speed, 10 to 12 touches a game, right? And you've got a different mix of guys, right? You've got Travis Etienne, who obviously there's been trade rumors around, but I don't think that's going to happen now. You just have Tutin in there as a third guy. You've got Tank Bigsby as the big power back, right? And now you've got the home run hitter in Tutin. This is a really well-rounded running back room here the Jags have, and it's something similar to what James Gladstone and Sean McVay and Les Snead would build with the Rams, deep running back rooms that you feel like, okay, if one guy gets hurt, you don't have too big of a drop-off here.
I'm going to go to Mason. I'm going to go to the bar set because right before the day started, I said, hey, I want to hear like 5 guys that you guys would be really in on. When they get picked, you want to say something about them. Mason, one of your guys is Bashal Tootin, so we're getting you an early rep here. What do you like about Tootin?
I mean, you just can't coach speed like that. You just can't. And when you match it, this is somebody that Gordon and I talked about on the PFF Daily podcast all week long leading up to the draft. And something else that I think goes underappreciated in his game is his ability to force missed tackles. He had 207 over the last 3 seasons. That's 4th out of 250 backs, 0.37 per attempt. That's an incredible number. That puts him in the 98th percentile of all backs over the last 3 seasons. So when you match that speed with that missed tackle ability, he's going to be an incredible talent for them.
We're keeping the running back train going. Guy that I really love in this class, Cam Skattebo, coming off the board here to the New York Giants with their pick. I believe it is 105. So Cam Skattebo doesn't go in the first 3 rounds of the draft, but the early portion of the 4th round, he comes off the board. This is my RB3 in this class, and because I understand he's not the home run hitter, he's not going to hit the 30, the 40, the 50-yard runs for you, but I've often said, how often do you actually get a chance to do that at the NFL level? If you do, you're normally somebody that gets picked in like the top 10, right? You're talking about like Ashton Genty. But instead, give me the running back that's always going to give me a healthy yards per carry average. Yards after contact per attempt and missed tackles forced per attempt are 2 metrics that I love to lean on here at PFF because they are able to separate a running back from their offensive line. Whether they're getting hit in the backfield, whether they're getting hit at the line of scrimmage, or whether it's at the second level. So if the offensive line does a terrible job, okay job, or excellent job, having great numbers in high percentiles in yards after contact and missed tackles forced shows you how good of a running back and how efficient of a running back you could be. This dude's got efficiency for days, and it comes down to not just his rushing style of never saying die when he is facing contact for the first time, but I also don't think he gets enough credit for how smart he is. He's patient. He waits for his blockers to set up. He knows how to run behind zone concept and power concepts. This is somebody who could also be a good pass protector for you. Sometimes it's a little hot and cold, but he's got the body type and the strength to do it. He's got soft hands in the receiving game. I love the 1-2 combination that he is setting up here with Tyrone Tracy, who they drafted last year.
This is a football player, first and foremost. And look, you can talk about there's certain guys that we like because of the 40 time with Bashal Tootin. I think it's a good contrast to get these 2 guys back to back. And there's certain guys I'm just not going to care. 4.65. We've seen other backs have success in that range, but you mentioned it. The guy's got a heart of a lion, man. I mean, there's times at Arizona State, back at Sacramento State, when he was beating teams all by himself. He does not care who's in front of him. He's going to run as hard as humanly possible. Good vision, powerful legs that can make jump cuts into holes that you don't think he can get to. And you mentioned it, probably the most underrated receiving back in this class because you look at him and you go, okay, bigger back, running through people, runs with strength and power and through contact. This is a guy with really good hands and honestly, even a good arm too if you want to mess around and have him throw the football as well. We've seen him do everything during his career at Sacramento State and Arizona State. This is a 3-down back the Giants just got in the 4th round.
He almost beat Texas single-handedly in that college football playoff. We're talking about a Texas team that was loaded defensively, arguably the best defense in the country. Cam Skattebo almost beat them by himself in that game. There's guys who run hard, and then there's Cam Skattebo. I think he runs like an evil spirit possessed him, man. Honestly, he is an incredible running back. 157 forced missed tackles for the last 2 years. That leads all powerful running backs. The only one in the country who has more is the number 6 overall pick in the draft, Ashton Genty. Cam Skattebo, really effective receiver as well. You mentioned it, over 800 receiving yards over the last 2 years, most among all powerful running backs at all. As well, I also had him RB3 in his class, like you, Trevor. I love this guy.
I just see Hugo in the chat saying, where's the tracker? Sometimes we'll have the tracker on the right side of the screen, but you could go see the tracker over at pff.com as well. You guys can follow along as you are watching the show. We'll obviously pop that up when we're talking about some of the picks and some of the best available, but you guys can see that and scroll yourself over at pff.com. We did team top 100 big boards this year, and Cam Skattebo was ranked 53rd on the New York Giants team big board. So I think this is a big win for them. I think this is a player and a running back that they would want to add to this room to complement things. So you guys can check out all of the team top 100 big boards. I think it'll be fun here on day 3 to see some of those guys that might have been a little higher on certain teams' big boards. And so even though I liked Cam Skattebo anyways, for For the Giants specifically, I had him ranked right around the 50s. So to get him here in the early parts of day 4, I think is good value for the Giants.
And by the way, I know John Mara is upset by losing Saquon Barkley last year, but now you got Tyrone Tracy, and now you got Cam Scadaboo as well. That's a really good running back room. So I know you lost an absolute superstar in Saquon Barkley to a division rival, but this is a really, really good running back room that the Giants have just a couple years later.
I mean, there's a chance that Scadaboo could start very soon, if not week 1.
I love Tracy too. Yeah.
And Tracy's a good player, can force missed tackles. Scadaboo can force missed tackles. I mean, you need to build a well-rounded offense. I expect, too, some offensive line depth here for the Giants at some point, but I think it's a fantastic pick early in the 4th round for him.
What were we talking about with the Giants adding waves of pass rushers? Because you said, hey, when they were competing for Super Bowls, when they were the Cinderella teams, they had waves of pass rushers. You know what they also had?
Brandon Jacobs.
Little thunder and lightning. I'm not saying that Scadaboo is Brandon Jacobs, but hey, Ahmad Bradshaw and Brandon Jacobs, a little bit of smash and dash there. You got that with Tyrone Tracy and Cam Scadaboo.
You got the Ole Miss quarterback.
They got the Ole Miss quarterback.
The Ole Miss quarterback. We're not trying to hype it up too much, but
it's all coming together.
There's a blueprint here. We've seen it before.
What we're saying is
Tom Coughlin's coming back too.
Look, I saw the graphic that they jokingly, maybe not jokingly, made with just your face on it that you said the Giants are winning the Super Bowl after you compared their draft strategy to it.
Listen, after Cam, it makes me feel a little bit better after Cam Scadaboo. I'll say that. I'm not willing to put it up there yet, but I will say Cam Scadaboo helps it a lot.
Another player off the board here, Craig Woodson, the safety from Cal, going to the New England Patriots. Now, Craig Woodson is somebody who, I got to him late in the scouting process, but I really like this dude. I think he's got the athleticism to be able to play in those single high positions. When a New England wants to get aggressive and have another safety come down into the box, help out the linebackers, get a different kind of look when you're talking about defending the slot, you're just leaving a single safety back there. I actually believe that he can play those single safety responsibilities. Now, he's pretty good downhill as well. He's got good downhill speed to him. I think he's a pretty reliable tackler. But to me, there's just not a lot of safeties in this class who have that type of rangy athleticism to them. And Woodson is one of those guys who I wondered where he was going to go in this draft. I got him ranked 167 because I thought he would be more of a 5th round type of selection. But we're going to see that a lot. I think that you'll see when you go to the PFF tracker, some of these guys, it'll be vast, the number where they got picked versus where they are on the big board. You just got to know that the further the NFL draft goes, the more lenient you can be on where they might be on a in a vacuum big board like we have versus where a team might have them. So this one to New England, I think it makes sense for a defense that wants to make sure they can get aggressive with guys like Kyle Duggar and even Jabril Peppers. Like Jabril Peppers can play slot for you. He can play strong safety for you. And so now you get a player who you feel good about playing in single high situations.
I think these are the types of guys you look for on day 3. He's fast. He's aggressive. Sometimes a little too much. I think that's the first thing that jumped out at me. Sometimes the over-aggression can get to him a little bit. But I think he's a great guy to have right now as a depth safety, as a special teamer. We're going to say this about a lot of guys here, but I think he's a really good guy to have as a backup who could eventually develop into a starter. And in the meantime, give you really good special teams contributions.
Really fluid hips, too, is what I noticed with Craig Woodson. And listen, not a lot went right for Cal football last year, but they had a really, really good secondary. With Noah Williams got taken yesterday. Craig Woodson just got taken right now as well. I did like Craig Woodson, like you mentioned, Trevor, as a downhill safety with really good range, and also, like I said before, really fluid hips, too.
One of your guys off the board here as the Jacksonville Jaguars were once again on the clock here at 107, linebacker Jack Kaiser from Notre Dame. Did he break the record? Most games started in college football history, or was it just at the Notre Dame record?
I think it was just Notre Dame.
Was it like 62 games?
Because I think the most games
that he played it, not started.
I think the most games. I think the most games by any player might actually be Dylan Gabriel. Yeah, I could be wrong on that.
That sounds like it could be correct.
But Jack Kaiser, you talk about experience and smarts. That's what he's got here. And the same thing I just said about Woodson, I'm going to say about Kaiser. This is a guy who's a really smart football player, former high school quarterback, played more games in Notre Dame history than anybody else. And before this year, kind of played, I don't want to say as a part-time player, but sort of their third linebacker. They had some other NFL caliber guys. But when he was out there, he's a weapon. He's a good straight line athlete. I think the change of direction is a little bit of a concern. But when he pulls the trigger and he gets downhill, he's flying. And I think the biggest thing for him, that he's my LB5. I'm a little surprised he went ahead of Chris Paul here. But his intelligence, his straight line speed, his ability to cover is a little bit in question with change of direction, but he can really run and get to things in the backfield and underneath in the flat. You see an interception, I believe that was of Jalen Milroe at the Senior Bowl there. So, look, Kaiser, I think, is just, he's a guy who outperforms maybe some of his lack of agility and change of direction with his vision, with his smarts, with his straight line speed, his experience. And this is another one. He will be a terrific special teamer first and foremost, and then we can see if he develops into a starting linebacker.
He is the best tackling linebacker in this class. On 285 career tackle attempts, he's missed 13 times. That's a 4.6% rate. That's an elite rate for Jack Kaiser right there. So you mentioned right there, fundamentally sound. He's a better athlete than give him credit for, too. And like you said, too, at the Senior Bowl, he was a really, really good player down in Mobile.
Yeah, James in the chat saying if Kaiser doesn't start right away, he can play special teams until then. I agree. Yep. When you look at the Jags long term, right now their linebacker room without Kaiser is Devin Lloyd, it's Foyce Aluakon, Chad Muma, Ventrell Miller. Chad Muma and Devin Lloyd both going into the last years of their rookie contract. So you're kind of getting ahead of it right here. You're like, okay, we don't have to bring back both of these guys. We've got a guy on a rookie contract that we feel like we can have some faith in. But you're right, the sideline-to-sideline stuff, really good athlete. Didn't think he'd get picked over Chris Paul, but a good player. He was my next linebacker, I believe, that would have been available there.
Yeah, I agree. And I think the fact that he doesn't have to start right now with Lloyd and Aluakon there, that's big time for him. And Lloyd is the one of those two guys, obviously, I would expect to get an extension. He started to play really well, too. So eventually, maybe it's, Lloyd and Aluakon now, and then eventually it could be Lloyd and Kaiser down the road a year or two from now.
Mason gave us this little tip on Craig Woodson. Just want to shout him out there, that pick for the Patriots, before we move on to another selection that was just made. Woodson, top 5 in the safety class for coverage grade, 88.6, and then run defense grade as well, an 85.6. So just a really solid safety pick there from them, and somebody who could play a lot of different alignments. The most recent pick is the Las Vegas Raiders, picking Tennessee wide receiver Deontay Thornton Jr.
This is a Raiders pick. This is a old school Raiders wide receiver.
At least they didn't do it in the first round, though.
Yeah, it's not Darius Hayward-Bay.
Close enough. Welcome back, Al Davis.
Oh man, I mean, listen, this guy's got speed for days, man. 6'5", and he ran a 4.3 in the 40-yard dash. That should not be humanly possible for anyone. But I like Deontay Thornton a lot as maybe a deep threat. I thought he would have gone maybe even yesterday in the NFL draft. I really do like this guy. Now, of course, the Tennessee offense is very predicated on those deep vertical throws, so he might not be more than just that. But if you're 6'5", you run a 4.3, you can go up and get it as well. He could be a dangerous vertical threat for the Raiders.
So I think, and you just said that, for the Raiders, I think this makes a ton of sense. First of all, take the gamble, right? Take the gamble on the tools. He led college football in yards per reception by a whole lot. Was it 25.5 yards per reception? What he does per reception and the home run threat that he provides with his size and speed, it's actually almost unmatched in this class, honestly. He just doesn't get a ton of volume. He's not a great route runner. I think at the very least what you're doing is taking a player that's something to me like Marquez Valdez-Scantling.
Yeah.
And you go, okay, here and there he's going to hit a home run for us, but it's also the decoy factor, kind of like what we talked about with Matt Golden and the Packers. And when you think about the other weapons the Raiders have, I know Trey Tucker's kind of a vertical threat, but he's also very small. But you have Jack Besh underneath now. You have Jacoby Myers underneath now. You have Brock Bowers underneath now. You have Ashton Jeanty underneath now. They're going to throw him the football some, right? But I think to have Deontay Thornton and that size and speed, and it's imposing when you watch him, when you look at him, when you watch the plays he does make, even though it's not a high volume, you're a little worried. You're worried when he gets the football because he can take off on you in a heartbeat. The type of receiver this is on day 3, this is the exact home run swing you take, and I don't think the Raiders have another player like this. I really like this fit.
And for Geno Smith, too, who loves throwing deep vertical throws, I mean, this is the exact receiver they should be looking for on day 3 of the draft. I actually really love this pick by the Raiders.
I think that this brings in a great conversation with who these players are on day 3, right? We're going to talk about a lot of guys that you mentioned this. Does he have a diverse route tree? No. Is he a little bit of a one-trick guy? Sure. That's why he's being picked in the 4th round. But that one trick is great for what the Raiders need, especially adding a guy like Jack Besh. You know, he's an over-the-middle of the field type of guy. I think that Jacoby Myers is as well. I think that Brock Bowers is as well. Now you get the guy to open things up. So when you get that quarterback in there with Geno Smith, and Geno Smith knows a lot about wanting to take shots deep down the field. And I think that this is the type of player where we can do it. What do we got on the board right now? We've got the Buffalo Bills on the board. The pick is in. I see the pick. If we were on the middle camera, you just saw Dalton give Max one of these. I'm going to give you a little teaser. We're going to talk about exactly who that player is and why they fit and why he gave Max a little punch there to the arm. But before we get to that, let's talk about our friends over at Jack Links Duos. Jack Links Duos is powering this NFL draft coverage here at PFF. Jack Links knows that there's nothing like a great duo. That's why they created the new product, Jack Links Duos. It's got 2 different flavors of beef jerky in one bag, so you can enjoy the best of both worlds right there in front of you. They know that the NFL draft brings great duos together all the time. like Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel from last night, right? The great duo with the Iowa State Cyclones. And so obviously that's a fun story there for the NFL draft. But how about another one? Let's go to the Philadelphia Eagles. Let's talk about Zach Bond and now Jahad Campbell. What a dream duo that we have in Philadelphia there. An incredible linebacker duo. How he does it again. And he does it with a position where I was told the Eagles would never draft a linebacker in the first round.
But he had a shoulder problem, so they had to.
Okay, but he's still really good. We're talking about the positives, Dalton. Why this is a dream duo here. But yes, no, there's a reason why he's fallen, but how he capitalizes it, and he sets up a pretty damn good duo there. Jack Link's duo has some great duos. Mango and jalapeno in the same bag. Love that one. Original and teriyaki, buffalo style and ranch. All kinds of great flavors. Find Jack Link's duos wherever you buy Jack Link's jerky, your local convenience store, or also at select Walmarts as well.
Trevor, I got a Jack Link duo for you right here.
Let's. Okay, what is it?
Maxwell Harrison, Deion Walker. 2 Kentucky guys going to the Buffalo Bills now.
Look at that.
Who are the Wildcats?
Look at that. Teammates coming together. All right, so Deion Walker, he was on your list of right before the draft. I was saying that I gathered a list of anywhere from 5 to 10 prospects from all of these guys, and I said, hey, when these guys are drafted, they're sort of your guy that you want to talk about here. Deion Walker guy. Let's talk about it.
Okay, first off, Dalton and I had Deion Walker top 10 in our way too early 2025 NFL draft mock draft. That was obviously not correct. Deion Walker's last year at Kentucky was not the best. His combine was not the best. His Senior Bowl was not the best. You look at the tape in 2023, though, he led all FBS tackles and pressures that year. He has a variety of pass rush moves. Even though you see that size right there, 6'7", 330 pounds, you think he's mainly a power player. He's actually more of a finesse player, and I think he's got to play a little more power at that size. He's not very strong in his lower half right now, but massive player at that size, has really long arms as well. He has quick hands, he has natural strength in his upper body. He's nowhere close to being the top 10 pick that we thought he could be last year, but he's still a potential starter as maybe a 3-4 defensive end, and he has elite production in the SEC as both a pass rusher and as a run defender, particularly in 2023. He's got to get stronger in the lower half, and like I said, he's not as athletic that he at least promised me in our interview with him, but I do still like Deion Walker a lot, and I think that tape in 2023 specifically was pretty dominant.
A player who's touted as a top pick in this draft before the season.
Yeah.
Does not play well this year, and you said that, hey, I was dealing with a back injury, or Kentucky said, hey,
True.
I was dealing with a back injury this season, so maybe that is a reason why his play suffered this past year. But even independent of that, I think he's got to get more flexible. I think that's really what it comes down to. He's a very uniquely built player, but he carries a good amount of weight in the midsection, which makes me feel like, okay, you have all this weight on you, you might be able to lose some bad weight that you have there, so you could just maximize the length. Like, ideally, the best version of him is like a Muhammad Wilkerson, right? Where he's just this uniquely big, long interior defensive lineman who can win as just a mismatched player inside. Wilkerson, a former first-round pick to the New York Jets. And so I think that he's got to sort of hone in his weight a little bit, and he's just got to get more flexible. There's too many times where Deion Walker is too much of a waist bender. He's not really able to get his pads underneath him, and he's naturally tall, so it's tough anyways. But the flexibility is the big issue for me. So I hope certainly the back heals up and the back health improves there from him, but then he's got to get more flexible there. Dalton, really quick, Deion Walker, because we got a couple of other picks.
I just love the Bills' entire mentality with this draft. This is what I wanted to see from them. Load up on defense. Your defense is the reason you haven't won a Super Bowl yet, at least in this Josh Allen era, and taking a kind of, I don't want to say a home run swing, but a swing on the upside of talent with Walker after you've already got a starting corner in Hairston. You traded up to get TJ Sanders, a really good pass rusher who you wanted, and Landon Jackson, I think, is at least a fantastic run defender off the edge. To get Walker and keep loading up front and take a swing on that level of talent, that's the type of move I want to see the Bills make. I'm all in on that pick. I love that fit.
We have another pick here. Very interested to hear what Dalton thinks of this New York Jets selection at 110. It's Arian Smith, the wide receiver from Georgia, ranked 343 on the PFF big board. I'm not an Arian Smith guy. I didn't give him a draftable grade. They take him here in the 4th round. 10 drops this past season. Yeah. Very low contested catch rate. And he just didn't, to me, he just was not consistent enough to make the most out of what is a pretty quick twitched athlete, a guy who's got some good athleticism to him, and he showed some promise, but I just didn't feel like he was close enough to the complete player that he needs to be to warrant this 4th round pick here. What do you think, Dalton?
He's got speed I don't know that he has a whole lot else, honestly. I mean, you mentioned it, the hands.
But do the Jets need that? Like, was that still a spot where, okay, you look at this wide receiver room, a lot is changing with some Aaron Rodgers guys in and out of the building we know over the last couple of years. They're hoping Malachi Corley can certainly be better than what he was last year, but for the Jets room specifically, what do we think about this?
They need speed, but I mean, you have it. He ran a 4.36, I get it, but also if I need a speedier player right now, I'm taking somebody like a Torrey Horton.
Sure.
Right? Or somebody else like that. I'm with you. I didn't have a draftable grade on Arian Smith.
Isaiah Bond's here. Jalen Lane is here. Samuel Brown, Elijah Badger, Andrew Armstrong, your boy.
I think Lane and Horton are the two guys that would stick out to me as alternatives. I just see there's just issues with the fundamentals, the concentration, the hands. Gordon just dropped me a stat that says he had a 16% drop rate for his career.
Right.
That's a lot.
There's just a lot. And I know he made a couple of really nice catches at the Senior Bowl, but there was also some drops and things there too. It's just so inconsistent. You're talking about a guy in 1 year as a starter who had a 57 receiving grade. Look, I get wanting to add speed for the sake of speed, but it feels like since the mid-third round last night, we're starting to see players drafted just because of 40 times or just because of traits. Some I like. Dante Thornton I like, right? Deion Walker has length and traits and size like that, but there's certain. This is as big a reach, I think, as we've seen in this draft.
Especially because I think there's other receivers with speed on the board.
Definitely.
You talked about some of the drop issues that he had there.
I would take Jalen Lane, to me, in a heartbeat over Arian Smith. I would.
What you want for a receiver, we have a stat, catchable passes caught at PFF, which is exactly what you think it is. It's exactly what the name says that it is. Normally, okay, mid to high 80s, fine. You'd like to be certainly in the low 90s, anything 95th percentile and above for catchable passes caught. I mean, that's incredible stuff. So you want something at least 85% and above. In the last 3 years, Arian Smith has not cracked 80% in catchable passes caught. That's one of the most consistently low numbers that I have seen from a draftable receiver. So, don't want to be too hard on it just because obviously the guy's NFL career hasn't even started yet, but he just has to be a much more reliable wide receiver at the NFL level than he was with Georgia.
He's got to catch the football. I will defend this a little bit. I also do not think Arian Smith should be taken anywhere close to this high. But Justin Fields, at his best, loves to throw the ball deep down the field. The Jets don't really have a deep downfield receiver right now. So Arian Smith, if he can hit the jugs machine a little bit more, maybe he can become that kind of threat for Justin Fields because he does love to throw that ball, those vertical routes down the field. So maybe Arian Smith provides that. And listen, Arian Smith at Georgia was always the fastest player on the field every single time. A safety always had to cover him over the top because there's always a threat that Arian Smith goes and houses on you. Of course, catching the football is going to be a big problem with him right now, but again, this is a lot higher than I would have taken him. Maybe I wouldn't take him at all. But I think Arian Smith at least provides a different element to that Jets receiving core right now.
Philadelphia Eagles to pick 111, drafted Nebraska defensive lineman Ty Robinson here. A fan favorite, somebody who, just works his ass off. He's somebody where, okay, I watched him right off the rip, and I looked at some PFF numbers from him. I was like, all right, he's stout, he's strong. I don't really think he's a great edge rusher. I don't think he's ever going to threaten the outside shoulder with speed. Another guy like that, for example, we'll talk about him when he gets drafted today, Jared Ivey from Ole Miss, and another one where I like the player, I like the strength, I like how he's built. He doesn't have the speed to consistently threaten the outside shoulder of offensive tackles, and so you wonder how productive he's actually going to be at the NFL level at edge. But this year, I tried to go a little bit more detailed in my player rankings and how I categorize them, and I made Ty Robinson a 3-4 defensive end to say, okay, well, let's take him away from the edge spot where you could see a lot of his weaknesses maybe as a player, and instead kick him inside a little bit. You don't have to kick him all the way inside to 3 technique. You can if you want to, but something around like a 3-4 defensive end to make the most out of good length, great body type, really strong football player. And I think that is somebody who is valuable for a football team. And for the Philadelphia Eagles, what a depth player to get along that defensive line. I really like this pick for the Eagles.
Vic Fangio finds guys like this because there are times, especially against heavier sets, and we see teams running the football more. You even think about the Lions and now maybe the Bears and the Rams. It's teams that like to have 2 tight ends on the field and run the football. He still matches that with that 3-4 front, and I think what you get is certain players in his defense that they come in those spots as that 5th defensive lineman. You mentioned Robinson in that ideal 3-4 defensive end type of role. I think that's exactly what Vic Fangio sees him as, is a part-time player who can help me as a run stopper. If we do end up seeing play action out of 12 personnel, he's still kind of a bull in a china shop who can push the pocket, right? And an underrated athlete. For as big and thick as he is, he's a darn good athlete for his size. I think Fangio loves him as a rotational 20 to 25 snap a game guy.
I specifically put him in the top 100 of the Philadelphia Eagles big board. He was 98th on the Eagles big board there. 79.5 PFF pass rushing grade in 2024 for Ty Robinson, 42 pressures on 355 pass rushing snaps. But specifically, again, for the Eagles, that's why you guys should go check out the team top 100s that we have over at PFF, because it's like, all right, here's a guy like this where I think he makes a lot of sense for Philly specifically.
He's like the Cam Scadaboo of D tackles, I think, in this draft. He plays with a bully's mentality. He has a bully mentality at defensive tackle. And Dalton just mentioned it too. Elite athlete. At the combine, 96th percentile broad jump, 91st percentile 40-yard dash, 89th percentile vertical, 82nd percentile short shuttle. Powerful player, bully's mentality, and he, like you said before, putting him on the inside this past year at Nebraska worked wonders for his game. He had a career year with the Cornhuskers this year.
Danny Stutzman, the next player that came off the board here, man, another linebacker that goes ahead of Chris Paul. Kind of surprised. I like Chris Paul, man. Now, I guess he would. We'll get to Chris Paul when he's drafted.
It's a lack of size.
Yeah.
It is, and it's a one-year starter thing, right? When he was at Arkansas, or did he start when he was at Arkansas?
He started at Arkansas.
Great. This was his best past year when he was at Ole Miss, but man, we'll talk about Chris Paul from Ole Miss when he gets drafted. Danny Stutzman enters the year this year, and when you looked at the linebacker class and when we were starting to establish this linebacker class, I think you looked at Stutzman and you said, okay, he's big enough to play at the NFL level, he's athletic enough to play at the NFL level. He had really good grades in that 2023 season. This season was a lot more inconsistent. It was more up and down. I think Oklahoma just struggled overall as a team, but what do you think about him being a player? Not shocked at all that Mickey Loomis liked him, right? I mean, he feels like, all right, a guy with plus size at the linebacker position does make sense. Pete Warner, in the last year of his contract?
No, he's got a couple more. He signed an extension.
He signed that extension. Okay, so now we just get him in that linebacker rotation, get to sort of put him in the game, and he can just play with his hair on fire. I wish he was playing with the mullet on fire, but I think he shaved the mullet. It's a shame. It's a damn shame.
Maybe he'll bring it back like
Alex
Alex
bring it back. New Orleans, he can probably get away with it. What do you think about Danny Stutzman here?
There's 3 parts of Danny Stutzman you need to know. You get vibes off the charts, first of all. Max can get into this. You get a serious level of run defense, 90.9 run defense grade this past season, and I really like his ability in run defense. Subtle footwork to get around blockers, sniffs around the line of scrimmage, keeps his shoulders square to running back so he can really just sniff out where they're going and what lane. So you get vibes, you get run defense. You do not get any sort of coverage ability.
Yep.
That's the big thing is you do not want Danny Stutzman on the field on passing downs. That needs a boatload of work, over-aggressive. The vision needs to get better. Bites hard on play action. So I think you're really talking about an early down player. Maybe you get, if something happens to Werner, because he's kind of the same thing, he's the run stopper, you develop him behind Demario Davis, right? Who's one of the best coverage linebackers we've seen in the last half decade, right? So I think there's something to learn. He could develop into a starter if the coverage ability gets better, but as a run defender, I have no doubt about his ability to play on early downs, and I'll tell you what, he's going to give you 110 miles an hour all the time.
This is the type of player you draft when Bijan Robinson is in your division. Danny Stutzman is an elite run defender. Now, he's not good in coverage, but he is a weapon as a blitzer, too. So it's not like you got to take him off the field in passing downs, and Dalton mentioned the vibes, too. My favorite video from college football from last year, when Oklahoma beat Texas in that Red River rivalry game, the pregame locker room speech. Danny Stutzman said, I know 2 things in life. Number 1, Oklahoma only fears God. And number 2, Texas fears Oklahoma. And they went out there and they beat Texas when nobody thought that they could beat Texas. His captions on Instagram are elite, by the way, as well.
Not going to read them, but you can go look them up.
Go check out the Instagram. It is elite. Danny Stutzman is a vibes pick, and also he's going to give his all on special teams, too. And here on day 3, special teams should not be ignored. Danny Stutzman could be an elite special teamer in the NFL.
Pick 113, the Niners. I don't love what they did yesterday. Nick Martin, I think he was way overdrafted. Up the stout, thought he was way overdrafted. Now they reel me back in, baby. They give me one of the guys that I really love in this class.
Nice.
C.J. West, the defensive tackle from Indiana. So Alfred Collins, C.J. West, Michael Williams, we went into this draft saying, hey, they got needs on both sides of the trenches. They knew they were not good enough in run defense. And you said, Robert Saleh just has the keys to this draft. Another defensive player. They have drafted exclusively from the defensive side of the football. I think that CJ West is a stout run defender, plays with great leverage, a little bit shorter of a player, a little more of that bowling ball build, if they say, but that just helps him hold the line of scrimmage, take on those double teams, and he gives you some plus work in pass rush as well. On the 49ers team-specific top 100 big board, 51st for the San Francisco 49ers. So I think this is an excellent selection and a great scheme fit.
There's a couple things funny about this. You asked me at the beginning of yesterday, who's a guy or two that you might be looking forward to maybe getting drafted yesterday? And I gave you two. I gave you Alfred Collins and CJ West. And they wound up on the same darn team. And I actually, what's funny is when I thought about these two guys, and Collins is very versatile, I actually thought if you asked me between the two, who would be a better fit in Robert Saleh's defense, I would have said CJ West. The fact that they have them both now, this just means this entire Niners draft is taking advantage of the depth of run defenders in this class. Look what they got. Mykel Williams, elite run defender. Alfred Collins, elite run defender. CJ West, elite run defender. Even Upton Stout, slot corner, loves playing in run defense. And you get a fast linebacker in Nick Martin yesterday that Sal obviously targeted very highly. So look, CJ West, you talk about a guy in the same way I talked about Jamari Caldwell yesterday, Alfred Collins, same way, makes the rest of the front seven's life a whole lot easier. You talk about plugging up A-gaps, you talk about shedding blockers, you talk about this dude's legs, Trevor, his lower body is ridiculously strong. There's a clip of him, I forget who it's against, but he's stacking and shedding one guy. He gets shoved on kind of a half double team by a tackle. He is on one leg, he's on his right leg, gets like one little 1-inch hop off his right leg, gets back over, sheds the original blocker, and still makes a tackle for a stop. Like his legs inside between the tackles, look, the Niners have just said, you're not going to run on us. You got us for 1 year. You're not going to do it. We're back in run defense. We may have other flaws, but I'll tell you what, the number of run stoppers they've taken in this draft, there's a clear statement here. We're done being the less physical team on the football field because it happened too often in 2024. Absolutely love CJ West. Never thought him and Collins would be on the same team, but this is a statement from the 49ers with this pick.
Love CJ West, and I especially love the next pick right here to the Carolina Panthers.
Carolina Panthers, 114. They take running back Trevor Etienne from Georgia.
Can you call him a Gatorade? It goes from
I don't think I can.
Florida to Georgia.
I don't think I'm allowed to do that. I think basically in every other scenario,
if you go to Georgia,
if you go to Georgia or Florida State, I'll say Gator Great for a lot.
Umami Ellen, Prissy Umami Ellen, Gator Great.
Gator Great, Camden, even.
Yeah,
Gator
of course,
Great.
yeah.
Shout out Zach Tantillo, our social media manager. He's gonna love that one a lot. But I don't think I can say that for Trevor Etienne. Let's talk about what you like about Trevor Etienne, and then we could talk about sort of what this means for Carolina's running back room that signed Rico Dowdle as well in free agency.
So I had Trevor Etienne as my number 11 running back in this draft. I had
him around the same range.
Big fan of him. Listen, he's not as dynamic maybe as his older brother Travis Etienne, but he is a really, really good player. 85-plus rushing grades in each of the last 2 years at Georgia and at Florida. He makes cuts at full speed, man. Now, you would think with his kind of body type that he would be a really good receiving back. He actually wasn't really used that way at Georgia, but he showed off at the Senior Bowl. He could run routes at full speed, and he was breaking ankles at the Senior Bowl. So
excellent receiver.
I think he could be a much better receiver in the NFL than he was allowed to be at Georgia, too. So I'm a huge fan of Trevor Etienne. I think you want him more in a zone scheme, obviously. And he's not going to be an every down back like Travis Etienne, but he has elite burst and elite quickness for the position.
He's got good quickness, I think better than obviously the long speed, right? And I think something I like about the way Etienne runs, and you mentioned that for the zone running it makes a lot of sense, is he's incredibly decisive. When he decides to make a cut, there's no hesitation, there's no stuttering, there's no thinking about it. He just goes, and he gets where he can get to, and he lets his vision take his feet where they want to go, right? Kind of in the same way that I thought about R.J. Harvey yesterday. He does kind of the same thing where, look, if you're going to do it, do it. That's the way Trevor Etienne runs. So, and I love him as a compliment, this cut and slash compliment to a running back room. This is Carolina that took him, right, with Chuba Hubbard, with Rico Dowdle. Etienne is your third back, and I've said it. Even teams...
Jonathan Brooks, too.
And Jonathan Brooks, maybe. Even teams that you don't think need a running back, take one in this class. Etienne's talented. You had him 11. I had him RB 15, but I still understand. He's a good player in this anywhere from 4 to 6 round range. I have no issue with this. I love his vision, and I love his quickness.
You brought up Jonathan Brooks, who was my RB1 in last year's class, even with him coming off of the torn ACL that he suffered late in the season, his lone year as a starter while he was at Texas. Gets back to form for a couple of games and then tears his ACL again with the Carolina Panthers. Now, that's back-to-back years in which he has torn his ACL. This pick, to me, says more or less they are done with Jonathan Brooks. Now, I don't know if that means they're going to cut him. You don't have to. He's on a rookie contract, so they could keep him around and just see whatever happens, but very clearly they're not confident moving forward with Jonathan Brooks being in their plans at all. They've got Chuba Hubbard on a second contract that they are paying. They obviously bring in Rico Dowdle for that one-year deal. Now they want a running back that they can get. Okay, if they're letting Rico Dowdle walk next year, if Jonathan Brooks doesn't progress the way that they want to, or if they just don't want to take the risk on him being somebody who's had back-to-back ACL tears there, they're making sure that their running back room is at least two people deep now with Chuba Hubbard and Travis Etienne. We have the Arizona Cardinals pick in here, but before we talk about that, once again, I want to talk to you about our friends over at Prize Picks. It's the best place to win some cash while you are watching sports. The app is very easy to use. You can download it wherever, and when you do, make sure you use the promo code PFF when you sign up, because you look at some of the lineups that we got right there, all sorts of projections. You could say more or less on Kyler Murray, 20.5 passing touchdowns this upcoming year. Puka Nacua, almost 1,200 receiving yards. More or less, if you see some of these lines, you're like, oh, hold on. No way that's happened. One way or the other, more or less, you could string together a nice little lineup, and when you do, and you use that promo code, you put $5 on it, and no matter what, win or lose, when that goes final, when that result happens, you're going to get $50 in free picks right there. So make sure you take advantage. Get those $50 in free picks. Check it out. It's available in over 40 states. Not all 40 states. There's 50, Trev. Make sure we just know that here. I took history class. California, Texas, many more. So check it out. See if it's available in your area there. Put $5 down on the line. You get 50 free in credits. Win or lose when you download Prize Picks and use the promo code PFF. Cody Simon, the linebacker from Ohio State, going to the Arizona Cardinals here at 115. In my opinion, one of the few Sam linebackers in the class. You know, like he can play middle linebacker, but it's a little slow for Mike at the NFL level. But I'm not worried about the size. No. I'm not worried about him having the power to be able to play at the NFL level. He can take and dish out the physicality that you like. There's not a lot of teams that still use 4-3 sets as their base. Nickel is the new base, as they often tell you. Most teams in the NFL run nickel, which is 2 linebackers on the field, 5 defensive backs, more than they do the traditional 3 linebackers and 4 defensive backs on the field. But those teams that like to play a little bit heavier, and the Cardinals and Jonathan Gannon are one of those teams that likes to be very multiple in what they do. I don't think that Simon is necessarily like an outside linebacker edge rusher type for them, which it feels like a lot of the rest of the roster is. But he does feel as though, you know how Zaven Collins has sort of been recategorized as more of that outside linebacker, close to the line of scrimmage, edge rusher type of a player. I believe Collins is on the last year of his contract. I believe he's an upcoming free agent in 2026. A player like Simon gives you strength on the line of scrimmage from that linebacker spot the way that Zaven Collins is used.
His high level of activity, his toughness, he's just a good guy to have around. A 90.6 run defense grade this year. Really, in his first year as a full-time starter at Ohio State, this is another team. It's kind of like Jack Kaiser, where in previous years they had so many good players at linebacker that Simon never got a full starting shot, but he was a valuable piece for this Ohio State linebacking core and its Ohio State defense. You talk about if you can keep contain and you make backs cut back into the line of scrimmage between the tackles, that's where Cody Simon thrives the most. Look, there's a little bit of a lack of length when it comes to shedding blockers and tackling here and there. He's actually a really good tackler even for a guy with short arms, but I could see it being something in the NFL. And a lack of speed. If you funnel everything back into him, he can make plays between the tackles, no question. He's also a decent coverage guy in the low 70s the last 2 years, but it's just a really good player to have around your football team. I don't know if he'll be a starter at linebacker for him eventually, but he's a nice guy to have around.
You just mentioned he's a valuable piece for Ohio State's defense. We actually have a stat at PFF called wins above average or wins above replacement. Think about it like WAR for baseball, right? Cody Simon was the most valuable linebacker in the country this past year, according to our wins above average metric. So he was a really
reliability and run defense.
Exactly.
And they used him as the year went on. We saw it when we saw them play Indiana. They used him more as a blitzer down the stretch, too. I think they felt like, you know what, let's get him blitzing. We're good enough in the secondary. And he did a really nice job, especially when you got him one-on-one with a back, and his timing on blitzes was really good. Jim Knowles did a great job blitzing.
And Trevor, I love the Sam call-out because I think and Dalton just mentioned it, too, his ability as a blitzer could be really valuable for an NFL defense, too. And also, again, he's a really good run defender, really good tackler. That could be an impact in special teams, too. So I think Cody Simon is a good player, and like I said, he's the most valuable linebacker in the country this past year.
Yeah, 97th percentile run defense grade over the last 3 seasons. I mean, that's such a strong number there from Simon. And Zaven Collins' contract isn't up in 2026, but there is an out on the contract where they can get out of it with not much shrapnel to the cap there. Houston Texans took Jaquavius Marks, Woody Marks, the halfback from USC and also previously Mississippi State. Really good receiving back, right? That is when he is best used. When he was at Mississippi State, man, he was a high-volume receiver out of the backfield. I think how he runs his routes out of the backfield, whether it's swing passes or breaking routes, Texas routes, they'll have him go over the middle, some choice routes against linebackers or secondary players that are trying to cover him out of the slot. Jaquavius Marks is a pass game plus from the running back position, and really something that the Texans don't have on their roster right now, right? Joe Mixon they have there. Joe Mixon can be a good receiving back, but Dario Ogunbowale, I should know how to say that name because I said it so many times when I was covering the Buccaneers and he was a third down back there. Dario Ogunbowale, he is more of the third down pass protection type of back, and then Dameon Pierce, it just feels like he's sort of out of favor in that running back room, and so Jaquavius Marks, I think, gives you a little bit of juice and a little bit more in the passing game than what they have right
Marks
now.
is super small, and he's not that fast, so his role is a little bit weird. He does run hard. He runs really, really hard, and you mentioned it, a solid receiver. I think, I just want to throw this out there. My favorite play of Woody Marks' entire career, when they were playing they were playing Michigan earlier this year.
Right.
Do you remember this play? Somebody fumbled. I think it was a strip sack. Kenneth Grant, big 340-pound Kenneth Grant, picks up the football. He starts rumbling down the field looking to score from like 80 yards out, right? Woody Marks at 5'10", 207, and 29-inch arms comes up behind Kenneth Grant, who's 6'3" and 340, right? Just strips the ball, takes the ball from him as Grant's running full speed down the field and gets USC the ball back. So I just had to point that play out because that's the play I actually remember Woody Marks for, is stripping Kenneth Grant, who is literally twice his size, of the football and getting the ball back for USC. But a hard runner, he's always been that at Mississippi State and USC. And you mentioned it, running back depth is something I think the Texans were here to target on day 3. I think behind Joe Mixon, you mentioned it with Pierce and with Ogunbowale, just don't have a whole lot back there. I think Woody Marks adds that depth to them.
It was very like Tyler Algier type of play. Remember that Tyler Algier play when he chased down, I believe, the linebacker and came over the top and forced the fumble?
Yeah.
And USC blew that game. If they won that game, that play by Woody Marks would have been one of the best plays of the year in college football, honestly. It was an incredible play. I'm a big fan of Woody Marks as a receiving back. Not the biggest running back like Dalton said, not the fastest running back either, but he could be a good in rotation.
I think he's got some juice to him. The thing that worries me about him and why he's a 4th-round pick, a day 3 pick instead of maybe a little bit higher because you're praising him a lot. We do have to talk about the pros and cons of some of these day 3 players. Is sometimes just didn't love the vision. Like they'd be in a situation where, okay, get to the second level, he get out clean, he gets to the sideline. Maybe one of his wide receivers is blocking one of the defenders, and it's almost like he's just like ran right into like his own blocker. It's like, okay, I know you can make the move. I know you have the athleticism to do it, but sometimes you just didn't have that missed tackles force processing or being able to see space or float to space the way that I wanted to with his speed. But I do like them taking a chance here. We're going to keep the running back train rolling. Los Angeles Rams not just drafted Jarquez Hunter from Auburn, but traded up to do so. They traded up with the Houston Texans, I believe. No, the Houston Texans traded up with Miami. They traded up with Indianapolis. The Rams did. I don't really get this one. I like Jarquez Hunter. I think is one of the more underrated backs that we have in this draft class. Somebody that I figured was going to be drafted, outside of the top 8 running backs, maybe top 10 running backs. But I do like Jarquez Hunter. Kyron Williams, Blake Corum, Cody Schrader. It's just 4 of the same dude.
Exactly.
So
no, that's exactly the point.
I know, but why are you drafting the 4th one in the 4th round? Maybe they just have a type.
You know why Jarquez Hunter? Because Jarquez Hunter is faster than all those guys you just mentioned. Jarquez Hunter, I have him as RB11.
Okay.
I'm 10, yeah.
I really like Jarquez Hunter. I think he's.
Do you think he's the best back there now?
No, because you still have Neal and Martinez. But if you want the style...
No. I meant with the Rams.
Oh, there?
Yes.
No. Not yet, because there's some polish to add to him. The way I think about Hunter is that if you do give him a year or two to sit behind guys like that, because we know the Rams, they cycle through backs like crazy, right? His vision between the tackles isn't great. He's a little bit linear. He doesn't have a lot of wiggle. But I think... this is kind of the best developmental back that I see, if that makes sense, to, sit behind Kyron Williams, who's really fundamentally sound. Blake Corum's really fundamentally sound, right? Hunter's speed and his ability to fight through contact are a base. If you get the fundamentals going with him over the next year or two, I think this is somebody you have a long-term vision for. Hunter's got a lot of talent. I think the polish is the only thing that's missing. Guys like Devin Neal, Damian Martinez, even Trevor Etienne, they're a little more polished right now, especially with their vision. But I think Hunter's physical talent and the combination of speed and toughness, that's something to take a chance on. I actually like the situation that he goes to where we're not talking about Hunter potentially starting this year. I think you develop the fundamentals, especially the way McVay calls this run game. I'm in on this. I love Jarquez Hunter's talent. I really do.
His best plays are as good as any running back in this class. Like if you're scouting players based purely off just bombs productions, which I was doing when I was 12, 13 years old, I would have Jarquez Hunter like
shout out Just Bombs production.
I would have him like RB2.
Help us all get started in our scouting
absolutely.
journeys.
I would have him like RB2 or RB3 in this class. I mean, his highlight reel is as good as any running back in this class. Obviously, like Dalton says, he's got to clean up some things too. But I'm also a huge fan of Jarquez Hunter. I thought he was a top 10 running back in the class.
Hey, 47.2% of his rushing yards came on 15 or more yard runs. So this guy was a big play hunter. Full pun intended. Didn't even mean to do that. But 80 plus PFF rushing grade for Jarquez Hunter in all 4 of his seasons at Auburn. So a very consistent player there as well. Maybe they did. They just wanted more of the same guy here, but maybe a player who even has more upside than the archetype of the players that they already have on the board. But that is a deep running back room now that I feel really good about for the Los Angeles Rams. Billy Bowman Jr. from Oklahoma goes to the Atlanta Falcons with the next pick here. Man, what a draft that Atlanta is having.
Think about this. In Watts and Bowman, you have 2 guys who over the last 2 years combined for 21 interceptions.
Ball hawks, man. And Jesse Bates is already back there.
And Jesse Bates is already back there.
And then you have A.J. Terrell. Now you're adding James Pierce Jr. You've got Jalen Walker. I mean, the Falcons' defense was the reason why they had their shortcomings last season. Although, of course, like Kirk Cousins in the quarterback situation. But when Michael Penix gets in there, man, they're making sure the defense is as good as it can possibly be to go on whatever run Michael Penix Jr. allows them to go on. So the trade of a first-round pick to go jump up and get James Pierce Jr., it was a little aggressive from them. It really was. But the pick swap at the end of this draft, jumping back to pick 101, sort of makes up for it a little bit. But when you look at the players that they have assembled, it's hard to not really buy into the Falcons defense being significantly better this upcoming
This
season.
comes in layers for me because, on the surface, you come into this draft and you go, the Falcons defense has to get better. Then you go, the Falcons pass defense has to get better. And then I think they've taken this to another level where it's, the Falcons wanted playmakers. Jalen Walker with the speed, the combo, linebacker, edge rusher, making things happen in the backfield, right? James Pierce Jr., 107 pressures, 21 sacks over the last 2 years. Xavier Watts, 13 picks over the last 2 years. Billy Bowman, 8 picks over the last 2 years. They want playmakers. They want difference-making playmakers who impact the football, right? Who impact quarterbacks, who impact those windows on the back end to turn the ball over and make life easier for Michael Penix. We always talk about, the supporting cast on offense, the receivers, the offensive line. You know what helps? You know what helps a young quarterback too? Getting a short field. Yep. Or maybe your defense getting a touchdown like Billy Bowman.
Every defensive coordinator preaches turnovers. All of them do.
Well, the 2 guys that they just took, and I could argue all 4 between strip sacks, interceptions, whatever you want, they're trying to force turnovers in Atlanta because they don't get enough of them right now.
Going back over to the bar set, because Mason, we got another one of your guys, Billy Bowman Jr. You had him on your list here. Let's talk about him. What do you like about him?
I love this draft for the Falcons and what they're doing in the back end of their secondary. When you look at a guy like Bowman, Dalton, you just hit it on the head. What helps win games? The turnover battle right here. And there's nobody that does it quite like this guy. He has ball hawking ability. He makes plays all over the field. Excellent range, excellent instincts, 11 interceptions since 2022. That is type of skill that is difficult to get out of just any player you're going to get in this day 3 range. He does have a little bit of that coverage versatility. He's primarily a free safety back there, but they can line him up all over the field, and he is going to find a way to make plays. Obvious size limitations, some tackling issues, but I think that the Falcons are going to be able to live with that.
It's the only thing that you have to worry about with taking both Watts and Bowman is a lack of physicality. Watts improved with it this year. Bowman's even smaller. That's really what it is does Bowman have the ability to play every down eventually because of the tackling issues? I know you view him more as a nickel anyway.
Yes, I think he's a nickel defender.
We could debate that all the way around, but either way, wherever he plays, he's got to tackle better. So I think, look, for both Watts and Bowman, you have similar things where, yes, great in coverage, ball hawks, not quite all that physical. Some bad angles, too. Bowman, just like we talked about with Stutzman, a little over-aggressive. But certainly, they're trying to get playmakers. And I mean, they're finding them right now. I'll tell you what, you guys are going to have a fight for who's going to talk about this next one.
Yeah, okay, hold on. Just to put a bow on the Bowman conversation, this is terrible.
That's why you're the host.
But it's the footwork, right? He's listed as a safety, but it's the footwork that you love from him. He almost moves like a corner. And so that's why, again, one of those positions that I got a little bit more detailed with, okay, is it safety, a corner? How do you categorize this guy? I had a position that I came up with when I was doing my big board, and you can see over on the top 100 big boards for every team, nickel defender. That is what I had Billy Bowman listed as, because that's really how you get the best of what he is. He's built like a corner. He's listed as a safety because you want to play him on the back end because he's such a ball hawk, but he's more of that true nickel defender there. And when you look at him on the Falcons team top 100 board specifically, 65th. 65th on the Falcons specific team top 100 big board. So them being interested in him, we nailed that one. I put him much higher on the Falcons board than where we had him in the relative board. So, all right, we got a couple of picks that we got to get to here. The Cincinnati Bengals at 119 took Barrett Carter, the linebacker from Clemson. The Tennessee Titans took tight end Gunnar Helm from Texas. And then the Tampa Bay Buccaneers took David Walker, the pass rusher from Central Arkansas, at 121. I'm going to work backwards here, starting with the Buccaneers, not just selfishly, because I want to hear Gordon's thoughts on this, because Gordon, we're getting you in on the show for the first time because David Walker was one of the guys on your list of players that you really wanted to talk about. So him going to Tampa Bay and then just him in general as a player in this class. What do you think of David Walker?
This is a guy who I think getting him in day 4 is tremendous value because of just how good he was at the FCS level. Now, yes, FCS level, so lower level of competition, I think there are some size concerns there. But this is a guy, you go and look at the underlying data for him. 94.0 PFF pass rush grade last year, 21% pass rush win rate, 90 plus PFF pass rush grade, multiple seasons. Played at Central Arkansas, so we never saw a whole lot of the higher level of competition. But this is the one guy, we talked about this when we did our day 2 mock draft. If you talk about the edge defenders in this class, and it feels like there's different flavors, it's kind of what you're looking for at the position. Of the guys who are going to go on late day 2, early day 3, Walker's the guy who I think has the potential to be a steal who 4 or 5 years down the line we're wondering how this guy was allowed to go in the 4th round. Just one of the most dominant FCS pass rushers that we've seen since we've been grading here at PFF.
Yeah, when you look at David Walker, the reason why he is a 4th round pick, 1st percentile in height for an edge rusher, 48th percentile in weight, so you're cool with that. 10th percentile wingspan, 5th percentile in arm length. So he's just not built like an NFL edge rusher, but he's got the production of it. And some people might look at it and be like, okay, well, there's a reason why he played at Central Arkansas, right? And it's just because of these measurable concerns. I don't know about that. He was born and raised in Arkansas, started his football career at Southern Arkansas, transferred over to Central Arkansas. And I'm going to be honest with you, unless the University of Arkansas gave him an offer in the portal, I don't know if he was going anywhere. He just feels like he never really wanted to leave his hometown state, and he was comfortable playing in the FCS, being an FCS All-American, leaving his mark on the state in which he was born. And so I think that this is a player who you certainly look at last year's production, like even 2023 I'm talking about. He could have transferred to a Power 5, a Power 4 school. He really could have, but he's chose to stay there, multi-year FCS All-American. Now you have Hassan Reddick and David Walker on the defensive line for the Buccaneers. That's a hell of a lot of production. Obviously, Reddick has already done that at the NFL level, but Walker is somebody who, the exact reasons why we talked about them liking Donovan Ezeraku potentially at number 19 in the 1st round, it's sort of the same conversation with why they would be interested in David Walker here at the beginning of the 3rd. Incredible production and somebody who just knows how to get after the pass rusher. I do want to touch on Barrett Carter and Gunnar Helm. You guys have any thoughts on that? I thought that this is probably where Gunnar Helm was going to go, and he ends up going to the Titans here.
Helm, I think there's nothing that sticks out, but he's functional, right? I mean, he's got the ideal size. He's not the best athlete. I know there was the controversy about the twisted ankle that messed up his 40 time at the combine. So Helm, I think you get a functional tight end. I think probably a tight end too in an offense, but the Titans needed help there. I think Carter's a little bit redundant to what the Bengals already took in Demetrius Knight, and I know they're throwing darts at the board here, but you had Demetrius Knight already. You had Oren Burks as your third guy you got from Philadelphia. They must just really like him because I think it's a redundant pick. I think you're throwing darts at the board. If you're going to throw multiple darts at the board at linebacker, then why do you take Demetrius Knight in the second round? I think similar types of players, if one of them works, great. But you have Logan Wilson there. You generally only have 2 linebackers on the field. I think that's a little redundant. And back to the Walker pick, absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. I wrote down as my FCS Josiah Stewart. Same exact thing, undersized, 100 miles an hour, productive pass rusher, and showed up in big moments, his games in his career. This year against Arkansas State, a little bit of a step up, 90 pass rush grade. There's a pass game against Ole Miss where he graded in the 70s. There's a pass game against Oklahoma State where he graded in the 70s. He had a solid Senior Bowl when he has had opportunities to step up, which is what you want to see from an FCS player. He has come through. Yeah. I think it's a fantastic pick for Todd Bowles and the Bucs. I do.
I was going to say, too, Barrett Carter. I mean, he's a guy that I was a fan of. I think you had him LB1 in summer scouting for the 2024 class, right?
We've been talking about him for a while now. And the Bengals needed linebackers, right? They need new linebackers. We talked about that there with them. And they draft Demetrius Knight in the second round. Now they're getting even more depth, but they're getting more speed, I think, too. With Demetrius Knight and Barrett Carter, very clearly the Bengals are focusing on team speed in the middle there. So Al Golden, the new defensive coordinator coming over from Notre Dame, he wants to make sure he's got the guys to go sideline to sideline. Logan Wilson can play as that Mike in the middle, and now you have 2 guys that you feel good about where these guys can, like I said, pursue the ball anywhere it's going. So team speed, big time emphasis for the Cincinnati Bengals. It's a double dip at linebacker. I didn't think that we'd get a double dip at linebacker from the Bengals, but this is clearly an area where they wanted to lean on getting a lot faster at the second level. Demetrius Knight and now Barrett Carter allows them to do that.
I agree with that. And I just think it's odd for me to see a double dip when the first one was taken in the second round, right? I think if you double dip early on day 3, let's say even 2 guys in round 4, I don't know if they have a second, 4th round pick, but it's odd to me. But I think at this point with this Bengals defense, just keep chucking darts at the wall. I get it. That's where I'm at with the Bills as well. Just get talent in there and figure out how to coach it when they get in.
Yeah, somebody who also just everything I've heard about him over the last couple of years, just a fantastic dude. Former 5-star recruit, but somebody who's involved in helping out people in the community. I believe he's got a military background to him as well, is how he grew up. So it's just like a dude that you want on your football team. Somebody that's rock solid human being as well as a good and talented football player. Okay, before we get to a couple more picks, because we had a couple off the board, one of which I know that you're excited to talk about in a second. Let's talk about our friends over at Prize Picks. This is the best way to watch sports and make some cash while you're doing it. The app's very easy to use. Go check it out and download it. You see some of the lineups that we have there, more or less on a lot of these players, even the rookies. You see there, we got Cam Ward's numbers there for total passing yards. There's Josh Allen's right in front of you. So if you see a couple that you like, get your first lineup, string a couple of these together, put $5 on the line, use the promo code PFF when you sign up, because when you do, if you do a $5 bet on your first lineup, you're going to get $50 free in bets right there. It's a lot of fun. You can get up to 1,000 times the cash that you put in a single lineup, depending on how many lines that you have there in the lineup. So NBA, NHL, MLB, it's not just football, but we see a lot of those numbers that we have there for the season already. You could include some rookies, but it doesn't have to be rookies either. Just make sure that when you download the app, use the promo code PFF, and you will get that $50 free if you bet $5 on whatever your first lineup is. So go check it out. Download that Prize Picks app right now. Shout out to everybody in the chat, everybody watching the show. We appreciate you joining. If you haven't liked the video yet, what are you doing? Help us. It would obviously help us out. We would really appreciate it. And if you're not subscribed to the channel, we know a lot of people who are maybe just browsing YouTube trying to find some great draft coverage. We think that we've got the best draft coverage around. If you're new to the channel and you're not subscribed, you can hit that subscribe button. We've got some a lot of detailed draft coverage for you, certainly today, but also after the draft as well. And then, of course, going into the season, all the fantasy football tools, all the betting tools, all the advice, all that great stuff as we preview the 2025 NFL season. All right, so, wow, okay, 3 players now. We got the Packers you just picked. We got to go back to Lathan Ransom, the safety from Ohio State, going to the Carolina Panthers. Love it. Great value. I think he was a third-round pick type of a player. The Panthers getting him there. Love that pairing with Trevor Merrick now. They're bringing him in. Lathan Ransom can play more of that free safety spot, and so you can use Merrick as more of that roaming defender. I think Latham is, Ransom, is somebody who you could play at free safety. You could play in single high. I think he understands spacing. I think he understands his responsibility. He's not the most athletic safety for that responsibility, but I think he could do it at the NFL level, especially when you give him a good safety duo with him and Trevor Merrick. Your boy, Jack Sawyer, going to the Pittsburgh Steelers at 123, of course. Feels like a Steelers pick here in the 4th round. And then Barron Sorrell, the versatile defender from Texas, going to the Green Bay Packers, them addressing defensive line here at number 124. Let's talk about Jack Sawyer. What do you think about the landing spot?
Yeah, I know Mason loves Lathan Ransom, so hopefully get his opinions on him in just a second. But I love Jack Sawyer, man. As taboo as it apparently is to love Jack Sawyer, I do love Jack Sawyer. Jack Sawyer is the best run-defending edge, I think, in this class. His fundamentals are so sound. He's a very, very strong player overall, to a 90 run defense grade over the last 2 years. He uses power moves to get after the quarterback as well. Now, of course, the length and the athleticism is not the best for him. This guy was a leader of an Ohio State team and an Ohio State defense that won a national title this past year. He had that strip sack against Quinn Ewers in that Cotton Bowl game, the College Football Playoff semifinals, returned her for a touchdown, put the icing on the cake in that game as well. He is a leader of Ohio State. He's an excellent run defender. He's a better pass rusher than he gets credit for, too. I get the measurables aren't the best for Jack Sawyer, but I still think this should have been a day 2 player in the draft, and I'm a huge fan of this for the Steelers specifically.
I'm with you. I know we're talking about arm length, and there's not that many edge defenders that have succeeded, at least to a high level in the NFL with this level of arm. This is just a football player. Yeah. This is another one where we're seeing guys with big-time measurables taking over big-time football players. This is a big-time football player. I get it. That maybe doesn't win on his first move as a pass rusher enough, but I will tell you right now, too, and I'm sure this is why Mike Tomlin loves this, Jack Sawyer's run D tape is a coach's clinic. Even for a guy with short arms.
He knows what he's doing.
It's one of my favorite things to watch in this entire draft class is Jack Sawyer in run defense. I'm telling you right now, and in this role where they teach D linemen and they just know, defensive linemen in Pittsburgh, could you ask for a better spot for Sawyer to go, honestly? I mean, this is just a football player, a grinder, a hard worker, and a guy, you mentioned it with one play with the Texas strip sack. It's every week.
Yeah.
Every week, it felt like with Ohio State, who made the biggest play of the game, and it's just all over the place. It's Jack Sawyer. Mm-hmm. It's just ridiculous. Yes, he's undersized. I get it. But he does everything he possibly can with his talent, and he's so fundamentally sound. I'm with you. This is a spectacular value, especially for the Steelers. They just keep racking up talented defensive linemen. They got Derek Harmon earlier. Now they have Jack Sawyer. Just they keep the monster D-line going. I love this pick, too.
Not just undersized. I don't know how great of an athlete he is compared to his NFL peers. So, again, I don't think he's going to be a big-time pass rusher for you. That's why he goes at the beginning part of day 3. But you mentioned, very fundamentally sound, great run defender, 92.4 PFF grade in the red zone. That was the best of the defensive line class. So you talk about areas where you need not just technique, but also just how you're approaching the game, how you're anticipating the game, making sure you are as fundamentally sound as possible in an area that is as important as the red zone, and that includes as a pass rusher and a run defender. Jack Sawyer, at least, he's always going to know what he's doing. When you put Jack Sawyer on the field, you're never going to have to go, no, you're supposed to be this, you can't be out of place here. He's going to be in the right spots. He's going to know what he's doing. So for him to be talked about as a top 50, second round pick, that was always rich for me. But here in the 4th round, great with it, especially to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Again, going back to the team top 100 big boards. I had Jack Sawyer a little bit lower, but for the Steelers specifically, 84th on their big board. That's how I identified him right there. And then when we talk about Barron Sorrell, let's keep the conversation going into the Barron Sorrell selection there for the Green Bay Packers. 88th on the Packers big board. He was somebody who, a lot of versatility to him. He could play with his hand in the dirt. He could play a 5 technique. He could play a 4-eye. He could be a stand-up outside linebacker. But I think he's just got a really good blend of size, speed, and strength to be a solid depth player for them. And right now, I feel like the Packers need solid. They've taken a lot of swings along the defensive line, whether it's been in the interior or on the edges. And they just need guys that are going to be able to do their job. Again, reliability. The Jack Sawyer pick, the Barron Sorrell pick, to me, it's reliability in how you are using these guys. And so he was also on the Packers top 100 big board. Moved him up a little bit because I thought he was a great fit for the Packers and Jeff Hafley's defense specifically. He was in the top 90. I had him 88th overall on the Packers big board, so obviously getting picked a little bit into the top 100, in the 100s here, 124. Great value for where I think the Packers would have prioritized him and where he would have been on that team specifically.
And this feels like a Packers pick as well, because you look at what they prioritize in edge rushers. Rashawn Gary, even Lucas Van Ness was a first-round pick for them too. They love power, and Barron Sorrell has power. He is 28 bench press reps, 91st percentile. Got a little bit shorter arms too. But like you just said, Trevor, he's not a star player. He's a very, very solid player though. 70-plus PFF grades in each of the last 2 years. Very active hands as a pass rusher with pretty good agility and bend as well. I think he could be a really solid rotational pass rusher for a team.
I think you just said it. I'm with you. High-end rotational player with strength and length. I think that's exactly what you're looking at. He's not going to blow you away with sack numbers, but I think this is a solid player to add to a relatively deep defensive line rotation, even though they don't necessarily have a superstar. They're hoping for that from Rashawn Gary or maybe Lucas Van Ness eventually, but it's just a good player to add to your defensive line, especially with how strong he is and his long arms.
I want to go back to the Lathan Ransom pick really quick because he was one of Mason's guys. Mason, I don't know if you purposely just picked everybody, but that we thought we were going to get here early on day 3 because you just, you wanted the airtime or what. Yep. But we're going back to you, Lathan Ransom from Ohio State. I really like this pick for the Panthers. I think it's a great pairing with him and Trayvon Merrick. What did you think of Ransom?
I made some calls before the show.
Good.
I got the inside word on who was going to be taken here, and I picked those guys. No, Lathan Ransom is one of my favorite players I watched in the entire class. When we did the day 2 mock draft right after day 1, this was actually a spot that we mocked him in the 3rd round, and I really loved the fit. This is a guy that coaches are just going to love. Toughness, tenacity, those are the calling cards of his game. He's got great eyes, great instinct. He anticipates really well, which allows him to close quickly and absolutely lay the wood, and you love to see that from a hard-hitting safety out there. He can struggle at times mirroring and matching in man coverage. He had a less than stellar coverage grade this past year, but 75 plus the 2 seasons prior. But really where this guy shines is run defense. 93.7 run defense grade. That was the highest in the nation. He just loves to peanut punch the ball out. This is a guy that Bashal Tutin does not want to see in the next, in the second level there, because that ball is going to be heading into the upper deck when he punches it out. I absolutely love this pick for them.
Really quickly, we did a draft upstairs. You asked us to come up with some players for who we want to talk about on day 3.
Yes.
So we actually did a draft upstairs, and Mason's first pick of this draft was Lathan Ransom.
Okay. So I didn't realize that's how you guys did it.
Yeah.
You did a little draft there?
Yeah, we did.
I love it. Just keep
I was mad at a couple of the steals, especially from Gordon, but it happens. It happens in the draft. Certain guys you want just don't get to you. So
we'll get to talk about everybody. I'm not worried about it. 2 picks here that went back to back that I want to talk about after the Barron Sorrell selection from the Green Bay Packers. Kyle Kennard, the edge rusher from South Carolina, somebody who had double-digit sacks this past season as part of the best defensive line in college football.
What's those guys?
Yes, one of my wife's favorite players, USC alum herself. Wanted to make sure that gave her a shout out there when Kyle Kennard was drafted. She was freaking out when we were doing the 7-round mock draft over at NFLSC. She called in. She's like, "How in the world is Kyle Kennard not been drafted yet?" Well, now he has.
She probably called NFL for office.
She probably did.
How is Kyle Kennard?
So Los Angeles Chargers, they take him here at 125. Get some pass rush depth. Somebody who maybe you worry about the strength a little bit with him, but the finesse game, how he was able to get in the backfield, you're not worried about that. He's somebody who I like the fact that in this Jesse Minter defense, he can be that stand-up, 2-point stance, outside linebacker type of edge rusher to be able to get after the pocket and be a good depth player while Khalil Mack is still there, while they have Uchenna Nwosu, and just make up for the loss of not having Joey Bosa anymore either. So we get Kyle Kennard there, and then Dylan Sampson, the running back from Tennessee, going to the Cleveland Browns here. They already drafted Quinshon Judkins.
I'm in on this.
I love this.
Get a little boom and zoom here, a little bit of strength and speed.
I absolutely thought there were certain teams. Now, the Raiders might not do it with Genty. Maybe they will. But I thought there were certain teams that were really bare at running back, and the Browns were one of them, where I'd go, again, a class with a running back group this deep. Go ahead and take 2 of them. One, especially when Sampson should not have gone this far, right? No. Judkins and Sampson, you've completely reset the backfield in Cleveland. I'm all in on this move. I love it.
It's like Judkins and Henderson at Ohio State this past year, too. I think I'm with Dalton. I love this move by Cleveland right here. I mean, like, it's in a deep running back class. You have a need at running back. Why not take two of them? I know you got one in the second round, Quinshon Judkins, you think could be a bell cow for you, but you get another guy in Dylan Sampson that could be a great change of pace back too.
And there's a scheme match here with the Browns and the way Stefanski generally is known as an outside zone guy. Maybe he's trying to get back to that, but they've run a lot of power and a lot of stuff with pulling guards lately, just with the players, the offensive linemen they had. That's what they ran constantly at Tennessee. You get Dylan Sampson getting up, into the hole behind these pulling guards, and then he can get up in that second crease and take off on you. I think Judkins and Sampson. I'm used to saying Henderson and Judkins. I'm so used to it. I got to crack it now. Judkins and Sampson, you mentioned it. That's two really good complementary guys. We had them as two of the top 7 backs in this draft. I forget where you ended up with Sampson, but you get both of those.
I think he was like RB6 for me.
2 of the top 6 or 7 backs in this class. And you got them on the same team in Cleveland. That's a great reset on their running back room. That's fantastic stuff, I think, from the Browns.
When we look at where he was on the team big boards, we'll start with Kyle Kennard. Kyle Kennard, 82nd on the Chargers team top 100 big board. So again, identifying a player who they would prioritize a little bit higher, who they get good value on here in the 4th round. And then Dylan Sampson specifically for the Cleveland Browns, 58th on their big board. So I think this is great value for them. I think this is a player that, I'm echoing everything that you guys are saying, getting some team speed there. So getting those 2 young backs and Quinshon Judkins and Dylan Sampson in there, I think this is a really good 1-2 punch there for Cleveland. Could they have gone other directions? Yes. But I think that making that running back room as good as possible is great. I want to go to Gordon because Gordon was saying that he's got some good numbers on Jalen Travis, the offensive tackle from Iowa State, who was just drafted by the Indianapolis Colts. First and foremost, Chris Ballard just can't help himself. I mean, another RAS god here going to this team. It's basically like, who are the Colts going to draft? Well, let's just search relative athletic score, and it's probably going to be one of these guys. So Jalen Travis from Iowa State, the offensive tackle there going to Indianapolis. What do we got, Gordon?
Fascinating prospect here, and this is a guy I didn't really know much about, and I had a friend back home, Ian Stephen, mention him to me because he'd gone to the Eagles for like a top 30 visit, I think it was. Looked him up on premium stats at that point, and 3 seasons at Princeton, his final season at Princeton, an 86.4 PFF pass blocking grade, allowed just 3 pressures on 223 pass blocking snaps. Goes to Iowa State, has another 85 plus PFF pass blocking grade this past season, just 11 total pressures. But it's the size there, right? 6'7", 6'8", 340 plus pounds. Like, this is a guy who you can get at this point in the draft. We've seen that he has the ability to be a pass blocker. We've seen that he could handle the step up in competition, and he has a frame that you can fill out and you can work around. So a really interesting spot for him to go.
Yeah, he is a big dude. I'm looking up his official combine numbers that we had here. 95th percentile in both height and weight at over 6'7" and 340 pounds. And then it's just an incredible athlete at that size as well. 97th percentile vertical jump, 90th percentile broad jump, has a ton of explosiveness for a player of his size. And he is the type of a player that you take a bet on. He really is. If you can see this in the PFF draft guide. If you have a PFF Plus subscription, you can go see the draft guide, the synopsis, the breakdowns of all that. And what I say in the draft guide is Travis is a big, long, and explosive offensive tackle whose traits profile best in a zone blocking scheme where you can really make the most out of that first step explosiveness. While he has the size, his kick slide, quickness, and length aren't quite at NFL starter levels yet, making edge protection a concern for him in his current form. But still, after allowing just 2.5 pressure rate in 2024, it's an appealing day 3 draft and develop candidate with upside. And obviously, Chris Ballard agrees. Chris Ballard. We had Jalen Lane go off the board here for the Washington Commanders. Some more speed for, okay, you love this one. Well, I'm going to go to you for this one in a second. But also the Baltimore Ravens taking linebacker Teddy Buchanan. Wow, he's way earlier than I thought Buchanan was going to go. So we got to have a conversation about him. But Jalen Lane first. You were giving me the Birdman walk up to the mirror, like you're rubbing your hand. You can't wait to talk about this one. Let's talk about it.
Speed and separation, and this is a player more than maybe, especially any other receiver in this draft, where the traditional numbers are going to fool you a bit. Only a 69.3 receiving grade this year, but 99th percentile separation rate, really good after the catch. When you talk about, now you already have Deebo Samuel, but when you're talking about a burner that you want to get the ball into his hands early and he can take off on you, this is the player that you're looking for. The reason his production was so far down at Virginia Tech was because Virginia Tech had so much trouble throwing the football, right? He's a smaller player. You need an accurate quarterback. You certainly have that in Jaden Daniels, more so than Kyron Drones and those guys down there in Blacksburg. But Jalen Lane is someone who I think the numbers are going to fool you. Fantastic speed, great athlete, burner after the catch, and I think a better separator than given credit for. I think about the possibilities now. Obviously, they have Debo, but Cliff Kingsbury running a whole lot of screens and things underneath. They are emphasizing more yards after catch here. We saw them do it with Terry McLaurin last year, but I think they want to get more vertical with him. Adding Jalen Lane as another after-the-catch threat with Debo Samuel, I'm in on this. This is a weapon for this offense.
Jalen Lane was open on 95% of his targets this past year. 89% against single coverage. Both those are 99th percentile, like Dalton just said right there. He is not only an elite separator, he might be the best separator in this draft class, and that's a really important trait for wide receivers.
Yeah, I mean, somebody who obviously has the juice to create that separation to him. When you look at some of his numbers during the combine, they absolutely reflect that. 88th percentile 10-yard split, 94th percentile 40-yard dash, and that was a 4.34 40-yard dash. 91st percentile vertical jump, 94th percentile broad jump. He even has the quickness too. 83rd percentile three-cone drill, 75th percentile short shuttle. So somebody that knows how to create a ton of separation. Teddy Buchanan, drafted quite a bit higher than I had him on the big board, but somebody I am intrigued with. I thought he could have been like a fringe draftable player. Somebody's got some good athleticism from him. Played 1 year when he was at Cal, but he played at UC Davis before then as a 4-year contributor there for them. A little bit lighter, 6'2", around 230, 235 pounds. But man, there was a rep of him at the Shrine Bowl. I remember watching this in practice where he's lined up as the Mike linebacker, and there is a deep crosser going behind him. And the second he recognizes it and he anticipates it pretty well, he flips the hips and just turns on the jets enough to, he didn't quite get there in time to turn his head around and get the interception, but he was right where he needed to be to create the pass breakup. And I think that dropping coverage ability is probably why you draft a player like this. He could also be a blitzer. Gordon sent me a stat a second ago. What is it? 36 total pressures over the last 2 years coming from that off-ball linebacker spot. So perhaps the Ravens missed that from Patrick Queen with him not being there anymore, the ability to attack the line of scrimmage there. We have another pick here. It is a notable Alabama player to your New York Jets. But before we talk about that, got a message from our friends over at Fabric. We'll see you guys in a second.
What does your child's future success look like to you? A job they're passionate about, traveling around the world, or just being happy and comfortable? But whatever their journey, you can help make it easier to achieve with a kids investment account from Fabric by Gerber Life. By making a contribution to your child's future today, you can help give them the means to pursue their dreams. Fabric by Gerber Life was designed by parents for parents to make it easy to plan for and manage your family's financial path. With a kids investment account from Fabric, you can start investing in your child's future today. Kids can invest when they're minors, but a kids investment account allows you to invest on their behalf now. Start with just $20 with no contribution limits, tax advantages, and your funds are SIPC insured up to $500,000. Plus no commission fees, just a low flat monthly maintenance fee.
Portfolios are managed by Fort Washington Investment Advisors Incorporated. Additional services provided by Apex Clearing Corporation. All investing is subject to risk. Learn more at meetfabric.com.
All right, Dalton, this one's all you. We got Malachi Moore, the safety from Alabama, going to the New York Jets here at pick number 130, getting some safety depth. You say you wanted R.J. Mickens in this spot?
I do. I had Mickens 1 or 2 spots higher, and I still think it's possible there's an Aaron Glenn connection. Aaron Glenn played with his dad, Ray Mickens, back in the day. But I do think safety is a position of at least a need of depth here for the Jets. They signed Andre Sisco to a 1-year deal. They have Tony Adams still there, but I think it's somewhere they could really improve. But I'll tell you what, Malachi Moore, for as much as he's going to the Jets, he's Max's guy. I'm going to let Max have the rights on Malachi here.
So there's pretty consensus.
You and Nick Saban, so it's good company. I want to give you a vote of confidence before you talk about Malachi Moore.
And Dalton made a great point during the commercial break. Aaron Glenn was one of the guys who drafted Brian Branch. Very kind of, I'm not going to say as good as Brian Branch, but very kind of similar kind of career arc for Malachi Moore at Alabama. Plays in the slot, plays at free safety. There's a pretty consensus top 5 safeties in this draft, and Malachi Starks, Nick Emmanwori, Kevin Winston Jr., Andrew Makuba, Xavier Watson, some order. Malachi Moore is number 6 for me. I love this guy's tape at Alabama, and I thought he was a dominant player for Alabama in that secondary. He was trusted by Nick Saban as a true freshman, had an elite true freshman season. He's a willing run defender, excellent awareness, excellent instincts. He has good ball tracking ability and coverage as well. He can play free safety. He can play at the slot for you. Doesn't have the top end physical traits, which is probably why he's not a day 2 pick in the draft. But this guy just gets it, man. And Nick Saban trusted this guy day 1 in his defense. And he does not do that for a lot of guys, only the special ones. I think Malachi Moore is a really good player. He could turn into a starting caliber player at free safety or even in slot corner somewhere down the line.
I think the one thing that jumps out on the downside with Moore, and certain guys you can tell this on the field, you can tell he's a 4.5 40 guy when he's out there.
That's the worry. That's the worry with me is he's sort of that. I think he's so smart. Right? He started as a true freshman in Alabama's defense. Nick Saban's a defensive back guy. You only get on the field as an underclassman. I think I talked about the same with a guy like Javon Bullard, with Malachi Starks in Kirby Smart's Georgia defense.
Surtain for Saban too.
These guys were starting as true freshmen, and that means a lot because for those two defenses, you have to be so fundamentally sound. You're not just out there playing like high potential, high recruits. If you're not doing your job, you don't get on the field. They don't care what recruiting label that you have. They don't care what you're making in NIL. Like, you have to do your job. And Malachi Moore was doing his job very well as a true freshman. Now, he lost his spot to Brian Branch in the slot as the main slot defender because Brian Branch is Brian Branch.
Yeah.
But he sort of got back into that starting lineup full time these past couple of years, and this past year specifically, to be a leader on the back end of that defense. I think that he reads the field very well. I think he knows a lot of other players' responsibilities very well. I do worry about the athleticism. That's why he was lower on my board versus where I think even consensus maybe had him. I understand gravitating towards just the football character of Malachi Moore and what he could be on the back end of that defense there. And Aaron Glenn fit, absolutely 100% to a T. But I do sometimes worry about the on-field team speed.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, you don't leave him isolated in man-to-man situations. I think single high in the NFL might be a little tougher for him at free safety. I think there's just reps where you go when he gets against Blazers. I remember a couple of reps against Malik Neighbors, and I know that's a tough assignment for anybody even now. But I think that's what you can just tell. He's got average speed, but the eyes and the instincts absolutely there, and the versatility's there. I really like this pick for the Jets.
Had another defensive back come off the board here. The New Orleans Saints taking Quincy Riley, the corner from Louisville, so stacking up a cornerback room that already had Kool-Aid McKinstry in it. They've got Alontae Taylor, who I think is going to be more of a slot player for them, and now Quincy Riley, who I think he's got the build of more of a slot player, but he feels like he has the game of an outside corner.
Yeah.
So I think that he's probably going to be an outside corner for him.
I do think he's got to get more physical to play in slot. He's not a very good run defender right now, but he's got fluid hips, good ball tracking ability, soft hands as well. 8 interceptions over the last 3 years at Louisville. Ran a 4.48 40-yard dash too. But like I said, his grade in 2023 was an 86. It was a 62 this past year. You can sometimes get lost in zone coverage out there. He's not really aggressive enough, and like I said, the physicality just really isn't there for Quincy Riley. So all the movement ability that you'd want in a potential starting nickel corner, but he's got to get more aggressive in run defense to do that, though.
Yeah, it seemed odd. I know this is a college topic, but that Louisville secondary headed by Riley in 2023 was so good, right?
Mm-hmm.
Almost winning the ACC. And then this year, it just dropped off the table. It really kind of embodied what was going on with their entire team. And I do think there's an ability here to play in zone coverage. And I was curious where the Saints defense was going to go on the back end, because their new defensive coordinator is Brandon Staley, who you're going to need if you're playing corner. You're going to have your eyes correct and playing downhill and having good vision with your eyes on the quarterback. I think Riley's approach to me, it's measured. He's not trying to give up explosive plays. I think he does well staying on top, but there's certain times, like you mentioned, I think it's almost even too cautious, where it's just, he's not driving on a seam that's just going down the field on his inside shoulder. He doesn't get downhill quite as often as some of the more aggressive corners in this draft. So I think he's a talented player. If you like the 2023 tape, you really like him as a potential. That was day 2 tape that he put up in 2023. A little bit tougher in 2024, kind of, again, embodied Louisville's whole secondary. Something just felt off all year. But Riley's a talented player, and I think Brandon Staley must see him as a scheme fit there.
What do we think about New Orleans draft just overall, right? I mean, this is the second Louisville player that they've drafted. They've got Tyler Shuck. They've got Danny Stutzman. Added Calvin Banks, certainly, to this mix. Just overall, your thoughts on New Orleans. Are they having the draft that you needed them to have so far? And if you throw this Quincy Riley pick in there.
I'll be honest, I like all of their picks except for the Tyler Shuck pick. If you're just going to sell out and build your roster and play for the future, then take a player that helps. I'm just not as high as Tyler Shuck and just going 40th overall. All their other picks, I'm in. Kelvin Banks, perfect. Vernon Broughton, love it. Sanker, Stutzman, Riley. I like all of these players. I don't want to say their draft hinges on the success of Tyler Shuck, because it doesn't. But I also think that's a problem when you take that player 40th overall, as it kind of does when it's a quarterback. I'm not a huge – that's the one pick that drags this down for me, is I just don't see – if you're trying to build a roster and you're building long-term, I really don't see the point in that. I like the rest of their picks, I really do.
I'm with that. I would have loved to see them dip into the deep edge class in day 2 yesterday too, but – yeah, the Tyler Shuck pick I don't love. I do love the Kelvin Banks pick at number 9 overall, though. I thought this guy was always a top 10 pick ever since his true freshman year, honestly. So I think that pick at number 9, they need a true left tackle. You move Talisa Fuanga out to right tackle. I think it'll help out Fuanga, and Banks is a great player in his own right, too. So love that pick. The Shuck pick, but everything else makes pretty good sense for New Orleans.
Chicago on the board here. They took Ruben Hippolyte, the second, the linebacker from Maryland, a little undersized linebacker here, somebody who's under 6 feet tall, under 240 pounds, but a blazing fast linebacker, somebody who started a long time for Maryland. And so now we're sort of getting into the guys who are at depth positions, special teams positions, and I feel like Hippolyte is somebody who could be that sort of special teams ace for them as much as a backup linebacker.
You mentioned that speed. He ran a 4.42 in the 40-yard dash. That's 99th percentile for linebackers.
Dude's blazing fast.
He is blazing fast. And I mentioned it before, here on day 3, special teams should not be ignored. That kind of speed will be an impact on special teams, too. We'll see if he can make an impact as an actual linebacker in Chicago's defense, but
I think he's probably a special teams guy.
That speed could be very, very valuable in special teams.
Hippolyte, 65 or more grade in all 3 defensive categories: run defense, pass rush coverage at Maryland this past season. Just thoughts overall on Chicago as well. I want to talk about the Chicago Bears draft here. It starts off with Colston Loveland. They go with another skill position player in Luther Burden, Ozzie Trapillo, Shamar Turner. A lot of notable names within the PFF big board and in college football. Ozzie Trapillo, does he fit with the zone blocking scheme that it felt like they were leaning into? Not really. Shamar Turner, okay, where is he going to exactly play for him? Is he a 3 technique? Is he his defensive end? But these are notable names, guys that have been around college football a while. What do you guys think?
The one thing I'll say is they did not take a running back. I'm a little surprised by that.
Not taking a running back.
Still could.
That's a good point.
Still could. It's a darn.
Wow, I little thought, who's the best available for running backs?
Let's see. Still have Devin
Neal.
Neal.
Listen, you got Colston Love and Luther Burden III. Like that, you're living on offense.
No, right. Not that you regret the picks, but like Damian Martinez, I think would be excellent for them.
I think they'd feel fine about some option in round 5.
I like Giddens. I like Devin Neal. I just don't think he's fast enough for the NFL. I get a little bit worried. I get a little bit worried about the overall speed there for him. But there's so much great stuff that Devin Neal brings to the table. Soft hands in the passing game, really good as a receiver, great in pass protection, and even I love how he approaches the game. You talk about somebody who anticipates things very well, can put his foot in the ground and give you those missed tackles forced. Neal's one of them. The speed is something that...
Sure. I like Neal. I see a lot in Neal of what I saw, a little biased here, but what I saw in Devin Singletary back at FAU.
Sure.
He had everything you wanted in a running back except for top-end speed. And Singletary made a pretty good career for himself so far, right? I mean, so I think that's what you're looking at with Neal. As far as the Bears go, again, you just look at this offense, especially with Loveland and Burden adding in. The potential here, and I do think they could take a running back with one of their 2 fifth-round picks. Boy, oh boy. Look, Caleb Williams, you have all the weapons. You have all the weapons, and you have the offensive line now. Trapillo was a little bit weird because not so much the scheme fit. I'm not as worried about that. Where is he going to play? The right tackle at Boston College. Do they have faith in Braxton Jones? They're moving Darnell Wright over. I don't think Ozzie's playing left tackle. I would highly doubt that, right? That's the only thing is he going to play? Because I think he could start right away, but maybe there's a plan. Maybe there's a plan to move Darnell right over. But the weapons on this Chicago team, it's just ridiculous.
Man, when we move to the Kansas City Chiefs, this one's just pure value. This is one of my favorite drafts so far. Josh Simmons in the first, Omar Norman Lott in the second, Ashton Gelati in the third, Noel Williams in the third. Now here in the 4th round, they get Jalen Royals, who I had as number 55 overall for the Kansas City Chiefs on their team top 100. They get him at 133. That is excellent value for the Kansas City Chiefs. And I don't know if they needed really another wide receiver, but when Jalen Royals is sitting here at 133, I think this is an excellent all-around wide receiver. And I think he has been a victim of being really good at basically everything, just not a calling card trait, right? Like Deontay Thornton Jr. from Tennessee gets drafted above Jalen Royals. Jalen Royals, I think, can do so much more for you. I think he's more fluid. I think he's stronger after the catch. He's got good yards after catch speed. I just think he's a great receiver when it comes to getting off press. He knows how to do a lot of stuff. Deontay Thornton has that one trait that's like, oh, he's tall and he runs very fast down the field. And obviously a team like the Raiders goes, okay, we like that more than we like a Jalen Royals type. And we've talked about that we like Deontay Thornton for the Raiders specifically. But that's where I think Royals has gotten lost, because I think this is a top 100 player in this class. What do you guys think of Jalen Royals?
I think Jalen Royals, he's a solid yards after catch guy, which is something Andy Reid values. He's a really natural ball tracker, right? Especially on the deep ball. I think you see certain guys that are just more comfortable tracking the deep ball down the field, and Royals is one of those guys. He's got a physical nature to his game. Look, he didn't run a ton of routes out there at Utah State, but I think Andy Reid feels he can improve that, and I think the physical ability here, certainly worth taking. At this spot in the draft, absolutely. I think you talk about this being, for me, a borderline top 100 guy. I think I had him just outside of it, but I get look, when Andy Reid takes a receiver, he's going to find a role for him, right? Even if it's a limited one, because he's always finding roles for 5 and 6 and 7 receivers on his team. I like this as a talent play. And you look at now, Jalen Royals gets back healthy. I think a foot injury ended his season this year, right? Xavier Worthy, Rashee Rice coming back from an injury. You kind of like this Chiefs receiving core a little bit better than you did at the end of last season. So I think for the value of it, I'm absolutely a fan of the Chiefs getting him here.
Even though he's only 6 feet tall, he caught 66% of his contested catch opportunities this past year. That's 99th percentile for all wide receivers. That's unbelievable stuff from him right there. Dalton just mentioned it. I mean, he's just a tough player overall. At the catch point, after the catch as well. He had a solid week at the Senior Bowl, I thought, too. Now, he's not very sudden to beat press coverage. I thought the speed of the combine was a little faster than what I saw on tape. But I think Jalen Royals could be a really valuable addition in that Chiefs receiving core, and a guy you get here in the 4th round of the draft. I thought we would hear his name called yesterday.
0-star recruit at a high school, started his career at Georgia Military College, which is a JUCO team, ended up transferring to Utah State, and he was one of the most productive receivers that we had in the Mountain West Conference. So a big fan of Jalen Royals. Again, I think that he should have gone long before this, and I think Brett Veach, the general manager with the Kansas City Chiefs, is just taking advantage of the talent that's on the board. And when you draft well at the top, then that gives you the flexibility to be able to do this here in day 3. Somebody in the chat, I don't know who had said this, is like, I don't know any of these players. I don't even know any of these names here that we're talking. That's why you're here. That's why you're here with us here on the show, is because we're going to tell you about every single player that gets drafted today. The Denver Broncos pick is in. It is Quay Robinson, the edge rusher from Alabama. I think that's phenomenal value for them once again at 134. The Broncos just making sure that their defense is as good as it possibly can be. Quay Robinson, former 4-star recruit from Alabama. Unfortunately for him, he just had to wait his time, right? He played 5 years at Alabama. He stuck around, but he had to wait behind the likes of Will Anderson, Chris Braswell, Dallas Turner, so he just didn't have a ton of opportunity to really get on the field. This past year he did, and his numbers were phenomenal. 24.0 pass rush win percentage and 89.9 elite pass rushing grade on true pass sets was Quay Robinson. He's built very well for the outside linebacker edge rush position, right around 6'4", around 240 pounds. A little bit slender in his build, but somebody who wins with some explosiveness and some surprising bend and flexibility as well. So I really like this one for the Denver Broncos. Obviously, this is a team that I think their defense is already pretty stacked, but just like the Jalen Royals pick right before it, the value's too good to pass up here, fellas.
Yeah, I've got him directly in kind of the little bit unpolished but really good athlete bucket here as far as the edge rushers go. And also, how many rotational edge rushers do the Broncos need? They have so many of them. I think it is a really good fit for him. He's a little undersized, but he's got long arms. He knows how to use his length. He knows how to use his speed. Speed to powers, I think, sets a really hard edge. He's got a boatload of special teams experience as well.
Yes.
That helps also. I mean, so you talk about, again, special teamer, rotational pass rusher. Already, that's the other thing too. I don't know if he'll ever be a starter because he never played a starting amount of snaps at Alabama. And obviously, there's so many edge rushers that have come out of there during Robinson's career. There, Dallas Turner and Will Anderson and all these guys that have come out. But look, you want a rotational edge rusher, 2-point stance, guy with pretty long arms that can make things happen. Robinson's your guy. The Broncos they're building a monster on defense, aren't they?
I want to go over to Gordon because this is also one of his guys here. Quandarius Robinson, somebody who, like I said, was a fantastic pass rusher. Gordon, did you point him out just because was it just that pass rush potential that he has? What do you love the most about Quay Robinson?
It's the potential. It's a little bit like the Omar Norman lot on the interior.
Now you're speaking my language.
That we got early in the draft, right? A guy who the sample size is not there, but the production on a down-to-down basis when he was on the field is ridiculous. That 24.0 PFF pass rush win rate, almost a 90 PFF pass rush grade against true pass sets. That's the type of profile that I think is worth gambling on when you get to late fourth round of the NFL draft. You don't want to gamble on that guy being a day one starter for you, but there's absolutely a path to him being a designated pass rusher that can be successful in the NFL.
I am a little surprised that he gets picked over Braden Swinson, who is still here, who I forgot about until somebody in the chat just shouted him out. I'm like, surprised Robinson gets picked over Swinson. I agree. Swinson was like a top 50, top 60 type of a player for me.
You have to think, we've had this with a couple other guys. You wonder if there's just other reasons for that. I don't know what they may be, but usually if you have a guy, and his own teammate Savion Jones went over him too, and I thought Swinson with you was better than Jones, but it does seem a bit odd that we haven't seen Swinson's name called yet for as much as he produced last year.
Well, PFF great, Brad Spielberger, now working with Grand Central Sports Management, a client of theirs. So, maybe that's just, that's what puts it over the top right there. You got that great representation from a legend like PFF Brad. So just wanted to make sure I gave him the shout out there. CJ West as well. CJ West, good
player.
Good football player. That's all I'm saying. We have another, an all-time draft name.
Oh, yeah.
Who comes off the board here. But of course, because I'm doing this all day, it's a teaser. We got to talk about our friends over at PrizePicks before we get to that. So if you want to figure out who that draft name is, you got to stick around. You also got to download the PrizePicks app. Absolutely love this thing. It's so easy to use. It's the best way to watch sports. Put some cash on the line, earn some cash yourself. Look at all these different lineups that they already have out there in the NFL for the 2025 NFL season. They've got some rookies on there, but basically all you do is you look at these lines, you say, okay, I think they look at more than this, less than this in the 2025 season. It's not just NFL either. It's all sports, MLB, NBA, NHL, basically everything that you can see on the top of the screen there. Scrolling, they've got so many different sports that you can place a wager on. But that's basically it. That's how you create that lineup. You live in California, Texas, and 40 other states where it is available. You got to download it and use the promo code PFF when you do, because when you do that, if you have your first lineup, $5 you put on the first lineup, you get $50 free, win or lose. So whenever the result of that bet happens, you will get $50 on PrizePicks right in your account to be able to use as some bonus bets there. Check it out. Download the PrizePicks app. Use the promo code PFF. Bet $5 on your first lineup, however big it is, and you'll get that $50 on them. Tonka Hemingway. That's the name. Elite name here in the 2025.
Not quite Bull Rush McIntyre.
Not quite Bull Rush McIntyre, but this one is actually real. So I think that it's actually a little bit better. Tonka Hemingway, part of the best defensive line in the country this past year. Kyle Kennard, Dylan Sampson, Tonka Hemingway, and TJ Sanders. He goes to the Raiders at 135. What do we think about this one?
I like him. I think he's a guy, he's a little bit of a tweener, right? He's not a guy I don't think he'd want taking on double teams in the run game, but he does have some pass rush juice. I actually had him as a top 10 D tackle going into college football, I believe a couple years ago, actually. So not quite as good as his teammate TJ Sanders went yesterday in the draft, but I like Tonka Hemingway as a rotational guy who could bring some juice as a pass rusher, has really good bend as a D tackle as well. So I like him. Like I said before, the strength isn't the best for him, so he's not going to be an every down player, an early down specifically in a run defense.
It's a good rotational guy, like you mentioned. And one thing I like about him too, he was having success before South Carolina's defense exploded this year. Right, the last 2 years also, I believe it was an 82 and a 77 pass rush grade. You know what I like about Tonka Hemingway is certain guys on the field. The same guy every week, right? You never see this low week where he grades in a 30 and says a lot of errors and all. He's just a fundamentally sound football player. And I got to be honest with you, I really like what Pete Carroll and John Spytek are doing in their first draft. I'm telling you, they just keep making. Dante Thornton, I think, is a great value pick and a guy who fits a need on their offense. Tonka Hemingway, they need more depth on the inside. I think he's a perfect depth guy on the inside. Darian Porter was a fantastic pick, I thought. Jack Besh, obviously Ashton Jinsey. I think Carroll and Spytek, and we should know, Pete Carroll knows what he's doing. Spytek learned from a darn good one in Jason Light. I think it's an awesome draft the Ravens are having in the first year of this regime.
Raiders.
Raiders, yes.
You said Ravens.
Oh, did I? My bad. Yeah, Pete
The
Carroll.
Ravens are also having a good
Vegas.
draft,
They're always having a
Yeah, I
good,
think it was just muscle memory.
They have a good draft every year. Yeah.
I like this selection as well. Elikai Omaner finally going off the board. About 100 picks after I have him ranked on the big board. He was ranked 35th on my big board, and he goes pick 136. It's got to just be that teams are a little bit worried and wish he was a little bit better in contested catch situations. And sure, I get it, but this is way too good of a football player to be lasting to pick number 136. I think this is excellent, and I'm going to be honest with you. Elikai Omaner could be wide receiver 2 on this team.
Yeah.
Oh, my God, yes.
Well, and it's not the order I would have done it in, but now, again, big picture we talk about. You think about now, okay, Calvin Ridley, Elikai Omaner. I know he's going in the 4th, but he's got starting potential. And then they just got DK from the Gators, who brings that weird slot, speed, deep over element. This Titans receiver room looks a lot better than it did an hour ago. And I think you get Omaner at this level of he could be a starting X for him.
They brought in Tyler Lockett as well, Van Jefferson.
Right.
They have Treylon Burks, whatever you can get out of him. Top 4 receiver, according to Cam Ward.
Leaving not much room for Xavier Restrepo. We're not leaving a whole lot of room for him.
Yeah.
He's gonna have someone else throwing to him.
Yep.
Darn it.
He is. The dream.
I think.
Stashed.
And listen, Elikai Omaner, and not to get Zach Zimmerman upset at me here, he was the entirety of the offense at Stanford.
I think that he would agree with you. I don't think that he's going to be upset with you.
I mean, listen, it wasn't a great offense at Stanford this past year. He dealt with a very subpar quarterback situation at Stanford too, and he still produced. I mean, there were times out there where you knew, or maybe everyone but Syracuse knew that he was getting the ball because there was a play, Trevor, I don't know if you remember, where Syracuse lost to Stanford, 4th and 13. Dawn and I were watching it together. I said, there's one guy in the field they're going to throw to here, and you better double cover him. And yet Syracuse ran cover 1, and Elikai Omaner caught the first down, and they upset Syracuse in the game. Still not over that.
Still steaming.
Still not over
from
that.
From a late
but
September
Elikai
game.
Omaner is an excellent football player. Should have gone on day 2 of the draft easily. This is a home run pick for Tennessee.
I love it. I do love it here.
You win that game, you're in the ACC title game, I think, right?
Is that what was really on the line?
It was early in the year, but you look back and
hindsight,
because they
game.
beat Miami. It's like if they would have just beat
They
Stanford.
could have been in the playoff. Kyle McCord could have been in the playoff. Kyle McCord could beat maybe his old school in Ohio State in the playoff.
All right, you're stretching it. You're stretching.
Yeah.
We got to get Kyle McCord drafted. Is what we need.
We need Kyle McCord drafted.
Where's Kyle McCord getting drafted? Where's he getting drafted?
I know the Jets loved him.
Oh, really?
I heard that they loved
Jets.
him in the interviews.
Low moving costs.
Very low moving costs.
Steelers also kind of lowish moving costs.
Lowish. You read the U-Haul van for that one.
Yeah.
I think that one obviously makes sense. All right, Steelers.
Steelers still haven't taken a quarterback.
We're on Kyle McCord watch. Yeah. I mean, you're right. They have not. I'm looking at it right in front of me. I felt like the contested catch numbers were worse for Elikai Omaner. 48.3% is not bad.
No.
What's he doing? I thought this guy was going to be great in all of his interviews. You talked about how smart this dude is.
Yeah.
He's an excellent blocker. What? Don't give me that face.
No,
I
don't know. I'm actually confused more than anything. I'm with you. I thought this was an easy day 2 guy. Maybe the Titans just getting a steal. Got him with Cam Ward. I'm not complaining about that.
Elikai Omaner.
Really good athlete too.
Yeah, dude. He's almost 6'2", over 200 pounds, 64th percentile arm length, 74th percentile wingspan, above 60th percentile in size overall, 87th percentile hand size, 10-inch hands. And then when it comes to 40-yard dash, 74th percentile, vertical jump, 82nd, broad jump, 83rd. He's got the production to him.
He was one of the few players in college football.
What am I missing here? What are we missing here?
One of the few players that could torch Travis Hunter. He torched Travis Hunter and all of Colorado in that game. I think he had 0 catches for 0 yards in the first half, 13 catches for 294 yards, I believe, and 3 touchdowns, a program record in the second half and overtime in what Stanford, a comeback victory for Stanford in that overtime game too. Yeah, he is. That game alone, that half alone should show you just how special of a player Elikai Omaner can be. I think it could have just been his stats at Stanford didn't look that great because, like I said, it was a bad situation at Stanford.
You mentioned the body and the contested ability. Okay, even if he's not an elite separator, Cam Ward's he's not afraid to make those throws anyway.
Mm-hmm.
He'll give him a chance. So I'll tell you what, I think the Titans, all of a sudden, Brian Callahan's getting that player, and these 2 players, he must have really liked DK to take him that early too. You start to feel something good about this Tennessee Titans offense and Cam Ward throwing the ball to these guys.
I had a swing and a miss as a draft prospect that I loved from Stanford in J.J. Arcega-Whiteside. I'm hoping that Elikai Omaner is not part 2 of that, but I really do think he could be wide receiver 2 in Tennessee. I do.
That's it.
Patriots at 137 took Joshua Farmer, the defensive tackle from Florida State. Somebody in the chat saying that this is about 50 pick value for him and Josh Farmer. Now, the way I saw Josh Farmer, I had him ranked 135th, and so to get him at 137, that is right on the money with sort of the value of where I had him in this class. This is a player who, I said this on NFLSE, he's new to being fat. You know, when he got to Florida State, he weighed a lot less, and they put some extra pounds on him. They moved him inside. They put him in interior defensive tackle. And in my opinion, he's still figuring it out. But the pass rush profile, and more importantly, the pass rush anticipation isn't quite there for him yet. He doesn't have that plan. He's getting it together, but he is somebody who's got some good athleticism for a player who is now carrying 300 pounds. And so I always really liked him as this kind of a bet. Early-ish part of day 3. I know we're almost to the 5th round here, but 4th round bet, that's where I really liked Joshua Farmer. Again, ranking him 135. He gets picked at 137. I think this is perfect. It's appropriate. I like what the Patriots are doing here with Joshua Farmer.
I think this, I'm with you. This was more the range when I watched him. I go, take him in round 4. He's a twitchy pass rusher, sometimes a little bit late off the ball. He's got good length. There are tools to work with, for sure. I just don't think there's a whole lot of polish. And the run defense grades have cratered over the last 2 years. That's what I would worry about is you have a guy like this with good length, and he's a grinder, but it just, there's certain times I see his vision gets a little bit blurred when he's got blockers on him. He's in tight quarters, and I think it's just, there were times during this process when Josh Farmer was talked about like a top 50 prospect.
Yeah.
And I just never saw it. I felt like this was more the range, this round 4-ish kind of range where maybe he's a rotational guy, he's a twitchy pass rusher that you can put in on late downs as well. I think New England, it's fine. They've got enough defensive tackles. They just signed Milton Williams for $1 billion, right? And you've got Christian Barmore. So I think for Mike Vrabel to add some depth at D tackle is fine with Farmer. And I think this is about the range and where he should go. I'm in on this pick, and in this range for him, I think it's fair.
This guy wins exclusively really off his bull rush right now. He has really long arms, powerful punch too. The issue with him as a run defender, he only has a 53 run defense grade over the last 2 years. He gets walled off too quickly in the run game, and it's really washed out by double teams too, even though he's got the size to be better at that. But, like I said before, got the length, the traits you look for, can be an effective stack and shed player maybe down the line. Got to get a lot better at it right now, though, but at least what he brings you right now is a pretty good bull rush.
Jordan Watkins, the wide receiver from Ole Miss, going to the San Francisco 49ers at 138. I thought this was much higher than Jordan Watkins was going to end up going, but it's just team preference now at this point, and 49ers very clearly, with how their 3rd round went, are just drafting off of whatever they think the value is. They're not really going off of the intel of the rest of these players. They're just taking who they like on their board, and I think that just kind of is what it is. I want to hit the $10 super chat that we got from Justin. Said, is Shedeur Sanders, actually just bad?
No.
As a Steelers fan, I keep saying we are going to take him, and we keep passing on him.
As a football player, no. He's not a bad football player. He is by most, and look, I'm a bigger fan of Sanders than even a lot of people, but the general consensus is that he was at least a top 3 quarterback in this class. Some people like Jackson Dart, fine, do whatever you want. He is, at this point, he's not dropping this far because of his talent.
No.
It's whatever off the field, it's whatever teams felt like in the meetings or whatever is going on off the field and through this pre-draft process. That's the reason he dropped off at day 1 was his traits. The reason he dropped out at day 2 was it's character, it's off the field stuff, or teams just don't like him. That's where we're at this point. So it's been talked about endlessly over the last 2 days already. And if he gets picked, and we're through round 4 now. We just hit the end of round 4 with that Watkins pick. There's a serious if he gets picked now with Shedeur Sanders. And whatever's going on, it is obviously a shame because, no, he's not bad. He's extremely talented. But all of the rest of what comes with him is clearly, that's the story now.
Cole, $2 super chat as well, says no way Tyler Shuck is a better prospect than Sanders. I didn't have them close on the board. I think I have them separated by like 70 spots. So I would agree when it comes to just quarterback evaluation and how they are in the field. I don't think that Tyler Shuck is a better quarterback than Shedeur Sanders, but I think you're right. We'll talk about Sanders much more when he gets drafted, if he gets drafted here on day 3. The longer this goes, I said this before the show started. We were talking here at the office at the PFF headquarters. I said if Sanders doesn't get picked within the first 20 picks of the 4th round, I don't think he gets drafted.
I also think if he gets picked now, it's not going to be one of these teams that feels like they need to add something. Like the Steelers
it's going to be the Cowboys.
It's going to be like, or the Cowboys who, Dak's the starter. I think about, okay, like Philadelphia, where Jalen Hurts is the starter, you could convince people that Shadour's a better backup than what they have.
Yeah.
And just take him and Sirianni and Howie Roseman, of course. It's just now, because if you add him to the Colts now, even in the 6th or 7th round,
it's bad.
You're causing a controversy.
Yes,
it's going to be a lightning rod. Or the Steelers now, it's going to be a lightning rod. The teams that actually not desperately, but need quarterbacks or need some action at quarterback, it's not going to be Shadour.
I think the only team that would draft him now is Dallas.
Possibly.
And it's just because of Jerry and Deion's relationship.
Yeah.
Maybe doing him a solid.
Wait till the first game that Dak throws 3 picks.
Well, I know. But Jerry is not afraid of the limelight for the Cowboys. They're already in it anyways. You're not really adding that many more cameras. People already talk about the Cowboys whenever they want to talk about the Cowboys anyway. So that's never scared them. We talked about, Mike Tomlin, he's a guy that can, control the room and all that kinds of stuff. Dallas, I don't think they're really afraid of that too much.
We just got a big trade. They're not a big one, but Seahawks has traded Sam Howell to the Vikings.
Oh!
Okay.
Okay.
According to Adam Schefter, yeah.
I don't hate that. I don't remember. I don't know who their backup currently is.
The Vikings?
Or was now. Who's their backup behind McCarthy right now?
Let's see. I don't even remember. There was talk of, Aaron Rodgers potentially being the guy. McCarthy, and then it's Brett Rippon.
Oh, yeah. Okay, then I'm in on this. Yeah.
So it's Sam Howell.
Yeah. Now their backup's Sam Howell. Look, I'm seeing, do they have the return up probably for a 6th rounder or something like that?
No, don't know the return yet. Just have he's going to the Vikings.
If it's one of the picks remaining 5, 6, 7 in this draft, I think that's where we're at. As a team would rather give up a round 5, 6, 7 pick for a Sam Howell who has experience than one of these quarterbacks in what's considered a not very good class. Where have we still only seen 4 of them drafted? No, 5. We got Gabriel. No.
Who, quarterbacks?
Yeah, Ward, Dart. It's 5. 5 quarterbacks we've had drafted so far.
$10 super chat here from Wisco. Shadour to the Dolphins.
Again,
I don't think they do it.
Again, you're causing a stir.
There's already way too much uncertainty with Tua alone.
Imagine that room. You have Tua with the constant threat of injury. You have Zach Wilson, being Zach Wilson, wearing number 0, by the way. That's cool.
Zach Wilson's wearing 0?
He's wearing number 0. This was announced last week. It just, which, of course, he'll wear number 0 and he'll start a game when Tua's hurt against the Jets and he'll come back and beat the Jets. No question. That's going to happen.
Okay, so the trade is Sam Howell.
Yeah, what do we got here? What do we got here, Schefter?
Sam Howell, and then Seattle, Minnesota swap picks 142 and 172.
A 1-round pick swap for a
and the Vikings just drafted a guy who I like here, Tyrion Ingram-Dawkins. Or did the Vikings get this pick, or
that is the Vikings pick, Tyrion Ingram-Dawkins.
Okay.
Tyrion 142 is the Seahawks now.
Starting out the 5th round with the first pick here. This is a good player who I think former 4-star, incredible athlete. He showed that at the Combine. Really impressive athleticism, especially for his size. Weight-adjusted athleticism, very high-scoring player in that category. And for as much as, yes, the Vikings have done a lot on their defensive line through free agency, their entire starting defensive line, or even their defensive rotation, is basically 29 years or older. When you look at Javon Hargrave, John Allen, and Jordan Phillips. So getting a young guy in there, especially to play odd front sets, love the length, love the explosiveness from Tyrion Ingram-Dawkins, who's just really still just kind of figuring it out as a prospect.
And the versatility to play all over the defensive line. So you mentioned, I think this was kind of a goal for me for the Vikings, was to get, at times on early downs, either Jonathan Allen or Javon Hargrave off the field, because they're both solid pass rushers. They're going to be out there on passing downs. But to get a guy like Ingram-Dawkins who can rotate in, give those guys 20 snaps a game off and run defense, which is really where he succeeds, I don't mind that at all. He's a smart, versatile player. You mentioned he's a good athlete, but I think you bring him in to add a little bit of run defense inside there.
Jacob with a $5 super chat asked, why was Dylan Gabriel drafted over guys like Will Howard? Gabriel's just a backup, right, is what he says in here. You draft Gabriel because you're hoping what you see is what you get, right? You're hoping that it's like, okay, somebody who between the 20s, really good football player, anticipates things really well, nice touch on passes, good accuracy. We saw it at UCF, we saw it at Oklahoma, we saw it particularly this past year while he was at Oregon. So you're hoping that there's just that consistency there from him. I would have taken Will Howard. I have Will Howard, I have Riley Leonard, I have guys like that ranked over Dylan Gabriel because I don't think that Dylan Gabriel has the physical tools to be able to succeed at the NFL level. Now for Gabriel specifically, if you're drafting him because you just want that player who we can plop him in for like 2 or 3 games, let's say their starting quarterback, whoever it is, has like a high ankle sprain, and they're out for like 2 to 3 games. You feel good about Dillon Gabriel potentially doing enough and just raising the floor of a backup quarterback to potentially get some wins there. In terms of him being a long-term starter, that's where I start to get really nervous, because specifically at the Senior Bowl, we watched Dillon Gabriel struggle in 2 areas where we wanted to see him perform better. Rolling to his right as a left-handed quarterback, when he is flushed to his right, he really struggled to set his feet and get adequate power to throw the ball deep down the field after flushing to his right. So I think the defensive coordinators are going to see that. And then along those same lines, in the red zone, right? When you are throwing in the red zone, you got to be putting heat on passes. Space is at a premium when you were in the red zone, and he struggled in that area of the field. And so it's tough for me to see him as like, oh, Dillon Gabriel, we drafted him in the 3rd round because we could think he could start one day. I don't know about all that.
Well, on that Cleveland team this year, I think they do think that. I mean, you look at Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco, and Dillon Gabriel. I would not be shocked at all if Dillon Gabriel started games there, whether we think he should or not. I won't be shocked in the least bit if he is in that room. But also an extremely high character guy, Dillon Gabriel. So I mean, he's been on 3 different teams in college. He's succeeded very much so on 3 different teams in college. Undefeated regular season this year at Oregon. So look, he's efficient. He's accurate, especially underneath. He knows how to win. Sometimes coaches just like to bring those types of guys in.
This is rare to say, and we'll never say it again because of what happened during COVID. He was a 6-year starter in college. That's outrageous. So he's extremely, extremely experienced. He's very, very accurate. He does not put the ball in harm's way at all. Obviously, the tools aren't the best. He's only 5'10", 200 pounds, and below average arm strength. But he is a guy that I honestly, there's a lot of comps out there to Kellen Moore, right?
Love that.
I like that comp on the field. I could see Dillon Gabriel being a coach later on in his career, too, just because of how experienced he is, how much he runs the system, how smart of a quarterback he is.
You're comping him to head coach Kellen Moore.
Head coach. I don't know if he'll ever be a head coach in the NFL, but I really do think coaching could be in the future just because of how smart of a football player he is.
We had another super chat here. $2 super chat. Appreciate you getting in on the show. Which team is the best fit for Torrey Horton that we have left here?
Ooh.
So, as we're scrolling the board, actually, you think about some fits for Torrey Horton. We're going to talk about the 2 players who were picked that we haven't touched on yet. Cameron Jackson from Florida going to the Carolina Panthers. Carolina Panthers just
acing it. Absolutely. Dan Morgan, Dave Canales, Giro, they're acing it right now. This is
A+ draft right now for the Panthers?
Absolutely.
I agree with you.
This is another pick I'm so in on for them.
I think they're killing it.
You talk about attacking, and I know Skorton and Princely are the pass rushers, but and Skorton, he's a good run defender too. You talk about attacking what was a historically bad run defense. Skorton's solid. Princely's more of a penetrator, but good enough. Lathan Ransom was the second highest. He had the second highest run defense grade of any player, not just safety, any player in the country last year. And Cam Jackson, you draft him because you want a better run defense. You talk about nose tackle plugging up the A-gaps, Gator great down there. Man, oh man, Cam Jackson's a problem when you're trying to run between the tackles. This is another guy. You add him to what's getting to be a deeper and deeper defensive line rotation for the Panthers. They're attacking this thing with numbers between free agency and the draft. They're acing it, absolutely acing it right now. Again, they got one offensive player on day 3 with Trevor Etienne, who I like. They must like the value. But Tetero and McMillan, and a whole lot of defense, and that's what we're getting from the Panthers. This is a fantastic draft.
Hey, Cameron Jackson, 6.8 pass rush win percentage this past year. He's not going to be a pass rusher for you. You're going to put him in the middle of that defense. He's going to hog the holes for you. And that's what they did with adding Bobby Brown and Tershawn Wharton. And he's just part of that family there to basically free up Derek Brown to be able to play in whatever situations is most advantageous, at the nose, at the 3 technique, whatever you want to do with Derek Brown. They're filling out that defensive line. You find any spots that you love to see Torrey Horton in?
A team that is nailing the NFL draft right now, can continue to nail the draft at pick number 149 overall. That is the Dallas Cowboys. I think the Cowboys, a guy like Torrey Horton, again, you mentioned this before with Alec Ayman, you can see him has the upside of ever becoming a number 2 receiver, even though he's picked in the 4th round. I can see Torrey Horton the same way in the 5th round of this draft, too. I think he's got the size and the speed and a really good complement to CeeDee Lamb. I think Dallas at number 149 overall. They've had a great draft so far. They can continue that number 149.
A few years back, Colorado State alum Michael Gallup went a little earlier than Horton.
True.
Maybe Colorado State alum Torrey Horton.
Just the pipeline. Pipeline straight to Dallas.
I mean, they could have probably had Trey McBride. That's a good one, too. But we're talking wide receivers here. That's a good call. That's absolutely a good call. The Cowboys, did they take another receiver yet?
No, they have not.
No.
Oh, yeah, that's a great call.
Yeah,
absolutely. That would be a fun pick. No, I think you found it right there for sure.
Carson Vinson was the pick after Cameron Jackson. He goes to the Baltimore Ravens at 141. He's from Alabama A&M. It's really just a moldable ball of clay. That's what you kind of see with him as an offensive tackle there. When you look at his measurements, over 6'7", 315 pounds, incredibly long wingspan. He looks like he's built in a lab. He's great athletic scores as well. We saw him at the Senior Bowl. Now, where I get a little bit worried about him, obviously the competition level, jumping from Alabama A&M. And he is truly you are not looking for him to start this year. This is a project type of a player. You're looking to develop him throughout his rookie contract. And you're hoping, hey, maybe year 3, 4 of that rookie contract, he is a starting caliber type of player. You can throw him out there, see if he deserves that second contract. Obviously, Alabama A&M didn't play the best competition. The one team that they played that was really good this year, or at least NFL caliber, was Auburn, and that was by far his lowest grade. He earned a 43.8 overall blocking grade against against Auburn. So you're a little bit worried about that, but you're not looking to start him for a while anyways.
Even the year before that, a 51 grade against Vanderbilt in 2023. But you mentioned before, he's got all the measurables you look for in an offensive tackle.
So all the measurables the Ravens are constantly looking
exactly.
for. They are looking. Gordon knows darn well. You can talk about it. You guys just look for these massive offensive linemen, and you figure it out as you go. Lele. There was another one lately, wasn't there? You have Vincent. There's another. I mean, they just draft these big.
Emory Jones at the end of.
Emory Jones is just a big measurables guy. I thought they were a candidate for Tyler Booker if he would have been there. I mean, the Ravens just love these giant, massive, downhill offensive linemen. Vincent's another one, but he's got to get in the weight room. He's even for that size.
Yeah,
he's got to get stronger for
sure. We got 2 more defensive linemen on the board. Seahawks picked one. The Miami Dolphins picked another. I really like the Dolphins pick, but before we explain those, got to talk to you about our friends over at Prize Picks once again. Best place to watch sports and earn some cash while you do it. Just take a look at all their lineups. You can see the football lineups up right there, but it's a lot of other sports too. Like, it's not just during the NFL draft. It's not just football. I mean, look at LeBron. Dropping 38 last night. The Kings still got it. If you would have thought that was happening last night, you could have gone over to the more or less and could have put some cheddar on the line. You can do that for basically anybody. So you see they've got a lot of different lineups that you can play there. The NFL one is obviously the one that we're focusing on a lot here, but if you're into other sports just as much, you can check that out there. Place just $5 on whatever your first lineup is, no matter how long the lineup is, which, shoot, you can win up to 1,000 times your cash depending on how long that first lineup is, the string there. If you use the promo code PFF and you put $5 on the line, you'll get $50 in Prize Picks cash when that goes fine. So that's when that happens there. It's not right away. You got to wait for it. But win or lose, you're going to be able to get that $50 there from Prize Picks. So just check it out. Download the app. Put $5 on your first lineup. You'll get $50 free if you use that promo code PFF.
Told you guys.
All right, so we're back. We're going to talk about the defensive lineman in a second, but instead we have to talk about the fact that Shedeur Sanders just came off the board. Pick number 144 to the Cleveland Browns.
He's too good.
Tyler.
He's too good. You guys were saying yesterday he's not going to get drafted. He's way too good to not get drafted. He's way too good. Tyler, I know you're not happy about it back there. This is a home run pick by Cleveland. Home run.
Talent-wise, absolutely.
No, and I know it took Dylan Gabriel, but this is a home run pick by Cleveland.
Okay. What is this draft pick?
No. This is a home run pick.
This, on the football field, is... Oh, boy. I mean,
what is this draft pick?
It's awesome is what it is.
It is. It's a fantastic pick.
Okay, go ahead.
We're having special teamers getting drafted right now, and you're getting a potential franchise quarterback here in the 5th round.
The Browns traded up for this?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see where exactly, but I'm sure it didn't cost them much. This changes everything.
This is so silly to me. Like, specifically for Cleveland. Obviously, you got Shedeur's QB2 in the classroom. He's ranked 45th overall. They picked Dylan Gabriel over him. I don't know. I don't know what this draft pick is. It's very strange to me.
At this point,
At this point, it's the 4th round, and it's players that probably aren't going to make the NFL anyways. So you could say, hey, just take the flyer on it. He plays quarterback. He's good. He's too good to be here. I understand all that. I just don't understand how we got here.
What a wild quarterback.
So, So there are so many. We're going to spend a minute on this. So should we start with just Shedeur as a player first?
Yeah. Sure. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Legitimately, the most accurate quarterback in this class. Like, the mechanics are clean. Yes, he doesn't have the elite traits, but you look at that 1.3% turnover-worthy play rate over the last 2 years. That broke Jaden Daniels' mark for the best turnover-worthy play rate in Power 4 history for us, going back to 2014, right? So he doesn't turn the ball over. He's accurate. There's not elite traits. He doesn't have the elite arm. He's got a very average arm, or some think even below that. He doesn't have big-time mobility. Yeah, he takes too many sacks. Where I would have been worried about the Browns taking Shedeur earlier is their offensive line is not good, and they need to really figure it out in pass protection, right? And if we're talking about him as a player, that's not great, because he didn't have great pass protection at Colorado, and yes, he took too many sacks. He tried to make too much. Now the lightning rod part of it. Everything we've had with Shedeur for the last 2.5 days. I had just said before, I don't know that he can go to a situation for a team that is looking for a starting quarterback. We talked about the Cowboys. Yeah, they have Dak. The Eagles, they have Jalen Hurts, whatever else, okay? Even if it was the Raiders, they have Geno Smith, the starting Geno Smith, no question. We've got a room with Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco, Dylan Gabriel, and Shedeur Sanders.
Deshaun Watson's still there, too. I know he's coming off the injury, but he's still there.
Yeah.
I'm just saying this quarterback room is wild.
It's wild. Sense. Watson can exist, but he won't exist on the field. He's torn his Achilles twice in the last 5 months or whatever it is. This is a lightning rod now, because there's actually a chance that Shedeur Sanders could start week 1.
You're not wrong.
This just became.
You're not
this
wrong.
Just became what this just became now for a player that at one point was considered by this team second overall, right? This now became. I thought the Colts quarterback thing would be the most fun thing to watch in the preseason. The Browns are now the story of the preseason, of everything leading up to week 1 now, because of this. Could you imagine what if they picked Dylan Gabriel to start? We have so many possibilities. What a weird quarterback room. But on the value, you're right. And
he was way too good. It was a ridiculous conversation. He was always going to get drafted. He was way too good to not get drafted.
He could have absolutely gone undrafted. I wonder if this is an owner pick. I wonder if this is the Haslam stepping in and making the owner pick. Because you picked Dylan Gabriel 50 spots higher.
But at the end of the day, too, it's a 5th round pick now. Okay.
I know, but quarterbacks don't operate on the same plane. This is complete speculation. I don't have any sources. I'm not saying anything. But it's so weird to me that you would, 1, wait on quarterback, 2, take Dylan Gabriel in the 3rd, 3, wait 50 more picks, because they picked Dylan Sampson in between Dylan Gabriel, right? If you really wanted to hit quarterback, you probably would have hit it again. It just it sets up one of the strangest drafts I've ever seen.
I love it.
You traded out of number 2 to not pick Travis Hunter. You didn't take a quarterback until Dylan Gabriel in the 3rd. You've taken 2 running backs before you took your second quarterback in Shedeur Sanders in the 5th round. This is one of the strangest drafts that I can remember.
This is going to be the best quarterback competition
they need Hard Knocks. We need Hard Knocks in Cleveland. That's what we need this offseason.
Did they take this pick just to get Hard Knocks? No, usually the coaches hate
I'm just
Hard
saying,
Knocks.
This is...
Wowee.
This is a phenomenal pick, because you're just taking flyers right now. We all think this guy could be a franchise quarterback for a team. You're taking a potential franchise quarterback in the 5th round.
I didn't say that.
Cleveland, I did.
You did, I didn't.
I mean, Cleveland Browns preseason games are about to be the highest rated preseason games ever.
Well, of course.
This is awesome.
They're building a new stadium, aren't they? So maybe
those tickets,
they need
jersey
funds.
sales,
the house
maybe
that Shedeur built.
The
I said it.
I'm just saying this is a phenomenal pick.
This is just one of the craziest drafts that I've ever seen. This draft makes, I don't want to say no sense, because it's football players that I think are going to be difference makers for them.
But now look at the talent of what they got. Okay, so they got a 1st rounder next year. You want to get rid of both Gabriel and Sanders if nothing happens. Okay, Get whatever next year. But Mason Graham, best D tackle in the draft. Carson Schwessinger, a lot of people think LB2. 2 really darn good running backs in Judkins and Sampson, right? Harold Fannin probably went a little early, but if Stefanski likes him, cool. And the 2 quarterbacks, look, I don't know, at this point, ranking the quarterbacks in this class beyond Cam Ward, it's a useless exercise. Because I've got Shedeur 1, most people have him 2 or 3. Some people in the NFL don't even want him to exist in the NFL. You're right. You win this one. I hate to admit it, because I hate admitting you win things. But the value...
This value is too good.
And, it's this room. I don't even... Kenny... I'm not counting Watson. It's that shot. His career is about over.
No, the owners basically said as much.
And
that
they
swung
don't,
and
and they're not going to want Flacco to start. We're just going to have it.
Shador could absolutely start.
We're going to have the most open competition at quarterback we've ever seen for an NFL team.
Yeah. Wow.
Kenny Pickett, Dylan Gabriel, and Shador Sanders. He's going to come.
And we're arguing if he could be week 1 starter in the 5th round now. This is incredible value for Cleveland.
Well.
Incredible value.
Without seeing them on an NFL field, you know me. Shador's the best quarterback in that room.
You think? I know. I know that you guys think so.
I think so.
I can see where you're coming from with the value. This is just
I understand.
How we got here with the Cleveland Browns.
Especially how we got here with the Browns. This, for the biggest lightning rod we've seen in a long time in the draft, in any draft. This is the most lightning rod spot he could have gotten to.
In a very weird way, and I didn't love them trading away the rights to Travis Hunter.
Now I feel like they should have taken Travis Hunter.
No, the pressure to start Shador would have been way more if it took Travis Hunter, though.
Yeah.
So in a weird way, it's almost like better they don't have both Hunter and Shador, because then all of a sudden you have the full.
Well, just take LaJohntay Wester in the next round. We're good.
Yeah, they'll just take him and Jimmy Horn Jr.
I just think if you draft Travis Hunter, if you draft Travis Hunter as your cornerstone player, and then you take Shador Sanders, like Hunter is going to be going to your coach's locker room being like, "Hey, let's get my quarterback out there." So I think in a weird way, it's almost better they're not together in Cleveland, because then it'll be even more of chaos.
This hit a level of silly. Even if he was going to get drafted, I didn't think it would hit this level of silly. This is awesome. Sorry, Tyler. This is fantastic.
He's apologizing to our producer.
This is the new, and it's lightning rod, but this is maybe the biggest story of when we get to training camp and preseason.
No, obviously it's going to be the biggest story.
Right
It's dominated the headlines the entire draft process, and especially over the last 2 days.
Boy,
pump it up the team top 100 big boards. He's 4th overall on the Browns. Team top 100 big board.
Actually, I'm curious. Where was Dylan Gabriel on that?
Where did I have Dylan Gabriel for?
Might not be the top 100.
Did they get 2 of their top 70 players? What did they get?
No, I had him off of the top 100 for them.
Okay.
Ooh. I don't know if we're getting off Shador right now, but New England just made an elite pick in Braden Swinson too.
Nice. We had Mac McWilliams go off the board. The cornerback from UCF to the Philadelphia Eagles at pick 145, which would probably be the least talked about pick of the entire draft because it was one pick after Shador Sanders. But
the real Mr. Irrelevant?
Kinda, yeah. I actually like Mac McWilliams. I think that he's a feisty corner. I think that this is a great range for him. And so I actually do think that he fits the Eagles and their cornerback room pretty well here. And then Braden Swinson, I do think that's an excellent pick for them. I had him 47th overall on my big board. He goes 146 here. So didn't really become a starter until the last year here at LSU, but man, you talk about being a productive player. 91.4 pass rush grade against true pass sets, 22.1 pass rush win percentage. This guy's got great handwork. He understands how to pass rush, not just from a physical standpoint, but also a mental standpoint and the why of what works with pass rushing. Like I think that Braden Swinson is an excellent selection here for the New England Patriots.
It is. New England too, they're another one. They're ace in this draft. You talk about surrounding Drake May with what he needs. And then look, we know because they would have taken Abdul Carter if he got to 4. We know they would have taken him. Mike Vrabel's been looking for edge rushers. These last 2 picks on the D-line, I like Farmer for the depth of, and behind what they already have at D-tackle. Swinson is a potential future starter. This is a guy, you had a second-round guy. I had a second-round guy.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Can I take a half step back here real quick? Because I just got a fantastic text from my brother about this too, the Shador thing. Was it yesterday or the day before? Deion Sanders was just talking about that Browns situation, and as the comment, he goes, well, they have Joe Flacco, and he's my age.
Who said that?
Deion Sanders.
Oh, yeah.
It just everything. I mean, now we're going to get a handshake between Deion and Joe Flacco. What do we do?
The team that drafted Johnny Manziel is the same team that drafted Shador. I mean, just lightning rod quarterbacks from college football going to the NFL.
I'm telling you guys, I don't have any sources on it. I bet this is an owner pick.
Probably.
I bet the owner called them up and was like,
just do it.
This dude's on the board. Just draft him.
Yeah.
I bet because again, it makes no sense. There's no way the Browns had Dylan Gabriel ranked above Shador Sanders when it comes to film evaluation. There's no way.
No, I don't know how anybody could.
NFL projection. Yeah. I won't believe that from them. You took him at 94, and now you take Shador at 144. 144. 50 picks later. I do. I think this is an owner pick. I think the owner called up and was like, you better take him.
Yeah.
You better make it happen.
I think Haslam was the one that also forced the Menzel pick too, right? I don't know. I could see that
also,
too.
I wonder how much they forced the Deshaun Watson move, right?
I think that has come out that was they wanted to make the owner especially wanted to make a huge splash at quarterback, and that was as big a splash as it got, and it backfired.
I mean, listen, but you took him in the 5th round, and you have 2 first-round picks next year. If Shador doesn't work out, he was a 5th-round pick. You can still take a franchise quarterback next year.
You're right.
He's not just your average 5th-round pick, though, and you know that.
Yeah. No, I know that. Yeah.
It starts to get, if the owners really sort of meddled in this pick, that's where it starts to get dangerous. Did the coaching staff even want him? Did the front office even want him? Because if not, then this might get really difficult.
And you know how it is.
Really
you know how it is in the league. The second you start, I think for me, we just saw this with even Joe Douglas and Robert Saleh and Aaron Rodgers. The second the leadership of your organization gets misaligned, it's over. You're going to start getting people. You're going to start losing games. You're going to start getting people fired. We saw it in Jacksonville. We just saw it with the Jets. Misalignment vertically in an organization is why people get fired. If that's the case, you're right. It's dangerous.
That's what makes me nervous, man.
It is as not. I don't want to say risky because on the field it's kind of not. But for the sake of that and just bringing in the extra, this just became the story of the summer. The Cleveland Browns are the story of the summer now, moving forward. And it's great content for us working in content. That's fantastic.
Okay, got a quick word from our friends over at Jack Links, but now we got to continue to make some picks, continue to dive into the Shedeur Sanders conversation. We'll be right back after this.
Jack Links presents the greatest duo. There's nothing like a great duo. 2 flavors, 1 bag. New Jack Links Duos.
Braden Swinson was that pick there for the New England Patriots right before we went to break. Swinson 34th overall on the Patriots board, which, man.
Value.
Hell of a value pick there for them. I really love that one for the Patriots. We also had what feels like, if Jordan James, the running back from Oregon, was going to go anywhere, it felt like he was going to go for the San Francisco 49ers, and he indeed goes to the San Francisco 49ers at number 147. We had a trade up here. The Los Angeles Rams moved up to get Ty Hamilton, the defensive tackle from Ohio State. Often, I think, the forgotten defensive lineman there at Ohio State. A little bit of a scouting summary to just tease the PFF Big Board. If you guys have a PFF Plus subscription, you can see that. But the bottom line scouting analysis that we have there for Ty Hamilton at Ohio State, now with the Los Angeles Rams. Hamilton is undersized by NFL defensive tackle standards, but that helps him stay flexible and quick for an interior defensive lineman. He's not going to overwhelm blockers at the point of attack, but he can generally hold his own. The biggest hurdle is translating that initial quickness into consistent pass rush production at the NFL level. So that's kind of our thoughts on Ty Hamilton. Just some more depth along the defensive line for a team that's really been investing in it. Then we had the Dallas Cowboys right after them at 149. Jerry can't help himself. He knew he was getting one Longhorn in here. But it's one that I like them taking a chance on a guy like Jaden Blue.
Yeah. This is a nice fit.
The halfback out of Texas. Blue is somebody who, not a lot of production coming out of Texas. I'm very shocked that he even declared. I thought that he was going to transfer and go be the guy somewhere else, get out of that crowded room that we had with the Longhorns there, but very fast, very explosive player, especially in the receiving game. So, what do you guys think of Blue getting added to this Cowboys lineup?
This is a nice pick from Dallas because you look at their running back room right now. Javonte Williams, power back. Miles Sanders kind of struggled the last couple years. Jaden Blue adds blazing speed. Reportedly at his pro day ran 4.25 and 4.28, I believe it was. This along with Bashal Tutin, these are the 2 fastest backs in the draft. He's got receiving ability. He's small. He's not going to ever be an every down back, but you talk about adding speed and a legitimately dangerous 3rd round back to Dallas's backfield. We criticized him on night 1 for taking Tyler Booker 12th overall. They have bounced back in this draft in a big way, and Jaden Blue's another good pick for him. Blazing speed, can house it on any play.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're at a 4.38 40, 1.5 10-yard splits, 96th percentile, really quick feet as well. Could be a really, really good route runner. Now, he's not the strongest player overall, only 196 pounds, but as a change of pace back, I'm a big fan of Jane Blue, too. I was a little surprised he declared this year like you, Trevor. I thought he really could have emerged next year in that Texas backfield with C.J. Baxter, maybe even transfer out for C.J. Baxter coming out from injury. But I really think Jane Blue as a home run hitter could be very valuable for Dallas in that backfield.
VFR with the $5 super chat said, damn, I thought that the Vegas Vipers were going to get Shadur Sanders. Thanks a lot, Cleveland. XFL season ruined. Come on.
You were close.
Come on.
You were closer than we ever thought you would be. So that counts for.
Is Cleveland just going to draft Quinn Ewers next? I mean, just take stabs at the quarterback position, right? Just keep loading up in the room.
Kyle McCord, maybe.
Shadur's a good
He hated it.
Shadur's a good pick. I'm just put it that way. No, I think, listen, I'm a huge fan of it, like I said before. I'm a huge fan of Jordan James, too, man. I really do like Jordan James. Now, I don't think he's the most athletic running back overall, which is maybe why he went down a little bit, but he's got good vision. He's had elite rushing grades at PFF for the last few years as well. So, and then, like I said before, it feels like a San Francisco 49er running back, and he get one right here.
You want 5 yards? You hand the ball to Jordan James.
Jordan James, 95.7 PFF rushing grade over the last 2 seasons, second only to Ashton Genty.
Good player.
So, there you go. Jason Marshall Jr., the corner from Florida, going to the Miami Dolphins at 150. So getting some cornerback help there. Obviously, a lot of uncertainty at the cornerback position there for the Dolphins. And Jason Marshall Jr. going a little bit earlier than I thought he was going to go, but size and speed, explosiveness. I mean, there's a reason why he was a 5-star guy going to UF. He didn't really develop into the shutdown corner that the Gators thought he could be, but certainly that athletic potential is all still there for him. I want to go back a little bit because before Shadur got picked, Jordan Phillips, the defensive tackle from Miami, went off the board. I think that's a really good selection for them. I think he is a very stout run defender. Doesn't have great length, but somebody who is strong as an ox. I believe he was a weightlifting state champion when he was in high school. Somebody whose weightlifting and gym numbers are absolutely insane. So he goes to the Dolphins. And then Riley Mills, the versatile 3-4 defensive end type of player, going to the Seattle Seahawks. Another perfect fit, in my opinion. Somebody who could be very versatile along Mike McDonald's defensive line. I think he can play 3 technique for you. I think he can play as that 4-eye, that 3-4 defensive end spot. I think he can kick him out to 5 technique when you just want to get some of that length there on the defensive line. Really like what they are forming in Seattle with the versatility there with their defensive front.
Absolutely. I'm a big fan of Riley Mills, who's a very strong player. He's ultra aggressive as a pass rusher, too. Plays with violent hands. He has a motor that does not quit either. An 88 pass rush grade over the last 2 years. Doesn't have great length and not great as a run defender yet. Got to play a little more under control. But like I said before, he's a very violent and aggressive player who just never quits as a pass rusher.
Yeah, he's a rotational guy. There's a lower ceiling on him than maybe some of these other defensive linemen. But you know what Riley Mills does, and something Mike McDonald likes to do, is he allows you to mess around with the fronts, right? You've mentioned 3-4 defensive end. A lot of 4-man front that they played at Notre Dame, right? I think he can play a variety of roles for you. And when you talk about interchangeable pieces, getting into 4- and 5-man fronts and messing around with your alignments, I think Riley Mills is a guy who allows you to do that. Somebody I think, again, at his highest potential, plays probably between 30 snaps a game for Seattle, but Mike McDonald's going to find a valuable part-time role for him.
I want to go back to the Dolphins. I think Jordan Phillips' pick is a good one. They don't address corner until pick 150. And that's Kenneth Grant, Jonas Savanaia, and we kind of were talking about this when we were going through the preliminary grades. We like it. We like those selections. We've talked so much about how the Dolphins need to invest on their offensive and defensive lines, so we can't really fault them when they do so. Their first 3 picks are in the trenches, then they go corner. It does look a little weird seeing, okay, they don't address one until 150 in the 5th round, but I still like the guys they got in front of them. What do you guys think?
I think Phillips especially, Alfred Collins on day 2 was someone I saw as a fit for Miami, is kind of that somebody to replace what Calais Campbell gave you in run defense. He was by far their highest graded run defender up front. Gives you that long stack and shed type of player. I know Jordan Phillips doesn't have elite length, but when he's head up on offensive linemen, I think that's when he operates best. You mentioned the power lifter in him, even gets a little bull rush going in those head up alignments. So I think Phillips is a good alternative to not getting a guy like Collins. But I'm with you. I think the secondary is the biggest concern. Marshall's not even, I don't even think to me he's the corner that I would have taken there. There's several other guys I would take ahead of him, but you worry about it. And then you wonder, there's been Jalen Ramsey trade rumors, but are they actually going to do it?
I don't know if you can now. That's secondary.
With his contract too. I mean, it takes two to tango. And Ramsey. It always seemed like it didn't seem like Ramsey was hard. Hey, I want out of here. It did seem like it's something we'll explore, and if we can make it happen. But I think there might still be a chance that Ramsey stays, and they just still have him as the centerpiece. They got some free agents at safety, kind of some band-aids there. So, Marshall's not the guy I would have taken there at corner, and the secondary is going to be the biggest concern moving forward.
Yeah, I like Jordan Phillips too, man. Listen, he's a powerful player too, a lot like Riley Mills too. Doesn't have great length like Riley Mills as well, but he's been a really solid player at Maryland throughout the last 2 years, and I think he could be a rotational nose tackle too for them.
I think the defense is looking better with those two guys on the interior, Kenneth Grant and Jordan Phillips. They had to be a lot better in run defense. Yeah, I think that the Ramsey trade rumors were more so about he watched, what was it, J.C. Horn, Derek Stingley Jr. Surpass him, I think, significantly in being the highest paid corner in the NFL. Ramsey is either close to 30 or right around 30 years old, so he knows that he doesn't have too much left in the tank when it comes to earning top dollar for the position. And so it's probably a contract negotiation thing where he probably went to the Dolphins and said, hey, I want a contract extension, I want a raise, I think I'm as good as these guys and what they're getting now. And the Dolphins probably said, no, we have you under contract at the number that you agreed to. And I think they kind of came to the, okay, sure, you could seek a trade. If somebody else is going to give us the trade value that we want for moving you, and they're willing to pay you what you want, go ahead, you can find it. And I think that it was probably a situation that's as simple as that. So when the news comes out, we kind of freak out about it, and we then have to say, well, what does this team look like if Ramsey's not there? But Ramsey still is, and we're still into this draft. And what about a player like George Pickens? I thought he'd get traded.
I was never a big fan of him getting traded.
No?
Because then you
don't like them doing it, or you didn't think they would do it?
Well, because all of a sudden you got DK Metcalf, but if you ship out George Pickens, you got maybe marginally better. I think the idea with getting Metcalf was, hey, we have a second guy now and a really good one. If you ship out Pickens, and I know they might not extend him, but they're always trying to win games, and trading George Pickens now doesn't make your team any better.
You saying extend George Pickens?
I don't think they're going to.
Oh, okay.
Maybe they could. They don't usually pay two receivers like that, but I don't think trading Pickens makes you any better as a team. And now, when this deep into the draft, unless they want to pick for next year, I don't think they're going to do it now.
Got a couple of picks here that came off the board. DJ Giddens, the halfback from Kansas State, going to the Indianapolis Colts, pick number 151. If you're looking at the team board, he came in at number 88 for the Indianapolis Colts. So kind of nailing it. Kind of nailing this for a lot of these team-specific big boards. We knew that these teams would be a little bit higher on them. We know that team big boards, for example, we've got a big board over at PFF. It's almost 370 players big. Fact of the matter is, because of medicals or off the field concerns or just not scheme fits, whatever, these team boards are much smaller. It's much more of like, hey, there might have 150 guys. Not that they don't scout all these guys, they do, but they narrow down their board. And so with these boards a little bit smaller, that's how we get guys like DJ Giddens ranked in the top 100 for the Indianapolis Colts specifically. They get him there to spell Jonathan Taylor, and I actually really like this pick. What do you guys think?
Big fan of this pick. That running back depth was something I thought the Colts needed to get into. And if Giddens, he didn't. Also, the passing game at Kansas State was always a little weird, but if he can give him anything in the receiving game, this Colts running back room was dead last in receiving grade last year. I thought a pass-catching back might work, maybe a Brashard Smith or a Jaden Plew here as well. But DJ Giddens is a solid player who can give you – look, at K-State, he was a three-down back, right? I mean, he was a workhorse. He's got just a little bit of everything, right? A little bit of power, a little bit of wiggle, a little bit of vision. He runs the schemes, and there was a ton of them at K-State, exactly how they should be run. He's just really fundamentally sound. He doesn't deviate too often. So I don't think he has one singular standout trait where you go, like with Jaden Plew is the speed or other guys' is power and things. He's just a solid all-around back. And I think considering the rest of their running back room, guys like Khalil Herbert and Tyler Goodson, I think Giddens could walk in there and really compete for the RB2 spot immediately.
I like DJ Giddens a lot. When I was watching him, I wrote down, this guy's going to be a day 3 gem, and I think he will be for Indianapolis right here. He actually was a lot faster than I thought he was going to be at the combine, too. Ran a 4.43 in the 40-yard dash, 97th percentile broad jump, 94th percentile vertical jump as well. Really good vision, good balance as well. He had over 500 receiving yards over the last 2 years, but his hands can be an issue at times. Has over a 10% drop rate over the last 2 years too. So I really like this guy, though, as a change of pace back for Jonathan Taylor, and I think he could have been a starting running back, I think, in the NFL, and to have him as your number 2 is really, really good.
Comp in the PFF draft guide is Wayne Gallman. I feel like his rushing style is very similar. They're built very similar, sort of these longer backs. They've got those long strides to them. When you look at the strength and weaknesses and just the scouting summary that we have on the PFF draft guide, Giddens brings good eyes, patience, and anticipation to the backfield, finding open space between the tackles with good one-cut ability and long strides for long speed. He needs to play with more violence to gain yards after contact if he's truly going to make a name for himself in a running back rotation, but I think he'll have the opportunity to do that with the Indianapolis Colts and a pretty good offensive line, albeit one that is rebuilding a little bit here. We had another pick after Giddens. Oh, Shamar James, the linebacker from the University of Florida, somebody who I think wins a lot with athleticism. You know, he's somebody who's going to be a sideline-to-sideline type of a linebacker for you, good blitzing linebacker as well, and one that you hope can get better in coverage. You hope that the athleticism will, make its way into those coverage stats. 46.5 coverage grade this past season. That's really the area where you were looking to see a little bit more development from Shamar James, who I think was always an alluring athlete for Florida, but never became that reliable dude in coverage that they wanted him to be. But that speed definitely showed up in run defense. So the Cowboys get him there at number 152. We then had 2 offensive tackles come off the board. That's the Cincinnati Bengals, sticking with their big, giant offensive lineman trend that they have had here to form their offensive line. They get Jalen Rivers, the offensive tackle from Miami, and then Marcus Bowe finally going off the board here at pick number 154 to the New York Giants. Any thoughts on Jalen Rivers or Marcus Bowe in those landings?
I'll start with Rivers and the Bengals because he's got tackle size, but I like, and it was weird because even within games and series at Miami this year, he would switch between left guard and left tackle and play both in the same game. But I was impressed with him when we saw him more full-time at guard at the Senior Bowl, and I think this is a bigger, powerful player who I think at the very least, this is a really good depth player. I think you see some of the one-on-one reps here. He doesn't quite have the footwork and the athleticism, I think, to stick at tackle in the NFL. I just think his feet aren't quite good enough to deal with NFL speed on the edge. I think he's a better guard. He can play tackle for you in a pinch if you need to. You always need a swing guy like this in your offensive line room, like Jalen Rivers, and the Bengals certainly looking for any sort of talent in their offensive line at all times. But I think lateral movement, athleticism is a problem. But I think he's strong enough, certainly large enough to play inside at guard. I don't know that he'll start for them. They already took Dylan Fairchild, who I would expect that they're trying to get start in a starting role when they drafted him a little earlier, but I really like Rivers as a depth guy, especially for this team.
I'm floored. Marcus Bowe fell to day 3 and fell to the 5th round, honestly, too. I thought this guy's going to be a day 2 pick, and he is a really good player, both at right guard and right tackle for Purdue over the last few years, too. Explosive, really explosive out of his stance. I think he's really going to be good in a zone scheme, can mirror speed rushers, too. Now, the issue is he only has 32-inch arms. That's 11th percentile for interior guys. It's 1st percentile for tackle. So even though he played tackle at Purdue, he's going to have to play on the interior, I think, in the NFL. Not the biggest player either, only 303 pounds. But I really think this guy could be a pretty good interior offensive lineman, really explosive player, like I said before, too. Got to have some strength, got to have some mass as well. But I think he could have the versatility to play guard or maybe even center for the Giants.
I think he is an ideal center, man. I think he's a great candidate to move the center at the NFL level. You mitigate a lot of the length issues that you're worried about there with him. And I can't remember who got this interview. I'm sorry, I wish I could give you credit for it. But somebody was talking to him, asking him about some players that he watched growing up. I know he's a big NBA guy. He's like, I used to watch Derrick Rose growing up all the time. And you see that explosive footwork from him in his tape, and you go, yes, you did. Absolutely. You watch some NBA tape and you're trying to mirror your game after those guys who are crossing people up and just really trying to get by him and get to the basket. I mean, you saw it in some of the Senior Bowl clips. That's exactly what he wants to do. If you put Marcus Bowe at center, I think you are maximizing the strengths of what he could be as a player, and you're mitigating the weaknesses that he would have at offensive tackle. On the Giants team top 100 big board that we had over at PFF, came in at 92nd. So he was a top 100 player that we identified for the New York Giants, and he is a player that is officially a Giant now. I don't think he'll start over John Michael Schmitz, who's there, but
no, to me, this is
maybe could start at one of those guard spots and then perhaps the center someday.
I don't think I would do it right away, though. To me,
you play him at tackle?
To me, no. I think to me, I would rather not start him this year. I think to me, this is a ball of clay athlete. I think there's still some balance issues. I think there's times when his hands and his feet are kind of out of sync a little bit. I think there's a lot of technique that needs to be worked on. Ideally, I wouldn't start him at all this year. I would figure out his position. I would get him a lot of practice reps, work behind the scenes on his technique, and then maybe next year you start talking about, because the Giants have some veterans on their offensive line, Illuminor, and Greg Van Roten on that right side. I think we're talking more long-term with Bo, and they took the athletic talent here because he's someone they can develop behind the scenes.
Miami Dolphins took Dante Trader Jr., the safety from Maryland, with their next pick here. Really interesting background there for him. Two-sport athlete, actually committed to Maryland to play both football and lacrosse. Maryland, a pretty big lacrosse school. He was actually ranked as the number 5 lacrosse player in the recruiting class of 2021. And so this dude is a legit lacrosse player, and I think that versatile athleticism shows up. And so being the number 5 ranked lacrosse player in the country, you think that he would have stuck with lacrosse, but I think there's a better future to have financial security if you make it to the NFL. And he obviously makes it to the NFL, gets drafted here on day 3 to the Miami Dolphins. I think that he is a natural athlete. I didn't always see that explosive athleticism, that twitchy athleticism show up with him on tape. I think he is a solid football player, but I always viewed him as sort of that day 3 selection type of a guy.
Not only did he play lacrosse at Maryland, he was a third-team All-American in 2023. He didn't play this past year. He didn't play this past year, but he was a legitimate star for Maryland's lacrosse team.
And ACC lacrosse is the top of the top.
Maryland is an elite lacrosse program.
Absolutely. Yeah. I just look at the athletes they have in their safety room. You've got Dante Trader Jr., you've got Ifeatu Melifonwu, and you've got Ashton Davis. That's the Dolphins safety room. That is as raw athleticism as it gets in their safety room as you could possibly get. I mean, especially Ashton Davis. Ashton Davis is a former track guy too. So look, we've seen this plenty at different positions. We're seeing it in the Dolphins secondary. Get athletes in there and figure it out later, and it's a strategy that a lot of teams take on day 3.
Kansas City Chiefs on the clock here. We'll see if we get to their pick here in a second. I also want to take a look at the best available now that we've had a couple of those guys come off the board. But before we do that, let's talk to you about our friends over at Prize Picks, one of the presenting sponsors here of PFF's NFL Draft coverage. Just go download the Prize Picks app right now. Use the promo code PFF to get $50 free on Prize Picks when you put $5 on your first lineup. Setting the lineup is very easy. You see right there. Sometimes it's NFL players, but you could also go to NBA, NHL, MLB. And what you do is you string together a couple of these more or less combinations here. You look at, Ashton Jeanty right there in front of you on the screen. 1050.5 rushing yards for the 2025 NFL season. I think he'll get more than that. Then you select that. Then you go to some other players. You see Cam Ward right there with the Tennessee Titans. You could say more. 17.5 passing touchdowns there from him, if you think that's going to happen, or if you think it's a little bit less, if you think he's going to struggle a little bit more, you can do that. Doesn't always have to be more. It's wherever you think what actually is going to happen. Download the Prize Picks app, use the promo code PFF, find a lineup that you like. Could be 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever it is. You can earn up to 1,000 times whatever your cash is that you're putting on the line, depending on how big the lineup is. But when you use that promo code PFF, that is when you will get $50 on Prize Picks, win or lose. So it's no sweat about it. Win or lose. Put $5 on the line. You're going to get $50 back to be able to bet with later. So check it out. Download Prize Picks. Use that promo code PFF. Kansas City Chiefs go with a linebacker here. Pick number 156, Oregon linebacker Jeffrey Bassa. Somebody that I do like as a hybrid player who's sort of built like a bigger safety, plays now in the box with Oregon, but a player who I was very intrigued by, and especially because Dan Lanning spoke so highly of Jeffrey Bassa, and him developing into a linebacker, playing safety and kind of transitioning over to that linebacker spot. And Lanning, who I respect a lot as a football mind, he said Bassa sort of represents where the game is going, right? You've got these smaller players who are playing at the second level. They're these hybrid guys that can play in the slot for you. They can cover guys out of the backfield. They can do a lot for you. And I think that he had some good reps. You see one of them right there at the Senior Bowl. He had some really impressive reps in coverage, including when pass rushing as well. What did you guys think of Jeffrey Bassa at Oregon?
He's a former safety. You mentioned it before. He still has a coverage ability as a safety, too. Oregon, a lot of times last year, asked him to man up one-on-one against the tight ends in slot coverage, and he did it really well, too. So I like Jeffrey Bassa. He's more violent than you would expect for a player of his size. He's got to get a little bigger, right? He still struggles taking on blocks right now, and his change of direction isn't the best, but he could be a really nice coverage linebacker for them.
His eyes in run defense need to get better to me. I think there's times when he's got to maintain gap integrity and all of that, but I think what you have here is a case of Bosa going to an ideal landing spot in Kansas City, because the Chiefs, they have this, and you mentioned Dan Lanning talking about this is where the linebacker position is going, where I think more teams should do this. Nick Bolton's the mic. He's out there every single snap. He's got the green dot. But the Chiefs have made a habit of having different roles for several linebackers, as opposed to, say, the Warner Greenlaw approach of having these two guys out there every snap. So Bolton will be out there every snap, but they've got Leo Chenal as a run stopper. They've got Drew Tranquill as a coverage guy. Now you got Bosa as a coverage guy. Eventually maybe Ford. I think this is what they do. They recycle talent in roles that Steve Spagnuolo wants these guys in. I think Bosa as a development, you might not hear a lot about him this year. He'll be a special teamer this year, and Drew Tranquill's still in that coverage linebacker role. But next year, when maybe Tranquill has no guaranteed salary in his contract, maybe get a little younger, I could see Bosa down the line playing a nice role in this defense.
The Bucs pick is in, but before we get to that one, Wisco's got a $50 super chat.
Whoa.
My goodness, thank you so much, Wisco. We appreciate you getting in on the show. He says, "Love you guys, your hard work. I've been a PFF and NFLSE addict over the past few years." We absolutely love you for that. What do you guys think of the Packers draft is the super chat question here. I'm confused by them being out of the defensive tackle and cornerback markets thus far. Belton and a second wide receiver pick, a little perplexing. So appreciate you, Wisco. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thoughts on the Packers draft, fellas? We talked about it a little bit before. The fact that they haven't gone corner yet, to me, it tells me they're good with Jair Alexander. Alexander's staying. And then you have Carrington Valentine and Keyshawn Nixon to play one of those spots opposite Jair Alexander. And then you sign Nate Hobbs to be able to play in the slot for you. So it was sort of up in the air. We thought that Jair Alexander might be on the move because of how frustrated they've been with him making a lot of money and being hurt over the last couple of seasons. But to me, them not addressing corner at this point in the draft means that Alexander's there to stay, at least for the 2025 season. But overall, what do you guys think of the Packers draft?
I still think it's something that they could and even should do by the end of the day here, even with this next fifth-round pick that they have coming. There's a couple of good players left. I think Dorian Strong or Kobe Bryant, somebody like that, could fit in at corner. But there's two things that stand out to me with the Packers draft. One, I'm with you. I'm still a little bit confused by the Anthony Belton pick. I don't think
good player,
but
yeah.
It's not Belton the player. There's a ton of places where I would like Belton to have gone. The Packers just aren't one of them because their offensive line, now they have so many bodies up there that I'm trying to figure out the alignment and where Belton would even play. And two, I don't know that he's a great scheme fit in Matt LaFleur's offense. So the Belton pick's a little confusing. What I see here with the receiver picks, Golden and Savion Williams, speed. They're trying to get speed. We've talked about it. They're trying to get vertical. They're trying to allow Jordan Love to throw downfield and then work from high to low in this passing game, right? So I think there's a clear theme there with speed at receiver. I'm with you. I would still like to see them attack corner, possibly with this next pick they have coming up at 159.
I like the pick of Barron Sorrell today. I think overall it's been a pretty average draft. I like the Matthew Golden pick in the first round too. I think it's exactly what they needed in that receiving core. They lacked speed in that receiving core. Savion Williams is an intriguing offensive weapon. Don't know if he's a true wide receiver for you. We compared him a lot to Cordell Patterson before too. The Anthony Belton one's a little weird. I just think the fit in Green Bay is a little funky. But overall, it's been an okay draft, I would say, for the Packers.
Yep, I agree. We appreciate you, Wisco. Buccaneers, we're on the clock. This one's in. You know we love it, Dalton.
I love this.
Pick number 157. It's Elijah Roberts, the defensive lineman from SMU, one of the most productive pass rushers and pressure players that we've had in college football over the last 2 years. A little bit of a tweener. I ranked him very highly as a 3-4 defensive end, which Todd Bowles and his odd front scheme, they can absolutely take advantage of a lot of the things that Elijah Roberts does. I had him 74th on the Buccaneers big board, so I figured that this was a player that they were going to target and prioritize. He's getting picked a lot later than that 74th ranking, but he is somebody who I think fits what Todd Bowles wants to do really well. Dalton, I know he is one of your guys as well. What do you love about Elijah Roberts?
You know, transferring in from Miami 2 years ago to SMU, and he just didn't get a lot of opportunity there to play at Miami. They had a deep D-line group, and he goes, you know what, I need a starting job. Let's go to SMU, and immediately became among the most productive pass rushers first and foremost for SMU. He's 290 pounds. He's powerful. He's got quick hands in close quarters. He's a really good run defender at that size as well. You mentioned the versatility, maybe a 3-4 end, stood up at outside linebacker a lot for the Mustangs, and just you talk about 131 pressures, which I believe led the nation over the last 2 seasons, and 21 sacks. Look, he's not the twitchiest athlete. He doesn't have the most explosive first step. I think, he's short arms, tackles a little bit bit because his arms are a little shorter than you would think for the rest of his body. But this is and you talk about the compliment to the guy they took earlier in David Walker. This is big and powerful and 290 and move him all over the D-line. And then you have David Walker as the smaller, compact speed rusher. This is a nice couple of picks, I think, together for Tampa Bay to build this edge depth. But I've loved watching Elijah Roberts for the last 2 years, and I really think his size and that versatility and the power is an asset for this defense. It seems like constantly they just refuse to take an edge rusher too early or 19th overall or wherever, but they keep finding players later in the draft. Yaya Diaby's another one that they're just solid. It seems like they're just going to build this deep rotation of edge players in Tampa.
Yeah, Logan Hall entering the final year of his contract. I don't think that they've loved the return on him, certainly as a fringe first-round pick there. So maybe they're letting him walk afterwards. They've had Will Golson on this team for so long, and he has been one of those players who could be, a heavy-handed guy that could play a 4-eye, could play a 3 technique for you, could play as a 5 tech, especially as somebody who you want to hold the line of scrimmage on that 5 tech alignment. So there's plenty of places that Todd Bowles can place a guy like Elijah Roberts and somebody who is very productive and has gotten a lot of pressures.
For what it's worth, I had him ahead of Olu Oladejo, who went last night, right? I had him ahead of Ashton Gelati, ahead of Jordan Birch, ahead of David Walker. I'm with you. I think very highly of Elijah Roberts and what his size and power can bring. I think this is a great value pick.
Yeah. The Los Angeles Chargers at 158. They took Keandre Lambert-Smith, the wide receiver from Auburn. I like this one because it's a combination of what they took with Trey Harris, as well, where they're just trying to open things up. They're trying to be much more reliable deep down the field. I think they thought that Quentin Johnson would develop into that type of a player. They obviously brought Mike Williams back, who was funny. They kind of let Mike Williams walk, saying, hey, this is exactly what you were, and we don't really think that you're as valuable with it anymore. Now he comes back, and so they were kind of proven right? That's kind of why he gets back to the Los Angeles Chargers, because they were proven right in that, but they still bring him back because they had nobody to really stretch the field. Now they've got 2 guys in Trey Harris and a depth player to be able to do so in Keandre Lambert-Smith.
Yeah, this is a guy at Penn State, kind of fell out of favor at Penn State. Then he goes to Auburn, has his best year of his career, honestly. And Penn State, honestly, could have really used this guy last year because wide receiver was the biggest issue with the Nittany Lions. Keandre Lambert-Smith is a talented player. I think he is a depth receiver in the NFL. I don't think he'll ever be a starting receiver in the NFL, but he's a pretty good separator, pretty decent after the catch, too. Like I said, he had a breakout year with the Auburn Tigers this past year, so I do like Keandre Lambert-Smith a lot.
Yeah, you said it right. You talk about a guy who can get vertical with his speed, that 4.3 speed. He can get vertical, and it's look, last year, I know he was his guy at Michigan. Jim Harbaugh took Cornelius Johnson. This year, you've got Trey Harris. And the idea behind a guy like Lambert-Smith maybe isn't that he's going to be some 1,000-yard receiver. It's that you've got all these vertical guys, and then you got Ladd McConkey messing around underneath, right? That's the idea. Is what we're really trying to do here is get Ladd McConkey open as much as possible. So I think Jim Harbaugh's been doing this. He's been taking vertical receivers for the last 2 years, and I would just assume every Chargers draft that he has from here in, that's what he's going to do, is going to get at least one vertical receiver to take the top off.
Packers at number 159. It's not a cornerback. It's another defensive lineman, and I think this is an extremely Packers pick. Colin Oliver, the defensive lineman from Oklahoma State, somebody who was an off-ball linebacker for them for a little bit, but that explosiveness very clearly was best used as a pass rusher. A little bit of the same conversation that we have with Jalen Walker. Now, obviously, you're drafting him much further down the draft, but he's sort of that off-ball linebacker type, but you like the athleticism and the explosiveness the most in his game. He was best used when he was a pass rusher. They put him in a full pass rushing situation this past year, I believe, for the first time, and he performed very well before getting hurt. And so the Packers just love to invest in these explosive athletes at the off-ball linebacker and edge position there in their defense. I know they're not as much of an odd front anymore, and so you're hoping that he's going to be a 5-technique defensive end for you, that he's going to be able to do that. I don't think they'll have him be an off-ball linebacker because his tape was much more useful when he was on the line of scrimmage, but Colin Oliver to the Green Bay Packers at 159.
I interviewed Joe Alt a few years ago before he had his junior year, and I asked him who the best D lineman you've ever played, and he said Myles Murphy was one of them, and he goes, man, I had so many difficulties blocking Colin Oliver. He said that speed was difficult for me to handle.
He can get off the ball.
And we just saw Joe Alt have a heck of a rookie year in the NFL with the Los Angeles Chargers. So if Joe Alt says, I have some difficulties with Colin Oliver, now listen, this is probably higher than I would take in Colin Oliver, yes, because I think he's a little bit of a tweener, and yes, the injuries kind of robbed him this last year as well. But you mentioned the pass rush ability. I think he could be, as a designated pass rusher, he could be a pretty dangerous player.
Yeah, I think, you know what, I actually don't think he's a tweener at all. I think he's an edge player. I think for a Green Bay team looking for situational pass rush help, and they didn't want to take an edge rusher early in this draft because they still think they have something in Lucas Van Ness going into his third year, and they have Rashawn Gary. I think he's not a tweener to me. I don't think it would work at linebacker. Well, I think you bring him in rotationally, you bring him in as an extra blitzer, and you just cause problems up front. If you're Jeff Hafley, that's where I'm at with Colin Alvarez. This is a designated pass rusher pick as opposed if you need him to play linebacker in an emergency, sure. I'm not asking for it, though.
No, I agree. He's got to be labeled as that designated pass rusher type because when you look at his measurables just as a full-time edge rusher, his height's 5th percentile, his weight's 3rd percentile, his wingspan is 3rd percentile, and his arm length is 0th percentile.
That's why he's a tweener, yeah.
That's why we talk about him in that sort of like tweener light, but I agree. His NFL traits are as an edge rusher. So you want him in those long and down and distance situations, and you're hoping that he's a great core special teamer for you as well, bringing you some nice size and explosiveness there. San Francisco 49ers, they took Marcus Siegel, the safety/slot defender, did a lot of really great work in the slot. Really reliable run defender, I think, when he was close to the line of scrimmage. He, like Caleb Ransall, I got worried about when you were having him in pure coverage situations because even though he's a great athlete, both of those guys, Caleb Ransall and Marcus Siegel, they showcased that they were great athletes at the combine. They're in recovery mode way too much, both of these guys. They're not anticipating the way that they need to. They're not using their leverage or their angles or their alignment or their bump and run ability like as much as they need to, and they're just too often caught in situations where they're showing off great recovery speed. I want you to be hip to hip with the guy. I want you to be a little bit closer, and sometimes playing in coverage is making sure that you don't panic when you're in trail technique, but I thought that he was just behind a little bit too much.
I'm going to throw it out there again. All the 49ers and Robert Saleh have been doing is drafting run defenders. Marcus Siegel this year, 85.2 run defense grade.
Yep.
It's just, we could just find, for the rest of the Niners picks, let's just find the highest graded run defenders and guess that that's where they're going to go. They're just, whether he's a safety or in the slot, Upton Stout was the same thing. Every draft pick has been made, and I look at these players and I go, oh, they're one of the best run defenders at their position. And that's again here was that's just the Niners are doing one thing and one thing only in this draft, and that's stopping the run.
We had a couple more picks. I want to get to the super chat in a second, but Smael Mondon Jr., the linebacker from Georgia, and then Francisco Mauga from Miami. So back-to-back linebackers there. One of them, Smael Mondon Jr., went to the Philadelphia Eagles, and then the Jets took Mauga, the linebacker from Miami.
Yeah, so Smael Mondon Jr., this is a Howie Roseman pick right here. I mean, he's got elite explosiveness.
He's a Georgia
He's a
Bulldog.
Georgia linebacker.
Of course he was going in Philly.
Yeah,
Where else would he go?
Absolutely. He's a fantastic tackler, though. 98th percentile missed tackle rate since 2023. Has no issue sticking with tight ends. Got good speed, too. The physical speed for Smael Mondon Jr. is elite. The mental speed is where he lacks right now, and the anticipation just isn't the best for him right now. But if his mental speed ever catches up to his physical speed, he could be a starting caliber linebacker in the NFL. But until that happens, impact special teamer, plays in rotation. For Mauigoa, his younger brother, Francis Mauigoa, is the right tackle at Miami. He will be very high on the 2026 big board for PFF coming out pretty soon, too. Francisco Mauigoa, though, really productive player at linebacker for Miami, too. More of a bigger linebacker who's pretty good as a run defender. And I think he could be a really good special teamer for the Jets.
Yeah, 84 run defense grade. If something happens to Quincy Williams or Jamian Sherwood, he comes in at least on early downs and you get him going. I think you have two linebackers here that are just, you have the two different archetype of linebacker. A bigger run defense linebacker in Mauigoa, Mondon, sub packages, coverage, maybe even man-to-man, man up some backs out of the backfield. And look, this Eagles linebacker room just keeps getting better. And honestly, it should have been predictable. They just took another Georgia Bulldog. Can they build their whole front seven yet out of Georgia guys?
Got to be close.
Basically,
it's got to be
they're
close. I mean, it's just, and Mondon's enough. You like the speed. You mentioned special teams. The coverage ability and the athleticism is what appeals there.
Zoltz give us a $5 super chat. Can you guys talk about the five players left on the PFF Top 100 who have not been picked yet? So if we go over to the best available tab, which you guys can see, if you go to the PFF Draft Tracker, Jared Ivey, I got him ranked 61st overall. I understand that it's a little bit streamlined, but I thought these odd front teams would be really in on Jared Ivey. Again, if you're looking at him as just a pure edge rusher, we talked about it a little bit earlier in the show, he doesn't really have the speed, the explosiveness to threaten. I wouldn't say the explosiveness. I think he's got explosiveness. the top end speed to get up the arc and around the outside shoulder of offensive tackles. And because of that, you don't really want to use him as a pure edge rusher in the same way, in the same alignment that Ole Miss was using him. I think that you want to reduce him down a little bit more towards that 3-4 defensive end spot, maybe even more as, play him a little bit at nose, play him a little bit at 3-tech, just a very versatile defensive front that I could make a lot of sense for him. I feel like he would have been a great Seattle Seahawks pick. The Baltimore Ravens, I think he could have got in the mix there as well. But these teams that like to stay super multiple, Arizona Cardinals maybe as well. That's sort of how I feel about him. But I can understand why he's still on the board, because if you're viewing him as just a pure edge rusher, he's not really going to have the speed that you love there. Xavier Restrepo, speedy guys that don't have the speed. I think the pro day numbers were very worrisome for Xavier Restrepo, and the fact that he just did not showcase very good speed at all whatsoever. Good agility drills, and that goes into the separation of how smart he is as a slot-only wide receiver, but he does not have the size, he does not have the speed that makes the NFL feel good about drafting him. I think he'll get drafted, but I was really afraid after that pro day performance that he would be here. Damian Martinez, his teammate, I am much more shocked that he is still here in the 5th round, and he's one of those running backs that's still left that I think he's got a rotational ability, man. I think he is a big, strong back who he's got good explosiveness to him. He's got good footwork as well. I thought he was disinterested in third down responsibilities halfway through this season, but I thought the second half of the season, it's like, man, somebody lit a fire in him, and I thought his tape was much better in those areas at that point when we were at the end of the Kane season. Chris Paul Jr., undersized linebacker at Ole Miss. I think that's really the reason why he's not picked here. Although, man, we've got some linebackers who are off the board. Like Barrett Carter goes off the board. And I thought that Chris Paul Jr., Barrett Carter's small for a linebacker. I thought that he would have been drafted ahead of Barrett Carter. And then the last one is Cameron Williams, the offensive tackle from Texas, a guy with all the tools in the world, but just a lot of inconsistencies, ton of penalties. I think he had the most penalties of any offensive lineman in the country this past year, or he was close. And so got really long arms, good strength to him, good body type, plus size, but he's still figuring it all out. He's not anticipating exactly the way that he needs to. The feet are a little bit slow in pass protection, and you just got to work with him as a developmental tackle, but a lot of potential in what he's able to bring. I just wanted to explain those because they were where I was ranked in the top 100, but any thoughts on where any of those guys are ranked?
To answer Cody's question, because you also asked him about Chris Paul Jr. I love Chris Paul Jr. I had him LB2 in his class, but he's a fluid athlete, but you mentioned it before. His weight, 2nd percentile. His arm length, 1st percentile. That really shows up when he's taking on blocks, I thought. But his tape at Ole Miss was fantastic this past year, and I thought he should have been a day 2 pick, but he's here right now, almost the 6th round of the draft now.
I agree, and the 2 Miami guys are fascinating. I love Xavier Restrepo. If he gets drafted, I'll go on that whole rant because he's, for his, the 40 time wasn't great. He was saying, I tweaked my hammy and ran anyway. There's some controversy about that. Obviously, a 4.8's not great to see from a slot guy. See if that's actually real or not, or if anybody believes him in the NFL. Maybe it's the Tennessee Titans and Cam Ward. Martinez, I really like your James Conner comp with Damian Martinez. I think
that's how he plays.
That makes and I think, I do wonder if there are some scouts who only watched him at Miami this year. That's not the whole story. If you're watching Damian Martinez tape, you need to go back to the Oregon State film because it's versatile. Everyone thinks about big runner. Oh, he's just this gap scheme duo. No, this guy can run zone schemes. He can get lateral. He can cut off 1 foot. He can do things that a lot of smaller backs even can't do as well as he can. So I think Martinez really does need to be drafted here. He's a more versatile back, at least in the run game when you talk about scheme, than people think he is.
I didn't see the video, but Whiskey says, whoa, that video of the Browns war room after picking Deion's kid is wild. They look pissed. We haven't seen the video yet. Obviously, we're doing the live stream here on the show, but that could go into
goes to the owners.
This is an owner call.
Conspiracy,
hey, pick the kid. So maybe that's the case. Again, I don't really understand the strategy there, but we talk a lot about Shedeur. Obviously, we'll continue to talk about him. But we got a Panthers pick we got to talk about in a second, and then the Steelers are on the clock. Before we do that, got to talk to the people about our friends over at Prize Picks. It's the best way to watch sports. Make some cash while you're doing it. Download the Prize Picks app, and you can pick between more or less of a single stat. We see a lot of NFL stats that are right there on the board. We've got NBA, NHL, MLB, all that great stuff there as well. So you can choose from the other sports to build your lineup. It's available in 40 states, including Texas, including California as well. You can earn up to 1,000 times your bet, depending on how big the lineup is. I mean, if you want to get pretty bold there, that's what you can do. You can earn up to 1,000 times your cash. Download the Prize Picks app. Use the promo code PFF. You see all that. I mean, using the promo code PFF, it doesn't mean that you just have to bet on football things. When you use that promo code, whatever your lineup is, if you bet just $5, whenever that lineup goes through, win or lose, you'll get $50 on Prize Picks for whatever your next bets are going to be. So it's a bonus bet there from Prize Picks. Go check out the App Store, download the Prize Picks app, and when you do, make sure you use that promo code PFF to activate that $5 and getting that 50 free, win or lose, no matter what happens with your lineup. All right, Panthers, we're on the board at 163. The pick is in Mitchell Evans, ranked 166 on my board. God, we're so close.
That's a good landing spot,
so
too. That's a really good. I'll let go. I know this is one of Gordon's guys here, but this is a fantastic landing.
Is this
spot.
one of the guys Gordon had on the list?
I believe so, right?
Okay, all right. That means that we're going over to the bar set. Fellas, I feel like we haven't heard from you in forever. You've been feeding us great information from the Team Top 100s, from PFF Ultimate Tool, all that great stuff. But Mason was on a legendary run there in the 4th round, and then it felt like it was nothing from any of our specialized guys. But Gordon, Mitchell Evans, the tight end from Notre Dame, going to the Carolina Panthers. What do you think?
This is another guy. I mean, this is a nice draft for the Panthers. I think this is probably going to be our favorite draft when all's said and done. He's 88th on your big board for the Panthers, which I feel like they've nailed guys on that board consistently. You and I were having a discussion about next year's draft when we were in the Airbnb earlier this week, and you mentioned something about the fact that next year's draft class, it feels like it's a lot of tight ends that are going to be guys that are move tight ends that live in the slot and do all those different things. Not a great class for those more inline tight ends. That's where I think Mitchell Evans has a great fit in the NFL as a guy who can line up in line, solid blocker. One of the notes in the PFF draft tracker on him is he had a 70+% catch rate on contested targets last year. I think this is just like a nice guy who will probably contribute on special teams and can show up and block in line for you and just be like a really nice fit to this roster.
There's a lot of scheme bits I actually want to get into with this because I love this pick for Dave Canales and this offense. A team that actually, if you remember this late in the year as Bryce Young was making the nice run that he did, this team went into a lot of multiple tight end sets, a lot more 12 personnel than they did earlier in the year. And I think about where Evans fits in with Tommy Tremble, also former Notre Dame tight end, and Jatavian Sanders, who is very much a movable piece, who I don't think Evans gets in the way of. I think he actually complements him more in this room. And, there was the torn ACL at the end, in the middle of 2023 for Mitchell Evans at Notre Dame when he was having a spectacular year in 2023. And I think Evans, the production drop this year, he's not a blazer. He's not a dynamic runner, right? He's not that fast. He's a bigger, more classic tight end. The ACL might have affected him a little bit. The other thing, too, to me is Mike Denbrock's offense at Notre Dame just doesn't we saw this with Mason Taylor a little bit at LSU. It just doesn't emphasize a player like Mitchell Evans in a traditional tight end role. It's very much more spread out, and you like better athletes at that spot. So I think Evans is a really good pick for the Panthers and Dave Canales to just add in as a complementary piece to the rest of his tight end room.
We had another tight end just went off the board, too. I don't know if you saw it at the Chargers. Oronde Gadsden, my guy.
Nice.
I love my guy.
Happy for you.
My guy.
I'm very happy.
I know you love him because of Syracuse. I know you don't as much because he may or may not be a tight end. I love this guy. I think this is a great. You talk about just a weapon that the Chargers can add in here with the rest of what they're already getting vertical. Here's another vertical weapon up the seams that they're getting into. And is he a tight end? Is he a receiver? Is he Mike Gesicki? Whatever he is, I don't think it's that different than. I don't think he's that different than some of these receiving-oriented move tight ends that we've talked about earlier in this draft. I have him. I actually had him as a top 100 guy. I'm in on Gadsden. I am. The blocking be damned. I get it. He's not a very good blocker.
Damn for a tight end. Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Yes, but when you
he is purely a receiver.
He pretty much.
Listen.
But I mean, if Mike Gesicki's going to make the money he's making, he's the Bengals' third leading receiver. Oronde Gadsden can exist.
It's hard for Syracuse to get national recognition in football. So what Syracuse did was they listed Oronde Gadsden as a tight end. That way his stats would look outrageous compared to other tight ends. He actually played a lot more as a tight end this year, though, than he did previous years. Before, he was a pure slot receiver. Came in at 247 pounds at the Shrine Bowl. Mm-hmm. If he's going to play at that weight, that's legit tight end weight. Before at Syracuse, around like the 220, maybe 230s range as well. This past year, he was mentioned before the wins above average stat, the most valuable tight end in the country after Tyler Warren and Harold Fenton Jr., who both had like record-breaking years at Penn State and Bowling Green. Now, again, don't mention it. He adds nothing as a blocker. Right now, nothing as a blocker. He's not big enough. He's not strong enough. He looks like a wide receiver when he's blocking out there, but he's essentially a big slot receiver. He moves like a wide receiver, a big slot receiver as well. Got really good hands. Two, I think Jim Harbaugh's going to have a lot of fun with this guy as an offense.
He is very much a streamlined player, in my opinion. I had him as sort of like a borderline draftable player. I felt like he'd be a 7th-round guy. It felt like the NFL was going to be a little bit higher on him than I was going to be, obviously drafting him at pick number 165 here in the 5th round. I get worried about him because I like the size. The size is alluring. I think he can be a contested catch guy. I don't think he separates off of press coverage very well, so I don't think that you can put him outside as an X receiver. Right. I think he's purely just a big slot guy because you're not going to have a lot of slot receivers that are going to be able to match him on the line of scrimmage with that size. So a lot of times they're going to play off, and that's what happened at Syracuse. He was really able to feast off of that off coverage pretty well. I don't think he's a great separator. I think he's kind of tight-hipped, and so there's just a lot of limitations for him, but you're clearly drafting him to sort of just be this streamlined role. And that's what the Chargers are saying. They're like, hey, we want to get that. Not that he is Colston Loveland. He's not. But sort of that just like taller receiving weapon from the tight end position. Jim Harbaugh trying to lean into that a little bit.
You hope he's something like Mike Gesicki. I think that's where it's at, because Gesicki doesn't block at all either.
So much more fluid and flexible.
Sure, and that's why he went way earlier in the draft back when he did, Penn State legend. But I mean, I think to me, if you're looking for that move seam, and I also think Justin Herbert, he likes those catch radius guys where he can just fire it in there and just allow those guys to make it happen up the seams. I do think this could be someone who down the line is a dangerous weapon. You mentioned in a very streamlined role. Yes, I'm with you on that. But look, you have Will Dissly do all the blocking. You have Tyler Conklin flexing. You have Oronde Gadsden flexing. They're just finding weapons in this Chargers offense, and I actually think this could be a useful one.
All right, we're going back to we're going over to the side set here because we have back-to-back picks here from these guys of people that they wanted to talk about. The Seattle Seahawks at pick number 166. They went with Colorado State wide receiver Torrey Horton. That was one of Mason's guys. And then right after that, the Tennessee Titans at 167 took Jackson Slater, the Sacramento State interior offensive lineman. So Mason, we'll start with you. Torrey Horton going to the Seattle Seahawks. Your thoughts there, and then we'll talk about Jackson Slater.
Well, Trevor, we felt a little bad that we took up so much of your airtime early on here, so I let you guys go there in the 5th round. But now we're back with a couple of
I'll go eat a sandwich. It's fine.
A couple of quick hitters here. Yeah, Torrey Horton was one of my favorite players to watch in college football. Again, dude has just competitive fire every down. His season cut a little bit short this year due to injury, but he was on his way to another really good year. 81.4 receiving grade this year, 86.9 the year prior. Over the last 2 seasons combined, 91st percentile in separation rate. That is a really good mark that you want to see from a guy that's taken a little bit further down the board, a guy that can separate with consistency and get open for his quarterback, and an 89th percentile in yards per route run. Lacks a little bit of explosion, but he has good feet and really active hands to get off the press. I really like what he could bring to this offense and help them sort of diversify what they have out there at the receiver group.
Gordon, what do you think about Jackson Slater going to the Titans?
Yeah, I mean, the thing I like here is this is a guy who started for 3 years. Smaller school guy at Sacramento State, but 3 years worth of starting. He's still only 21 years old. There's athleticism there that I think gives him the opportunity to grow. You look at the grading profile for him, an 88.2 PFF pass blocking grade, 84.7 of that lined up in true pass sets. And then the thing I liked when he went to the Senior Bowl and we got to watch some of that tape, didn't feel like he got overwhelmed with the step up in competition there. So especially when you get a guy like this in the 5th round, there's developmental possibility here. I know he's a guy who might wind up kicking inside even to center at this point, but a 5th round pick on a guy with that level of athleticism and still young enough to maximize some of that.
I think he's a center.
I think he's a center. I was just going to ask you. He's a center. There's 2 guys I look at in this late round. One just got drafted. One may or may not. Jackson Slater and Jonah Monheim, I feel like are the 2 really athletic developmental zone scheme centers. I see them kind of similarly. We'll see if Monheim gets drafted. He's a converted tackle, really good athlete. Both of them good athletes, lack length, could get a little bit stronger at the NFL level. But I think Slater, on a Titans offensive line that's pretty set right now, especially with Lloyd Cushenberry as the starter at center, I do think he's a center. I think he's someone over the next couple of years we could keep an eye on. But if nothing else, he's either versatile depth at guard and center, or I'm with you, that's where he fits is at the pivot, and he's just got to get a little bit stronger.
This is the type, I'll go back to Torrey Horton real quick. This is the type of receiver Seattle should have been looking at in this draft. I love this pick for Seattle right here because they have, obviously, Cooper Kupp. They have Jackson Smith and Jake, too. Those are really like slot receivers, are really good short, intermediate range. You got a deep threat now. Torrey Horton has got great speed, really good size as well. I don't know if he'll be ever the starting X receiver for your team, but I mean, he has a lot of ability.
He's a blazer.
Yeah.
He can really run when he's healthy.
Yeah, ran a 4.4 at 6'3". It's crazy.
We had a super chat. I'm just trying to find it. Hold on. Matthew, $50 super chat. We really appreciate it. Thank you, Matthew. Appreciate you guys. Love NFLSC. Arizona fan here. Would love to know your thoughts on drafting a quarterback for arbitrage and security, and your thoughts on my guy, Shamari Simmons from Arizona State. I thought he could be a green dot mentally, but his athleticism is lacking. I agree. I think that the athleticism is the concern here with Shamari Simmons, although he made a couple of nice plays while he was at the Shrine Bowl and Shrine Bowl practices. But from what I've heard, everybody raves about him. Everybody at Arizona State, he's really a team guy. I think he was their defensive MVP over the past couple of seasons. I just worry if he's an NFL athlete. I'm not so sure he's getting drafted. I think he might be a priority for undrafted free agent type of a player. So Matthew's kind of saying, okay, maybe you like this linebacker convert there for him, because he was more of a safety.
He was
right?
more of a slot guy. I think he was at his best in the slot there for Arizona State, and they brought him. I believe, if I remember, they brought him on a lot of blitzes, and he had the weird thing where in the Texas game where he didn't get to play in the first half, he was suspended. But I think he played most often in the slot. That's probably, as long as he can hold up with his feet, I think that's the most likely role you would find for him in the NFL.
91.6 run defense grade this past year for Shamari.
For Shamari?
Yeah,
there you go.
Really good run defender.
That's maybe a linebacker converted player.
That's what I'm saying.
Small
That's
for a
not a
linebacker.
bad call,
I think he's going to be a core special teamer if he gets drafted or if he makes it as an undrafted free agent. But we really appreciate it.
Yeah, he's only...
also, drafting quarterbacks here for just like security. How do you feel? I mean, we got Riley Leonard, we got Kyle McCord, we got Will Howard. I'd love to draft those guys. I think this is absolutely the range.
For the Cardinals specifically? Is that what we were talking about?
Maybe. Sure.
Because you have Kyler Murray, you have Jacoby Brissett. I mean, look, all those guys at this point in the draft, and that's how I think of a lot of them, they're developmental guys, right? Riley Leonard, if you want that, keep a little bit of legs in there. You want Kyle McCord, who a lot of teams like, especially mentally on the board. They were liking him. You know, I even think about, I don't know if he'll go, but a guy like Curtis Rourke, I mean, there's nothing wrong. At this point in the draft, from here forward, you want to take one of these guys, and especially on this team, he'd be a third stringer early. I don't see anything wrong with it. Riley Leonard might appeal to them.
Yeah, Riley Leonard would make a lot of sense for that offense, too, because if Kyler Murray, say he goes out with an injury and Riley Leonard has to be put in there, he also has mobility, too. He's not as fast as Kyler Murray, obviously, but he's a bruising runner, so you could still have a lot of those like QB option runs in there for Arizona.
A couple more picks, just get caught up here. Drew Kendall, the center from Boston College, going to the Philadelphia Eagles. Basically a center-only prospect, but guy who's got some NFL bloodline. His dad played in the NFL. I think the arms are too short to be able to play guard. I think he is that center-only type of prospect, but a good depth player there, somebody who knows the position well, somebody who can play very, very well, in my opinion, in a zone-blocking scheme. His athleticism is where he really shines. He can get out of his stance. He got a really low stance. I love that when he's firing off of the ball, he does so with really great leverage. A little bit smaller. Again, the length isn't great. It limits him to just that center spot. But for zone blocking scheme stuff, which the Philadelphia Eagles do a decent amount of, I think he's a good backup there. Zoff Frazier, the cornerback from UTSA, basically this year's Tyreek Woolen, goes in the fifth round, just like Tyreek Woolen did. He is the bet the Chicago Bears are making here at 169 as a backup cornerback. You guys are smiling. What do you think about this?
It's a hand-picked Dennis Allen guy right there.
Yeah, totally.
More aggressive, more man coverage. Matt Eberflus would have never made this pick. Dennis Allen's making this pick because he wants to run more man coverage. Jalen Johnson, got Tyreek Stevenson on the other side, Kyler Gordon in the slot. This is a fun developmental pick for a team that I think is going to get more aggressive on defense.
Well, I also think that he'd be developmental for what you want, because the length, let me make sure that I get this right for Zoff Frazier.
He's freaky, no question about it. He's freaky.
He ran a 4.36 at 6'3", he has 33-inch arms.
96th percentile in height, 23rd percentile in weight, because he's a little bit, he's just more of a slender dude. 95th percentile wingspan, 91st percentile arm length. So you're right, it's just that size and length that you absolutely love from him. You mentioned the man coverage ability. I think it's there for him, but I think it's totally potential at this point because he was much better in zone. right? He was much better in those cover 3 alignments where he could play sort of as that like Richard Sherman type of a bigger, longer cover 3 type of a corner. He can play in press. Obviously, he's got the length to be able to do it, but I do think he's got to put on a little bit of weight. He's got to play a little bit stronger. Clearly, Chicago and Dennis Allen wants to get a guy who, if you could get him a little bit stronger, what a weapon he might be able to be when you want to get aggressive in coverage.
And he's a late bloomer, too. He's only had 10 career starts, and he's going to be 25 years old in his rookie season. But you mentioned before the tools are outrageous for this guy right there. So any team that's going to run a high amount of press coverage, whether it be zone or man coverage, should be really interested in him. And I think it makes sense from a tools perspective.
I just wonder where UTSA finds these freaks. where do they find these giant guys who can play corner with blazing speed? Is there a factory down there in San Antonio somewhere where they're making these guys up, or what? What is going on between Woolen and Frazier? I mean, I think it's just like Woolen was back then for Seattle. Look, it's a 5th round pick. Take the tools. Why not? I don't see anything wrong with that. That's a Dennis Allen handpicked one right there.
I mean, he was at Southern Illinois. Well, shoot, actually, yeah, he was at Southern Illinois in 2019. Then he transferred to Coffeyville Community College for the 2020 season. Where was he after that?
Shout out Coffeyville Community College.
Initially committed to play to Kentucky after that, but ended up going to UTSA instead. So we almost went to Kentucky. Wow, we almost got to see this guy in the SEC.
Him and Maxwell Harrison together have been a freaky duo.
Yeah, would have been crazy. Yeah, we're sticking along the defensive back train here with Jordan Hancock, the safety for the Buffalo Bills, listed as a safety, one of those nickel defenders. Somebody that I had listed as a nickel defender who played a lot in the slot at Ohio State. You look like you're hesitant about the nickel defender role.
I think he could do either. I think.
Oh, so you're saying in a good way?
Yes, in a good way.
Okay.
Down the stretch, okay, Ohio State, I'm getting into the weeds here, but Ohio State, they made adjustments on offense like we've talked about before with Donovan Jackson, guys like that. They also made a big adjustment on defense in Ohio State. They had him in the slot a lot, but if you watch, there was certain moments this year, the Nebraska game, he had to start at safety because I think Lathan Ransom was out with an injury. And even down the stretch when Jim Knowles started messing around with the schemes, it was a lot more cover 2 and a lot more Jordan Hancock playing a deep half back there, going between a deep half and in the slot. I think about the Buffalo Bills. There's a whole lot of cover 2 in Sean McDermott's defense. I think this is somebody, the flexibility to play in the slot, the ability that he did show on tape, it's there at Ohio State to at least functionally play in a deep half. I think his versatility, I don't think it's one, because they still have Taron Johnson. You're not just going to insert Hancock into the slot. I think the versatility to play in the slot, to play safety, to play special teams, to play a whole bunch of different roles. He was one of the quietest, most valuable players for Ohio State this year because he just allowed Caleb Downs and some of those other guys to do what they do in the middle of the field and Lathan Ransom to bounce all over the place. But this is just another really good, versatile player for the Bills to have. I got to give him credit. I said it this whole process. I think the Bills, A, should get aggressive for players they want, and B, I wouldn't even bother drafting an offensive player. Go defense the entire way. They've done it so far, and every single pick, all 5 picks they've made, I'm in on it. I'm in on what the Bills are doing in this draft.
I believe, by the way, this is the 12th Buckeye that's been selected so far in the draft. The all-time record is 15 by Georgia in 2022.
Who else do they have?
Will Howard.
They still have Will Howard, and they still have Denzel Burke, and they still have Seth McLaughlin. They'll tie the record. I do not think they're going to.
They have 12? They got drafted? No way.
Yeah, I think they do.
Man. Ibuka, Quinshawn, Travion,
Tom,
Tyleek,
I just had it.
Sawyer,
12.
Hamilton, Simon,
Ibuka, Donovan Jackson.
Oh, Jackson.
Tyleek Williams, Josh Simmons, Quinshawn Judkins, Trayvon Henderson, JT Tuimoloau, Cody Simon, Lathan Ransom, Jack Sawyer, Ty Hamilton, and now Jordan Hancock.
Well, no wonder they won the national title.
And they still should have 3 more. If they get those 3, they'll tie the 2022 Georgia record.
Who are the 3? Will Howard,
Denzel Burke, and Seth McLaughlin.
Is there anybody else? Could they break the record?
G. Scott was another guy. I just don't think he's going to get drafted.
I don't think he's getting drafted.
Yeah. They'll tie the record, though. I think they'll tie the record.
I think they'll also tie the record.
Yeah.
Wow. I didn't even think that we were going to get a team to threaten.
Yeah.
Obviously, they won the national championship.
Seth might be the biggest question there coming off a torn Achilles.
Yeah.
I do think Burke and Will Howard, I think, we haven't had a quarterback since Shador, but Will Howard, I think, should get drafted. Even if Chip Kelly just takes him just to take him. Please, Chip Kelly, just keep it together and keep Will Howard as your backup. But
you could.
You could. I think Seth would be the hardest of the 3, though, just with the injury.
Okay, we have a The Detroit Lions pick is in. It's a very Detroit Lions pick. Before we get to that, I got to remind you guys the PFF's NFL draft coverage is brought to you by our friends over at Jack Link's Duos. Jack Link's knows there's nothing like a great duo, and the NFL draft brings together great duos all the time. We talked about it already here in this draft with Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel. That's a great connection. Obviously, connections like Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase being reunited as quarterback and wide receiver in the NFL. What Jack Link's Duo is doing is they're taking two great flavors of beef jerky and putting it in one bag for your enjoyment there. What about one of the other picks that we had here in this draft? A dream duo, Jackson Dart, Malik Neighbors. We're going with it. Deep receiver, talented receiver. At least he's got somebody to throw to.
Ole Miss LSU, Dart Neighbors, Ole Miss LSU, Manning, Odell Beckham.
The parallels are just uncanny. It's unbelievable. Somebody get the graphic of Max's face that he just says the Giants are winning the Super Bowl.
Don't get that graphic.
They'll do it. They're going to do it.
We've got to fire it off from Maine. You see these two guys in their PFF grades there. I think they're going to be a good duo in the NFL, or at least certainly Jackson Dart's going to be happy that he's got this potential dream duo here with Malik Neighbors to throw the football to. Jack Link's Duos has a lot of really great flavors. Mango and jalapeno is my personal favorite. Gives you a little bit of the sweetness with the heat there. Original and teriyaki, which we know people love. And then, of course, buffalo and ranch, which is a tried and true flavor combination. Find Jack Link's Duos wherever you buy Jack Link's jerky at your local convenience store or select Walmarts. Also want to talk to you guys about Cherry Bundy. This podcast is brought to you by our friends over at Cherry Bundy. They are the performance drink that is fueling the healthlete revolution. No matter what kind of an active lifestyle that you live, whether you're training for a marathon, you're doing CrossFit 5 times a week, maybe you're just going into the gym 3 times a week, lifting some weights, or if it's as simple as just getting some steps around the neighborhood, whatever it is, they've got the products for you. Natural products and natural ingredients, no added sugar. The tart cherries are the highest antioxidant fruit or vegetable in the world. Natural anti-inflammatory benefits, reduces soreness, increases recovery. Again, whatever kind of demands that you have for recovery, it's going to help there. It's also got naturally occurring melatonin to help you improve sleep, help support immunity, all of that great stuff. It's used by the very best. 500 collegiate and professional sports teams use these products. Every single NFL team. You go check it out because it's not just the recovery stuff. They've got some energy for you before the workouts. They've got the stuff specifically to help you sleep. It's gummies, it's drinks, it's gel packs, whatever. Go check it out. Use the promo code PFF20 over at cherrybunny.com to get yourself 20% off. You could also try to find their products on Amazon and retailers nationwide, including Publix, Kroger, grocery stores, things like that. But if you want to get that 20% off, use that promo code PFF20. All orders over at cherrybunny.com to help you be the best version of whatever athlete you want to be. There it is.
Stop. No, stop. No, stop. I never signed off on this. I never signed off on this. This is ridiculous. I do not listen. I've been getting flamed a lot on Twitter today for various draft.
You know what that is?
This is not a real draft.
That is payback for every time they use the Jake Retzloff graphic on me.
But no, you actually thought that. I didn't. I don't actually think this. This is ridiculous.
Guys, we could get the Giants helmet over there. And
no,
put it up on
stop.
The desk for you.
Stop.
The best part is that, if it actually, obviously, if it happens, you go I never said that. You can never see that. It's a fake graphic, all that. But if they do win the Super Bowl,
then
you will quite literally be the only one who counts.
Then it counts.
Then it counts. Obviously, we're going to count it there. We have 2 picks here. Well, 3 picks, actually, that I think are going to get the folks fired up. The Detroit Lions at pick number 171 took LSU guard Miles Frazier, who, man, I'm not going to lie, going into this season, I didn't really like what he was putting out on tape in 2023. 2024 was awesome from him. I think he could potentially be a starter for the Detroit Lions one day at guard, and he was a player who I thought had a really good year. 128 on my big board. They get him at 171. So I think that's great value there for the Detroit Lions. The Los Angeles Rams, excellent. You talk about great value.
Elite pick.
Getting Chris Paul Jr., the linebacker from Ole Miss here at 172. I had him at 83 overall on my big board. I thought this was a 3rd-round player. I understand the size limitations for him. He struggled when he was at Arkansas, but this past year at Ole Miss, he looked patient. He was anticipating well. I thought this is a player who really understood the game at a very, very high level. We'll talk about him in a second. And then the Bills, getting back to the well, drafting a blocking tight end, one of the best that this class has to offer in Georgia Tech tight end Jackson Hawes. So, all right, Miles Frazier, Chris Paul Jr., Jackson Hawes. Any thoughts?
His guy is Jackson Hawes. That was one of his guys.
Is that what you were fist pumping about? I thought you were fist pumping about.
What's funny is I was fist pumping Chris Paul, and then I saw Jackson Hawes get taken. I was like, okay, we're just going to keep it rolling here. No, Jackson Hawes, this is one of my guys. You want the premier blocking tight end in this class, and I know it doesn't sound flashy. It's Jackson Hawes. You watch the tape back at Yale, and he's just murdering dudes down in the Ivy League, man. It's crazy. He doesn't give you a whole lot in the passing game. That's not the point. He goes up to Georgia Tech this year where they ran the football a whole lot with Haynes King and Jamal Haynes in the backfield. I'm telling you right now, Jackson Hall's a guard in a tight end's body. That's the way I describe him. You talk about, and the Bills are a team, look, multiple tight ends, use 6 offensive linemen on the field more often than any other team. They may not need a 6 offensive lineman anymore because they have Jackson Hawes. I'm telling you, think about this, or if you go 2 tight ends, Dawson Knox and Jackson Hawes. That's some blocking right. That's a brick wall right there, especially in the run game. I'm all about, of course, the first offensive player the Bills take in this draft is this guy. I'm all about this in that same role that Dawson Knox has been playing lately. Kincaid's in the flex role. He doesn't block too much, but Jackson Hawes, especially the end zone cam of the All-22 that we have, that's one of my favorite things to watch. It's just a big nest. I'm actually convinced when I watch him, he don't even care what the score of the game is. He just wants to put people on their backs.
Yep.
That's all he cares about. That's all he actually cares about. If you told him at the end of the game that his team won, he'd be like, well, I mean, at least, I put some people. I got pancakes. How many pancakes did I get on tape here? He just loves blocking. He embraces the role, and the perfect blocking tight end you could have in any NFL. He would help all 32 teams.
Real quick, I know there's a lot of. I think we skipped over the Yaya Black pick. There's some Steelers fans in the chat that want to talk about that real quick. I think he's a really massive nose tackle. He's got decent traits too. I think he could be in a 3-4 defense like the one the Steelers run right there. I think he could be a pretty good depth piece as a nose tackle for them. So
he's just a nose tackle. Over 6'5", 336 pounds, massive wingspan, massive arm length, huge hands as well. So built for the position. When you want that size and somebody be able to plug some holes up front, it's that nose tackle spot. Terrible athlete. Like even for a nose tackle type, for interior defensive lineman. Actually, can I? No. I can't just do nose tackle. So defensive tackles only. He was first percentile in 10-yard split, 5th percentile in 40-yard dash, his 10th percentile in vertical jump, 23rd in broad jump. He had some decent quickness drills, and so he's got that first step quickness to him, which you like to see, but just overall not a great athlete, but he's not going to be asked to rush the passer. He's going to be asked to hold the line of scrimmage, and so, 5th round pick, depth nose tackle player, especially for this odd front. I can see why the Steelers like it, and already wears black and gold with
exactly,
Iowa. Moving over for the Steelers.
That makes sense. It's a Mike Tomlin type of pick. I might have just made a suggestion about J.J. Pegues as a guy who could play quarterback for them also.
What did you say?
I might have taken J.J. Pegues if I was the Steelers. You get a quarterback in there as well. That's just something. That's maybe something I would have done.
That puts pressure on Aaron Rodgers. It
does.
just takes away the negotiating power with Rodgers. Rodgers goes, hey, now my price went up an extra $5 million a year because you guys didn't draft a quarterback. Oh, yes, we did. We got J.J. Pegues.
We got J.J. Pegues, baby.
We're going to run Wildcat.
That's maybe where I would have gone with that pick. But
just take all the packages that you had for Justin Fields last year. That's it. Him as a rusher.
You're speaking my language.
Now you just put a 300-pounder in there.
That's the pick I needed to have. It could still.
I'm so depressed as a Steelers fan.
By the end of the day, if the Steelers don't draft a quarterback and they do draft J.J. Pegues,
it's solved it.
I know what's happening here. They've solved it.
J.J. Pegues' teammate, Chris Paul Jr., this is an A-plus pick by Los Angeles right here. I think he's my number 2 linebacker in the class. He was so good. Actually, there are a lot of people when he transferred from Arkansas to Ole Miss, his grading profile at Arkansas wasn't the best. And a lot of people thought he was a top linebacker in the portal. We were a little more hesitant because of the grading profile. But he proved us wrong this past year. He really was one of the best linebackers in college football this past year. He's a weapon as a blitzer. He's an outstanding tackler, too. Now, we talked about before, he is a little undersized. His waist is 2nd percentile, arm length is 1st percentile, and not as good in tight spaces as he is in the open field. But I really think if he could add a little more mass to his frame, he could be a starting linebacker in the NFL. And the Rams, one of their biggest needs on the roster was that linebacker. They might have just found a starting caliber linebacker here in the late 5th round.
They got a starting caliber guy and an undrafted one in Omar Spates last year. I'm with you. I think Chris Paul's a steal. You had him LB2, didn't you?
Yeah.
I had him 4. I thought he was one of the 4 guys in this draft at linebacker who could be an immediate starter. That would not shock me because the Rams at that linebacker spot, it's pretty much open competition. He could win one of those spots.
Now, I had him top 100 anyway, so he was always going to be on a lot of top 100 boards. But specifically for the Rams, I had him 57th on the Rams team-specific top 100, though. So I think that this is an excellent pick from them. We got another Ohio State guy off the board.
13 now.
Arizona Cardinals. This is 13 Ohio State players off the board. They're chasing the record here. It is Denzel Burke, another corner to add to the depth there in Arizona. Thoughts about Burke? Because Burke was talked about as a potential top 5 corner in this class before the season. I don't think he's a great athlete. I think he's a fluid athlete, a natural athlete, but I think there's a reason why they play him in off coverage so much. I just don't think that he has the ability to turn and run.
And you just said it. I wouldn't love him everywhere. I don't really trust him in man-to-man coverage. No. But this Cardinals team with Jonathan Gannon is not a team that runs a whole lot of man-to-man coverage. For the same reason I would have liked Jahdae Barron or somebody else, those off-zone corners. Denzel Burke at least has a chance in this role to play in this defense, right? If you look at his grades when he's in cover 3, cover 4 playing off, they're a little bit higher than just his surface level grades are, because where he struggles is when Ohio State would put him in man-to-man coverage. I don't trust him out there. But in this defense, maybe he's somebody who could stand a chance for him. I don't think there's a ton of – it's a scheme fit thing with Burke. I think he actually went to a nice spot for him.
You just mentioned before, last year the Cardinals ran zone coverage on over 65% of their snaps. That's the 5th highest rate of any team in the NFL. So, very heavy zone scheme. That's exactly what we want Denzel Burke. He's a very, very good zone corner. He's stronger than you would think as well. Not as natural man coverage, but like you said before, in Arizona that might not be an issue really. And has okay speed overall too. But I think any team that's running a high amount of off-zone coverage, which is what Arizona does, they should be very interested in him. Listen, they got Will Johnson already. Now they get Denzel Burke too. This is a nice rotational piece in the secondary. I didn't ever think Denzel Burke would be a starting caliber corner in the NFL, but for the Cardinals who just got Will Johnson, he could be a nice backup for them.
Who we have right after that? Seattle Seahawks. Robbie Utes coming off the board, the tight end for the Alabama Crimson Tide. The best mustache that we have here amongst the prospects in the 2025 NFL Draft. Did you not see this?
I have not seen it.
You didn't see him rocking this at the Combine?
No, I got to look it up right now.
It's Tom Selleck-like.
Hold on, I'm pulling up the Combine.
Is that the one? Is that the clip that's going around everywhere? Was it him running the 40, or is that somebody else?
It could have been. It was the guy with the mustache running the 40, so maybe it was.
That's elite stuff right there.
That's
like a villain. That's like a villain in a Western movie right there.
It's true. It's true. Or a hero in a Western movie.
Or a hero,
yeah. You could have a mustache and still be a hero in Tombstone or something like that.
Great movie. I'm just surprised. One of the few movies I've seen. I'm actually just a little surprised that he went ahead of C.J. Dupree.
I am too. Now, Utes, I think he's more of a blocker. He's somebody who I think is going to be used as a depth blocking player. And honestly, it's the 5th round at this point. We're almost at the end of the 5th round. We're getting into the 6th round. It's a lot of special teams guys, so he's going to be like a high effort special teams guy for you, tight end depth guy. And as the very last pick of the 5th round that we have here, New York Jets drafting edge rusher Tyler Barron at 176. We're getting a puckered lips and a nod. You're saying, okay, all right, this is solid here from our resident Jets fan that we have here on the desk in Dalton Wasserman. I was very high on Tyler Barron at one point. I think he's got great finesse game to him. When you look at his pass rush win percentage, very high, 18.7% pass rush win percentage this past season, 90.0 pass rush grade against true pass sets. Got a great finesse game. I think that he's somebody who can win inside out. He likes to cross shop. He likes to get across offensive tackles' faces and re-attack inside. I think he's got some good moves to him. But the more I watched, and specifically when I watched him at the Shrine Bowl, he got exposed because he plays a little bit too finesse. Doesn't exactly have the strength that you want from a player that's a full-time edge rusher. So there's a reason why he's a day 3 guy. I think he's a designated pass rusher specialist, but last pick of the 5th round here.
Yeah, I think you get a rotational edge player, right? Mm-hmm. We know the starters are going to be Jermaine Johnson when he's healthy and Will McDonald, but I think Barron's somebody. Look, the Jets' D-line lacks depth. Coming this past season, that was the entire problem. Jermaine Johnson got hurt, and it was pretty much just Will McDonald and Quinnen Williams. I have no issue with Barron as a rotational guy. Good size, like you mentioned, couple of productive years as a pass rusher. We remember him as the second fiddle to James Pierce Jr. at one point in Tennessee. This year, led the Miami Hurricanes with 48 pressures, got 10 sacks. So, look, I think he's a rotational guy for sure. He's functional. I think he's somebody who you can trust to play behind Johnson and McDonald off the edge. The Jets, I think that's the goal, is just build depth on the defensive line. Barron's a good guy to do it with.
Yeah, absolutely. Strong player. Pretty good athlete, too. He ran a 4.62 in the 40-yard dash. That's 87th percentile for edge rushers, too. So, big fan of Tyler Barron. I loved his tape at Tennessee. I thought Miami got a great player, and he continued that with the Hurricanes this past year as a pass rusher. So, again, as a rotational piece for the Jets, it makes a lot of sense.
Buffalo Bills are starting things off here in the 6th round. Let's take a look at the best available while we're sitting here. Jared Ivey, Xavier Restrepo,
Alfred
Damian
Collins.
Martinez, Alfred Collins, obviously. Yeah, Cameron Williams. Okay, I don't think we can say the Alfred Collins inside joke from NFLSC on the show because the people who are watching the show won't get it. But Alfred Collins was selected. We realized that to the San Francisco 49ers. But anybody who's an NFLSC fan out there, they understand that joke. Dorian Strong still here?
I was just going to go here with this. I think I would take another corner. Just get it because they're attacking D. They've attacked D line like crazy. I think just take Dorian Strong, Kobe Bryant, Mello Dotson. I think any one of them, any one of these corners would fit. Harrison's great. He's a starter. You're set with the 3 starters you have: Johnson, Hairston, Benford. Get another one. But why not? Just throw darts at this defense. Just keep on it. And Jackson Hollis. Yeah, I'm in on that at tight end, but that's where I would actually attack corner again here.
And I would have loved Chris Paul Jr. here to the Bills. I still think linebacker is a spot where they could address, and he would have been a perfect fit. I'm trying to see what the linebackers still.
I just don't think they're going to do it.
No,
they
I do love Kobe King. Kobe King's a good player.
Of course you do.
He is actually good. He's a really good run defender. I do like him. Jay Higgins not that athletic, but he was a great player at Iowa too. There's still some solid linebackers.
Keep it local.
I was going to say Sean Dolak.
They got Joe Andreessen last year.
Oh, Sean Dolak. He's one of Mace's guys. So when Sean Dolak gets picked, if Sean Dolak gets picked.
From Bulls to Bills, that's got to be a documentary.
Yeah.
We've got 80 picks left here in the draft. Exactly 80 picks left. Final pick is number 257. So we're at 177 right now.
Well, who's counting?
I am. I just did.
Sound like you're waiting for the end of that 80. No, we're still going. We're halfway through today.
I'm just telling the people we've got 80 picks left.
I think it's 81 if you count 177.
If you count the one that's going right now, yeah, maybe he's right. It's 81, isn't it? Well, who's counting?
All right, now I want the show to end. Now I want to get off the desk. I didn't want to before. Now I kind of want to. Okay, so we talked about the guys that are within the top 100 that I have ranked there who are still on the board, but some of the players who are a little bit further down the board, I also think this is great value for Tyler Beatty, the edge rusher from BYU. Kobe Bryant, the cornerback from Kansas. I know he's small, but he's feisty as hell, man. I think this is a good football player. Benjamin Urasek, to me, one of the most slept-on players in the class. I don't really understand it. I turned on the tape. He's great. He was great at Stanford. He was in a very crowded tight end room at the University of Georgia, and so he was asked to do a lot of stuff for them, blocker, receiver, fullback at times, and he was able to do it well, in my opinion. We talked about J.J. McGee's as well. Ahmed Hassanin, the defensive lineman from Boise State, I like in this range. Jalen Reed, the safety from Penn State. Tez Johnson still on the board here. Your boy Brashard Smith, your boy Aeneas Peebles, like all of these guys still on the board here. I think we're going to have some fun talking about where these names end up going.
There are a few undersized players that were dominant college football players. Tez Johnson, Aeneas Peebles, and our guy Willie Lampkin still on the board here as well. There's 3 guys who I understand the size is the extreme outlier for all 3 of those guys.
We'll throw a party here if Willie Lampkin gets drafted.
Yeah, but those 3 were all phenomenal college football players. I would take a flyer on one of those, or all 3 of them. And
I also need R.J. Mickens drafted somewhere.
Yes.
I love him on the Jets, but I need R.J. Mickens to get drafted.
He's a
terrific football
slept
player.
on, man.
Yeah. It's just he's undersized-ish too, but he's such you can tell that's a guy you can tell was raised by an NFL player. Ray Mickens back with the Jets back in the day, played with Aaron Glenn. That's why I always put that together. But R.J. Mickens needs to get drafted. He is awesome.
Another guy too, I'm a little surprised is still here. I thought the NFL's gonna be a lot higher on him. Cameron Williams has an upside of becoming a starting caliber tackle in the NFL. I know he's still very raw, and I thought he should have went back to school at Texas for another year.
He shouldn't have declared.
It's
no,
the pass
he should not have
protection.
declared.
He should have stayed, but it's the pass protection.
The tools are all there to be a starting caliber tackle. I think here in the 6th round, I thought he was going to go in the 3rd round last night. So here in the 6th round, I'm pretty surprised by that.
Yeah, I even though he was top 100 on my board, if I was doing it predictively, I would have thought that he would have been a day 3 guy. But now we're getting in around 6. Like now it's worth the flyer, right? Now we're sitting here saying, oh man, he should have gone back. Well, why should he have gone back? To develop a little bit more. At this point in time, you're taking a flyer on him as a 6th round pick, and he could potentially show you top 50 talent. It is a no-brainer, I think, for any team.
Tell you what, we just nailed it with this Buffalo Bills pick. Top remaining corner on the board, Dorian Strong.
Oh, he got picked by him?
Yep.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect for the Bills. I think he's a scheme fit for them. He's great in off-zone coverage. Really nice cover 3 corner. A little ironic, I would like for him to play a little bit stronger at the line of scrimmage despite his last name. Father is former IFBB pro bodybuilder, by the way.
Really?
Dorian Strong. Yeah.
Now it's really
So he
ironic.
can get stronger then, yeah.
He certainly can.
Look at the genes.
Okay.
But I do think that in his current state, he still is a good fit for the Buffalo Bills here in their scheme. So that's a good call there by you.
The Bills are nailing it. I got to give it to them. They are nailing it. A whole bunch of defensive players and Jackson Hawes. They're absolutely nailing it. And I think at all of the spots, they really needed everything across their entire defense, right? And you're talking about they got 2 corners in Hairston and Strong. They got Deion Walker's a good upside swing. T.J. Sanders. I think that they got a safety at some point. They got Jordan Hancock.
Well, they got Jordan Hancock.
Jordan Hancock
right.
might be a tweener, but I just like having him in that DB room just to have him either way. I think the Bills are nailing this. You asked me and they still have 2 more picks to make in trades and whatever, but they're getting an A for me. I think it's a spectacular draft, and you just attack this defense and get as many bodies in there as you can. Because it's not because of Josh Allen that they're not getting Super Bowl victories and not getting there. It's this defense, and they're finally attacking it the way they should.
SB with the $5 super chat. We appreciate the super chat there. Said, I need to confirm that Max didn't take the $20 that Chris gave him from night 1 and instantly place it on a futures Giants Super Bowl.
Chris said use it on food. I did, unfortunately, use it on FanDuel. But it was not the New York Giants Super Bowl.
Oh, he just enabled you. This is the classic.
Chris, you tried.
He was like, here, eat something, please, because I know you're struggling.
And you were like, okay, this could be dinner.
This could be, or it could be 5 dinners.
Or it could be 5 dinners. Or it could be 500 dinners if the Giants win the Super Bowl.
You just leaned
I feel like
into.
I have to bet on the Giants.
You
now.
leaned.
You did. You got to throw a 5.
You leaned into the addict enabler relationship there. That's awful.
Can I take SB's $5 you just gave us and use it on the Giants? No, I use my own money.
No, you don't have that kind of authority. Do they have odds to win the Super Bowl yet?
Yeah, they do. I can find it right now.
Please look it up. Please look it up. While you're doing that, I'm going to talk to our friends about everybody over at Prize Picks. This is the best place to watch sports and win some cash while you're doing it. The app is super easy to use. Just download it right now in the App Store, Prize Picks. Make a lineup. All you have to do is pick more or less of a few player stats right there. You can win up to 1,000 times your cash on a single lineup. Best of all, Prize Picks will give you $50 when you play your first $5 lineup. So if you use the promo code PFF when you download the app, put $5 in whatever your first lineup is. You can see it right there. We've got some rookies from the NFL, some veterans, and you see defensive players, offensive players, all sorts of different things to take a look at. And when you do that, no matter what the result is, win or lose, you are going to get $50 on Prize Picks in free bonus bets. So check it out. It's not just NFL stuff. It's MLB. It's NBA. It's basically all the sports. So if you are in California, Texas, 40 other states, they've got a lot of different spots where they Prize Picks available. So go check it out. Download the Prize Picks app. Use the promo code PFF. Play $5 on your first lineup, and you will get $50 free using that promo code. Also got to talk to you about our friends over at Melon. These are the staple parts of your outfits moving forward. Dalton's got a Melon hat right now on. We've got another one here on the desk. These hats are fantastic. They are built to last 5 times longer than your average hat. If you wear the same hat over and over, it starts to smell, gets sweat stains, starts to break down. Not Melon hats. If you do that, you got the wrong hat. Keep your hat up to date with how you need to wear it in any single situation, and that's where Melon comes in. They've got all different sorts of collections. The Hydro collection, they're built to take out water, so if you're jumping in a lake, the beach, whatever it is, you're spending some time around the water, that's a great opportunity to get one of those hats there. For the winter, you can check it out. They've got the thermal collection, hats that keep you a little bit warmer in the winter, so maybe you can get ahead of the winter months here. I know we're heading into the summer, but might be able to get ahead of things. It's always good to get ahead of things. We're talking about that as the NFL draft. The NFL draft strategy could have a hat strategy, getting ahead of things. You'll love to see it. Check it out. These hats are fantastic. They really are. If you're looking for a hat that is as tough as you, check out Melon. You won't wear anything after you get one of these hats. They're extremely comfortable despite being really durable. A lot of times, right, you pick up a hat, you go, oh man, this thing's really structured really well, and then you put it on, it's super uncomfortable. This hat's the best of both worlds. It really is. If you're looking for the world's most durable hat, look no further. Go to Melon, MELIN.com, and put these hats to the test for yourself. All right, what do we got?
So you can get your New York Football Giants at 200-1 odds to win the Super Bowl right now. That's tied with the Browns, Titans, Saints, and Jets for the longest odds right now. 200-1.
I feel like winning $1,000.
Sure. Yeah, I'll put on it right now.
There it is. There it is. Bilal Cohen was the next player off the board to the Baltimore Ravens. He's the cornerback from Western Michigan. If you look at sort of the bottom line scouting report that we have over on the Draft Guide or over at PFF.com, Cohen is a long cornerback with good anticipation, but his inconsistencies in footwork do limit his abilities to make plays on the ball. He's got a rotational potential if he can redefine his backpedal technique. This is somebody who I did like the way that he approached the ball when it was in the air. He didn't have super long arms, but he was still able to be pretty aggressive at the catch point. Somebody that plays with a lot of confidence. I know a lot of people were a little bit higher on him than I was. I had him ranked 168. He goes 178, so right around this range I think is very appropriate for him. And the Ravens get now a rotational cornerback in that room.
Size and speed corners who are 6'1" and run a solid 4.4. That's somebody that you're looking for. I think it makes sense, and it seems like that's what the Ravens are looking for. Obviously, at any position is just more size. Let's just keep making it difficult and more physical with the bodies that we have here.
Absolutely, yeah. Size and speed you mentioned right there. Only allowed a 46% completion rate this past year. A really good year at Western Michigan. Really good 2 years, honestly, too. So I like the swing here.
Ooh, okay. I want to go over to the side set in a second. I want to talk about some of the guys that you guys have on your list that have not been talked about yet. But before we get to that, Ollie Gordon, the running back from Oklahoma State, going off the board to the Miami Dolphins here. So the Dolphins taking a chance on Ollie Gordon, who ends up going in the 6th round here at pick number 179. Gordon, you guys can talk about him better than I can from the college football perspective, because he was incredible 2 years ago. And this year, he looked like a shell of himself from that production and the highlights that we saw from the year before. So we can talk about a little bit more about a scouting perspective, but your thoughts on Ollie Gordon?
He was the best running back in the country entering this season because he won the Doak Walker Award the year before. He had 1,732 rushing yards in 2023, over 1,000 yards after contact. So over 1,000 yards after contact in 2023, he had about 861 rushing yards total in 2024. He was easily, I think, the most disappointing player in college football this past year. Yes, Oklahoma State's passing game wasn't that great, so yes, defenses really stacked the box on him, but they did so last year too, and he still was incredibly effective. So I guess the Dolphins here in the 6th round makes sense. You're hoping he can find that 2023 form, because if you can find that 2023 form, he could be a starting running back in the NFL. But he was a really disappointing player this past year, and he only ran a 4.6 in the 40, a little bit slower than people thought he was going to run too. Again, just you're kind of banking on the 2023 tape right now.
He looked like he had put on weight coming into this year, because I think he played 2023. He was listed at, was it 211 or 215, somewhere in the lower teens, and he weighs in at the combine at 226. And you mentioned it, 4.61. You watch that 2023 tape, you'd have never guessed he ran a 4.61, because that was the theme for Ollie Gordon in that Doak Walker award-winning season, was explosive runs, even despite not very good blocking from Oklahoma State.
Outside the top 100 in run blocking grade.
Yeah, so I think it looked like he got a little bit heavier. He's got straight line speed. He's obviously got size. He can catch the ball a little bit. It's change of direction. It's breaking down and making cuts and cutbacks and getting away from, just maybe the initial lane in the run scheme. So, is there potential? Sure. I would probably take a few pounds back off of him and try to see if you can regain that speed. But if he's going to run a 4.6, it's going to be a tough road back. And it's only funny because the Dolphins are always looking for speed at this position, right?
Yeah. It just didn't feel like he had that wiggle that you need to have to play at the NFL level, despite being bigger. Obviously, he's a higher percentile running back, but it did not feel like he had the agility needed to play at the NFL level. We'll see if maybe he drops a little bit of weight, like you were saying. Maybe he could play a little bit lighter. Maybe he can regain that there. 2 more picks. We had J.J. Pegues go to the Las Vegas Raiders at number 180.
Gino's in trouble. Geno Smith's in trouble there in Las Vegas.
Because the quarterback. You confused me because I was about to say a quarterback's name, and I was like, did I mess it up here? So, yes, the Wildcat quarterback effect with J.J. Pegues at number 180. Gino's in trouble. Better watch his back with the Las Vegas Raiders. But at quarterback for the Philadelphia Eagles, your boy Kyle McCord comes off the board here at 181. Pegues, I know he was on your list as one of your guys that you love. So let's talk about Pegues, and then we'll hit McCord.
This is just so much fun, right? When I think about guys like Scott Matlock playing both ways, I know that's one of yours. Colin Saunders has done a similar thing for the Saints, where you have this rotational, really weirdly athletic defensive lineman who, look, he's got a little bit of twitch. He's got a surprising quickness for a guy with a really thick, right around, I believe, 320-pound build here. And he even enough so that he could play off the edge. We talk about Jared Ivey and Princely Umanmielen all the time with Ole Miss. Sometimes Pegues would get off the edge, and he would get out there a little bit. He's just one of these big guys who's a really good athlete, enough so that he played a significant role as a Wildcat quarterback for Ole Miss. I believe he had 7 rushing touchdowns this year, if I remember that right. I mean, this is somebody who's just, first of all, he's just fun, right? And I think you're talking about Pete Carroll. He likes to have a little bit of fun, right? You have J.J. Pegues around. First of all, solid athletic rotational D lineman. We'll see how much more he can unlock in himself as a pass rusher. But either way, fits into the rotation there.
Yep.
And I do wonder if you just for the fun of it, think about, well, listen, hey.
Block for Ashton Ginty on the goal line,
too. I love that
you
he goes to a coach like Pete Carroll.
Here's what I love, too. Okay. You got the team with the worst rushing grade in football last year. They have Ashton Ginty and J.J. Pegues. Sign me up.
Okay, well, don't talk about him like he's in the running back.
He's their second best running back on their team right
He's
now.
not kidding. He's not in the running back
He is
rotation.
the second best back on their team right now. I'm telling you. That's where we're at.
He's going to run RPO concepts at the goal line with Ashton Ginty.
That would rock.
You're not even kidding. Seriously.
Unfortunately, I'm not totally kidding.
If you need a short yardage back just to give Ashton Ginty a breather, give this guy the football.
Yeah.
Put him in there. Love it.
All right, talk to us about McCord.
Oh, man.
Somebody in the chat was like, how does McCord go ahead of Will Howard? I have Will Howard ranked ahead of Kyle McCord, but this is kind of the chance where you're taking guys that probably
that's cold, too. That's cold-blooded because you got to think about all of that when it was get him out of here, get him out of Ohio State. And even, do you remember the comments after? Because remember, Cuse beat Miami. And that same day,
Michigan,
Michigan beat Ohio State. And they asked him, after the Cuse-Miami game, they asked McCord, they go, well, okay, so just tell us, how do you feel about Michigan beating Ohio State? And he just goes, and life comes full circle.
Yep.
And now he gets taken ahead of Will Howard, too.
Didn't even think of that.
I know Ohio State won the Natty, but Kyle McCord's got to be feeling pretty good.
All right, let's talk about Kyle McCord.
Yeah. What I love about Kyle McCord, he radically changed his play style. At Ohio State, this guy was playing not to lose because they had a loaded roster around him. They knew that if they lost a football game, all of the blame would be placed on Kyle McCord. Mm-hmm. So he played not to lose, was a very conservative quarterback. Transfers over to Syracuse. Wildly different supporting cast, as we all know, at Syracuse. Syracuse was going to win games, and in the pit loss, lose games because of Kyle McCord, and he knew that. He went from being an ultra-conservative quarterback to the ultimate gunslinger at Syracuse this past year. He led the nation with 36 big-time throws and over 4,700 passing yards as well. He also led the Power 4 in turnover-worthy plays. Trevor, I love the write-up you had in the draft guide for him. You said he plays like Baker Mayfield without Baker Mayfield's arm talent.
Right. That's
what I kind of saw, too, with Kyle McCord. I think he had the Brock Purdy comp
Which is
there.
Brock Purdy.
Exactly.
Brock Purdy's so much more of a gunslinger with his mentality than people give him credit for. He just doesn't have the gunslinger arm.
Exactly. But I look at McCord, and I had this idea of who he was at Ohio State, and I was really worried about him transitioning to Syracuse because Syracuse does not have a great O-line, and the receiving core is not nearly as good as Marvin Harrison Jr. But he really helped turn it around at Syracuse this past year, and really, I just love the fact that he went from a conservative quarterback to the ultimate gunslinger at Syracuse.
Just the difference you hearing him talk after games, watching him play.
He's dancing a lot. He's talking trash to the opposing sidelines. Like the confidence is.
I would throw the Jameis Winston style in there, right? And he doesn't have nearly the arm of Winston, but the difference in confidence. Think about that. He went from being just absolutely maligned for losing one game at Ohio State to setting the single-season ACC passing record and leading the nation in big-time throws and turnover-worthy plays. He decided he was going to lay it out there, and this is what it's resulted. And a great situation for him to be in.
A great situation. Also, stays home. He's from Philadelphia. I forgot about that, too. He went to St. Joseph's High School in Philadelphia. He actually played high school with Marvin Harrison Jr. in Philadelphia, so he stays home in Philadelphia with the Eagles.
Not even low moving costs, no moving costs.
He just lives at his parents' house. He just lives at his parents' house if he wants to do that, too.
Free trip to the
You do love that. You do love low movie costs to the point where you can stay at your parents' house. You do love that. New England Patriots taking the first kicker off the board here. Andreas Borregales from the University of Miami. Ends up being the first kicker here. We get in the 6th round. We don't get anything too crazy with the kicker going in the 3rd or the 4th round this year. 6th round. Any kicker thoughts? We got any kicker thoughts before we get over to the guys on the side desk?
I've got 3 straight years with a 90-plus field goal grade. That'll do it.
I'll do it.
Love it.
And our kicking grades and punting grades at PFF are some of the best metrics we have. They really do translate very well over to the NFL. Andreas Borregales absolutely is only kicker.
All right, let's head over to the side set. Gordon and Mason, I'd love to hear from you guys on some of the players that are on your list that are still available. Like, talk to us about some of these guys. Obviously, we'll talk to them about them hopefully when they get selected here. But some of the players who are either on your list or maybe who are just still available here on the PFF big board that you're really intrigued by, that you can't wait to see their names called out.
Well, I have to start off with that I definitely let Dalton hear it when he took my pick of J.J. Pegues, because he was absolutely one of my, I keep saying it, but one of my favorite players in the entire draft to watch. If you guys have some time, go on YouTube, look up his carries tape. It is a lot of fun. They even let him throw the ball a little bit. So, go check him out. But I think one of the biggest players that I want to highlight that I'm really, fingers crossed, hoping is going to be drafted here is going to be Sean Dolac, Buffalo linebacker. The kid just has a blockbuster story. Former walk-on, turned All-American. Kid's an absolute gamer. And not only that, but he grades out exceptionally well in a lot of our metrics here at PFF. In this class, he was the highest graded linebacker in slot coverage and early and late down grades. So he is an excellent player. I can't wait to see where he lands.
The obvious one that I have, that I think every fan base is waiting for this guy to come off the board to their team, is Willie Lampkin, right? This is the guy that, okay, maybe he's too small to stick at guard in the NFL. Maybe you try him at center first. When we talk about the J.J. Pegues stuff, whereby like maybe you can get him involved in some of the stuff in the backfield, one of the things that I think people think with Willie Lampkin is that this is a guy who potentially is a fullback at the next level, in that the same way that Greg Roman likes to do things with the Los Angeles Chargers. So a guy that, if he were 2 inches taller and maybe 30 pounds heavier, he's almost definitely coming off the board far earlier than he gets to at this point.
Yeah, Lampkin, when we talked about Lampkin on the PFF Daily Show a couple weeks back, and one of the things that was noted, actually right before we went into that meeting, I had a meeting with Mark, our editor here, and he was showing us some different charts and metrics and things that we can use in what we're writing and stuff like that. That was where I realized just how much of an outlier Willie Lampkin is at the position. It was by far one of the smallest players at the position. But the thing is when you look at a lot of his metrics, it didn't matter. He played really well, and I think you bring up a great point that if you did want to move him back to fullback, there is a history of that where you can see some proven track record, and I think that would be a potential spot for him as well. Gordon, anybody else on your list that you're really looking at here?
Yeah, the other guy I'm fascinated by as we get towards the end of this draft is Antwell Powell-Ryland, the Virginia Tech designated pass rusher. Again, like a lot of the edge rushers in this class, a little bit undersized, probably not going to be an every down player, but just a guy who, in the right scheme, you can use immediately almost as a 5 to 10 snap a game guy, potentially has the ability to develop a little bit there. So he's someone that I absolutely think can very much become a factor as a guy, maybe not even in this round, maybe the 7th round, just before we get towards the end of the draft.
All right, a couple of players that we had that just came off the board while you guys were chatting about those guys. Marcus Harris, the cornerback from Cal, goes to the Tennessee Titans at 183. And then Devin Neal comes off the board here at 184. We talked about Devin Neal being a player who he just does so many things well at the running back position. Really soft hands in the receiving game. Somebody who could block his ass off for you. Sees the game so well. Great vision. Natural athlete. He actually played baseball at Kansas as well. He was a two-sport scholarship athlete at Kansas. I just don't know if he's got that long speed. But, man, this is somebody who I think can well overdraft his position here with the New Orleans Saints.
Absolutely. I think that's a great compliment for Alvin Kamara. Eventually here, they can't ask Alvin Kamara to do everything all the time, right? They've been looking for, they took Kendre Miller 2 years ago. They've been looking for other guys, but I think Devin Neal's just a good addition. You talk about somebody who can spell, somebody who can be efficient, who can make people miss on the second level, and he's so darn compact, Trevor. Like those backs that get skinny through the hole and they're compact and they're small and you want to hit them, but darn it, you just can't because they don't take up a whole lot of space and there's not a whole lot to hit. And he doesn't have the blazing speed, But I do think, and we saw this at Kansas, if you give him the lane, he's a better outside runner than you might think he is. It's a diverse run scheme they have down there for the Jayhawks. And I think Devin Neal's somebody I thought was going to go earlier than this. This is a really good pick for the Saints. He could be the number 2 back right away.
He is the best jump cut, I think, of almost any running back in this class. He legit was stashing angles out there with that jump cut there at Kansas. He's the all-time leader at Kansas in rushing yards and rushing touchdowns, 93 rushing grade over the last 2 years. A very productive player as well. And the Steelers, Trevor, just got a quarterback.
Ben Lindsay calling this one out, I believe. Sometime this week, he was calling this out. He might have even done it in our 7-round analyst mock. At some point, there was a connection between the Pittsburgh Steelers and the guy they just took at 185, Ohio State national championship winning quarterback, Will Howard.
Right after Kyle McCord.
Kyle McCord goes to Philly. Will Howard goes to Pittsburgh.
Keystone State right there.
Hey.
They just can't get away from each other.
No, they can't.
No, they can't.
I have Will Howard as QB4 in this class. There wasn't a lot to hang your hat on with a lot of these quarterbacks here when it came to NFL projection. I'm not going to worry about whether or not Will Howard has the overall size and stature to play at the NFL level. He's got some good mobility to him. He could be a decent rushing threat to just pick up some first downs. He's not going to be a blazer for you, but he's somebody who he can keep you honest as a quarterback and his ability to pick up those first downs with his legs. And then I'm also not going to be worried about the arm strength, just the overall arm strength that he has. I think he has an NFL-level arm. He was not as consistent as you want an NFL quarterback to be up until basically the college football playoff run. And when he had that college football playoff run, he was unbelievable. And so I'm not saying he's C.J. Stroud, but like C.J. Stroud had that one game against Georgia, where he was just unbelievable in that final game of his career, and he let that slingshot into a great NFL career that we have seen so far from him. I'm not saying that Will Howard's C.J. Stroud, but there is something to finishing on a strong note. And I would have taken Will Howard before this. Obviously, I would have taken him as the 4th quarterback in this class, but it's a nice spot here for him to go to Pittsburgh.
Listen, if we made a graphic saying I'm picking the Giants for the Super Bowl, I want a graphic for Trevor saying you're calling Will Howard C.J. Stroud. I want that made right now. I think it's ridiculous. I think it's ridiculous the bias against me. But what I do love about Will Howard, and not to continue to compare him to Kyle McCord, because I know people have done that plentiful already. Will Howard was a guy that Dalton and I and everyone else in the college football media industry was saying, okay, Ohio State is loaded at every single position. They have easily the best roster in college football. But can they win a national title with Will Howard? That was the biggest question. And we even said it too. We were no stranger to that either. We were doing the same thing. He proved everybody wrong this past year. And he was legitimately not only a reason why they won a national title, for a lot of games, he was the reason why they won those big-time games, too. I remember that Texas game he was outstanding, the Oregon game he was outstanding in as well, 85.7 passing grade this last year. I just loved how he proved it, because that Kansas State offense, a lot of it was run game centered, a lot of it was play-action based as well. At Ohio State, he proved he could be in the run game for Ohio State, we thought would be dominant, was not that dominant in a lot of big games last year. He was a big part of why they won a national title.
He was a huge part and the big difference-making part. And I think you mentioned it, the development. Chip Kelly did such a spectacular job with NFL-style passing concepts of getting Howard to develop in the drop-back game. You mentioned it. Kansas State when he was there previously. And I'll tell you what, too. First things first with Will Howard, K-State, Ohio State, wherever, tough as nails.
Yeah.
I just never, ever folded, even in the biggest moments. This guy won a Big 12 title. He beat eventual national runner-up TCU, right, in the Big 12 title game. This year at Ohio State, they lose to Oregon in part because of a blunder by him at the end of the game. They lose to Michigan, even though he's under pressure 50% of the time. They couldn't pass protect, but they lose 13-10 to Michigan. And everyone's looking to can Will Howard and fire Ryan Day and do all this. And they come back, they win a national title. He played his best game, his highest graded game of his career in that national title game against Notre Dame because Chip Kelly got out of him the drop-back game and the ability to understand a passing game plan. Every year at K-State, his passing grade in non-play action scenarios was in the low 60s. Just not good enough. This year, 80.5. That's what you got, is he went from this running, play-action kind of college gadget quarterback to, okay, this guy could be a drop-back passer. Mm-hmm. And the only really bad game he played all year was the Michigan game, and Mason Graham was just killing him. It was just killing him. Under pressure 50% of the time. Ohio State could not pass protect. Will Howard had as big a jump of any player, I would say, in the country as far as draft prospects. Before the season, and just looking at his K-State tape, I wouldn't even draft him.
I was going to say, I would have agreed with you And I do agree with you in principle. He still went in the 6th round. I thought he should have gone 3rd, 4th round. So I totally agree with you.
And I'm with you on that.
The league ends up just taking him in the 6th round, I think, just because of.
I thought there was a chance that maybe he would sneak into the top 100. I think his arm strength is something that holds you back. I think he's just got an okay arm. I think there's a limited range when it comes to opposite hash and some of the deep ball a little bit. I think he's got kind of average arm strength even for the build.
I think it's better than average.
I'm sure you think it's better than Shadour's, but not the point. But I mean, which it actually kind of is. But,
I do.
But I mean, I don't think he's got an elite arm even for his size. But I'm going to tell you something. You talk about his personality and the toughness and the ability to come back through so much adversity that he's been through in his career. Well, that fits Pittsburgh, doesn't it? Whether he's a backup or eventually the starter or what. I think Pittsburgh finally took their quarterback, and it's a guy that kind of embodies their mentality like they're always taking.
Whether it's Will Howard or so many of these other rookies, if you think that you know what's going to happen this upcoming season, download the Prize Picks app, create a lineup for yourself, and win some cash while doing so. You can see these on the screen right now. It's not just the rookies, it's the guy in the NFL. They've already got all sorts of lines on their stats for the upcoming season. You could bet more or less on these depending on what you think is going to happen. You could string together a decently long lineup and shoot, you can even win 1,000 times whatever your bet is on a single lineup depending on how many you want to choose there. Download the Prize Picks app, use the promo code PFF, and if you play just $5 on your first lineup, you'll get 50 win or lose whenever that ends up going through and goes final. So check it out. It's not just NFL stuff, MLB, NHL, NBA, all sorts of stuff. You can get on the playoff action in the NBA. This exciting time. Things are going well there. But make sure that you're downloading the Prize Picks app, and when you do, you use the promo code PFF. That's what you really need to do here to make sure you're getting those 50 free dollars when you play just $5 on whatever your first lineup is.
By the way, Will Howard, now the 14th Buckeye. One more. One more. So now
Seth McLaughlin get drafted?
Seth McLaughlin's probably the last one, but they've now tied for second with LSU in 2020 after that national championship season.
Not bad.
And Ohio State in 2004 as well. So tied for second all time, one away from the all-time record by Georgia in 2022.
Wow, very impressive. Another kicker off the board, the Baltimore Ravens taking Tyler Loop, the kicker from Arizona. And then with the Houston Texans on the board right after them, this is where Jalen Reed comes off the board. Jalen Reed, I had him ranked 134th. Thought he was solid. They just can't get enough secondary players that they feel good about. I don't know, man.
How many defensive backs does Houston need?
I don't know. Because how many did they take in this draft here?
There's Jalen Smith and Jalen Reed for them, I believe. I don't think there was another one.
They got Jalen Smith, Jalen Reed, but the secondary was already kind of complete.
They're so loaded. I don't even know where Jalen Reed fits in here, to be honest with you.
They can't say no to good secondary players.
Special
and I think that Jaden Reed's a nice box safety, somebody who could play near the line of scrimmage, good tackler there. I thought he was a little bit reckless. Now he's aggressive. I think he's got a good first step. I think he can make progress towards the ball with bad intentions, if you will, converting that speed into tackling power. I think he can do that pretty well, but a little bit inconsistent because I thought he was over-aggressive in his angles to pursue the ball. You got to hone that in. Some coaches love that, though. They're saying, hey, show me what you can do. Show me that athleticism, and we'll rein it in. We'll be able to figure out how to be able to do that. But Jalen Reed definitely needs to do that if he's going to crack that starting rotation.
Same aggressiveness as Kevin Winston Jr., but he's a little more reckless than Kevin Winston Jr. Who's a supreme tackler. Reed is not. He had a 14% missed tackle rate over the last 2 years, only 37th percentile. But you mentioned before, he's a really strong run defender besides that because he's a very physical player. He ran a 4.49 in the 40-yard dash as well. He has some mental mistakes in coverage, maybe a little too aggressive in coverage as well. He's a very aggressive football player overall. But again, here in the 6th round, I know we said before how the Texans secondary is loaded. Special teamer. I really think Jalen Reed can be a big impact special teams too.
Yeah, special teamer, blitzer, sub-package, strong safety kind of guy. I worry about his vision in coverage. If he's out there for an extended amount of snaps, that he would be the guy that gets attacked in coverage. We saw that a couple times this year at Penn State. And to me, he's got this linebacker's mentality in a safety's body. And he's obviously too small that he can't really convert to linebacker. So you're right, a sub-strong safety, a special teamer, a guy who's very aggressive and is 100 miles an hour all of the time. But it's the vision and coverage for me that is the biggest issue with Reed.
Yeah, I think limiting his potential there. I just saw this tweet that Matthew Golden's going to wear 22 instead of 81.
Oh. That's where he was picked, though, right?
No, he was picked 23.
Oh, 23. Sorry, never mind.
But he was 2 with Texas.
Okay.
By the way, we have another quarterback off the board. Indianapolis Colts taking Riley Leonard.
Oh, I missed Khalil Mullings as well.
Khalil Mullings, too. Sorry, yes.
The running back to the Tennessee Titans. Boy, they're just fired the ball.
Yeah, we're moving now.
189, Riley Leonard going off the board of the Indianapolis Colts. Open competition?
Yeah. Riley Leonard, ironically, now with Daniel Jones.
Riley Leonard's pro comp is what?
Probably Daniel Jones. Or something close. No,
Correct.
I forgot. Well, Max says it's Tim Tebow, so.
Yeah, I've said to you before.
You think it's Tim Tebow?
I think in some packages as a runner, he could be like a bruising runner like Tim Tebow. I don't think he's as limited as a passer as Tim Tebow was, but I don't love him as a passer.
Oh, I actually forgot that you had this as the comp. You have Jeff Driscoll.
Oh, yeah. Driscoll works too. I think he'll have. I think he's a better passer than Jeff Driscoll, but stylistically he's very similar.
But you know what? I'm not going to say don't count him out. Richardson and Jones are the ones fighting for the job. But in this offense, with this many weapons and Tyler Warren, and if you're just asking a guy to complete passes 15 and under, Riley Leonard kind of fits that same mold, right? He's got mobility. We know he can run. He's a read option threat. He's a designed rushing threat. I think the thing for me with Riley Leonard is I don't love him as a downfield vertical drop back passer, but quick game, ran a lot of it with Mike Denbrock, especially this year at Notre Dame. That's kind of always where he's excelled, is just get the ball out of your hands or run it. And honestly, at this point in Indianapolis, is that not the same role they're asking Daniel Jones if he's going to start?
This is a perfect landing spot for Riley Leonard.
Yeah,
it really is.
I think Shane Steichen's onto something here with a guy he could develop, and I don't know if he'll start eventually. It's a 6th-round pick. Hell, a 6th-round pick's the greatest quarterback ever, so you never know what happens. But
you're great.
You know what? To add a third guy into that mix, why not? And Leonard's a guy who's thought of to have I think you got to interview him one time, didn't you?
Actually, when he was
super high intangibles.
When he was at Duke, I got to interview him. He's an awesome kid. One of his favorite. I told the story a bunch of times too, but he asked his mom because he thought he was praised too much as a kid in high school and all that. So he asked his mom before every game to text him, "You suck," before every game. So before every game, Riley Leonard's mom texts him, "You suck," just to kind of give him the extra fire he needs to go out there and play well. So. I respect it. My mom texted me, "You suck," I don't even ask for it. So.
Did she text you before the show?
Yeah, she said, "You suck." I'm like, all right.
How do you think you're doing?
Not great.
I think you're doing great, pal. You're doing terrific. You're almost 200 picks.
The Giants Super Bowl bet is rough, but other than that.
Yeah, Giants. By the way, some Titans fans think we're intentionally skipping over some picks.
No.
We're
We're talking about the quarterback one because Riley Leonard, we'd like to fit there. Khalil Mullings, I was just about to ask you guys how you feel about him in this running back rotation. Now, Tajay Spears is there. Tony Pollard is there. Mullings, somebody who is a former linebacker at Michigan for a couple of years before he moved over to running back. He's another story of that. I feel like we have that all the time. Sometimes it's running backs that end up playing linebacker, and now we've got linebackers going to running back. But he is somebody who runs pissed off behind the pads, right? It's just what you see is what you get. Yep. He is a former linebacker who plays running back, and it takes probably 5 plays of watching him to go, yep, he did. Yeah. He is a former linebacker who is now playing this position. I like how he runs towards contact. I like how he runs after contact. I mean, he's just a strong back there. So what do you guys think about Mullings?
I think easy to get him in a committee with those other guys you mentioned. Was it Pollard and Spears, and get a short yardage goal line kind of role going for him, right? 3rd and 1. Let's get Mullings in here and get him this tough yardage, right? I think that's what you're talking about. A guy who fights through contact, like you mentioned. Not a ton of wiggle. Not going to run outside a lot. It's straight ahead. It's Michigan. It's Jim Harbaugh, Sharon Moore. It's be the more physical man than the guy across from you, right? But I think as a committee goal line back, it'd complement to Tony Pollard, who's kind of your standard guy. Tajay Spears, a little more of a pass catcher. And then Mullings as a goal line back fills out the room pretty well.
I did wonder if they were going to try to get a little more dynamic with their next running back. I guess that could be Tajay Spears. I don't know. I just look at Pollard and Tajay Spears and Khalil Mullings, and I feel like I want more athleticism there from that run.
Well, they have 2 of the top 4 running backs in the NFL, according to Ken Ward. So, I mean, I don't know what you can ask for.
That's true.
What's the issue?
I didn't think of that. Yeah. I didn't think of that part. You're right. Somebody says your mom knows ball for telling you suck.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just taking on the chin this show.
You are, man. I feel bad. I'm not gonna say anything bad about Max.
That's what you get sitting in the middle. You sit in the middle. This is what you get.
For the rest of the show, I'm not gonna say anything bad.
This is ridiculous. Yeah. This is ridiculous now. I did put money on it though.
They didn't even put a you see they didn't even put a transition into it. Just hard cut to the graphic.
That's like Eli. Whenever we talk about BYU or Jake Retzlaff, immediately the Jake Retzlaff graphic is on the screen.
Yeah.
Is he the one where he put the rankings on his phone?
Yeah.
We interviewed him afterwards too, and he was going at Dalton.
Oh,
He came in with and he was an awesome kid. He was a great interview. We actually have an award now called the Jake Retzlaff Award, given out to the most improved player by PFF grade every year.
That's pretty great.
So
way to lean in on it.
Yeah.
That's good stuff.
Yeah.
That's how I know you guys have a great podcast. Obviously, if you're watching this show, you're hopefully subscribed to the PFF NFL show. Make sure you go subscribe to the PFF College show. These guys do an incredible job covering college football. It's how we can get on this desk and just know so much. They know so many things about so many of these guys. It's because they live it and breathe it every single Saturday and throughout every single week covering college football. I'm somebody who, look, I love college football. I'm a Florida guy. I love the Florida Gators, but like listening to y'all show is fun. It's so much fun to care about college football from a national perspective. So you guys do
appreciate
an awesome
that.
job.
We're doing a 2026 mock draft way too early tomorrow, live too on the college show. Never too early.
Animals.
Never too early.
But you know
Never
I
too
respect
early.
it.
Yeah.
I've written the way too early mock draft many a years at my stops in this NFL industry. So I do respect it. I respect the way too early mock. Did we miss anybody else? I don't think we really missed anybody else here.
No. Colts up again though. After Riley Leonard.
Colts up again.
And Tim Smith, Alabama.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Was Tim Smith a high RAS guy? I didn't think he was. What's Chris Ballard doing? Wait a second.
6th-round curveball.
We didn't get testing from him.
Oh, so he's making
Wait,
at the
well,
combine.
here we go. We have a metric at PFF called Game Athleticism Score, and he was a 90th percentile athlete
got
in
the
the
gas.
gas score.
Chris is back. He's
got-
back.
he's
We were
got
worried
the
about
gas.
it. I was about to call a missing person
Yeah.
because this is a big day. I thought that this wasn't going to be a high RAS.
You think
type of a
you
player.
thought Ballard was taking the rest of the day off? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, I was worried. I was worried that he was pulling a Ditka. Remember when Ditka was like, hey, I'll trade every pick to go take Ricky Williams, and they draft Ricky Williams, and he goes, all right, see ya, I'm going golfing.
Listen, until they took Jordan James with the Niners, I was worried about Kyle Shanahan. I thought he went missing.
Oh, because of the running back.
Oh, yeah.
He went so long without a running back. Tim Smith, I actually thought performed pretty well at the Senior Bowl. He showed a little bit more of some pass rush chops than I thought he was going to. Now, of course, it was splash plays. I think Tim Smith is much more of just that steady interior defensive line presence. Somebody's going to be a little bit versatile for you. The bottom line scouting report that I have for him on the website, Smith's a well-built defensive lineman for the NFL, but he lacks the explosiveness to be more than a depth and experienced player who can have many roles along the offensive line. Pass rush win percentage was never above 8% for any season, but he is somebody who he's going to give you that versatility, I think. Reliable as a run defender.
Yep.
High marks in that facet over the last 2 years specifically. So it's just somebody that I think is a solid defensive lineman. And when you're in the 6th round, you're looking for solid defensive linemen.
I think you got to remember they got Lou Anarumo in now as their defensive coordinator, and a little more 5-man front than I think the Colts were going to run before. You need somebody's run stopping 3-4 defensive ends. Tim Smith is a guy maybe that could fill that role a little bit for him when they get in those 5-man fronts on early downs.
Elite tackler too. I know we don't really talk about that much for defensive tackles, but he's only missed 2 tackles over the last 2 years for a 3% rate. So you mentioned before, a reliable run defender. Yeah, he gets in the backfield, but when he gets to the ball carriers, they are not getting away from him.
Miles Hinton was the next selection here. Chris Hinton's son, the All-Pro offensive tackle. It was a highly touted recruit, massive offensive tackle, 6'7", 325 pounds. I didn't even say where he went. He went to the Philadelphia Eagles, which, surprise, surprise, they're taking a developmental, massive offensive tackle there. He started at Michigan, and I think he's got a lot of potential. He just was kind of inconsistent while he was at Michigan. He didn't exactly show the athleticism that you wanted to see from an offensive tackle during his tape, and I think he got exposed a little bit. He was always trying to overset a little bit too much against the faster pass rushers, and that would have opened up to the inside shoulder to get really beat with those counters. But
you maybe move him inside.
Yeah, but he's so tall.
Yeah, he's big.
It's so hard.
He's just had Mekhi Becton playing guard.
No, I know, and so I guess the Eagles are. Look, independent. I think the Eagles are a great team for him to be a landing spot for, and you're taking a guy who, again, all-pro NFL bloodlines to him, high recruit. You love the measurables. You love the way that he's built. I just don't think he's very consistent as a football player right now.
Yeah, I think he's a little fluid in space. But yeah, the hand placement is kind of all over the place right now. Wasn't the most effective player at Michigan or at Stanford over the last few years too. But you mentioned before, I mean, the height, length, weight is all well above average. So I think you're kind of taking the upside play here in Miles Hinton.
Yeah, I would agree with that. So, and look, again, we've talked about it. Teams they'll just take traits. If it's height and weight, if it's 40 time, if it's length, I mean, sometimes you just take traits, and that's what you have with Hinton there.
I also thought that he would be a little bit more of a mauler than he is. Like, he doesn't have that. Didn't have that pop at contact like I thought he would for being as big as he is.
That Michigan, that was kind of a theme this year with that Michigan offensive line.
It
wasn't the same as it was the year before, and obviously the year before they won a national title, so it just wasn't the same level of physicality. They lost a lot of guys, but yeah, you take a big body. Look, you never know what Jeff Stoutland's going to do with these guys. He could be a superstar for 2 years from now. For all we know.
They could. They absolutely could. PFF's NFL draft coverage is powered by our friends over at Jack Link's Duos. Jack Link's knows there's nothing like a great duo, and the NFL draft gives us great duos all the time. Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, we talked about that one before. Cooper Kupp, Puka Nacua, this great wide receiver duo that was formed here via the NFL draft. Not exactly this one, but maybe we have one in Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel. We've talked about that one a little bit before. Let's talk about a defensive line duo that's a dream duo set up by this draft. Cam Hayward in Pittsburgh with Derek Harmon now, their first-round pick. What a fantastic dream interior defensive line duo. You now get Derek Harmon to sit and learn from Cam Hayward while he is still there playing at an extremely high level, an elite overall grade this past season. Just unbelievable that Cam Hayward is able to do it the way that he has for so many years. Jack Link's Duos has great combinations and great dream duos themselves. Mango and jalapeno is my favorite there. They've also got original and teriyaki, buffalo style, and ranch, which we know is a combination that anybody loves out there. Check them out. Check out the Jack Link Duos product by Jack Link's Jerky. Basically, wherever you can normally find a convenience store, select Walmarts, that good stuff. Wherever you find Jack Link's Jerky, you're going to be able to find the Jack Link's Duos product. So check it out. Bryce Cable, the next player that we had off the board of the Seattle Seahawks, sort of a guy who played offensive tackle for Kansas. I think he's probably more of a guard at the NFL level, which fits with what the Seattle Seahawks need. They need some new bodies and need some versatility there. We talked a little bit in the first round about them potentially prioritizing that type of a player, not with Graves Abel specifically, but an offensive lineman they might draft a little bit later because Abe Lucas, they love what he is at right tackle, but he's had the knee injury, which has been an issue for him over the years. He's fully healthy, end of the season fully healthy, but long term. Bryce Cable did this to Seattle, helping out that offensive line. And then we also had Taj Brooks, the running back from Texas Tech, going to the Cincinnati Bengals at pick number 193. Any thoughts on either of those?
The quick one on Cable, an 81 zone blocking grade this year at Kansas on one of the best run blocking offensive lines in the country. So if you're going to take a chance on a late scheme fit, if you're Clint Kubiak, especially getting into the zone blocking this offense is going to want to get into, this is a fit. I also thought maybe a guy like Luke Kandra might be an option for him. Still could be, still on the board, a player I'd really like in that same scheme, but I think that's what you're looking for is Clint Kubiak. He's looking for those zone blockers, those athletic guys, and they did it a lot at Kansas. It's something that would fit for sure with them.
A cool point from Mason Cameron over there on the desk that Bryce Cable has improved his PFF grade by 10 points or more in multiple seasons in a row now. So this guy continues to get better as well. I love that. Taj Brooks, man. This is the ultimate short yardage goal line back. This guy is a bowling ball for Texas Tech, and he actually was their number one running back for them. It wasn't just a short line back for them, but I think in the NFL, short yardage, goal line, he's going to be a monster. Could be a fantasy football vulture, I think, in the NFL. For a lot of people who have maybe a running back that they have starting on their fantasy teams, they get all the way down to the 1 yard line. They go, oh, we're about to get 6 points from my running back right here, and Taj Brooks might steal away from them. So now going to Cincinnati.
And considering his size and build, when running a 4.52 actually wasn't that bad. I thought it might have been slower than that going into the combine. It's not bad, but you're right. You talk about a guy who is all about contact between the tackles. That's Taj Brooks.
He is somebody who. There are times when I felt like he had the best vision in the class. Like, he can anticipate super well. He can make guys miss in a phone booth. You talked about what he was able to do behind those power blocking concepts, man and gap scheme blocking concepts between the tackles. I thought it was excellent stuff. I mean, poetic stuff when he had the ball in his hands and when he was looking at the offensive line. The issue is, I just don't think he's very fast, and I don't think he believes he's very fast. There are so many times where it's like, okay, he's almost like giving up the play. Like, he's either running into the tackler or he's running out of bounds, and it's like, dude, you had this. You did the work to get the space, and that's where I really wanted to love Taj Brooks even more, but it was just that there's so much work that goes into allowing ball carriers to get to a place where they have space. And he felt like he almost didn't do his best work in space, and that his best work actually came through chaos. And so, maybe he'll play with a little bit better speed, because I felt like, if I remember correctly, he ran a better time at the combine than I expected him to. But I know he's a fan favorite, so the Bengals get a little bit of a fan favorite there. Jacksonville Jaguars, Jalen McLeod, the edge rusher from Auburn, somebody who's built sort of like that 3-4 outside linebacker type. He's a little bit smaller when it comes to the length, even for that outside linebacker position, but somebody who was pretty productive this past year for him. So a depth defensive lineman there, or I should just say linebacker, edge rusher, but a good special teams guy there as well. Luke Newman, guard from Michigan State, going to the Chicago Bears, so just continuing to invest with some new guys on that offensive line, give you the depth and versatility there. What do you guys think?
Newman's a guy I like in his zone scheme, like the one Chicago's going to run with Ben Johnson's, because he's a guy who could get on the move. He's not very athletic. Not very big and not very powerful right now, so I don't know if he'll ever be more than a rotation. Obviously, now in the sixth round, he's probably going to be more than a backup, but he's very athletic, and I think he can get out of space really well. And then McLeod, he was a 90 pass rush grade this last year, 89 defensive grade. Just mentioned before that the measurables aren't the best for him.
It's not, and the issue I have with McLeod, and we'll see what maybe the Jags think of him as a player, but 6'1", 241, 32-inch arms. Yes, very productive as a pass rusher at Auburn, but he went and worked out with the linebackers at the Senior Bowl, and I was paying close attention to some of those even individual drills. And he's never done it before. It just didn't look comfortable. So I do wonder if the Jags see him as just, okay, maybe a core special teamer, maybe a situational pass rusher. If they see him as a linebacker, I'm not sure I can get there. Just from what I saw, it's a small sample, but it's what I saw at the Senior Bowl, and even 6'1", 240, kind of mediocre size. Actually, I think this is right about average size as far as linebackers go. I think they got to figure out the role for him and what that's going to be in Jacksonville.
All right, let's play a little game.
Sure.
I can't believe this player is still here. I can't believe R.J. Mickens is still here. What are we missing?
We're higher on him than consensus.
But it's almost the 7th round.
Yeah.
We're higher on him. I have him ranked 108. I thought he should have been considered in the 3rd round, 3rd or 4th round guy. He is extremely reliable. He approaches the game very soundly. It's so tough to find players who have that length advantage that he does to get pass breakups and to wrap up as a tackler. He is so sound when he is tackling. He's always squaring guys up between the shoulders. Really fundamentally sound football player. I'm just very shocked that he's not off the board yet. Even for his, I figured that we were going to be higher on R.J. Mickens, but man, we're almost in the 200s now.
And even
very, very surprised this guy wasn't considered as a depth guy.
Consensus is even 163, so we're getting late here with him. He needs to get drafted. Even just, again, the pedigree, his dad playing in the NFL is great. He was the glue that held that young Clemson, extremely young Clemson defense together. And it's somebody that absolutely, him and Jared Ivey are the two right now that I'm not really getting it. You know me, I love Restrepo. It's a 40-time thing. It is what it is. But Ivy and Mickens, I'd say, were the two. Damian Martinez, too, I'm still a little surprised at.
Yeah, I'm surprised by that. I still love Aeneas Peoples. I understand the measurables aren't great, but we've seen a lot of designated pass rushers get drafted already. I think Aeneas Peoples could be just that for an NFL team, be really effective at that in the interior for a team, too. So love him. And Tez Johnson, again, he's the lightest receiver we've ever seen at the Combine. But he is a guy that just got open at will. And he did it at the Senior Bowl, too, against Azareye'h Thomas, who should have every physical advantage over Tez Johnson. Tez Johnson was still beating him consistently at the Senior Bowl, too. So I would have taken this guy probably in the 4th round, and he's still available here.
I agree with you.
Thanks.
Your guy Bashard Smith. I'm just looking at the list here.
Oh, yeah, you want a pass catcher.
I know, man. I would have considered him in the 4th round.
Sure. Oh, absolutely.
Oh, hell yeah. I love this.
Yep. Dan Campbell just.
This is one of my dudes. This is one of my dudes that I could have mentioned here. I understand why he's getting drafted a little bit later, but wow.
Back to back, Trevor Sikkema.
You just love this. Ahmed Hassanin going to the Detroit Lions at 196, and then Gator great Graham Mertz coming off the ACL tear at 197, going to the Houston Texans. Oh, above Quinn Ewers.
Oh boy, yeah. What quarterbacks are left?
Quinn getting drafted?
I don't know.
Quinn getting drafted?
Graham Mertz went over Quinn Ewers and Curtis Rourke. That's the two big ones.
I mean, I could see it over Curtis Rourke. I mean, that one's understandable.
Really?
I think I had
Didn't Mertz play in like 3 games this season?
Yeah, but I'm I'm higher on Graham Mertz. Like I think he operates the pocket very well. Like even before his time at Florida, I thought that he had some flashes while he was at Wisconsin. I thought he played decently confidently in 2023. I would have liked him as like a 5th, 6th round quarterback, and here he ends up going to the 6th round. So I actually like this for him here. But now, I mean, we're talking about Quinn Ewers being available with, like you said, like Curtis Rourke, Max Brosmer, Brady Cook, Seth Hennigan, Cam Miller.
And I think Max made the right point. Graham Mertz hardly played this year. Right? Lagway took over the job and Mertz got hurt and all that. Wasn't, he's very low turnover-worthy play rates throughout his career. He can function, right? I don't think he's got a great arm. He's got almost no mobility. But for a Graham Mertz, who barely played this year, to go ahead of the rest of these quarterbacks, we may not see another quarterback drafted. I mean, there's a whole round to go. Maybe Quinn gets in the 7th round, but for a Graham Mertz to go over, if you're Quinn Ewers, if you're Curtis Rourke, if you're Max Brosmer, Brady Cook, whoever else, I mean, maybe the Texans just love Graham Mertz, but
maybe
I actually didn't think Graham Mertz would get drafted today.
I actually didn't think he would either.
Neither did I.
Well, all right then. You want to go on the Lions pick? Because I know you love that pick.
Oh, sure. Yeah, we didn't talk about the Lions pick. Ahmed Hassanin going to the Detroit Lions. I think he's absolutely perfect for them. I think he's their type of player. This is somebody who brings a lot of strength to the 5-technique defensive end position. Former standout as a CrossFitter when he was in high school growing up in Egypt. And this is a dude who came over to the States because his brother was over here. And he's like, hey, you should try out American football. Use some of that strength in a game where you might be able to have a pro future. And he's like, all right. So he comes over, he starts a game of football, obviously, learns it while he's in high school, ends up getting to Boise State. I thought he was really productive this past year for Boise State. I thought he was a standout against Penn State in that college football playoff game. And I really liked him when I saw him in person at the Shrine Bowl as well. So a heavy-handed 5-technique defensive end type of player. I had him 129 on my board, gets drafted 196 here. So almost 2 full rounds. I could have seen him going in the 4th round and would have been really happy with it, but I think he's exactly the Lions type that they like on that defensive line.
Little history here too. Ahmed Hassanin is the first Egyptian ever chosen in the NFL draft.
Wow.
Pretty awesome.
That's cool. Very cool. Very cool title for him. Love that. I'm very surprised he went over Jared Ivey.
Yeah.
But
I get that.
I think with the best available that we have here, like Jared Ivey and Damian Martinez, Cam Williams, they must just not have interviewed as well as teams maybe hoped.
Could be. And I think Ivy, very low athleticism scores.
It's
more football player than athlete with him.
He's way more explosive on tape than what his score showed there.
Sure, but sometimes, especially with these day 3 picks, you take one look at the surface level numbers and some teams are out on it. I'm with you. I'm shocked that Ivy's a guy that hasn't gone by now, but it's the way the game goes.
Yeah. Again, I'm just looking at this best available board here, and then I have players higher than him on my board, but the NFL, I'm surprised Cameron Williams is still here. Again, I think those tools, man, I really thought the NFL was going to cover those tools somewhere even late 3rd round last night, and the fact that we're about to enter the 7th round in about 15 or so picks and he's still available is pretty crazy to me.
I would agree with you. Do we have any specific gems of day 3? Do you want to point out? Obviously, I love Alec Maynor. I think that's getting the value that you got for him there. I like Kyle Kennard at 125 to the Los Angeles Chargers. I think that's a really good pick there.
I keep going back to this Chris Paul pick.
Yep.
That's spectacular from the Rams. It wouldn't even shock me if he started for them very early, if not right from the jump. That was an easy top 100 guy for me. That was an easy top 4 linebacker for me. And for them, I would easily argue that's their thinnest position on their entire roster. I think to get Chris Paul to the Rams is just great stuff. And I'll keep saying it. I love what the Buffalo Bills are doing all the way around. Every pick, it seems like I'm like, okay, yep, I'm in on that one too. Hancock, Jackson Hawes, Dorian Strong's a great pick. I just love what the Bills are doing.
Cam Scadabo at 105 overall.
Let's go, baby.
That is just an awesome pick. And I said it before how John Mara is probably still upset losing Saquon Barkley, but now you have Tyrone Tracy, you got Cam Scadabo in that running back room. And both those guys were day 3 picks too. I love what New York's doing in that running back room right now.
About your edge duo in Tampa Bay too.
Yep.
Oof. David Walker, Elijah Roberts.
It's nice.
That's living right.
I don't know where Elijah Roberts is going to play, if he's going to be more of an interior guy or more of an edge rusher guy. But I love those 2 players. I really do. I think they're fantastic.
I wouldn't even worry about it. Let Todd figure it out. That's fine.
Braden Swinson going 146 to the Patriots. Excellent value
Yeah.
there. Love that for them. Falcons getting Billy Bowman, I think, is a really good selection for them. I love the Falcons haul. It was aggressive. They're taking a big bet on themselves with giving up that first-round pick in order to do it, but really good players that they have added. Marcus Bowe going to the Giants. I think he could be a future center for them maybe. You have to figure it out a little bit because you got John Michael Schmitz there, but I like that pick as well. Any others?
Kyle McCord of the Eagles. Love that.
Your guy.
5th round pick, Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah.
I mean, it's funny. Let's just not even just Shedeur. I know, because anybody could talk about that all day. Can we just, through all of this, and we're going to go through picks and grade every haul and everything. The story of this draft is the Cleveland Browns. Not only with Shedeur, they passed up and traded.
The strangest draft class of all time.
They passed out and traded down from the Travis Hunter.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, from the very beginning of day one to the middle and now, and that's all everybody's going to talk about out of day 3 is Shedeur. The Cleveland Browns became the story of this draft, trading out of a Travis Hunter pick, just going with Shedeur Sanders eventually in the 5th round after already taking Dylan Gabriel and all the controversy we've had with Shedeur. That's really the headline story, is just all of this strange situation now circulating around the Browns. Because we were already going to debate it with the Browns years from now. Man, should they have really traded out of the Travis Hunter pick? I know they got a first-rounder next year, but that was already going to be one debate. Now it's going to be, what, should they really have bothered taking Shedeur Sanders in the 5th round with everything surrounding that too? So the Browns are really, they're a story here, and now that's going to continue through the summer and into the season.
Absolutely. I want to shout out too, I love Torrey Horton to the Seattle Seahawks too. I think that's kind of what they were missing, that receiving core right there, and getting him on day 3 of the draft is a steal, I thought. I think that's a phenomenal pick for Seattle.
Gordon and Mason, do you guys have a favorite pick that we have here so far on day 3? We named a couple of ours. You can feel free to echo one of those if you see one that you really like. But I'm curious. We're kind of naming ours here because it seems like the picks have come to an absolute halt. I know that we're paused here on Green Bay, and I don't know if they're doing something special because it's in Green Bay, if they're doing some crowd work or whatever, but feels like they've absolutely slowed down these picks for it being late in the 6th round. But what do you guys think? Is there somebody that stands out to you? Some selections that you love today?
Well, first and foremost, I just want to say I think that somebody in connection with Browns ownership had to have shown them the movie Draft Day. Because that's what it feels like. We're just getting a whole lot of big headlines and highlights out of what's come out of their draft. But if I had to talk about one specific player that I'm really interested in, Dalton brought it up earlier. I can't wait to see Ashton Genty and JJ Pegues in the same backfield at the goal line.
Leaning into this?
We're
leaning into
If they don't lean
Mason
into
knows
it, it's a huge missed opportunity. I can't wait to see that happen.
Okay.
When we did the PFF Daily, the purpose of this was to get ourselves ready for this show. We each brought one prospect for 15 straight shows. And Mason on the call where we talked about Pegues was just so enthusiastic about, if you go into PFF Ultimate and you look at his carries near the goal line, how shifty he is. He is fully bought into the idea of a wildcat read option with JJ Pegues and Ashton Genty for the Raiders. I'm going to go back to where I was heading into this. My guy, David Walker. I think as well, you look, Trevor, at what you hope the Buccaneers might do in the 1st round and missing on a guy like Donovan Ezeraku and passing on him then, to then come back and get a guy like Walker who has some of that twitch and can be an impact pass rusher for them off the edge.
You are, I know you're a big fan of David Walker, so not surprised on that one there.
By the way, JJ Pegues, 92.3 offensive grade last year for all.
There it is.
At least.
So don't doubt the numbers, Trev, right there.
Look,
22 carries, 7 touchdowns.
And isn't it like 8 or 9 forced missed tackles?
Yeah,
too?
he's better than Travis Hunter.
I love how he said shifty as a ball carrier, and he's a 300-pound ball
I
carrier.
know.
But he's not kidding. Seriously,
that was
he's
an interesting
absolutely right.
choice of words there.
Yes.
We have Warren Brinson go off the board at 198, the defensive tackle from Georgia. Really good combine scores from Warren Brinson, especially when it came to, he is huge. Over 6'5", 315 pounds, really long wingspan as well, well above 50th percentile for the position, 80th percentile hand size too. So just gives you the size that you want, that you bet on here in the late 6th round, as we're almost at pick 200 here. 198 there, it was Warren Brinson. 94th percentile broad jump. Okay, Warren. Okay, we see you.
You got an athlete.
Yeah, just somebody, I think athletically, and he's got the potential to be a solid rotational player. So I think this is actually a good value pick here for the Green Bay Packers. Chargers on the clock at 199. Let's take a look at what the Chargers have done so far in this draft. Omarion Hampton in the first round. Trey Harris in the second round, which I love. Jamar Caldwell, your boy, in the third round. Got Kyle Kennard. I already shouted him out as a pick that I really loved. Keandre Lambert-Smith, Oronde Gaston. It seems like this table would be pretty big fans of what they've done here. Running back in the first round, Omarion Hampton at number 22, fine. I think it's fine. But I think the rest of it, I think we've got plus value all around for the Chargers.
It's the usual Jim Harbaugh stuff in the draft, right? I want physical players. This time we get a running. He took a running back, Kamani Vidal, late last year, but running backs, O-line, D-line, and then vertical threats at receiver. That's really been a theme here with Jim Harbaugh. There's a certain type of player that he and especially Greg Roman on offense are looking for. So, no, I think that's the idea is they want to continue to fill in with physical players and lean into Justin Herbert's ability to throw it vertically down the field. I think you've seen everything. I'm with you, obviously. The Jamari Caldwell pick is so awesome. I'm still over the moon on that one because it's just the perfect player to replace Poona Ford, who they lost in free agency.
The Chargers have been doing a pretty good job of just investing in sort of what they need to along the trench. Oh, there's another trench pick, right?
Yeah, Branson Taylor.
Branson Taylor, the offensive tackle from Pittsburgh. You said that with some enthusiasm.
He's powerful. He is powerful. His tape at Pitt this past year was decent. He had a 76 pass blocking grade. He's not the best in the run game out in space, but I think he is a powerful player that can do a pretty good job of keeping defensive linemen away from him.
Well, being a powerful player, I mean, that is a prerequisite to be in a Jim Harbaugh anything, it feels like. Not just the trenches, but anything on a Jim Harbaugh team. You got to be able to do that there. Jacksonville's on the clock here at pick number 200. We've almost made it 200 picks here in the 2025 NFL Draft. Before we get to hear whatever that is and analyze that, I want to talk to you about Prize Picks once again. If you guys think that you know what's going to happen this upcoming NFL season, go check out Prize Picks. You'll be able to find some more or less single stats for certain players and create your own lineup there. And if you do, you place $5 on the lineup, you get $50 in free bets from Prize Picks if you use the promo code PFF when you download it. So you can see the NFL numbers right there. Look at Pucky Irving. I love this. 1,100 rushing yards. God, you love to see it, my son. Jahmyr Gibbs, close to that number as well. If you think these guys are in really great situations where, there we go. Yeah, more. Yeah. Click more on Bucky Irving. Absolutely. You bet your ass we will. It's a fun time. It's the best way to watch some sports and win some cash while you do it. So check out Prize Picks. Download the app, use the promo code PFF, and when you do that, whatever lineup you want, whether it's a two-person lineup, three-person, 4, 5, 6, whatever you want to set, put $5 on the line, get those $50 free. Win or lose. It's a win or lose thing. So you put $5 down on the line, and win or lose, you're going to get those $50 just for playing and downloading Prize Picks. When you do, use promo code PFF. Jags on the clock. James Gladstone's first draft as general manager here for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Travis Hunter in the first round, obviously at number 2, making a statement, trading away next year's first round pick to move up 3 spots and to go get a player like that. You're shaking your head like no-brainer.
Yeah, no-brainer. I get you're trading away a future first round pick, but you're almost getting 2 first round picks and 1 in Travis Hunter right there as a receiver and a corner. So I can't hate it. I really can't hate it at all.
Wow.
Good way to think about
it. It's analytics right there.
Yeah.
So I tune in.
Also, I've said this before, I think 5 to 10 years from now, or even next year, we're going to look back on this 2025 NFL draft and go, oh yeah, that was the draft Travis Hunter was taken in. I think he's that special football player. I think he's easily the best football player in this draft, and I really do think he could go down as a historic football player if he keeps up what he did in college.
We have a $2 super chat. Why is Kobe Bryant dropping so low? It's just the size.
It's the build. He's so thin. What did he?
Is he 0th percentile?
It's light.
0th would be light, but
5th. He's 5th percentile at 180 pounds.
Yeah.
He's got
But he's a
arms,
dog.
though.
But he's so darn competitive.
He'd be well off the board. Where is he for me? He's like 120,
he's pretty
112,
high.
something like that.
He was a 4th round somewhere in there for you.
118.
He is.
He's ranked 118 on the board.
A dog on the field, on social media too. He would always DM me when I was coming out my top 10 cornerback rankings, and he was like, "Hey, when's corner dropping? When's corner dropping?" And he was number 10 in that ranking, and then he DM'd me. He goes, "All right, bet after that." And listen, man, I love him. I really do love his tape. He's a dog on the field. He's 180 pounds, but he doesn't hit like it, man. He has some like insane hits on his tape. So he has that, some jaw-dropping interceptions as well. We mentioned the weight before. He's very grabby, very aggressive player in coverage. He has 12 penalties over the last 2 years, and not as fluid flipping his hips either. Only ran a 4.5 40 despite being 180 pounds. But if you're looking for a guy that has the cornerback mentality that you look for, like a Jalen Ramsey type of mentality, Kobe Bryant has that kind of mentality.
True dog. I would have drafted him. I would have drafted him way earlier than this.
Yeah.
I think teams get nervous because they see him as like an outside corner only. If they thought he could play slot, I feel like he would have gone a little bit earlier. But his tape is just like it's his style is so outside corner exclusive. It's like man coverage stuff. It really is.
Yeah, and it's funny because his teammate too is really good, Mello Dotson. They had a really good pair of them at corner over there at Kansas, and I thought both of them could be in a similar 4th or 5th round range, and they're both still on the board. I need that graphic, and the guys behind the glass know what I'm talking about. I need that graphic on the screen as soon as possible if we can get it, because that's
social teams just making up like fake graphics.
No, they're firing from.
They are just messing around upstairs now.
They're firing.
You guys, if the producers actually throw it up, you guys will see it. But there's a graphic we have behind the scenes here that I'm gonna need before the end.
I do like this pick in the meantime. Rayan Lane III, the safety from Navy, going to the Jacksonville Jaguars at pick number 200. This is somebody who, ton of experience. He's a lot of fun to watch. Super aggressive coming downhill as a strong safety. He's just a little reckless, right? I mean, like he's just it's a lot of good, it's a lot of not so good, and so I think a lot of those inconsistencies are why he's here. But spoken of very highly throughout that Navy program. It just feels like nobody's got a bad word to say about this guy and how he plays and the mentality that he has.
Top 15 coverage grade in the country this year.
Yep.
I mean, he certainly knows what he's doing back there, and a ton of experience starting for the midshipmen. So you get back in the back end of these picks. Maybe again might have taken R.J. Mickens over him, maybe. But
I'll keep mentioning it time and time again. He was not only a good player in the secondary for Navy, he was an excellent special teamer for Navy as well. And I think that'll be a big part of his career in the NFL too.
Kobe King, the linebacker from Penn State, your boy.
My guy.
Actually, I like this.
Going to the Minnesota Vikings at 201. Your thoughts?
I think Kobe King, listen, man, he's an excellent run defender, a really good frame as well. He's a heavy hitter who's very instinctive too. Again, another guy I think could be a really good special teamer in the NFL. Problem with Kobe King and why he went a little bit lower, he's a subpar athlete right now. Doesn't really have sideline-to-sideline speed. Don't really want him manning up in coverage. Kind of lacks agility right now and doesn't really add much as a blitzer, but as a run defender, he's one of the better linebackers that we have in this draft right now. Just you don't really want him as a blitzer or in coverage, which kind of limits him to only being an early down linebacker. But early down linebacker with special teams potential as well, I think Kobe King could be a pretty good player.
You know what I was so surprised of with him? He plays big.
He does.
When you watch him, I was like, oh, okay, Sam linebacker. Like, this is a guy who could play Mike or Sam for you. He's 17th percentile in height, 39th percentile in weight.
Crazy. Like you would not think that.
He's not actually big.
It's physical.
He just plays really big.
And it's his ability, to me, I think very underrated among the best among these linebackers. His ability to diagnose in the run game, just really good at seeing schemes and getting where he needs to be on time. I mean, he's held to an early down role, but I could absolutely see why somebody like Brian Flores would like. Look, you're talking about the team that's starting Ivan Pace Jr., who's among the smallest players we've ever seen at linebacker, and they found success with him. So I like Kobe. You mentioned his special teamer, fill in on early downs, really good in run defense and diagnosing things there. So I think it's a pretty good pick for Minnesota.
Same division as his twin brother, Kalen King too. Cornerback out of Penn State. And also, Kalen was a 7th round pick, so he gets to one up his brother a little bit, being a late 6th round pick right there, too.
That's true.
That
is true.
That's what matters. That's what really matters.
Minnesota Vikings also drafting Gavin Bartholomew, the tight end. There it is.
I needed it. There. See, this is how good J.J. Pegues is right there. Said by the man himself.
You know, that I might not be technically wrong. Just on the goal line. You know, they cut the quote short.
I don't know.
He's better than Travis Hunter on the goal line.
Travis Hunter Baylor forced fumble to win the game is pretty nasty. Also, the Travis Hunter pick against TCU on the goal line.
He's better than Travis Hunter on the goal line as an offensive player.
He's a better
heavy personnel set.
They
cut off the.
From what we've seen so far, Pegues is a better quarterback than Travis Hunter.
Oh, I don't know.
We don't know. Maybe. Maybe the Jags will get fancy.
Again, he's better than Travis Hunter at playing Wildcat quarterback. They just cut off the graphic.
These graphics are so dangerous. PFF haters are going to screenshot these and tweet them out. Like, look at what these PFF guys are saying out here.
That's fine. If that's all they have on us, then we're doing okay.
Also, I think
what I'm actually worried about are my real takes that they're going to screenshot. Those are the ones that you actually have to worry about.
I forget those myself. I just flush them out.
That's a good strategy.
Yeah,
good strategy.
Real quick, Dalton's favorite player of the draft just got taken at 203rd overall to the Baltimore Ravens.
LeJohntay Wester.
Mm-hmm. We had to get one. We had to get one FAU legend in the draft, and I know this year was Colorado, but believe me, we had to get the Owls going somewhere here.
Okay, so of the 3 Colorado wide receivers, LeJontay Wester is the first one off the board over Jimmy Horn Jr., over Will Shepard. Did you think that was going to be the case? Was he the best one available for you? What do you think about LeJontay?
To me, he actually is the best one of the 3. Actually, if you do go back, and he's just super undersized. Not quite Tej Johnson undersized, but he's not all that far from it. I know he's super small, but I'll tell you what, solid route runner. I think the best route runner of those 3 guys. Mm-hmm. Experience as a punt returner, which I think could really help him make this Ravens roster. Super competitive. You look, he's tiny, but his contested catch rates are off the charts for a guy that small because he's just so darn competitive. Look, I watched this guy at FAU carry their offense for 2 years. They had nothing else on offense at FAU. He was the guy, his last year, over 1,100 yards, one of the best receiving grades in the country. And when he got to Colorado with Shedeur Sanders, and I was like, he might start out as the 4 or 5 guy. He's small. He's a slot-only type of player. But I actually think from what I've seen, I'm like, this guy's a dog. And by the end of the season, he was their second best receiver. Look, Will Shepard's got the size, but I question his hands and his route running a little. I think Jimmy Horn's a little bit faster straight line than Wester, but Wester's a better route runner. I do like it. I think I as an honest pick, I do see Wester
as an honest man,
as a late 6th or 7th round guy who starts out maybe as a team's punt returner. And maybe gets an offensive role as a slot receiver. The lack of size is the biggest problem.
Yeah,
that's really the problem here. But I don't know if they still have Tylan Wallace. Maybe Gordon can tell us. But do the Ravens need a punt returner?
They do. They still have Tylan Wallace.
They still have Tylan Wallace, but they did talk about I wonder if he'll be more of a kick returner.
Wester or Wallace?
Wester. Wallace I think they like as a punt returner, and I think he's still going to be there this year. But they have talked about wanting to get better at kick returning, especially with the rule change in the NFL, whereby we are going to see more kickoffs returned because teams in the NFL are now incentivized to not kick the ball into the end zone.
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes sense as Wester's role on a roster is start as a returner, work your way maybe into a slot role, maybe add a few more pounds to the 170-something pound frame that he's got. Because he's tiny. He's
small.
He is small, but I do think as a football player of those 3 Colorado guys, he is the best one to me.
Gavin Bartholomew, we mentioned, went to the Minnesota Vikings. I think he's a special teams type of a pick. Good athlete of the position. I think drafting pretty good athletes at tight end is a good bet to make here in the 6th round. And so that's probably a little bit more of what it's like. It's more of a sort of a depth pick there, a special teams pick there. You're just betting on these bigger athletes who have these bigger frames. That's kind of what I think is going to happen there. Ajani Cornelius, the offensive tackle from Oregon, going to the Dallas Cowboys. I think that's good value. Yeah. I was lower on Cornelius, and I feel like consensus was a lot of people were, but I still had him 175 on the board. So getting him at 204, that's right within the range. I think that he could be a nice depth offensive tackle there for you. And then Kay Medrano, the linebacker from UCLA, the undersized linebacker from UCLA, going to the Washington Commanders, I believe. Yes, at number 205. I get a little bit worried about Kay Medrano. Obviously, I love the athleticism from him. He's incredibly fast for a player at this position, but 3rd percentile in weight at 222 pounds. Elite athlete, 96th percentile 40-yard dash, 86th percentile vertical jump, 88th percentile broad jump, but you better be that kind of an athlete when you are much smaller and you're a size outlier when it comes to overall weight. In the PFF Big Board, the little scouting summary there for him, Medrano is built more like a strong safety than a true linebacker. He tested out as an elite athlete with outstanding speed and explosiveness. His 20.7 career missed tackle rate is 0th percentile for the position. Play strength will always be a question here at his weight, but Medrano can match up against tight ends in man coverage and will have to make an impact on special teams as well. So clearly they're just gravitating towards that speed at the linebacker level. Wow, then we have 2 offensive tackles going back-to-back here. Chase Lunt, the offensive tackle from UConn, going to the Buffalo Bills. Nice athletic tight end to take a chance on. Speaking of guys who maybe have a little bit of strength deficiencies to them, but a guy who moves really well in Chase Lunt. going to the Buffalo Bills, and then your boy.
Boy, I'll tell you what.
Cam Williams.
Of course.
Cam Williams from Texas coming off the board to
Howie Roseman
This
and
is
the Philadelphia Eagles.
the Philadelphia
Of course.
Eagles.
Picture perfect for Cameron Williams.
Of course.
You get to learn behind Lane Johnson for however many years he has left, and then right after that,
And Jordan Mailata. I think
Jordan
probably,
Mailata.
but more appropriately, Jordan Mailata with the size comparison.
I'm just thinking about the right tackle for right
Yes,
now. But
right.
I think, Lane Johnson, there's been rumors of his retirement maybe coming in a year or a couple years or whoever knows how long. But Lane Johnson's one of the elite right tackles in the NFL. You can learn a lot technique-wise from Lane Johnson. That's exactly what Cameron Williams needs. I think in 3 or 4 years' time, we could look back on a guy like Cameron Williams. They got Jordan Mailata, in the 7th round as well of his draft?
Yeah, super late.
Seventh round. It was 7th round. And listen, I'm not saying Cameron Williams is going to be the next all-pro tackle for the Eagles like Mailata and Lane Johnson were, but I am saying this is a guy who has all the tools in the world to be a starting caliber tackle. And listen, whenever Lane Johnson retires, this might be the next answer for Philadelphia.
Jeff Statlin's going to mess around and make him pretty good, isn't he?
Yep.
Is that what we're going to do here? It's just the same old. It's same old Eagles. Same old Eagles formula. Let's just take guys that everybody waited on. Jahad Campbell, even a Cameron Williams, who I'll admit he needs a ton of work in pass protection. But to get him beyond the 200th pick in the draft, you might as well. You might as well. Between him and Miles Hinton, if one of them hits, that's the point of sometimes double dipping at the same position. So the Eagles just keep doing it. This is why the good teams stay good.
First year as a starter this past year, Cam Williams at Texas, 84.0 zone run blocking grade.
Yep.
There for him. When you look at his measurables, over 6'5", 71st percentile. Hold on, I'm looking at full offensive lineman. Let me just go to offensive tackles there. 6'5" 3/4", it's 48th percentile, 317 pounds, 63rd percentile, 84.5-inch wingspan, 84th percentile, 34.5-inch arms, 67th percentile, and then hand size. Some of the biggest hands that you're ever going to see, 11 3/8-inch hands. This dude's got some mitts. When he puts his hands on you in pass protection, you feel it. It's covering a lot of space there. So I think that hand size is an underrated part of playing offensive tackle, because when you punch, when you give guys first contact, if your hands are huge, that's a lot of area that they're pushing you back with, and so I just think it's an under talked about physical attribute.
Grip strength too. Grip strength too for offensive tackle is so critical, and if you have bigger hands, it's a lot easier to have a stronger grip because of it. So like I said before, he's got all the tools in the world. His tape at Texas was very up and down this past year. You mentioned that zone blocking grade though. Texas ran a lot of outside zone, and he was dominant at it alongside Kelvin Banks. They basically won that playoff game against Clemson because of outside zone. They had like 250 rushing yards in that game alone on outside zone, and running to Cameron Williams' side of it was a big reason why too. So again, here in the late 6th round, I think this is 3 rounds later than I thought Cameron Williams was going to go. This is another elite pick by the Eagles.
Yeah, I'm with you. And actually, this other pick too for the Bills' offensive line depth and Chase Lunt. It's a little bit weird because I didn't think he was. To me, he would have fit one of those Shanahan offenses a little bit better, right? The outside zone scheme that they ran a lot at UConn. He's a really good athlete, and you do wonder the Bills always trying to build offensive line depth using again. Maybe it's Jackson Hawes and more tight ends. Maybe it's 6 offensive linemen. Maybe he's athletic enough eventually to fill that role. I think it's the last year of Alec Anderson's contract. But anytime you get offensive line depth like that and an athletic piece like Chase Lunt, too, for the Bills, I keep saying it, they're having a great draft, too. Yep. The Bills, they're killing it. They are killing it this weekend.
Get that 6 offensive lineman thought, too.
Yeah.
With Chase Lunt, where it's like he is an offensive lineman, but it's sort of that sort of build where, like you said, you don't have to put,
They might just start going 7-0 line and 3 tight ends and Josh Allen.
Sure, throw it all the way back.
Just go with it. Let's go back to
don't even need to pass the football.
Double wing, just forget. Hold up now. You have Josh Allen still here.
No, but I'm saying you don't need to. You're just battering.
Now, if I had J.J. Pegues,
not every team can.
Well, right.
That's why they have a draft.
Well, he's a hot commodity. He's better than Travis Hunter.
Right. That's why he went 1 and Travis Hunter went 2.
It makes sense. Did you see the thing earlier in the week with Travis Hunter? They had 2 different draft cards already, a receiver one and a corner one. And somebody was like, well, if you draft him as a receiver, can someone else still take him as a corner?
Still take him as a corner? Yeah, that's dangerous. Now you got to get legal involved.
Yeah.
It's just a whole mess.
It's a lot.
What happens when they match up with each other, though? He's got to guard himself.
That's what I was saying. We need to get the the Michael Jordan, not memes, just like the photoshops where it's like Mike guarding Mike, like young Mike guarding Mike.
Oh, it's a Gatorade commercial, yeah.
Yes.
Well, I love what Mason
Elite
said there,
commercial.
because did you hear when someone asked him in his first presser after he got picked, what somebody asked him, they go, so, hypothetical, if Travis Hunter, the receivers, going up against Travis Hunter, the
Great
corner,
question.
and there's a jump ball or something like that, they asked him, they said, which one's catching the ball? And he just goes, Travis Hunter.
I mean, that's basically the only answer you can give. Like, what's he going to say? Is he going to break it down?
You just got to love him. I mean,
you do.
have to love him even for answers like that. Like, that just defines swagger. That's awesome.
Speaking of Travis Hunter, another Colorado wide receiver off the board here.
We're getting the Colorado run. We got Shador. We got FAU
the
legend
floodgates have
LaJohntay
opened.
Wester.
The floodgates have absolutely opened. Mason, I know this is one of your guys. We got Jimmy Horn Jr. off the board here to the Carolina Panthers. This is their last pick in the draft, and picked mostly defense in this one, but the last two selections they've had, Mitchell Evans, which they got in the 6th round, I believe. And then, that was a late 5th round pick, and then in the 6th round here, we got Jimmy Horn Jr. You had Jimmy Horn Jr. on your list of guys that you like.
And
what do we like about Jimmy Horn Jr.?
I love this spot for him, too. It's something that we talked about with Ted McMillan early on in the process, where what they get is a deep ball receiver, somebody that can play the ball down the field. And while Jimmy Horn has those obvious size limitations, he's absolutely fearless. He can take the top off of defenses with his speed, 21% deep target percentage, just good ability to run that seam. And when we look at what they got over there at quarterback, let me double check here. I want to say it was week 8. Since week 8 onward, Bryce Young had the most big-time throws in the NFL. That is a huge number for a guy that was, benched at one point in the season.
Right.
And we can continue to get the most out of him and get the most out of his potential as a passer with a guy like Jimmy Horn.
And Horn gives you, I think early on too, the same as I mentioned with Wester, the ability to get in there immediately and be their kick returner. I actually expected him to run. He ran a 4.46. I expected him to be faster than that, but it just works with him as a kick returner as well. Special teams role first. He's tiny, 5'8", and I think I saw 174, just like Wester is. So you got these smaller slot receivers with return ability. These are the types of guys you look for in the 6th, 7th round, though. Again, we talked about special teams value with linebackers and other guys like that making tackles. There's also value in returners here with the NFL continuing to try to emphasize kick returns more and more.
Okay, the Eagles pick is in. I want to get to that in a second. I know, Dalton's just giving a reaction, and it really is like, how does Howie keep doing this? But before we get to that, Prize Picks is the best place to win some cash while you guys are watching sports. The app is super easy to use. All you do is download it, pick more or less of a few player stats, and you could win up to 1,000 times your cash on a single lineup, depending on how big of the lineup you make. You're more confident in more lines, there you go. Then you can win more on your bets. Best of all, Prize Picks gives you $50 when you play $5 on your first lineup using the promo code PFF. Download the app now, use that promo code, win or lose your bet. You will get $50 for playing right there when it goes final. So use that promo code PFF. Make sure you're taking advantage of getting those $50 free in bets. Available in 40 states, California, Texas. Check it out. It's not just NFL stats, but MLB, NBA, NHL, whatever you think you're sharp in when it comes to these lines and these player stats. Go check it out. Download Prize Picks. Use the promo code PFF. Put $5 on that first lineup, and then you will get 50 free, win or lose, once that result goes final. This is truly now that the Eagles have picked for the last time, we assume, because it's their last pick here. Jod Campbell round 1, Andrew Makuba round 2, nobody in round 3, Ty Robinson round 4, Mac McWilliams round 5, Smael Mondon, Drew Kendall, Kyle McCord, Miles Hinton, Cam Williams, and now you get Antoine Powell-Ryland. Just sick.
Howie should just ask for another raise. Jeez.
And they give it to him.
Then they should.
And they give it to him.
Man.
This is Gordon's guy, too.
This is Gordon's guy, too.
Gordon?
It's
talk about it. What do we think?
You look at what you said about him in the PFF draft guide. 6'2", 240 pounds, undersized guy. What's the one scheme that you want an undersized pass rusher to get to, whereby he doesn't have to play too often? It's Philadelphia. This is a spot whereby 2-3 years down the line, in that ridiculously deep defensive line, he'll be contributing 10 to 15 snaps, generating pressure as they compete for another Super Bowl.
Last 2 years, 96 pressures, 24 sacks, and an over an 85 pass rush grade. And you just, at the speed and the array of moves, you see the spin right there. I know he's got one of your favorite spin moves in this class. He goes to it a lot. He can dip because of that leverage at only 6'2". He's got a nice get off. Look, do you want him anywhere near your run defense and early downs?
No.
No, absolutely not. But that doesn't matter in a place like Philadelphia where we've got a million guys who can defend the run. They already took Ty Robinson to do that on the inside or moving around. I mean, they take these guys who are good trench players, and they find roles for them. And honestly, Powell Ryland was day 3 especially, and if he's going to get this low, and he did, one of my favorite just designated pass rusher types in this class. I think the array of moves and the get-off is fantastic. And I'll tell you what, if I read this right, I think we have Virginia Tech with back-to-back picks here, so we're going from Gordon's guy right to your guy that we've been talking about for a while.
Gordon, congratulations, man. I freaking love Aeneas Peebles. He's one of my favorite players in this year's draft. He was a dominant pass rusher in college football, both at Duke and at Virginia Tech, a 92 pass rush grade over the last 2 years. That's the best in the nation by nearly 3 points. Almost a 19% pass rush win rate over the last 2 years, best in the nation by over 2%. 13% pressure rate, third in America in that span as well. Elite first step, elite explosiveness with a really good pass rush plan as well. High effort player with a very good high IQ of where the ball is going. He was an effective run defender despite a lower rate profile with an 81 run defense score over the last 2 years. And you can see right here at the Senior Bowl, against some elite competition, he was still making things happen at the Senior Bowl too. So I like this guy a lot. Obviously the measurables will not do him any favors. His height's the 9th percentile, weight's 5th percentile, arm length 5th percentile. But as a designated pass rusher, at least, he could be a very effective player in the NFL.
I know Brett Coleman loves him too.
Love him, dude.
Big Brett Coleman guy. So if anybody watches the show, fan of Brett Coleman's work, he's with Max there on that one. You said a phrase that you said like, hey, oh yeah, the best pass rush win percentage in America. I feel like there's always a plethora of those, like in America, in the country,
in the nation,
in all of college football,
in the nation.
FBS.
Which one holds the most weight?
In the FBS?
In America, I would say.
I think in the nation is like, I don't know, it just hits.
In the nation, yeah.
In the northern hemisphere, you know,
yeah,
like
it's a good one.
In the western hemisphere.
Yeah, but then if you start, well, I don't know, if you start getting into hemispheres, because it's got to still be assumed that it's still college, right? I mean,
yes, right. If you say in America, it does count NFL too.
Yeah, but it's never said.
No, but so does in the nation.
But it's never said like that in the league, though. It's
never.
Just always like that. It's just in the league.
I just always think it's funny because college football does that. Like college football always does in the nation, in America. You just
in the
hear
country,
all
yeah.
Well,
in the country.
And the problem is we leave out. We grade FCS
and
guys too. I always
nobody
feel
in the NFL
like
says that though.
No.
Like we never say, TJ Watt, he's got the highest pressure rate in the country. Like nobody. That's like almost an exclusively. A college football.
Because it's the NFL, it's just like that's just the highest
in
level.
The league. You just say the league.
But high school too, you say the same thing. It's like in America, or in the nation, or anything like that. So it's a little different.
You're saying the league is higher than the nation? That seems off.
I'm sure Roger Goodell views it that way. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh boy.
It is. It is.
You know.
Arizona Cardinals took Hayden Conner, the offensive guard from Texas, at number 211. Let's talk about the Arizona Cardinals here in their draft haul because it's another depth guard that they're getting.
Incredible.
Just interior. If you guys have anything on Conner specifically, let's hear him. But like Walter Nolan in the first round, Will Johnson, Jordan Birch, Cody Simon, Denzel Burke, Hayden Conner. I mean, just a lot of eating your vegetables, a lot of stuff up front. And I thought the Cardinals would invest on the interior offensive line before this, but here they get Conner in the 6th round. What are your thoughts on that draft strategy to not have anybody in the interior offensive line until the 6th?
Well, I think they might have planned on it being a little more balanced, but there's a couple of things that go into that. One, especially the top 3 guards, we assume that are interior linemen when you talk about Zabel, Booker, and Donovan Jackson all went in the top 24 picks. So those 3 guys who a couple of them, maybe all of them, thought maybe would get to the Cardinals at 47, or at least one of them, especially Booker, they never even got close, right? And then you just look at the value of them getting Will Johnson. You just couldn't pass that up. You know, and I understand maybe they could have got a Tate Ratledge. Maybe they could have took an Ozzie Trapillo. It wouldn't make sense on the offensive line. But when you talk about a talent like Will Johnson, who we have as an elite pick for, you can't pass it up when you have an outside corner need also. So I think, again, it's drafting within need and a combination of need and value. There was a need at corner. They will figure out the offensive line. You know, they've got some depth here with Hayden Conner. But I think the Cardinals, they've had a fantastic draft. It's just leaned more defensive. I think all of their defensive picks, the first 5 picks they made, all good scheme fits, all talented players. O-line might be a question going into the season, but you got to pick your poison sometimes with these things. They don't have a ton of picks, but the ones they've made have been fantastic.
You do, and Connor's at least got length that maybe you'd bet on just for the offensive line spot. I mean, if you're looking at him as just a guard, like if we're looking at him as just an interior player, he is 6'6", so that's 93rd percentile, 66th percentile in weight at 314, and then he's above the 50th percentile in wingspan and arm length as well. So not a great athlete, but somebody who I guess you're just taking a chance on the size there.
By the way, you can see in the PFF Live Draft Tracker, we grade every single pick as like a good, very good, elite. For Arizona, their first 3 picks: Walter Nolan, elite; Will Johnson, elite; Jordan Burch, very good. I mean, they've nailed those 3. And I get, they had a need on the offensive line, too. They haven't addressed it until right now with Hayden Conner here almost in the 7th round. But like Dalton just said, I really thought Will Johnson was going to be the pick at number 16 overall. Instead, they took another top 10 player on our big board in Walter Nolan. And they get Will Johnson in the 2nd round, too. I mean, just legitimately, I could not dream of a better first 2 rounds for the Arizona Cardinals.
The days of the Cardinals defense being a laughing stock like they've been, over the last 3 or 4 years, those are gone.
Yeah.
They've got some serious talent there on that unit now.
They do. Hayden Conner, 86.0 PFF pass blocking grade over the last 2 seasons as well. So some pretty good numbers there in that category. We are 5 picks until the final round of the 2025 NFL Draft, and round 7 there. We'll have 40 picks after that. That starts at 217, so then we'll have 40 picks remaining in that final round. I can't believe this player is getting taken in the 7th round. I just saw Elijah Badger's name, and I'm just so surprised that Chimere DK got picked in the 4th round, and Elijah Badger is going to get picked in like the 7th.
Yeah, I thought Badger was the better of the 2 of them.
I thought Badger was. I thought Badger would. If you flip it, I thought that was there. Wide receiver. Speaking of wide receivers, your boy Andrew Armstrong still on the board from Arkansas.
Not really surprised by that, honestly. I thought he was probably going to be a 7th round pick. I was way higher on him than most people, but it's not.
But you like him?
Yeah,
you like him?
I do like him. But I don't control every 32 for
No.
offense.
I meant like talk to us about why you like
Oh,
him.
sorry.
Size, speed, combination. I was like, to defend your guy.
Sorry, yes, I do like Andrew Armstrong. One of those productive players in college football at the wide receiver position this last year. 5th most valuable receiver in the country, according to wins above average metric, at an 89 receiving grade. Was tied for 4th in the nation as well. Really good size, 6'4", 202 pounds. Good contested catch rate as well. Does a really good job of finding the soft spots in zone coverage and against elite competition. Trey Amos at Ole Miss covered him a lot in that game. Jamad McCoy, who is, spoiler alert, going to be CB1 on the 2026 big board for next year. He covered him a lot in that game. In those 2 games, Andrew Armstrong, nearly 300 combined receiving yards in those 2 games against elite competition. So, big fan of him. Not the best separator overall. Doesn't really add much after the catch either. But I'm a huge fan of Andrew Armstrong. I actually liked him more than his teammate Isaac Tesla, who was picked yesterday, too.
Agree. I actually agree with that. I thought the Lions.
I like Tesla better.
They gave up a lot to get Tesla.
I don't love that they gave up, what was it, basically 3 third-round picks to draft him?
Pretty much, yeah.
So I don't love that idea, although we were talking about it a little bit earlier. I think Detroit believes that they're going to get a good amount of comp picks back for losing Aaron Glenn to be a head coach there. But, I do like Tesla. I do like Andrew Armstrong. I think there's a lot of really good receivers left. Kanata Mumfield from Pittsburgh is sort of my guy.
Yeah.
I feel like he's got some of the cleanest reps of route running in the class. It's just sort of inconsistent. It's not really something that's there, but I've seen it from him. And so I think that if you can get a consistent man, you got a really good football player. Robert Longerbeam goes to the Baltimore Ravens at pick number 112. Here with 5 picks remaining in the 6th round. Longerbeam, I could have seen him getting drafted earlier as well. Quickness, man. I know he's small and he is a slot-only type of corner, but I watched him in person at the Shrine Bowl, and the way that this guy can mirror players in the slot, put his foot in the ground, and just absolutely take off. I mean, that is those are some slot reps that make you feel like you might have a potential player at the nickel position in the NFL. You guys are making a face. Who got drafted?
So the Raiders, this backfield just got even more fun than Ashton Jincy and J.J. Pegues. They just took Montana State quarterback Tommy Mellott.
Oh my gosh.
We've got just the most dynamic backfield that we could possibly imagine. Tommy Mellott, did I read at his pro day, or did I tell you at his pro day? I think did he run a 4.39? Was it?
I think it was ridiculous.
This guy he's listed as a quarterback, but think about in the Taysom Hill, maybe Wildcat mold.
Taysom Hill.
Yeah, he's a smaller Taysom Hill. He was a dynamic runner at Montana State, but all of a sudden, you talk about, and he's being listed and drafted as a wide receiver here, but I'm telling you right now, Pete Carroll's going to have ideas. You got some weird Wildcat quarterbacks going here when you're talking about Pegues. You're talking about now Tommy Mellott, who his speed is real. It is real. You flip on the Montana State tape, and I believe they lost in the FCS national title game this year. North Dakota State beat them, if I remember that right. But dynamic runner, doesn't have an NFL level arm. Trick plays that might work. Doesn't have NFL quarterback, above average size, certainly below average size. But move him to receiver, see what he can do as an athlete. Ran a 4.39, I believe it was, at his pro day. And another Wildcat quarterback we're thinking about here. We're just getting tricky in Pete Carroll's backfield now.
I know he's going to play wide receiver in the NFL, most likely, but I just want to point out that yet another quarterback has gone above Quinn Ewers. We're getting to undrafted free agent territory for Quinn Ewers. I'm actually pretty surprised by that, too. I would have thought Quinn Ewers would have been a fourth-round pick. I thought the league was going to be a lot higher on Quinn Ewers than we were even, but, we're getting to the seventh round now for Quinn Ewers.
Trev, you'll love this. All right, yeah, Tommy Mellott's pro day. Pro day numbers being what they are, especially, I don't know how well they're measuring pro days at Montana State. 4.39 40. 4.2 shuttle. 6.93 three-cone drill. 41-inch vert. 10.4 broad. 19 bench press. This is a guy who played quarterback at Montana State.
Young Taysom Hill?
For real. We're getting weird.
All right, how's Chip Kelly going to use him?
Probably as a special teams gadget. It's Taysom Hill. It's just, I think that's what you have. It's just we're just taking athletes and we got options. Look, remember, this isn't even joking. This team was last in the league in rushing grade. They were historically bad running the football this year, and I know they haven't taken another running back. But you've got Ashton Jinty, one of the best college backs I've ever seen. J.J. Pegues, who legitimately is an option.
One of the other best college backs you've ever seen.
One of the best college backs I watched this year. This running back depth is crazy when you get J.J. Pegues in the six. And Tommy Mellott, a guy who one of these two just dropped in. I think Mason just dropped in. 121 explosive runs in his career at quarterback at Montana State. They're finding that not only are they going to have a better backfield just straight up with Ashton Jinty, of course. Chip Kelly's about to get creative, real creative, and that's not to say. Also, it's like I think I've made people forget it. They still have Geno Smith. They're going to throw the ball a lot better than they've been throwing it too. This is fun. Pete Carroll and Chip Kelly. This is going to be real fun in Vegas this year.
Those are some insane athletic numbers, man.
They're trying to sell tickets out there.
They are.
Oh,
they're trying to be.
Sure.
It's Vegas, so they unfortunately have a lot to compete against. All
right, so, Trev, we got one. We got a transition.
Who?
Jim Harbaugh took my guy, R.J. Mickens, at safety.
Oh, wow. Of course Jim Harbaugh did it. Of course Jim Harbaugh drafts the really good football player. What do you know?
He knows a good football player when he sees one. And look, I love this fit as much as any that we've seen on day 3. I have R.J. Mickens, safety number 6 in this class. He's a leader. His vision, you can tell. He's a player that you can tell has an NFL dad, right? Ray Mickens played in the slot. He was a nickel for the Jets for a long time in the late 90s, early 2000s. Really good NFL player. And Mickens, you can just see the intangibles, the leadership, and the smarts when he's back there. And we talked about this year with Clemson having an extremely young defense. He was the redshirt senior that held it all together with his coverage ability. When you look at his zone coverage grades this year at safety, neck and neck with his former teammate Andrew Makuba, who was a late second-round pick last night. You're talking about Mickens. I just think a highly intelligent, fundamentally sound football player that fits perfectly in a heavy zone, heavy cover 4 defense that the Chargers are running here. This is an underdog that I think really could contribute to the Chargers in a big way over the next couple of years.
I love this football player. He is so reliable. I love the long arms that he has to disrupt the catch point. I thought that he was so solid when tackling. He is so fundamentally sound. He's great coming from depth. You can use him in the slot. You could sort of have him as a roamer around the linebacker level. This is a fantastic pick. The safety from Clemson, R.J. Mickens, going to the Los Angeles Chargers at 214.
I also love R.J. Mickens, too. Dalton and I had a little rivalry because I had Malachi Moore, safety 6. He had R.J. Mickens, safety 6. I still have R.J. Mickens my top 10, but we had a little rivalry who would get drafted first. I did win that battle. But I still love RJ Mickens, man. He is a versatile coverage defender. He played free safety, played in the slot, played in the box, 93 coverage grade over the last 4 seasons for Clemson. He has been an effective player for a very long time. His dad was Ray Mickens, who played in the NFL for 11 years too, for the Jets, I believe, and just shows how good RJ's anticipation is in coverage. You can see that by his instincts too. Only a 10% missed tackle rate in his career, 81st percentile, very technically sound too. Good speed, good explosiveness. The agility, a little bit of a question mark. He's got a smaller build too, but NFL bloodlines, man, you can tell by the way he plays. He is a very technically sound football player.
And I say it again, you talk about football character. That we talk about this extremely young Clemson defense. Extremely talented young defensive line, kids at corner. They got A.J. Terrell's little brother out there we'll talk about next year. But R.J. Mickens was the glue that held that defense together. And it's really him and Barrett Carter are the 2 biggest guys that they're missing from this defense. Now, watch out for Clemson's defense in 2025. But Mickens, I think, as a leader, as a guy in the middle who calls the shots at safety, I really think the Chargers got a darn good football player. The Raiders are off.
They're just taking all the FCS quarterbacks.
The Raiders are absolutely.
Who did
Cam Miller.
They took two straight FCS quarterbacks. The Raiders are off the chain.
They're watching ball. They're watching true ball at the FCS level. They got to get these guys off the board.
This is now the craziest backfield of all time. And I like how we're just talking. I'm just talking like I'm assuming J.J. Pegues is a running back. He's also a pretty darn good D lineman. Yes. But now, I just mentioned that North Dakota State, right? They beat Montana State in the national title game. They now have both quarterbacks from that game.
Yeah. Tommy Millott, by the way, Walter Payton award winner this past year, which is basically the FCS version of the Heisman Trophy, too. So, I mean, you get 2 of the elite quarterbacks in the FCS in basically almost back-to-back picks, 2 of the last 3 picks.
That's funny.
That's pretty insane.
Should I say it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do I say it with Cam Miller?
Yeah, go ahead.
Remember early in the year I called him the best player in the FCS?
That's right.
There was a certain other fan base that got real mad at me for that one.
They did.
Well,
they got really mad.
That guy, Cam Miller, that I called the best player in the FCS, he just got drafted.
Got drafted in the 6th round?
He got drafted in the 6th round. Man.
Yeah.
I feel
End of the 6th round?
I'm going all the way back to week 1 of the college season, but I feel real validated right now. Just throwing it out there.
Got 1 pick left here from round 6. We're obviously going to talk about that. It's the Denver Broncos that are currently on the clock, right? Anything could happen here. Who knows who's going to make this last selection. But then we have 1 more round, 40 more picks. So 41 more picks here in the 2025 NFL Draft. But we're going to give you a word from our friends over at Fabric. We'll be right back in a sec.
What does your child's future success look like to you? A job they're passionate about, traveling around the world, or just being happy and comfortable? But whatever their journey, you can help make it easier to achieve with a kid's investment account from Fabric by Gerber Life. By making a contribution to your child's future today, you can help give them the means to pursue their dreams. Fabric by Gerber Life was designed by parents for parents to make it easy to plan for and manage your family's financial path. With a kid's investment account from Fabric, you can start investing in your child's future today. Kids can invest when they're minors, but a kid's investment account allows you to invest on their behalf now. Start with just $20 with no contribution limits, tax advantages, and your funds are SIPC insured up to $500,000. Plus no commission fees, just a low flat monthly maintenance fee.
Portfolios are managed by Fort Washington Investment Advisors Incorporated. Additional services provided by Apex Clearing Corporation. All investing is subject to risk. Learn more at meetfabric.com.
All right, welcome back to PFF's coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft. Have a couple of super chats that we want to hit on before even the break. You were freaking out about Cam Miller and Tommy Millott being on the same team here in the FCS Championship. So I want to get to that in a second. First super chat that we had, the $2 super chat. Thoughts on Isaiah Bond? Isaiah Bond's still here in the 7th round. Really great athlete. Somebody who obviously played at Alabama and at Texas. Currently going through some legal troubles with a sexual assault allegation, and so anytime there's a lot of unknown with things like that, the NFL is likely not going to draft you. So we figured that he was probably going to go undrafted before those legal issues get settled, whatever ends up happening there. And then the other super chat that we have, a $5 super chat. Are there any remaining edge rushers which you guys like as fits for the Commanders with their last pick in the 7th round? Ooh. So we can go over to the best available. We can switch over to the edge rusher tab.
I mean, if they were to steal Jared Ivey in the 7th round, I'm not complaining. I do like K'Mon Rucker from.
I think K'Mon Rucker is probably the best pass rusher left.
I was just going to say K'Mon Rucker. John Joyner, too, as a designated pass rusher.
Not bad. Yeah, I
too.
don't hate that one. R.J. Oben, I didn't see a lot from him on his Notre Dame tape, but then as a pass rusher at the Senior Bowl, it's like he had a couple of plays where you go like, wait, hold on, what? Mm-hmm. And so he was a little bit of a surprise there, but I'd probably go Kyman Rucker. This is somebody who had an 18.6% pass rush win percentage, 82.9 pass rush grade against true pass sets. He, to me, is the ideal guy if you want to improve the pass rushing on the group. This is the player that I would go with, the pass rusher from North Carolina.
He is a bowling ball. He plays with so much violence along the edge for North Carolina. I know tackles hate blocking, but he is just an aggressive, violent football player. I would love to see him go here.
I'll be honest with you, not just against tackles. When he gets 2 or 3 leading steps into hitting a quarterback, I physically cringe when I'm watching the tape of that because he is. I don't know if he's a guy who he must hate quarterbacks. Because, he just takes everything, every bit of anger he has. When he has a free shot, Rucker takes some absolute kill shots at quarterbacks. There are times when I've watched him get a clean shot, a clean rep, and get a run up to a sack, and I'm actually cringing because I'm like, man, he's gonna break somebody's ribs at some point hitting people like that.
We get a punter off the board. Jeremy Crawshaw, the punter from the University of Florida.
Gator great.
Sneaking into the 6th round. Love that. Gator great. Cowboys kicking things off here on the 7th round. Pick number 217. We got 40 more picks. 40 more picks, fellas, in the 2025 NFL draft. You were freaking out about the FCS National Championship. You said it was a barn burner.
It was. North Dakota State won.
Set the stage for us. Tell the story.
North Dakota State, I think fresh off, I want to say an upset of South Dakota State, big rival up there. Those are the people who are probably mad at me for the Cam Miller stuff. Just a barn burner, 35-32 win for North Dakota State. Cam Miller, 199 yards passing and 2 touchdowns, 122 yards rushing and 2 touchdowns. His team ended up winning the game. Tommy Mellott, here we go with Tommy Mellott. 195 yards passing, 2 touchdowns, and 4 big-time throws, plus 15 carries, 134 yards, and a touchdown on the ground. Mellott actually graded way better of the 2 of them because of the 4 big-time throws. A 92.4 overall grade in that game, and his team lost 35-32 because Cam Miller and the Bisons just barely squeaked. Barn burner of an FCS national title game, one of the best games of the year. And now they're on the same team.
And now they're on the same team.
Now they're on the same team.
And now they're competing for a roster spot.
They are.
So if you thought it was heated in that game.
Well, they listed Mellott as a receiver, though.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
So now we're going to have Miller throwing some Mellott here?
He could potentially still be competing for a roster spot.
Well,
right?
Mellott's he's competing with Pegues.
I thought Pegues was playing running back.
Well, he's a Wildcat quarterback more often. Which Wildcat quarterback are we going to get here?
That's actually a good point.
And Cam's a good athlete, too. You remember what he almost beat Colorado.
Well, he's nothing compared to the guys that they have in there now.
Cam, week 1 of this year, almost beat Shedeur and Travis in Colorado in Boulder. They almost pulled it off. Good players. FCS, good level of football. Good FCS players.
First pick that we have here, the 7th round, Jay Toya, the nose tackle from UCLA, going to the Dallas Cowboys, a team that just desperately needed to be much better against the run. So a stout dude, a big nose tackle type. Nothing sexy about it necessarily, but a pick that probably needed to be made for Dallas to be better against run defense this
Girth.
year.
Just girth. 6'2", 342 pounds. He is just, yeah, he's got the build of a nose tackle, and he's just going to be there to stop the run if he gets on the field. So I like it.
Can't teach girth.
I feel like we glossed over the Crawshaw pick, the punter there, the Gator punter there to the Broncos. I know you mentioned it, but got to actually meet him down there at the Senior Bowl. I was on my way to do a radio hit, and I got to the booth, and he was doing one of his own, so I just went on and joined him. Real great guy. Great guy Sean Payton just got punting for him. Another Aussie punter.
Okay, so the 7th round is going to march on, and we are going to talk about every pick as it is made, but we also want to turn the page a little bit. And you guys have done some true sicko work making a top 200 for the 2026 NFL draft. And that is, it has hit the website. It has hit PFF.com. And you guys can go see this over at PFF.com if you want to see it right now. And I just want to run through it. Just start to talk about these guys.
The whole thing?
And where you have it. Well, we don't have to get to, analyze every single player in the top
25.
200.
The top 25 is out right now on the article form.
The
top 200 will be in the mock draft simulator.
Gotcha.
That's more reasonable.
Okay, so it's the top 25, but let's get into it. You have a safety as
Trevor.
the number 1 overall player for the 2026 NFL draft. While you are talking about this safety, I'm going to look up the last time a safety has gone number 1 overall, if it's ever happened.
I don't think it's ever happened.
happened.
I don't think it will happen. Listen, this draft, if you thought this draft this year was wide open, next year's draft is completely wide open. Dalton and I felt good about the first 3 players on this big board. After that, it just becomes what you prefer, honestly. So
I think the theme here is this is going to be this year was a more balanced, maybe leaning defensive draft. Next year is going to be a super defensive. It's the offensive side of the ball that we're waiting and seeing with quarterbacks, with receivers. There's less running backs than this year, but no.
Tight end is I no idea about tight end class next year too. A lot of move tight, like Eli Stowers is maybe the top tight end on the board.
But that safety you just mentioned, Caleb Downs from Ohio State, one great year, true freshman at Alabama, another great year, national title winning season at Ohio State. He probably, because he's a safety in positional value, he most likely wouldn't go number 1 overall unless he starts playing 2 ways, like he was talking about playing running back last year at Ohio State. But I don't think that's happening. No, Caleb Downs, I think, is the best player in the country eligible for next year's draft. I would agree with that. You're talking about, I think he legitimately could go in the top 10. He's just so smooth. Josh Downs' little brother, Indianapolis Colts wide receiver. He's just so dynamic. We watched him return a punt against Indiana, too, for a touchdown.
The spin move. I remember when he returned that punt, because remember when they announced that, he might be playing running back, and we were like, why on earth would you put Caleb Downs at running back? And you and I were at that game in Indiana in the press box, and when he returned that punt for a touchdown, I turned to you, I was like, okay, that's why.
That's why they might play him. No, Caleb Downs, Trevor, this is actually the best safety prospect you've seen since Kyle Hamilton. That's
Hamilton, Derwin, like we're talking about that kind of.
I'm excited to watch him. There has never been a safety that's gone number 1 overall in NFL draft history. Although it is funny, I'm looking at just the total history. In 1936, a running back went first. Okay, all right, that's not bad. In 1937 and 1938, the 2 following years, a fullback, went number 1 overall. And then the year after that, 1939, a center went number 1 overall. So we've had a center go number 1 overall, but we haven't had a safety.
That's called real football is what that's called.
Very clear.
Hey, who's the last running back to go number 1 overall? Do you know?
I
don't have this.
Penn State legend. Cincinnati Bengal legend. Not really. Kajana Carter.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, got to go back there.
Yeah.
Got to go back. Okay, scroll through this. Let's take us through the top 25. You don't have to hit on every single player.
Sure.
But, we haven't missed any picks yet. Actually, the Atlanta Falcons pick is in. It's Jack Nelson, the offensive tackle from Wisconsin. Really solid football player. Again, just a depth offensive tackle type of a dude. Built like somebody who you'd think would be more of a man and gap scheme, run blocking concept type of an offensive tackle, but I actually thought he was fine in zone as well. Somebody who could get on the move a little bit there. I just think he lacks a little bit of length. But go ahead, go through this.
So, 2 years ago, preseason, I picked Michigan to win the national title. Got that right. Last year, Ohio State picked in preseason to win the national title. Got that right. I am currently leaning towards Clemson to win the national title next year.
Okay.
And why, Trevor? 3 of the top 5 players on this big board are Clemson Tigers. And another one, I believe, at number 11 overall, in Avion Terrell. But you got number 2, T.J. Parker, edge rusher, Clemson. Number 3, Peter Woods, D-tackle, Clemson. This defensive line for the Clemson Tigers is freaking loaded. By the way, number 5 right there, you can see quarterback Cade Klubnik with a heck of a bounce-back year this past year as well. QB2 for us behind Arch Manning. But, Dalton get into it too. This Clemson roster, top to bottom, is loaded next year.
There is every chance that this is the best defense in America. We're going to be talking about 2026 prospects with Clemson, and you just mentioned Woods and Parker and Avion Terrell, AJ's little brother, and then you've got some guys that are going to go in 2027 as well who are absolute for this Clemson defense. When I tell you they lost R.J. Mickens, they lost Barrett Carter, they have a boatload of young talent coming back. This Clemson defense, I think for me, the 3 best defenses I think in America next year might be, see there it is again, in America, is
there you go.
Clemson. I think Clemson. I look at Alabama's got a ton of talent returning on defense.
Notre Dame still. Yeah.
Notre Dame's still going to be good, and Texas also.
Yeah.
When you look at what Texas has coming back. Anthony Hill features in here somewhere, I believe, at number 13 as well. But those are the 3 I look at. But Clemson, they're absolutely loaded. You're going to be watching a ton of Clemson film this year.
Wanted to ask you, because I'm sure, did you watch Cade Klubnik at all for this year's class? Because he could declare this year, but he decided
a little bit.
So what did you think? See, I thought he had a heck of a bounce back year after what was an underwhelming sophomore year. What did you think of him?
Yeah, I didn't think that he started off great, but I think that as the year went on, he got a little bit more comfortable. I still feel as though when things were on script and when he didn't have to, when things were going according to plan, I thought he was good. I think he was good in structure within Clemson's offense, but it was when things started to crumble around him when I really started to get nervous. I just didn't really love how he played under pressure. I thought he immediately just tried to be a little bit too much of an athlete. And so just play under pressure really is the best way that I could explain that. I understood why he wanted to come back to school. I felt like he could certainly play a little bit better. And that was my initial thoughts of Cade Klubnik is there's a lot of tools there. I think he's a mobile quarterback. I think he is somebody who has a good arm to him, an NFL arm to him, but just playing under pressure better was something that he struggled with, I think, the year before and even at the beginning of this past year.
And he got a lot better at it as the year went on, because I'm with you. The Georgia game specifically, he did struggle under pressure, but as the year went on, he got a lot better at it. QB1, though, is Arch Manning. I will fully admit this is a big reach right now because he started 2 games in his career, but you watch those 2 games and the other games he came into, he's a Manning.
He's a Manning that can run.
He's a Manning that can run.
You don't say that.
The mental processing ability, the arm talent's outstanding, the mobility is outstanding as well. And for people out there, because I'm sure the comment section is being filled right now, saying, okay, Arch Manning, the plan is right now he's not going to declare until 2027, so why are you even listing him here? Those plans can change, and I agree with you guys. As of right now, the plan...
Did they say that he's not going to declare?
No, but all the rumors, all the reports are saying right now the plan is for 2 more years at Texas. Now, here's what I'll say, though, Trevor. If he goes out there, and right now he's the betting favorite to win the Heisman Trophy, and Texas is one of the betting favorites to win the national title, if one or both of those things happen, that kid is going to the NFL. I don't think he would win a Heisman Trophy and go back to Texas for another year. Plans can change.
He'll be the first pick.
I think the plan is right now, 2027. But if this kid is as good as we think he can be, and right now the betting odds say he can be as well, that plan can absolutely. We have a long time between now and the deadline to declare for the next year's draft. Those plans can change. That's why he's still on this big board here.
You know, you were talking about, I think in general with this quarterback class coming next year, there's a lot of names that people know. You were bringing this up earlier in the week. We were talking about it. There's 20 to 25 guys that people know win this quarterback class, but it's very wait and see. Is Arch Manning that good? Is Cade Klubnik going to improve upon a breakout last year? Garrett Nussmeier in his second year starting at LSU. Drew Aller at Penn State. Do they finally have receivers there that he can throw to and get a little better ball placement? Sam Levitt at Arizona State. Carson Beck going down to Miami.
Lenora Sellers
is next year's Jalen Milroe for now because he's an absolute freak, and I would argue he's even built better than Milroe. This is an extremely wait and see quarterback class. And you thought we had arguments this year. We're going to get a ton of guys, I think, during the season and in the pre-draft process next year that we're going to go, okay, what is the order? Because I think they're all of similar talent, different skill sets, but we got to see another season.
And another guy, too, that is going to be starting at Oregon this year, Dante Moore. I mean, he showed a lot of stuff in his true freshman year at UCLA. It was kind of up and down true freshman season. He was the backup at Oregon this past year. Oregon's produced back-to-back Heisman finalists, though, in Dylan Gabriel and Bo Nix. I think Dante Moore could have a big-time year, too. He's got all the tools you look for in a potential franchise quarterback, too.
Just to check back in on what's going on in the draft, the New York Giants drafted Thomas Fidone II, the tight end from Nebraska, somebody who really good athlete, really good length. I think he's built for the NFL position. Had 2 bad knee injuries in 2021 and 2022, so he's really been recovering and trying to get back to form since then. But a great athlete to take a chance on, somebody who I actually think has tight end 2 potential at the NFL level as a receiver, somebody who I think can play in this league. I really do. And the Giants getting him to back up Theo Johnson there in New York. And then right after that, pick 220, Marcus Bryant, the offensive tackle from Missouri, going to the Patriots. It's a 7th-round pick. You're taking a flyer on somebody. Sure. He was going to be a late day 3 pick, but he's a powerful dude, right? He's a power blocker, man and gap scheme, run blocking concepts. I mean, that's where you're really going to get the most out of him. So he's an experienced guy. I think he's got over 40 starts throughout his college career, and so I think the Patriots, just a variable type along the offensive line, get somebody that they got their fingerprints on, if you will, for the identity of this offensive line. So now we've got the Jacksonville Jaguars on the clock at number 21. Actually, we don't. This pick is in. I just see it now. Jonah Monheim, the center from USC, going to the Jacksonville Jaguars. What do you think here?
I like it. Well, think about this. This is something you were calling out. And look, Liam Cohen just had Graham Barton in Tampa Bay, right? And Jonah Monheim is a guy who did it a year early. His final year of college was spent at center. And look, I think he's a really good athlete. You can tell that he is a tackle caliber athlete. He's just got super short. Is it 30-inch arms or 30-and-a-half-inch arms?
It is 30-and-a-half, yeah.
A crazy small amount of length. So he just, for as much as he did play well at tackle for USC, it just wasn't going to happen. So Lincoln Riley, I think, for the sake of his NFL chances, said, you know what, let's play center this year. I think this is one of the more interesting. I mentioned it with Jackson Slater earlier when we talked about him. I think this is the other guy that is athletic, developmental zone center, kind of think about like the Drew Dahlman flyer that the Falcons took in the 5th round a couple years ago, and it worked. I actually really like the 2 developmental offensive linemen that the Jags have gotten in this draft between Wyatt Milam and Jonah Monheim. I'm in on it. They're not going to start this year. They're both really good athletes who need to get stronger. They both lack length, but if you told me eventually there's a chance that one or both of these guys is making contributions on the inside for this team, I like this pick a lot in the 7th round.
Jonah Monheim, listen to his career arc, all right? 2021, starting right tackle for USC. 2022, split time between right guard and right tackle. 2023, played left tackle. 2024, played center. They move this guy
every single time.
Everywhere across the offensive line. So
Yeah.
yes, the grading profile this past year wasn't that great, but then again, it was his first year playing center too. I'm a huge fan of this guy's game, man. The fact that he was being jumbled all over the offensive line and still put up 84 grade in 2022 and 88 pass blocking grade in 2023. I mean, listen, he's an offensive lineman. He played legitimately everywhere for USC in his career.
Stud. 7th round Graham Barton. Manny, you're saying?
Yeah, absolutely. Liam Cohen's thinking it. No question.
Do we have the Raiders pick in?
We do. Cody Lindenberg.
Oh,
from
Cody
Minnesota.
Lindenberg. I like Cody Lindenberg. Very solid linebacker prospect. Somebody who can play the Mike position, I think, pretty well. Now, he's limited a little bit as an athlete, but he's somebody who he'll always bring that physicality. I feel like he's got a throwback mentality to him at linebacker there. He feels like a Pete Carroll type of guy that you want in the middle of that defense. Just to give you that reliability.
He's just so darn tall that to me.
I know the length is there for him.
To me,
yeah.
sometimes it's just that it's we talk about it at positions in the trenches, but he's so darn tall that sometimes I think there is actually a pad level issue when it comes to sitting down and changing direction. So another guy though, you take special teams guys in the 7th round. I think that's where it starts for Lindenberg. We have a fun pick with the next one too, to Seattle.
Go ahead.
Damian Martinez.
Yeah.
Finally off the board. Oh, I love this. RB7 for me in this draft. He had a 94 rushing grade from PFF this past year, only behind Ashton Ginty and Cam Scadab. He's a bowling ball. Dalton mentioned before, not only a good gap runner, go back to his tape at Oregon State. They run a lot of outside zone at Oregon State. He was effective there as well. He churns out yards after contact, man. He averaged 4.5 yards after contact. That was second in the Power 4 this past year. Now, pass blocking, not the best. Not much of a receiver either. So on passing downs, he's not great. But as a pure runner, he's one of the better pure runners that we have in this class right now. So on 3rd down, maybe you have to put in somebody else. But I actually think, I know he's a 7th round pick, so he's probably never ever going to be a starting running back. But when I watched him, I could see him be like a leading rusher for a team.
First of all, what a backfield. And this is the exact example. I love actually what Seattle's doing here. What have I said to you too many times, that it's probably more than you've wanted to hear throughout this process? If you're only watching Damian Martinez's Miami tape, you're doing it wrong. Go back and watch the Oregon State tape where they ran a boatload of outside zone. Remember, Talisi Fuaga at Oregon State, outside zone blocking, right? And then Clint Kubiak had Fuaga. Okay, so you're watching some of that Oregon State tape with Fuaga. You're also watching Damian Martinez run it behind him. Underrated quickness.
Yep.
With Damian Martinez, and underrated vision and one-cut ability in that outside zone scheme. In his career, in outside zone, 89 rushing grade. It just works in this offense. I think Clint Kubiak actually likes him as a scheme fit considering what he saw in previous years. And look at this backfield. Kenneth Walker, Zach Charbonnet, Damian Martinez. I got no issue with that. That's
big dudes.
That's a
physical
back. That's
a
big dudes who you don't want to hit over and over. Yeah.
Those are dudes who will absolutely be physical with you. So, man, I think that is such a fun running back room. Okay, so what do we have here? We've got Keontae Hamilton, the defensive tackle from Rutgers. He just went to the Houston Texans. Some help along the interior, just some depth along the interior defensive line.
He was originally a wrestling recruit.
I know that he's got that wrestling background to him, yeah.
And they just decided to play football, and now he's an NFL draft pick.
Yeah.
Pretty cool story for Keontae Hamilton right there.
Yeah, no, it really is. So he's going to the Houston Texans there, pick 224. I do want to get back to that 2026 big board because I want to hear a little bit more about that. But Prize Picks, I want to talk to you about that as well. It's the best place to watch some sports and make some cash while you're doing it. Go just check it out. See all the stats and lineups that they have for all these players. You can see some season stats that we have for some of these NFL players right now that include some of the rookies. So if you've been watching this show over the last couple of days and you think, man, I think that they're in a great situation. Like, for example, Quinshon Judkins' numbers are there. Omarion Hampton's numbers are right there. If you think they're in great situations, they're going to overperform some of those stats. There you go. More, less, those are the two options that you got. If you download the app and use the promo code PFF, play just $5 on whatever your first lineup is, and you're going to get $50 free from Prize Picks, win or lose. Just for playing, you're going to get the $50 extra. So it's not just the NFL as well. Other sports, you can check it out, download the app, and see everything that they have to offer. But once again, when you download it, just use that promo code PFF. Put $5 on whatever your first lineup is. It could be 3 players, 4 players, 5 players, whatever. And you will get that 50 free from Prize Picks right there. All right, so let's dive back into this 2026 NFL draft board as we're sort of previewing next year a little bit here in the 7th round. Again, like we said, we will be sure to let you know all the picks that are being made here in the 7th round and analyze those. But you talked about some of the Clemson guys that are littering the top 10. What about some other players, maybe in the top 10 or just outside of it?
Yeah, I mean, listen, next up we have Caden Proctor, the offensive tackle, left tackle for Alabama.
He's massive, right?
Massive. 6'7", 369 pounds.
Jeez.
He does not move like it, though, Trevor. He is a dancing bear, honestly. Like, he moves really well in pass protection. Listen, he's kind of been up and down. That's why, listen, I said it before. After the first 3 players in this draft, it's completely wide open. Proctor here for Dalton and I, this is more of a toolsy call. I think he has the tools to be a top 10 pick. Got to be a lot more consistent next year at Alabama, though.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's very wait and see for the offensive tackle class as well, right? We've got Francis Malinois, right, from Miami. We're going to have Spencer Fano from Utah, who I think was he the 2nd highest graded tackle in the country this year?
I believe he was the highest graded.
The highest graded.
Did you say his last name was?
Fano.
Oh, I thought she was Thanos. I was like,
No, that would rock.
No.
He's like, that's a pretty sick last name for
He'd
an
be number 1 overall.
lineman.
He would be number 1 overall if that was the case.
I'll tell you what, he blocks like Thanos would in the run game. My word, I just don't know. Can he pass protect well enough to stay at tackle?
And
but
I think his length is probably going to be a guard next level. That's why. That's why he's a little bit lower. So. But yeah, those guys, Jamar McCoy, mentioned him before, number 8 overall, the corner from Tennessee. Another guy should be familiar to a lot of people. It's Jeremiah Love, RB1.
Yeah.
Number 7 overall.
Man, such a fun player.
Electric player. I mentioned that 98-yard touchdown run he got against Indiana in the first round of the college football playoff. Unfortunately, kind of injuries bothered him the rest of the playoff, but do not let those playoff games fool you, man. He is an electric running back that I think will be. Listen, Notre Dame made a national title this past year because of the run game and because of elite defense. The elite defense is still there, and with Jeremiah Love still there, the elite run game is still going to be there, and it's good offensive line too. They're gonna keep going there.
I would argue, Trev. I think I'm just looking through some of our position rankings we have, even beyond this top 25. I think the cornerback class is something that's really going to jump out as long as some of these guys.
In a good way, you're saying.
In a good way. Jermod McCoy from Tennessee.
I've heard a lot about him. Yeah.
Avion Terrell, AJ's brother of Clemson, we already mentioned. He won't go first round because of his size, but a player that you're going to love is D'Angelo Pons from Indiana. Oh, my word.
Is he 5'9",
He's
160?
Like 5'9" and like he might be 180.
Yeah.
As a corner?
Yes. Outside corner, too.
Dog.
He was. I'm telling you.
5'9"?
Yeah.
Yes, and he's. I would argue he's the most fundamentally sound corner in the entire country. He just. I'm not going to know what to do with him because he's so. At James Madison, he was great. This year at Indiana, he was great. He was high school teammates with Jeremiah Smith, the superstar Ohio State wide receiver.
Is he a Signetti recruit from James Madison?
Yeah.
5'9", 170, by the way.
And he brought him with him. This kid is such a good football, like as technically sound a corner as you could find. He's just tiny. Chandler Rivers from Duke is really good. Malik Muhammad from Texas. AJ Harris from Penn State. Cam Calhoun, who transferred from Utah. There's a ton of really good corners in this class. I'm excited about this group. I'm telling D'Angelo Pons, I just had to throw that in. One of my favorite players. Do we have him in the top 50? I think we got him top 50.
Yeah, we put him in there just how good he was.
He's tiny, but I'm telling you, you will not find better technique in a corner than D'Angelo Pons from Indiana.
Yeah. Also, just real quick, the receiver class next year is completely up in the air.
Up in the air.
Like, there is not a guy right now. Like,
who are some names?
Jordan Tyson from Arizona State had a good year this past year, but we had him like 14 overall. He's the top receiver on the big board at 14 overall. It's just not a great receiver class right now. Eric Singleton Jr., shout out ZT's Auburn Tigers, going over from Georgia Tech. He's another guy to know for next year, too. He's an electric player with the ball in his hands, but it's just the receiver class right now is really, really up in the air.
I just don't know which of those guys. Tyson, I have the best feeling because of the way he ended last year with Arizona State. There's a lot of guys that I feel like right this minute, day 2, Kevin Concepcion's another one we like from A&M.
Denzel Boston, tools.
Denzel Boston from Trey Wilson from Florida.
Yep.
Had some injuries last year.
I think he is excellent, man. Not even having Gator bias. Like, I think he has he has a NFL player's slot skill set with how well he changes direction and how quickly he gains separation. I think he's a stud. I really do.
I'll tell you a guy that I really like the situation he went to this year, DeJon Stribling. He was at Oklahoma State last year, transferring to Ole Miss, and you know these Ole Miss receivers produce. We've got 2 of them drafted today. DeJon Stribling is someone who could sneak up on people, but there's a lot of guys that I look at and I'm like, who's going to emerge? Who's going to put up that huge season? I'm Tyson, we suspect, because we started to see it. I do like Elijah Surratt from Indiana as well, but he feels like more of a possession round 2, round 3 type of guy also. But
okay, people are in the chat are saying Carnell Tate.
He's in the top, you're in the top 50.
Yeah.
When I was watching him, I was like, "What? How is this possible? Like, how do they have Igbuka, Jeremiah Smith, Marvin Harrison Jr.? Like, how are they doing this?"
Yep.
Carnell Tate also looked awesome.
Yeah, fluid route runner. Really fluid player.
He emerged a
I
second.
feel like he's going to be one of the guys that I love.
Yeah, where do we have? We have him top 40.
Yeah.
Or like we had him like fringy first round, like just outside of this top 25. Definitely up. I mean, and you're at Ohio State, and also he's going to get plenty of open targets because that other guy on the other side is going to take everybody's best defender.
Yeah, certainly after last year.
Got an alien on the other side. Carnell Tate's going to get open a lot this year. No, I mean that's the thing. It's kind of that wait and see of who looks like a first rounder in the season. I think, and that's where we're at with the offensive side of the ball. In this year, next year's going to be a defensive draft again. It's just going to be a matter of who emerges and maybe balances that out a little bit.
Yeah.
We got 2 picks that were made since we started talking about that. Keaton Crawford, the safety from Nevada, going to the Arizona Cardinals there, giving them a little bit of a defensive back and safety depth, while being a good special teamer as well.
Yep.
Bottom line scouting report that I had for Keaton Crawford. Crawford's an athletic prospect who finally got a chance to start at Nevada after spending 4 years as a role player at Texas. Earned an outstanding 88.5 coverage grade in his lone season as a starter. His athleticism is his primary appeal and could get him drafted, which obviously he did. Needs to become more refined and a better tackler to earn something more than a special teams role. So just need to be much more of a reliable tackler there. And then Carson Bruner, the linebacker from Washington, goes to the Pittsburgh Steelers at pick number 226. Again,
that's a Steeler. That's such a Pittsburgh Steeler,
it's a special teams guy, too. Like, he's, again, 227 in weight, 9th percentile for the linebacker position. He's just 6'1 1/4", 46th percentile, shorter arms, 33-inch arms. So just not a very physically gifted player. Obviously, he performs like an athlete because he's sub 230. But to me, this is a guy who, depth guy, culture type of a guy, somebody who could be a special team stud for you. So there we go.
Mason pointed out a great stat right there, too, that Carson Bruner over the last 2 years, 93.1 coverage grade in the box. It's the best of any linebacker in college football.
He moves well enough to where I could believe that.
He's so active. I could see why Mike Tomlin likes him, too. I can see he flies around the field all the time.
Had another quarterback go off the board here before we get back to sort of the 2026 talk. 227, the San Francisco 49ers taking Curtis Rourke. Here in the 7th round.
So we're going to get 2 picks in a row here. I'll get to the next one in a minute. Let me talk about Curtis Rourke because I think 7th round, fine.
I think he's solid.
I think if
I had him ranked 220. I had him ranked 220.
He played. So let's reel this back a little bit on Curtis Rourke because this is a fun story. 2022, he was the highest graded quarterback in the country at Ohio. Okay, and I went back. Going back in the nation, the country, whichever, in the land.
There you go.
There you see that?
Nice.
In the FBS. So Curtis Rourke was the highest graded quarterback in the country at Ohio. And when I went back, when I was prepping this past year, okay, Indiana's getting him. What are they getting? I go back and watch that tape and I go, well, that kind of looks like an early day. I would take that guy in round 4 or 5. He's super accurate. His accuracy numbers were up there with like C.J. Stroud that year and guys like that. Really good, sturdy passer, pocket passer, kind of old school. I liken him to those old school quarterbacks like Vinny Testaverde and Brad Johnson and those guys. Not going to move around a whole lot, but a stable pocket quarterback when protected. Tears his ACL just like at the tail end of that year. I don't think he missed a good chunk of 2023, but he came back and he wasn't right. He was wearing a knee brace. The mechanics were a little bit off. Decent towards the end of the year once he got healthy. Goes to Indiana this year. Kurt Cignetti gets him as his quarterback. He leads this team to the playoffs. And apparently he retore his ACL at some point and just kept playing through it all yeyear. Tough as nails. Also, he missed 1 game, played with a broken thumb. He's tough. What do they call him? The Maple Missile, right? Because he's Canadian, right? Because you remember Nathan Rourke from a few years back? This is his brother.
Yes.
And he just goes to Indiana. Look, good intermediate passer, runs the offense the way it's supposed to be. A lot of RPO in that Indiana offense. And to me, when his feet are set, he's not going to give you like any improv at all. But when his feet are set, He can be really accurate and make some really nice intermediate throws. I don't hate it all from San Francisco.
He tore his ACL in August before this past season, and a lot of other players were sat out the entire year. Instead, what he did was lead Indiana on their greatest season in program history. The first time ever Indiana won double-digit wins in a season and made the college football playoff too. The greatest year in Hoosier history, all because of Curtis Rourke playing on a torn ACL.
It makes so much sense that he would go to the San Francisco 49ers because the thing that I love the most about his game is his touch passes, right? I mean, he's excellent at it. He looks like a big-bodied quarterback, and you think he'd have like a cannon of an arm, and it's not really his game. He's much more of a touch anticipation type of a player, and we've seen that 49ers in this very regime with Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, they've gravitated towards Jimmy Garoppolo, Brock Purdy, right? Like these are the guys who they don't have the biggest arms out there, but they throw with touch incredibly well. They can put the appropriate amount of air under the football. So to get Curtis Rourke as the backup to Brock Purdy, very similar in skill set. So one of the best touch passers that we have in the class here, going to the San Francisco 49ers here at 227. Brashard Smith, your boy, going to the Kansas City Chiefs at 228. This is different than the running backs that they have had on the roster over the last couple of years. But he's a plus in the receiving game, somebody that they very much needed.
Andy Reid's a menace. He's a menace. Brashard Smith, former wide receiver at Miami. Did Miami just have a whole roster of guys, an entire roster that went to SMU and just made the playoffs? Is that what we were doing? But former wide receiver at Miami. Yeah, he's not built. He's not a classically built back. You could tell he's a former wide receiver. Now, excellent rushing grade this year, but also the best receiving grade among any Power 5 back in the country, and you can see the receiver skills. Trev, the comp that I keep giving you for Brashard Smith is I would use him like the Colts used to use Nyheim Hines all over the place. This is not just, I wouldn't call this a running back or a receiver. Brashard Smith is just a weapon. Do whatever you want with him, especially in the passing game. He can line up anywhere, out wide, in the backfield, those Texas routes, and one-on-one with linebacker. There's not a linebacker in college football that could cover him one-on-one. I don't think there's very many in the NFL that could cover him one-on-one. I think he's actually a spectacular compliment to Isaiah Pacheco and Kareem Hunt and the Thunder back there. Andy Reid he could be an absolute menace with Brashard Smith. I couldn't pick a more perfect landing spot for him. He's arguably the most dynamic receiving back in this class.
Absolutely. I mean, he had a 90 receiving grade this past year. I even think you could put him in the slot on some plays in Kansas City too, and he could be effective there too. So I'm a huge fan of him as a third down back, as a receiving back. He's one of the best receiving backs we have in this draft. So I love that pick there.
Yep. I think it gives them an added spot to their running back room that they really did not have.
Throw something in here that Gordon put in our chat a minute ago. I was laughing at. He goes, "My biggest fantasy football loser today is Ashton Jeanty." Just great stuff, Gordon. Yeah. Gotta love that one. I don't know what they're doing upstairs for the fantasy side or what you're sending them, but that fits the narrative.
By the way, real quick, cool story of Carson Bruner. His dad is Mark Bruner, who was a former Steelers tight end and now a current scout for the Steelers too.
Oh, that is really cool.
So he just drafted his son.
Nice.
Pretty cool.
Reminds you of the Deuce Vaughn thing we had
the Cowboys.
Ago. Yeah,
right. Oh man, the NFL draft rules. I love that. Dante Kent, the corner from Central Michigan, going to the Pittsburgh Steelers here at number 229. Smaller corner, not super productive, didn't have a lot of interceptions, but one who's got a decent amount of speed to him. So I guess you're kind of betting on the athlete. Maybe he can be a gunner for you on special teams. And so I think that's probably the thought process there with the Steelers drafting him at 229.
See this Lions pick they just got?
No, who is it?
Dan Campbell just makes Dan Campbell picks all the way through. From what I'm seeing here is Dan Jackson from Georgia.
Oh!
Just because of course he did. They just keep making...
Love it.
It's just Dan Campbell picks up and down the board.
I watched Dan Jackson very late in the process. And I knew he was a walk-on at Georgia. It took him such a long time to really, get into a starter. This was his lone year as a starter. He was sort of a rotational player over the last couple of years, but he was a walk-on. He was a scout team guy for his first couple of years when he was at Georgia. Fifth-year guy, so he was a little bit older. But, man, you watch his tape now, flies.
Yeah.
This dude comes from depth and flies to the football. He is going to be, from his walk-on background, from being a walk-on at Georgia to earning a starting spot in his final year there, that he's going to work his butt off for you to make the roster. He's going to be a great special teams player for you because he's already got the experience. And going back to what we were talking about a little bit earlier in the show, coming from that Kirby Smart defense, you have to be fundamentally sound. You have to understand your job, and I think that Dan Jackson is. Now, he plays with good speed, too, so sometimes the speed will cause a little bit of a missed tackle percentage. It's a little bit higher than what you would think. But, dude, when he gets you in between the shoulder pads, he's got pop to him, too. He creates that speed, the tackling power. And this is a player who I had 212 on the big board. I thought that he was going to get drafted, somewhere around the 7th round, but I would have felt great about him even like at the beginning of the 6th. I think this is a good football player.
Yeah, I just saw the name pop up, and that feels like a Dan Campbell guy.
100%.
He just always drafting attitude guys, isn't he?
Yes.
It's just what he does.
He is.
Runs a 4.45 40-yard dash, too. And you mentioned their aggressiveness. I mean, I'm a huge Dan Jackson fan as well. Wasn't as effective this past year at Georgia with only a 59.6 grade. But, yeah, you mentioned before the speed. You could tell is out there.
Chris with a $2 super chat. Where do we think Alfred Collins would fit? Yeah, I don't know, man. I can't believe he's still on the board. It's pretty crazy to me. I think a team like the San Francisco 49ers make a lot of sense for Alfred Collins.
It's entirely possible, yeah.
Miami just took Quinn Ewers.
The Dolphins took Quinn
Miami took Quinn Ewers?
Yep.
So, okay. I mean, RPOs, protecting your quarterback, sure.
Mike McDaniel, I suppose, the Mike McDaniel offense.
Well, and that's the thing is that it is an offense.
I mean,
this is the thing with Quinn Ewers at Texas. The offense, that offense protects you more than anybody. And the problem is, and why he's going this low, is because the second he wasn't protected anymore with whatever schemes and deception come with that, with all the RPOs and everything going on there, well, then it's shot.
Let's be honest about why Quinn Ewers is here, because we talked about him before the season potentially as a first-round selection. He's getting picked in the 7th round. Quinn Ewers is not consistent enough to play at the NFL level. And in fact, there's reason why there were rumblings about him, losing his job to Arch Manning, because we felt like we could see the ceiling. When it came to those outside of structure moments, it just was not consistent. He was not making the right decisions. He wasn't making the right read. It didn't feel like he had a good feel on pressure. The timing wasn't what it needed to be. His navigation of pressure wasn't there. He's got a hell of an arm. I mean, he's got one of the most unique arms in this class. Great arm strength. He could fire from all different angles. He's like mini Matthew Stafford in that regard with how well he's able to throw the football. I've seen him throw the football in person. I remember watching him. I was at a Steve Clarkson quarterback camp. Oh, when was it?
Oh, you interviewed him. I remember watching that.
Yeah, I remember.
Right?
I interviewed him, and he was just a high school senior going into Ohio State at the time. But, I mean, just a rocket off of his hand. I mean, Sam Howell was at that camp as like a not as a participant, but he was like one of the player coaches. DJ Uiagalelei was there. You could have put Quinn Ewers next to all of these guys. And he would have had basically the same arm strength there.
You know what's weird about it, though? You almost never see any velocity in Quinn Ewers' throws. A lot of it is a lot of touch pass, almost too much touch on his passes, I think, at times, too. So I think he throws off his back foot way too much, too. That's probably why he throws so much touch. But listen, he's got all the tools. He was one of the highest-rated recruits of all time. Just never quite lived up to it. This last year at Texas, I did not think was his best either. Even though he had an elite supporting cast, they had the best offensive line in the country, one of the best play callers in the country, and Steve Sarkisian too. Pretty good receiving core, throwing to as well. Just the pocket presence was all over the place. The footwork is all over the place. Doesn't really add anything as a runner either. Just, I don't know. Listen, 7th round, this is later than I thought he was going to go. I thought it was going to be a 4th round pick. But, it's unfortunate because this past year at Texas just was not nearly as good as the year before.
I thought he was going to be a 4th round pick. The tape says a 6th, 7th round pick.
Right.
It does.
I agree, yeah.
So, I was looking through some numbers. It was a week or two ago about quarterbacks and this class and the percentage of dropbacks without play action and RPOs and screens, right? Dart was the lowest among the group that we figured would get drafted, about 40%, which is extremely low. Quinn Ewers was the next at 48.7%. And the problem is when you take out the play action, the RPO, the screens, everything that Steve Sarkisian adds into this Texas offense, you take out those three elements, 63.7 passing grade this year. So you feel like you just watch Quinn Ewers and you feel like once he gets out of the incubation of that offense, it's a problem, right? Mm-hmm. And it's annoying too because there's flashes. The 2 Alabama games,
Michigan game
we were at the Michigan game, and we walked out of the big house going, maybe, just maybe.
You'd be a 1st round pick, yeah.
And then the rest of the year
week
was
two
just
merchant.
Yeah, that's true. Actually,
all those games in week 2, start them in week 2, Miami.
The game against Alabama the year before is what you're referencing when he looked incredible before he got hurt.
Both games against
and then the game against Michigan. Both games were week 2 of those seasons. Those are the best games.
What was the other Alabama game? The other Alabama game.
They were all in week 2.
That was the other one, too. The one that you won against Alabama.
I remember I looked this up.
His game in Tuscaloosa.
I remember his grades.
Right.
Yeah.
We did this one time.
Miami should start in week 2 of the NFL season, honestly.
His grades in week 2, for some reason in his career, was like a 91 overall.
Hold on.
You could try to find it. And then for the rest of his career was like a 65.
Hold on.
Week 2 merchant. We got 2 picks that we're hitting on here. Hunter Wohler, your boy,
yep.
the safety from Wisconsin, going to the Indianapolis Colts at pick 232. And then Kyle Monungai, the running back from Rutgers, going 233 to the Chicago Bears.
That's the running back, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
That's the first running back they took in this draft. Everyone thought it would be a lot earlier than that for Chicago.
Right. You know what I love the most about Kyle Monungai? Almost 700 career snaps, or almost 700 career carries in his career. 0 fumbles.
Yep.
I thought you were going to
Great pass blocker, too.
I was just...
Also, one of the best pass protectors in the class.
I thought you were going with the pass protect. I'll tell you what, to get a guy like Kyle Monungai in the 7th, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, you talk about an angry runner, angry to the point of this. Sometimes I see too many times when he's running even up his own offensive linemen's backs. But Kyle Monungai, physical, angry. That he pretty much defines Rutgers football. That's the way they play under Greg Schiano there. He's definitely undersized. He's definitely lacks some speed, but. I don't know who annoyed him, but they did a nice job, really nice job of it. That's not a bad
huge fan of Monungai.
Huge fan of Kyle Monungai. Yeah. I just worry about the overall top speed, man.
Yeah,
that's
fair.
Yep. That's the tough part with him. My little blurb for him in the PFF draft guide. Monungai runs through defenders as if they insulted his loved ones before the game. That makes for some eye-popping plays, but his lack of overall athleticism and agility and long speed limit his total ceiling in the NFL. But that is how his scouting report is read when he's in the draft.
Real quick, Hunter Wohler, big fan of this guy too. I mean, he was good size for a box safety, 6'2", 213 pounds, 90 coverage grade over the last 2 years, 82 run defense grade over the last 2 years. Excellent tackler. Pretty good ball skills, too. He's a great motor. He's constantly around the football. I think he even line up against tight ends in the slot with his size and strength. Now, he has average speed, average burst. He ran a 4.57 in the 40-yard dash. Not the most fluid flipping his hips either, so you don't really want him as a deep free safety. And not really as strong getting off blocks as you would expect. But like I said before, he could be a pretty good box safety. I don't know if, obviously, here, he could be a really good special teamer in the NFL, too. But I really like Hunter Wohler's tape a lot at Wisconsin, and this is a lot later than I would have taken him personally.
We got another pick we're going to talk about in a second here, but Prize Picks is the best place to win some cash while watching sports, people. The app is very easy to use. Just go download it in the App Store right now. Prize Picks. Make a lineup. All you have to do is choose more or less of a few player stats. You can play Prize Picks in over 40 states, including California and Texas. You can win up to 1,000 times your cash on a single lineup. Best of all, Prize Picks will give you $50 when you play $5 on your first lineup. Use the promo code PFF when you sign up. Basketball season's also here. No better time to get in. We've got NHL playoffs going around. Go Bolts! All they won today. Snuck in the final score when you guys were talking, so I got to look that up. So my day got a little bit better.
Still alive.
Still alive. 2-1. I still think it might be a gentleman's sweep, but you gotta
believe, man.
You're right. We do. Thank you for reminding me. Prize Picks. They've got all sorts of options there. You see some of the future NFL stats, even from some of the rookies that were drafted this weekend. So go check it out. Download Prize Picks. Use the promo code PFF. And put just $5 on your first lineup, and you get $50 on them, regardless of if you win or lose. Seattle Seahawks, offensive tackle Mason Richmond, before we went to break. Monungai is somebody who I really did think that the Bears were going to pick a running back a lot sooner than 233. That's way later than I thought was going to be the case there with them. But
you still go. What is it? They have it's DeAndre Swift, Roschon Johnson, Kyle Monungai. I don't hate it.
Bucks just picked Tez Johnson.
Rules. That's rules.
What?
I was hoping he fell to Denver.
So that means the Bucks draft
that would have been awesome.
Yeah, that would have been cool.
I was hoping for that.
The Bucks draft is Emeka Egbuka, Benjamin Morrison, Jacob Parrish, David Walker, Elijah Roberts, Tez Johnson.
You have a wild variance.
They
of
have
players.
a type at wide receiver that shows right there. They love separators.
I mean, it's
guys.
easy. It's easy to like separation skills.
How many receivers do you need? Man,
I am very surprised at how they went about this. I really am with the receivers. But I mean, when you look at it all in all, they drafted 2 corners, they drafted 2 edge rushers, they drafted 2 wide receivers. The wide receivers, they're basically just the wild card picks. You knew you had to go into this draft with defensive line needs and corner needs. Now, am I surprised they didn't draft a linebacker? Yes. But if you don't draft one basically in the top 100, why draft one?
Yeah.
And I think there were some guys who were available later for them. Like instead of, where was their pick here? Instead of David Walker, maybe you could pick, was Kaiser on the board still? Chris Paul was at least on the board there. So they could have gone Chris Paul instead of David Walker, but we say that we like the David Walker pick. So I think the Buccaneers had a good draft. I'm surprised that they went offensive, or that they went, wide receiver twice, but.
Listen, I can't hate it. Tez Johnson, man, has been a dominant football player over the last couple of years. Really cool story, too. He actually grew up wanting to go to Oregon. Didn't get an offer from Oregon coming out of high school. Went to Troy initially. Then when his, basically adopted brother, Bo Nix, transferred to Oregon, they said, let's get Tez Johnson over there. He was a great player at Troy, too, and he blew up at Oregon, too. So he gets to play for his dream school as a kid. 100th percentile separation rate over the last 2 years at Oregon at 93%, 97th percentile,
crazy.
97th percentile against single coverage. That showed up at the Senior Bowl too. I mentioned before. Azaria Thomas tried to press him to the line of scrimmage, it did not work. And Azaria Thomas has every length, weight advantage over Tez Johnson. Also, Tez Johnson over 1,300 yards after the catch over the last 2 years, most in the nation by nearly 200 yards. Really good player after the catch too. Now, he's 5'9". He's 156 pounds. That is tied for the third lightest wide receiver ever. Only Aaron Lockett and Tutu Atwell were lighter, and they were lighter by 1 pound. So he's 1 pound away from being the lightest receiver ever to come out of the combine. Slot only, obviously, and not great in contested catch situations, obviously, as well. Historic outlier at his size, but also he was an incredible separator and a really good player after the catch, too. I still think Tez Johnson can be a player in the NFL.
What about your boy, LaQuinton Allen? Halfback from Syracuse. He goes here to the Jacksonville Jaguars at pick number 236 here. LaQuinton Allen's got a hive of people who love him. Now, I had him ranked 247, so this is where I thought he would get drafted.
Yeah, I got to be honest. I was talking to somebody about this last week. I actually thought he could have stayed for another year.
Should have stayed for another year.
As a receiver, I get it. He led the nation in catches. Who led college football in catches last year at running back?
No.
Bucky Irving.
Nice.
There you go. Had to get him in there for you. But no, I thought LaQuint, I think there's some fundamental things that need to be worked on, I think more so as a runner than as a receiver, his vision especially. There's a part of me that wanted him to stay at Syracuse for another year. I mean, you know, if you feel the same way, then I can tell him right here with the inside info you have. But 7th round, it's fine. If he gives you something as a pass catcher, and you look at the depth of this running back room now, ETN, right? Bigsby. Trevor, hold up, they didn't take Trevor. Didn't the Jags take it back earlier? Am I wrong on this? Maybe I just assumed they did. Bashal Tutin, sorry, they took Bashal Tutin. It was Trevor Etienne went to the Panthers. I had the thought about the two of them together. But Bashal Tutin and now LaQuint Allen. I mean, you've got a deep running back room, and we'll see if Allen makes the roster. But he does bring some value as a pass catcher. I do wish he would have stayed one more year at Syracuse.
He would have been the entirety of the listen, I'm a Syracuse alum too, so I would have loved if he could stay another year. But even if he transferred out and go to another school, because Dalton and I just mentioned it when we're going over the 2026 big board, Trevor. The offensive class next year is wide open. Like LaQuint Allen would have probably been a top 5 running back in the country heading into next season if he decided to stay for another year. Instead, he decides to go to the NFL. Still is a 7th round pick because of it. But I do love the receiving ability. He's got to develop as a runner too. But obviously now he's going to be a depth piece in that backfield for Jacksonville. So I wish he would have stayed another year, but still he gets to be an NFL player next year too.
Michael Robinson, the cornerback from Tulane, going to the Green Bay Packers at 237. Really good athlete, smaller player. Packers normally have their thresholds for corners, and I feel like they're just going away from that just to get really good athletes. But that's fine. I mean, he's a good athlete for the position. Kobe Bryant's still on the board, man. Yeah. NFL just not loving Kobe Bryant's size. It's tough.
Yeah, it's tough.
Him and Dotson, both of them again from Kansas. Neither one of them's gone yet.
Yeah. Best available right now, Jared Ivey's still on the board. Again, Jared Ivey must have just been this has to be interview driven. Because even if he's not a great athlete, Jared Ivey's getting drafted in the 5th round.
Another one at corner, I think about it feels like through the process we heard a lot about Zy Alexander, and he's still on the board too from LSU.
Yeah, I understood that one. I was higher on Zy Alexander than others. He's not a great athlete either, and it's just tough to pick not great athletes at corner. But he is somebody who I think plays the position with a high football IQ, really high forced completion rate there for him. But
our king, Willie Lampkin, still available as well?
Well, see, I think Seattle was just trading up to this pick with Tennessee here, and I thought maybe it was Lampkin, but instead Seattle Seahawks get my guy Ricky White from UNLV.
Your guy.
Oh,
I got him drafted. I got LeJohntay Wester drafted. I got Ricky White drafted. I'm in on Ricky White. Look, I know I'm a little higher on him than you, but I think he's a smooth route runner with some inside-outside versatility. Super productive. Was it over 2,300 yards the last 2 years at UNLV?
Yeah.
And then this year, I'll tell you what, gotta love this about him too, especially in the 7th round. Best player on UNLV's team, right? It's one of the best receivers in the country over the last 2 years. He's out there on the punt return team, not as the returner. He's blocking punts. I think he blocked 4 punts this year.
He blocked 2 against Syracuse?
He blocked 1, and the second one he didn't officially get a block because he got to the punter so fast, the punter didn't actually punt it. He just kept the ball. So effectively, he had 2 block punts, but the second one doesn't count because the punter kept the ball and took off running. Ricky White's a guy I really like. I might have taken him a round or 2 earlier than this. Smooth route, not the most dynamic athlete, doesn't have a boatload of production. It kind of average production against single coverage, man coverage, but I think it's somebody you get in the 7th round, special teams ace, as we just mentioned, and some potential as a back end of the roster receiver. I like this pick from Seattle. They've gotten, who was the other? They took Torrey Horton as well.
Yeah.
Torrey Horton and Ricky White, 2 of the best group of 5 wide receivers over the past couple of years. Both players I really like. They end up on the same team.
He's a special teamer, but I think he's one that should have been drafted. So getting him in the 7th round, I think is a really good value here for the Seattle Seahawks.
By the way, Seth McLaughlin still has not heard his name called. We're still 1 away from the all-time record.
We are on Ohio State watch.
We are.
The Anchorman meme. We are just
got 18 picks left now?
18 picks. 18 picks for history.
It's going to be tight.
18 picks.
Cowboys add to their running back room again. They get Jaden Blue earlier. They get Phil Maffa from Clemson now.
Beef.
That's beef. That's the exact opposite of Jaden Blue is Phil Maffa. That's for sure.
Absolute beef. I mean, Phil Maffa is somebody who just a bigger back, and his scouting report reads as the prototypical, hey, this guy's a little bit bigger of a running back that's getting picked on day 3. Can run behind his pads, nice yards after contact, tough to bring him down against defensive backs, doesn't have a lot of extra wiggle, doesn't have the long speed juice, isn't too much for you in the passing game as a receiver. And that's sort of Phil Maffa's scouting report. He's been productive for Clemson, and I think he's a nice depth running back and perhaps special teams player for the Cowboys.
Goal line type of back sort of thing.
Exactly, right. That's what you're trying to get. He's basically like if Javonte Williams were to get hurt, you put Phil Maffa in there and just go, okay, short yardage situations, we could feel good about that. And he's not totally taking over for Javonte Williams, I'm not saying that, but you're probably using Javonte Williams as that short yardage back, and this is sort of a backup for that.
Caden Prather going to the Buffalo Bills right here, wide receiver out of Maryland.
Nice. There were times when I liked Caden Prather more than I liked Ty Felton. I thought that Caden Prather was built more like an NFL wide receiver. He could play the X position. He was one of few wide receivers in this class I thought could actually play on the line of scrimmage. He's got good strength to him. I think he's pretty good at the catch point. Just didn't create a lot of separation. He didn't really have a high receiving score because of it. Ty Felton was getting a lot of volume. He was getting a lot of the action in that offense. And it's sort of a little bit of what you see is what you get. But I thought that Prather should have been somebody who got picked a little bit earlier than the 5th, 6th round. I would have been comfortable with taking Caden Prather.
Size and speed, man. 6'3.5" and ran a 4.46 in the 40-yard dash. Now, it takes him a little bit of a while to get up to that top speed, and the burst isn't the best for him, and the limited route tree a little bit too, but he's got size, he's got speed. Yeah, I could have seen this guy getting taken a little earlier today, too.
I wasn't a huge fan of either of these Maryland guys when I watched them, but Prather, you mentioned size and speed, and only dropped 1 pass this year. Maybe he can be kind of a developmental, intermediate type of receiver with the big body that he has.
Yep. Again, there were times when I liked him better than Ty Felton. He'll be a big-bodied presence in that wide receiver room there for the Buffalo Bills. Denver Broncos on the board at number 241. Actually, before we get to the Broncos pick here, can we go back to the 2026 big board and the top 25? Is there just anybody else that you wanted to shout out? Because we're kind of coming towards the end here.
Yeah, I wanted to get your opinion on the quarterbacks because, Trevor, honestly, all those quarterbacks were almost guys that entered this year's draft, like Drew Aller, like Garrett Nussmeier, like Kate Klubnik. So just when you scouted them for this year's draft and they all decided to go back to school, what did you see in any of those guys?
Yeah, so Cade was somebody who I mentioned. I think that he needs to play better under pressure. When things go off script, I think that he has to operate better for next year. Garrett Nussmeier, somebody who, a fearless gunslinger, man. I thought that Garrett absolutely could have declared in this class, and very clearly, if Garrett Nussmeier would have declared, he would have been QB2.
Yeah.
No question about it, he would have been drafted QB2.
The Giants might have gotten him instead of Jackson.
No. You know where he would have gone.
Oh,
he would have gone to New Orleans at number 9.
Yeah, because Dad's the offensive coordinator.
Yeah, he would have been probably the 9th overall pick. Now,
yeah, Nussmeier would have gone. He would have been QB2 if he would have declared.
Yeah.
Sure.
And then Drew Aller obviously had a little bit of a rise there at the end. He's got all the physical tools. He had a couple of games where he played really well. What was that last game? Who they played in the last game? Notre Dame, not great.
Well, there's your stat that you hate hearing, and you were in the stadium. This is the Penn State wide receiver situation. Tyler Warren was great, and this is the issue I have with Drew Aller this year. Now you got your guy from Syracuse. So I'm sure you worked the phones on that one. Penn State wide receivers in that semifinal game against Notre Dame did not catch a single pass.
Yep.
It's horrendous.
Didn't catch a single pass.
My brother and I walked out of the stadium, and I looked at my brother. I was like, "Did a receiver catch a ball today?"
Yeah, it's tough.
And I looked up on my app, and it was like, nope.
And Notre Dame was the best man coverage team in the country this year. It was as big a mismatch as you could possibly have in a Final Four game.
They were getting cocky out there. They were playing cover 1. They were playing even cover 0 sometimes. It's like, just I dare you to get open. I dare you. And what didn't happen.
Aller, and look, and when you're going to have those tight windows, you need elite ball placement. Ball placement, to me, is the biggest issue with Aller. He's got an absolute rifle. He's built. I look at his build and I'm like, what? His body. He's got the same body type as like an Andrew Luck. He's not as athletic, but it's ball placement, it's footwork, and tying his feet to his mechanics and being really just precise. He can let it rip, especially down the middle of the field, down the seams. Drew Aller can just absolutely rifle.
Well, that's why
footballs
we
down the
talked
seams.
about him getting into this class, not because he was perfect, but because he was an actual quarterback that had NFL level tools. If Drew Aller is in this class, even for how the year ended, he's a first rounder. Mm-hmm. He's getting picked in the first round. Zero question about it. His floor is Pittsburgh at 21.
There's a lot to like about it.
I really do believe that. If Garrett Nussmeier and Drew Aller were in this class, they would have been first round picks at quarterback.
Yeah, probably.
The other two, Carson Beck, now at Miami, and Lenore Sellers. Did you watch him at all?
I really haven't, outside of live viewing.
This is going to be Sellers is going to be the Milroe. I mean, did you watch the game against Clemson? Remember that when he broke 16 tackles or 18 missed tackles he forced against Clemson when South Carolina beat them? Something crazy, like I think a PFF record by a quarterback.
Literally a PFF record by a quarterback. It was like 16. I'll look it up exactly.
We are
16.
We, especially on the college show, are going to hear endlessly about if we leave Lenore Sellers out of this first round mock tomorrow, we're going to hear it from the South Carolina people because he's got tools for
raw.
days.
He's just really raw as a passer.
Is it Anthony Richardson? Is it that conversation again?
Yeah, 15 by the way against Clemson in that game. 15 broken tackles.
Yeah, kind of.
They could not bring him down. Like he was just dancing around in the back. It was insane.
He might be, as Milroe was the last couple years. Tell me if I'm missing anybody, but he might be the most dynamic runner in the country in college football this season.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. And then Carson Beck, who everyone thought could be QB1 this year.
Yeah.
Obviously wasn't.
Beck, I think he's got fine NFL tools. I think he could be a starter at the NFL level. But just as the season went on at Georgia, the turnover-worthy plays just kept mounting up from him. Because when you look at Beck, he has, I think, like average, maybe above average NFL tools when it comes to like physical arm strength and things like that. But what you would really want from him is you'd want him to sort of be an assassin, right? Like, okay, it's just above average physical tools, but he anticipates things really well. He reads defenses really well. And as the year went on for Georgia, that seemed to, it's not like it fell off a cliff, but it wasn't at the level that you wanted it to be. Because he was QB1 for a lot of people going into the season. Wow. And I think that was sort of the fall from grace there from him is he was not consistent. He was putting the ball in harm's way much more than you would want a quarterback to with his tools if you're going to take a chance on him.
Miami last year took a quarterback who had a lot of turnover-worthy plays in Cam Ward. They turned him into the #1 overall pick. I'm sure the reason why Carson Beck probably looked at Miami and goes, you know what, I just saw what Cam did over there. Let me see if I can go over there. Listen, Carson Beck, the best way I could describe his year this last year, he still had an 80 passing grade. It wasn't as bad as people make it out to be. He missed Brock Bowers and Lai McConkey so much. That Georgia receiving core, they lacked the weapons they had at Georgia last year were not very good at all. And Beck suffered because of it. He was forcing balls a lot more this past year than he was in 2023.
All right, we've got Denver Broncos pick, which is already in. I believe the Rams pick is coming in right now. We're going to talk about those two picks right after we tell you guys about PFF Plus.
Hey everybody, thanks for watching with us. Hope you're enjoying the PFF NFL Draft Show. Speaking of enjoying PFF, right now our annual membership to PFF Plus is 25% off. Just head over to subscribe.pff.com. Use the promo code DRAFT25. PFF Plus gives you access to the same data trusted by all 32 NFL teams. Player grades, premium stats, fantasy and betting tools. It's the same data that we're using to elevate prospects right now here on this show. You'll also get the 2025 draft guide, packed with scouting reports, player comps, scheme fits, everything that you will need to understand how these players will impact the teams that draft them. If you want smarter analysis behind every single pick, deeper insight into the game of football, PFF Plus is built for you. Head to subscribe.pff.com, use the promo code DRAFT25 and get 25% off your membership. Again, that's subscribe.pff.com, promo code DRAFT25. Now's the time to join PFF Plus.
Final stretch here for the 2025 NFL Draft here on PFF's channel. We've got two exciting picks to talk about here. Caleb Lohner is the first one to the Denver Broncos at pick number 241. So he played tight end for Utah. We also played forward for them on the basketball team. He was a dual sport athlete for them. Played basketball at Baylor as well from 2022 to 2023. Also played basketball at BYU. All in all, he played in 62 games with 44 starts on the hardwood as a basketball player. Didn't average a ton of great points. It's not like his stats were phenomenal as a basketball player, but this is mainly a basketball player who was like, yeah, okay, I'll play tight end for Utah. Yeah, sure, I'll go play. And he doesn't have a ton of snaps. He doesn't have a ton of production, but this is very obviously with him going to Sean Payton, Jimmy Graham 2.0.
Yeah, I mean, red zone target, caught 4 touchdowns this year. He only caught 4 passes. They were all touchdowns. So red zone target, that's the first thought I had is if Sean Payton just going the basketball route like he had with Jimmy Graham in New Orleans. And so, you know what? An athlete is an athlete. And if you think he's wrong, that you can teach him, whatever you need to teach him at tight end, that's 7th round. Let's mess around and do it.
And then the other pick that I absolutely love is the Los Angeles Rams taking Kanata Mumfield from Pittsburgh. Again, this is a player who, when I watched him, there are some reps of him. They're just absolutely beautiful route running, beautiful footwork, creates separation, understands how to attack leverages, can sell things with his shoulders. He's just got so much deception in his routes, good hands over the middle as well, but just inconsistencies, I think, throughout all of that. There are some times when he's running routes down the field where he just takes way too many steps to get into his break, and there's just too much wasted movement there from him. But a wide receiver that is a lot of fun. He really is. And I'm glad that he went to the Los Angeles Rams because he is their type of wide receiver. Do not be shocked if Kanata Mumfield makes this team for the Los Angeles Rams, and if we're talking about a diamond in the rough, because I actually really do love this landing spot for them because they've made the most out of players like this before. Garrett Dellinger going to the Baltimore Ravens at 243. You're shaking your head.
Just 4 offensive linemen from LSU have been drafted.
Yep, that's the fourth.
What a ridiculous offensive line the Tigers
That's the fourth. That's the fourth one, and that's well, you say it in a positive light right now, and I don't know if Garrett Nussmeier is feeling real great about that for 2025 because both guards and both tackles for LSU have been drafted, and 2 of them to the Baltimore Ravens, Emory Jones and Garrett Dellinger, and both of them may play guard for them. Dellinger for sure. I would assume Jones as well, but yeah, I guess the Ravens like what they saw down there at LSU this year.
Likes the power plan, just power offensive linemen. Mm-hmm. We're just running power
beef
at all times. Beef
jerky, Jack Links. It's all full circle.
Wow,
see that?
Natural plug. We love to see it. Okay, back to the 2026 top 25. Anybody else that we're shouting out here?
Okay, let's go back. Fano we mentioned before. Ruben Bain. He was a guy that had some injuries this past year.
I've heard a lot about him. Talk to me about him.
So in 2023,
where does he play? Because
sorry.
Yeah, we got into school.
Sorry,
we got into school with this because we're introducing these players.
Edge rusher at Miami. What was the stat? His pass rush grade was the best by a true freshman. Or it was second behind Myles Garrett, right?
I think that was it.
Second behind Myles Garrett was a true freshman, and right behind him was like Nick Bosa, Dexter Lawrence, Harold Perkins is up there too.
Harold Perkins. Is he in here?
He's not in the top 25.
We put him in the mock draft 7 because he's a big
What
name.
do we think? What positions does he play at the NFL level?
He's got to be a linebacker. I mean, he's not big enough to play edge.
I have no idea.
Safety.
Sure. But also, he's like a dangerous blitzer, so you could have him as a...
No, he's going to be a linebacker.
Whatever Nick Bonito does, maybe.
Well, Nick Bonito's an edge rusher.
Yeah,
so.
but I don't... Perkins is a whole different question.
Remember we were like having a debate last year, like, oh, Abdul Carter, Harold Perkins, both of them are the linebackers or the edge rushers. Well, one of them went third overall, the other one, I don't think he's big enough. What, 6'1" Harold Perkins is?
He's not built
220,
like Abdul Carter.
Like, no. It's just not.
What were we saying about Bain? Bain he's really talented. He's really good. He's strong as an ox. The only question, and you might see this once you see, his lower body, his legs are so big that I do wonder if he kicks inside eventually, either at Miami or in the NFL. Really talented. He walked in as a true freshman, and a lot like Peter Woods you talked about from Clemson earlier. The second he walked in as a true freshman, I was like, he's as strong as all these seniors out here. He's got freaky lower body strength. I just wonder if he's actually an edge player. Had some injuries this year too, so I'm curious how Miami's going to use him this year. Probably keep him on the edge, but I would wonder with the way he's built if he's going to kick down inside.
And I want to shout out Gator Great right here, number 15 overall. Maybe this is a little high for a center, Jake Slaughter.
I think that's high for a center.
Sorry.
But love the shout out. Love the praise.
If you want a 1 year early Max's guy for next year's draft, it's Jake Slaughter. I never hear the end of Jake Slaughter on our show, talking to him behind it anywhere. He brings up Jake Slaughter every day.
80-plus PFF grades as both a pass blocker and a run blocker. Only Power 4 center to do that. On his schedule this year, he played Walter Nolan, Alfred Collins, Shamar Turner, Deion Walker, Omar Norman-Lott, Joshua Farmer. All those guys were taken already in the NFL draft. He faced a murderer's row schedule, and yet he was still the best center in college football. So it's very high for a center, and he probably would have declared if he was going to be a high pick. He's going to probably be a day 2 pick, I would imagine. But this is a wide open class. This is as wide open of a class as I can remember going into the summer. I see a guy like Jake Slaughter. I know he's a good football player, and in a class with not many known good football players right now, we put him this high on the list.
All right. Yeah, I don't think we're getting a center in the first round next year. Day 2 though. Could absolutely.
This is, but to his point, especially on the offensive side of the ball, this is where we're at, is that we have a center that high. The offense next year is so up in the defense. There's a lot of defensive talent. There's some good defensive talent. Offensively, it's
all of the best offensive prospects are like 2027 guys, like Jeremiah Smith, Ryan Williams. There's some really talented freshman running backs too, like Isaac Brown from Louisville too. It's just that's where we are. I mean, it's so wide open.
And if Arch sticks, Lagway is DJ Lagway from Florida, the quarterback's 2027. Dylan Raiola from Nebraska is 2027 at quarterback. 2027, it's going to be flashy. Next year, I think we have another gritty defensive draft unless we get a lot of guys to emerge.
Yeah.
Dominic Lovett, the wide receiver from Georgia, going to the Detroit Lions at number 244. I think we have the Commanders pick coming in. NFL is stretching this thing out so we could get to 7 p.m. I think because that's when the broadcast schedule had it going to. Because we came to like a screeching halt at the back end of the 7th round. They're like, wait a second, we gotta wait.
They were running the script too quick.
I bet you every pick's already in.
It could be.
I bet they have every pick in. And it's just, smoke and mirrors.
KC traded Mr. Irrelevant to the New England Patriots. So the Patriots hold Mr. Irrelevant right now.
Ooh. Mm-hmm. For my bets, I hope it's either a safety, linebacker, or tight end.
I really want it to be Xavier Restrepo. But I don't think he's getting drafted at this point.
I need Seth McLaughlin somewhere.
Well, it won't be there.
Or G. Scott, or who else is an Ohio State player?
It won't be at
it took
the Patriots.
It took Jared
No,
Wilson.
I know.
Oh, well, unless they really want to, but that's kind of cold-blooded.
Who else is in Ohio State in the draft right now?
Yeah, you got to tell us who's left for Ohio State.
You got to be running out of guys.
It's got to be Seth McLaughlin's the one that I think will actually get drafted.
Yeah,
but G. Scott, Josh Fryer is in this draft.
Right tackle, yeah.
That's about it. One of those three. Seth McLaughlin most likely one, but I'm afraid the Achilles injury might be having him as a UDFA. You really won the Remington Award this last year.
I was going to say, he had a good tape.
You won the Remington Award.
He played well this past season. Oh, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt goes to the Washington Commanders.
Well, that's a fun one.
At 245.
That's a fun one.
Played at Arizona this past year, but sparingly. Because something happened with his eligibility where was he before? Where was he before New Mexico State? I cannot remember where it was.
Oh.
Like something FCS or D2?
No, it was a D2 level school. And he redshirted his first year.
Alabama State.
And then they gave his number to somebody else. But the NCAA was like, no, you played. We have this number registering all of these snaps for you. And he was like, that wasn't me. That was I redshirted and they gave my number to somebody else. And the NCAA was like,
No, you got screwed.
Yeah.
You got absolutely screwed.
So he played one game for Arizona this year.
The fun
and
part.
then the NCAA was like, nope.
The fun part is that one game was actually New Mexico, not New Mexico State. The fun part, the one game he played this year for Arizona, and it was also the game where Tedero McMillan put up 300 yards on the outside, but put up 13 carries, 106 yards, and a touchdown. That touchdown, I believe, was the last carry of his college career against his old school, New Mexico.
I guess it's a good way to go.
And then
winning the Super Bowl and retiring.
And then, like 3 days later, they declared him ineligible. So, look, you saw him at the Shrine Bowl, didn't he? He performed pretty well down there.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, he had difference-making movement skills, difference-making explosiveness. I think he is a really explosive back and somebody who, again, he's getting picked in the 7th round here, so he's a long shot anyways. But he's going to be a fan favorite going into training camp, and he might give you some wild moments in training camp and in the preseason.
Yeah. No, I agree. Kind of a clean-cut zone runner. I don't know. Cliff Kingsbury mixed up but you know what? Take running back depth. I know there was some talk about the Commanders getting some running back depth. Krosky Merritt's a good player. He just only played one game this past year, so he got lost in the shuffle.
Man, Arizona needed a second weapon on that offense this past year. It really was a Ted McMillan show this past year, and Jacory Krosky-Merritt, he showed in that first game against New Mexico that he was going to be a really talented running back. I think he would have helped out Arizona a lot. Dalton and I were very high on the Wildcats going into the year. We unfortunately were wrong about them, but if they had Jacory Krosky-Merritt, they might have been a more dangerous team.
Trevor, I don't know if you saw when I tweeted this. I had a random thought yesterday about Tedero McMillan and Bryce Young. Because maybe a thought is he going to be used to catching passes from such a short quarterback? Yes. Yeah. Yes, he'll be very used to it. He's very used to it from Noah Fafita at Arizona. So Noah Fafita to Bryce Young, Tedero McMillan. He'll just never play with a quarterback over 6 foot.
Corey Black just got selected by the New York Giants, I believe, the cornerback there. Little bottom line scouting report that we had for Corey Black. Black has good size, foot quickness, and explosiveness to be a starter in the pros, but is too often reacting and in recovery mode instead of anticipating. If he can be more of one step ahead, he has a shot to be a contributing corner and a special teams gunner at worst. So good size, speed combination. I'm actually kind of surprised he lasted all the way until the draft is almost over here, because I do think that he has that combination of size and speed that you look for in your cornerbacks.
Yeah, I like him in zone coverage a lot, too. I think he's a guy.
And 199.
Yeah, he has good instincts, I think, in zone coverage, too. So you mentioned the special teams impacts be huge for him, but even in zone coverage, I thought he was a pretty good player.
Giants have, this whole draft is going to be determined. Well, I mean, they got Carter, too, but it's really going to be the spotlight to be on Jackson Dart. But again, I think Giants have made some really nice picks here.
Let's see. Giants draft. Just recapping it here for myself. Scrolling on the PFF draft tracker, which you can see all the results and sort those however you want. Abdul Carter, obviously Jackson Dart, the trade up, don't have the second rounder. Darius Alexander, Cam Scatabo, Marcus Bowe, Thomas Fidone, Corey Black. Actually, I like this draft. Actually, I mean, it's all sort of dependent on what you think of Jackson Dart. Right?
Yeah, and eventually, look, we're here. The process is the process, and the result's going to be the result with Dart. That's
spoken like a true coach.
The
process is the process.
And for as much
it's one of my least favorite sayings in all of sports. The standard is the standard.
Well, but this is the process.
No, I know, but every school has that painted on the wall. The standard is the standard. What did you? I think it's very fake inspirational.
It is what it is.
I think it's very fake motivational. You just yell at somebody, be like, "Hey, the standard is the standard," and then you just go, "Yeah."
That's why the process.
You can't be wrong.
No,
right? It is. The standard is, in fact, the standard.
That's why the process is better, because the process is working towards the standard.
Is the process the process?
I'm building over here.
Is the process, or is it the standard?
No, the process can't be the standard.
Dude, I'm getting delirious right now. We've been on there.
Because you're working towards the standard.
So the process becomes the standard, and then the standard is the standard.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, See, you're a coach. You know how it goes.
That's how it works. There's a sequence of these things. Max, just bad process. He's just don't fall asleep on us now.
I'm not. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
You just don't understand the standard.
I guess I don't.
It is the
Did
standard.
the Cowboys pick yet? I saw the pick was in.
Yeah.
Do we have a result here?
Tommy.
Aching Basodi. I'm taking a guess there.
Oh, the Maryland dude. Yeah, okay.
The other Maryland D tackle.
Yeah. Just a nice interior defensive lineman from Maryland. Again, run defense, baby. That's what we need here.
They need it in the worst way, Dallas, down there.
I think his name is Akinbosi. Is how you say it? It's Akinbisoti, I believe. Is a fun watch. I have him in a PFF Big Board. He's a fun watch because he plays with high effort and can close like a freight train on ball carriers. Uses his length well to establish positioning against blockers, but he struggles with his balance when he's trying to string multiple moves together. He posted a 10.9 passer win rate in 2024, but his athletic profile will likely make him a late-round selection. So I figured that this was going to be somebody who got drafted, and here he is. Just about 10 picks left. I think we do have exactly 10 picks left here in the 2025 NFL Draft. So a late selection here for the Dallas Cowboys, the defensive tackle out of Maryland.
Final 10. How about it? We've made it to the last 10 picks. The Saints are on the clock. The Saints.
Patriots got 2 picks. The Niners have 2 picks.
And the Saints have 2 picks.
The Saints have 2 picks.
How about it?
All right, Saints on the board right now.
Ooh, Niners have not taken a center yet.
Oh, you're just looking at this. This is all you're
You're
here. Oh, okay. The Saints, Maliki Mataval from UCLA, the tight end.
Okay, the tight end. Good size for him. I'm going to be honest.
Kind of like him. I liked him at the Senior Bowl.
Okay, let's talk. You talk about him. I was about to be a little bad cop and be a little negative, but you tell me what you like about him.
I just thought out there, I didn't really hear much about him until the Senior Bowl. We didn't watch a ton of UCLA during the season because it was a rough year, but they got Nico now, so we'll see where that goes. But I thought actually he moved, considering he weighed in at 263, at least at the Senior Bowl, I thought he moved relatively well for his size. I think you talk about somebody who could try to develop. He's a decent route runner. It's despite the just awful QB, the quarterback play they had at UCLA was just not great this year, which is why they went and got Nico. But I think this is somebody just big body, tight end. You could try to work over the middle of the field a little bit. I think you have a pretty good athlete in the 260s. That he was probably a borderline draftable guy, but I don't mind that he went here to New Orleans.
Tuttle in the chat must have sent this when we were going on our process and standard rant. the Tommy Boy joke. Okay, no, it's got to be your bull, and you got to look at a butcher. So he was throwing that out there.
Yeah, that's pretty much how that went.
NFL Draft Luigi says the traits are the traits. Got another one.
That they are.
Right?
That they are.
Steven with the $10 super chat didn't even have anything in. I think he just gave us $10 because he listened to us be blubbering idiots. And he was like, goodness gracious.
Yeah,
it's like, giving somebody $10 you feel bad for. It's like, my goodness.
Well, don't give it
it's like Chris giving you $10.
Don't give it a max. We'll split it between us. He's just going to gamble it away.
Straight to FanDuel.
Jeez.
It'll be straight to the next bad bet.
That's all you're going to do is take it to the casino, I'm sure.
Donnie with the $2 super chat. Incredible work for you guys. Try to get some sleep. Appreciate it, Donnie. Ooh, Mr. Irrelevant bets.
Seth McLaughlin. No, it's New England.
I'm getting the guys on the side desk in as well. We're staking our claims. Who's going to be Mr. Irrelevant here?
I got to check the board.
John said Marcus Yarns, the running back from Delaware.
Ooh, strong one.
Let me look at the board. Hang on.
If you got one, shout it out. If you feel good, we could take a look at the best available. Are you going to say Restrepo? Because who is that? Who's got that last pick? Patriots?
Yeah, Patriots.
Oh, the next Julian Edelman. Love it.
Let's see. Best available. It has to be a linebacker or Jake Brenningstool. I'm going to go with Jake Brenningstool.
All right.
Mr. Irrelevant.
What if we get the Ohio State tie in the record and Mr. Irrelevant?
What's the parlay number on that?
Well, I would hate that because I wouldn't win my bet then. So I'm not even going to acknowledge that's a possibility.
They already took Jared
I need you to
Wilson.
say a tight end, a linebacker, or a safety.
Okay. All right. Hang on.
Jake Brenningstool. That's my bet.
Brenningstool.
Connor Colby going off the board right here to the San Francisco 49ers. Actually makes sense.
The amount that I want it to be Willie Lamb.
Interviewed Connor Colby. Good
Yeah?
kid. Yeah. 81 zone blocking grade this past year, too. It fits the exact scheme they were running. So
100%.
perfect.
No, I think that he is a good scheme fit for them there in the 7th round.
Ooh, John Williams, Cincinnati.
Who do you get drafted?
Going to the Green Bay Packers.
Oh, this is a Green Bay type.
Yeah.
This is very much a Green Bay type right here. Really good footwork from him, or at least, you know what, I should say he's got fast footwork. I wouldn't say it's good. I would say that he needs to certainly hone in on his steps and make sure that he at least keeps his feet underneath him, because I felt like sometimes he was trying to move his feet way too fast. It's like, all right, cool, I'm impressed with the movement skills. You got to stay balanced. You got to make sure that you're anchored and you got your body underneath you. So John Williams off the board there. Mr. Irrelevant bets, come on.
I'm trying.
We're losing. We're
I think
running out of time.
Xavier Restrepo. I'm going to go Xavier Restrepo.
Okay, you're going with
Feels like a
Restrepo. It's going to be wrong because it's not a tight end,
feels like a Patriot.
safety, or a linebacker. I'm going to go with Jake Brenningstool. Guys on the side set.
You guys are missing it. It's right there in front of us. I talked about him a little bit earlier. It's going to be Sean Dolak, baby.
That's a linebacker.
It's going to be Sean Dolak.
Great with it.
Definitely a New England guy right there. That's their type of player.
You want me to redo and pick a tight end?
I'll go tight end. I'll take a tight end right now.
Who?
You mean Jalen Conyers?
Love Jalen
Great,
Conyers.
good.
Love that guy.
Love that.
We'll go there.
Ben
Love that
Yurosek?
Ooh, Ben Yurosek.
He feels like a Mr. Irrelevant.
I almost
He
thought
feels
about
like a Patriot. Feels like a Patriot. Love it.
Conyers rules. I love Jalen Conyers.
You do love Jalen Conyers.
All right, so you're the only one who's against the cause, right?
Sure. Yeah.
What cause?
Oh, we
My
have a
cause.
Your wallet.
Oh, wait, who do you have?
I told you, I bet on Mr. Irrelevant. You could bet on certain positions
No,
for Mr. Irrelevant. It's either. And
okay, I see, okay.
The position with the longest odds, for whatever reason, happen to be the three positions that are most likely to be special teams positions: safety, tight end, linebacker.
Solo Snouse $10 super chat saying Sebastian Castro's safety
good
will be
call.
Mr. Irrelevant.
Oh,
That's
there
a
we
good
go.
call.
Good
That's a
call.
good one.
Good call. Love that.
I'm gonna get
Great super chat, Solo.
I'm gonna get some nonsense going here. Here we go. New England. All right. Josh Dobbs is their backup, but they traded Joe Milton. Give me a third string quarterback.
Hate it.
Max Brosmer.
Hate it.
Max Brosmer is a
This is
guy.
stupid.
Max Brosmer is a
This is
guy
stupid.
I've compared to Jimmy.
Turn off his mic.
I'm telling you. Brock Purdy was Mr. Irrelevant. What happened there?
The Patriots are watching our live stream.
Seth Hennigan
in the
feels
war
like a
room.
Patriot,
Max
too.
Brosmer. I've compared him to Jimmy G. Josh McDaniels is back. I'm
All
going
right, the
with it.
Patriots are on the clock here at 2:51.
Watch them take Brosmer right now. I'm going to be irritated. I'm going to be real irritated if they take him right now.
Why? Because it won't be.
Yeah.
Wait.
Oh, we got a long snapper.
We got a
baby.
long snapper.
Julian Ashby.
Mike Vrabel's in the building.
We've got a long
Incredible.
snapper.
Find the long snapper grades.
long
We need it.
snapper.
I am
was-
going to Ultimate right now to get some data on it.
We need long snapper grades right now. Find it.
We just
Long snapper was actually the longest odds.
we're so close. What a hit that would have
Man,
been.
that would have
What a hit.
Oh, man.
We actually, so we do have long snapper metrics. I'm sure Gordon's pulling up right now, but we actually started doing long snapper in our All-America team at PFF, and I forgot who we put on the All-America. It was a Kennesaw State player.
Oh, yeah.
Anyways, they ran with it when we put him on the All-America team. So like, they graphics out the wazoo. Like we kind of did. It's like, oh, it's kind of cool to put a long snapper on. They loved it.
Didn't his
man.
dad hit you up or something?
Yeah, his dad hit me up and all that. Yeah.
All right. From our data from the past year, Julian Ashby. No bad snaps on punts. No bad snaps on field goals and extra points. It's a good pick.
So perfect player.
Great stuff. Mike
here.
Mike Vrabel, listen, all 53 guys on your roster. All 53 guys on your roster absolutely matter.
And you got to
including
give
the
a
ones.
shout out to the Vanderbilt social media team. They have multiple TikToks and Instagrams shouting him out. So big shout out to them.
That's incredible.
There was a campaign here.
They knew their guy.
They knew their guy.
Yeah.
Hey, as we learned during the season, Vanderbilt is
That's the only
turn.
Vandy that's got drafted today, right? Because Pavia's back, Eli Sowers is back. Yeah, only Vanderbilt Commodore got drafted.
For now.
Okay, all
Shout
right.
out-
We
shout
are,
out
we are
Ross Bueller.
closing in on who's going to be Mr. Irrelevant for the 2025 NFL Draft. But in the meantime, go download the Prize Picks app. This is the best way to win cash while you guys are watching sports, including the full contact sport that is betting on who's going to be Mr. Irrelevant in the 2025 NFL Draft. You can see right there in front of you a lot of different options that you have for lineups for players. NFL players, their lines for the 2025 season are already out. So go download the Prize Picks app, use the promo code PFF, and when you do, if you put $5 on whatever your first lineup is, you'll get $50 back, win or lose. It's the best part. Jack Fox, the punter, what is his passing yards?
Oh, more.
Over 0.5 passing yards? What?
More, for sure. He plays for the Lions. Absolutely.
True.
more.
That's true. Could be free money, which of course is, I know, a phrase that everybody loves to hear when we're gambling. I don't know how Fox is in there, but that's incredible.
That's incredible.
They've got so many fun lines, so many great ways to put up lineup together. It's not just NFL stuff, but it's NBA, NHL, all that great stuff as well. So go download the Prize Picks app, use the promo code PFF, put $5 on that first lineup, and you'll get $50 from Prize Picks there in free bonus bets, whether you win or lose.
Got another FCS player here, Junior Bergen, wide receiver out of Montana, going to the 49ers.
Okay. All right, 49ers. I see you. Marching to the beat of your own drum, as you often do. Going deep in the scouting book for this one.
This is deep. This is
5 picks left. 5 picks left here. Who are the... All right, Restrepo.
Strepo.
Did the long snapper change your point of view?
No, I'm just between two. I think I'll go Jalen Conyers. I want to say Brosmer if it's Brosmer.
All right, Jalen Conyers.
I'm going to be so mad if it's Brosmer.
Now you're part of the resistance. It's okay. Mason, Sean Dolak. And then who's yours, Gordon?
Ben Urasek.
Great picks. Huge fan. And then there's Max.
And then there's, you didn't take one?
No, he's against the cause.
You can afford. I've lost so much money that you could be with me right now.
Yeah, but you don't win money for this.
I don't care about your bets
only
right
lose
now.
money for it.
I'm against you right now.
So this has to be.
I want everyone to be miserable.
Why? Because I was a little bit responsible for the Giants graphic?
Yeah.
Is that why?
Yeah.
Well, you got the payback.
Misery loves company.
You got the Pegues Travis Hunter graphic, too. You got Zeke Biggers to the Miami Dolphins also.
Oh, was it Zeke Biggers?
Zeke Biggers.
Okay, Zeke Biggers off the board. Another Shrine Bowl guy. Mm-hmm. Getting in here with the NFL draft.
Little run stopper. Need that. They've been focusing a lot on that, too. Kenneth Grant.
Zeke Biggers, Kenneth Grant, right there. There's your two starters. One in the first round, one in the seventh round.
A couple large individuals.
Could you just waited the whole time? Could have got to the back end of the seventh round? All right, maybe not.
Just bookend it. First round, seventh round. Stop the run.
Who's going to be your most surprising undrafted free agent?
It's probably Jared Ivey.
Dude, Willie Lampkin's slander is insane.
Could have gone there to Miami. Would have loved it. Should have. Got Connor Colby to the Niners. They took a guard.
Are we surprised that like Tez Johnson gets drafted and then Kobe Bryant and Willie Lampkin don't? Like they're clearly looking at, okay, like the Bucks are overlooking the size outlier part of it, but then we've got a couple of these other guys that are good football players, a little bit smaller, and they're not getting drafted. Looks like they're going to be undrafted free agents.
Yeah, that's a part of it. I mean, the Willie Lampkin one is historic. I mean, he's like a 5'10" guard, right? I think that's like 3 inches shorter than the shortest guard we've ever seen.
If he was 6'3" and 315, his tape is so good. Willie Lampkin's tape is just ridiculous.
It's a lot of fun, man.
It's ridiculous.
And he wasn't just a center only. He played guard.
Oh, yeah.
He played guard well.
At some point, he played all three.
Senior Bowl, too.
Yeah. There's still hope.
There it is. There's the graphic. He's better than Travis Hunter on the goal line as an offensive player in heavy personnel. I'll stand on it.
Wow, really poppy.
I'll stand on it. 10 toes down. He's better than Travis Hunter. I might not actually be wrong. That one's tougher. That one's a little bit tougher for me.
Syracuse repping again.
Oh, we're getting Syracuse in here again.
4 Q's players in the NFL draft. Let me look up last time
someone call it an NFL powerhouse.
I don't know the last time it's happened. I'm not going to lie.
Fidel Diggs has been like the fan favorite to like be. Wait a second. I just realized Logan Brown's still here.
Yeah,
that too.
What in the world?
Fidel Diggs, though, another player who leaves Texas A&M and finds more pass rush production. Another one.
First time since 2006 that your Syracuse Orange have 4 draft picks.
Who are those 4 players? I want to know.
Anthony Smith, James Weiss, Ryan Lacasse, and Quinn Ojanaka.
I have no idea who any of those guys are, I'll be honest.
I just love how I'm hyped up about Syracuse getting 4 when we're on Ohio State 15 watch right now. It just kind of shows the difference between programs right now.
Hey, but Kyle McCord went in front of
That's true.
Will Howard.
That's all that matters.
Life comes full circle, and McCord went ahead of Howard. Syracuse is winning today. Well done. Well done. And you stole their one good receiver, Penn State, too.
I'll take it.
How dare you? Yeah, Notre Dame's quarterback, though.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're not.
See how that goes next year.
We're not trying to hijack the show with Syracuse.
Yeah, that's gonna be
news and
rumors. It's gonna be a rough
rumors,
year next year.
You know,
Syracuse, I think, but we'll see.
Justin Barron.
Fidel Diggs, though, interesting. I like Fidel Diggs.
He's kind of odd. He's an athlete, and he played almost 30% of his snaps at linebacker this year. When they played heavier running teams, they actually put him at linebacker and had him as like a quarterback spy. They had him as kind of this weird in-between role. He's a good athlete. He's the type of athlete that teams take a chance on this late. Obviously, it's the 4th to last pick in the draft. But I think he's fun. He's got some pass rush juice off the edge. I don't want him playing linebacker a lot, but he did do that a little bit at Syracuse. Special teamer. See where it goes.
No.
Donnie was so close. He called out Luke Lachey for his Mr. Irrelevant.
Oh, Donnie, right there.
Right there.
Right there, Donnie.
2 picks away.
This makes me nervous because that would have been a good pick. 2 picks later. Would have been a good pick for my wallet. Now it's just Jim Harbaugh and Mike Vrabel left to make 2 picks
Willie
here.
Lampkin would slap as Mr. Irrelevant, too.
No, he wouldn't.
Yeah, he would. That would be awesome.
That'd be terrible.
I'm betting it right now.
I think it would be
slap Trevor's wallet pretty hard.
Guard.
Just Willie Lampkin.
Willie Lampkin.
FanDuel. Will Willie Lampkin be Mr. Irrelevant?
Oh, that would be incredible.
Lampkin does, though, also feel like a 256 spot. The Chargers.
Oh,
I would love. He should go off the board here.
put him in the backfield.
Greg Roman knows how to use Willie Lampkin.
Some say he's more efficient on short yardage situations than Omari Hampton.
He's not more efficient than J.J. Pegues.
J.J. Pegues is not on the team.
And they're going to regret not taking him. They got to see him twice a year. See that?
It's true. Oh, it's very true.
The league's most dynamic backfield.
Damn, Donnie was so close. Feel bad.
So close.
Luke Lachey, man, it's a shame that he got hurt, isn't it?
Yeah, just injuries have robbed him these last few years.
Come on.
He is an athletic player, too.
Big vibes. Need the vibes.
See,
you gotta hit this last
you notice
one.
how
Come
you notice how they were stalling on the picks, and now they've made it past 7 o'clock. They messed up their own.
I was about to
went
say
too
they're
slow.
cruising now. We've had like 5 picks.
No,
in
I
the
know.
last 3 minutes.
I bet this draft's been done for 45 minutes. And the NFL is just like, oh, now they're on the clock. Oh, the pick is in. Yeah, the pick's been in.
They haven't showed a war room for a while. I think most of
No,
them.
they're gone.
Everybody's gone.
Oh, yeah, they went home. They're gone. They turned the cards.
They're at the bar.
Yeah.
They're at all-you-can-eat wings somewhere.
Yeah, there's not too many bars in Green Bay.
It's the only way you can do it.
Absolutely. Jim Harbaugh.
Oh, I thought I missed the pick.
No. We're just,
No, they're waiting now.
Yeah.
They're dragging
7:01. What are we doing?
They're still dragging it out.
7:02.
It's 6:02 out there. Maybe they lost track of time zones. I don't know.
It's true. Maybe they think they've got another hour.
Yeah.
You guys got another hour in you?
Sure.
I'll have to go to the bathroom before we do that.
We're doing an all 32 3-man deep UDFA rotation draft.
Oh,
right?
I was just gonna say an 8th round mock draft, but
8th round.
8th round mock draft. Yeah.
The 8th round. Yeah. Like the 33rd team is just like the 8th round.
Yeah.
It's actually not bad.
There used to be more rounds in the NFL draft back in the day.
Yeah.
Back when it meant something.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if we had to do 12 rounds?
Now we just gamble on Mr. Irrelevant.
Damn right we do. Damn right we do.
Oh, man. L.A. Chargers. Jim
Ooh,
Harbaugh.
Triquez Bridges. Florida great. Gator great.
Oh, there we go. Triquez Bridges coming off the board. That would have been a great pick. 257, let me tell you. I swear, Jim, if you ruin this for me.
Dude, give me Amarion, or give me Xavier Restrepo right here.
I want Xavier Restrepo drafted, so I'd be happy with that. But I don't know. Mike Vrabel leaving us in suspense. Triquez Bridges.
Come on.
Yeah, I don't know. That Gators secondary was tough the last couple years.
Yeah.
In a not great way. I'm not helmet scouting by any means, but it was a struggle in coverage for him. But Jim Harbaugh, sometimes you just take an athlete. Jason Marshall, good athlete. Triquez Bridges, good athlete.
Oh, the pick is in. Oh boy.
That was quick.
Oh, no. Oh, it's a corner. Wait. Did I do DB or safety or corner? I don't know.
Oh, Kobe Minor.
Kobe Minor from Memphis. I think they ruined it for me. Tight end and safety go right before. The draft ends in heartbreak. Thanks for watching, I guess. No, really. Thank you guys so much for watching our coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft. This was an absolute blast all the way through these picks that we have here going to 256. Wait a second. I thought we had pick 257. Oh, this was pick 257.
We're doing New England, yeah.
No, I read it wrong there. We had the number wrong there. Appreciate everybody getting in the chat. This is so much fun. Day 3 is always a blast. What did I say? Night 1, it's all about the excitement. Day 2 is the best when it comes to T-building, but Day 3 is the most fun. And I really think that was the case. Mason and Gord, thank you guys so much for being here. This is a lot of fun having you guys as additions to the team, all the research you guys provide. So I appreciate it, guys. Thank you. You did a great job. Shout out to everybody who tuned in wherever you were tuning in. Shout out to our sponsors, Jack Link's Duos, Prize Picks. We love you guys. Thank you so much for rocking with us here throughout the show. By the way, if you guys have ever been intrigued by PFF, if you love PFF, if you thought about getting in the game here with us, we are hiring part-time data collectors. And data collectors are the heroes of this show and every single thing that we do here at PFF. It's a really cool thing to get involved with. The schedule is pretty flexible. You get official training on how to work the ultimate system and how to do the grading system and everything, man. It's a lot of fun. So if you've ever been intrigued enough to apply, well, now is your chance to do it. So go to pff.com/jobs and you can see that there. But again, shout out to all the people who are data collectors right now who power this entire show. For everybody who's been involved in everything that goes on to putting on this show, the graphics people, the production people, whether you're on camera, off camera, whatever, there's so much that goes into this production over the last 3 days. And it's been so much fun to be a part of. All right, he opened it, which means we have like 15 seconds before Max pukes. We're going to have a draft recap episode tomorrow, so be on the lookout for that. For Dalton Wasserman, for Max Chadwick, I am Trevor Sikkema saying thank you guys so much for watching PFF's coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft. We'll see you for the grades release, or the grades recap episode tomorrow. See you guys then.